FM Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Hump Day edition here on Sean and RJ with the entire squad back together again. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden running thing as always, and Ralph James Choppy is here.
It's cold. Chilly. Not as cold as it was a couple days ago.
Not as cold as it was yesterday.
Yes.
Well, you missed the warmest day in the studio. I don't know what happened with the thermostat, but you missed your opportunity to be nice and snug where the thing was all messed up and was feeling warm. It's back to chilly today.
Pretty toasty.
Then I'm looking at the temperatures outside, and I thought it's supposed to go back up to 65, and now I got the app alert that the cold front is going to stay. So I'm fine with this staying right now. I need to get a pool equipment cover.
Okay, so not a cover for the pool.
No.
Not like you're talking about like something for
equipment.
your whatever the thing is on
Pipes.
the side of the house.
Yeah.
Too cold. Okay, so you want the pipes to freeze.
Yeah, they cracked last year. My pool emptied like twice.
Oh, cool.
I went home to an empty pool.
Oh.
Not fun.
No, that's not good.
Where does that water go?
Somebody else's
To
problem.
my wallet.
That's what I mean. Like, does it just like end up like destroying your property?
It's gushing out of the pipes.
Are you
so
salt
it's
water?
not like
You're salt water, right?
I'm chlorine.
Your chlorine. That happened to me. It killed my grass last year. I had a leak. It wasn't like a pool leak. It was like just like the overflow.
Yeah.
All the overflow water and just killed part of the grass.
This is the whole reason why I don't have a house.
Yeah, Bobby's moving to another apartment.
I saw that. Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, big move.
Don't
big move.
congratulate him on
It's
that.
a nicer apartment. It's nicer. So there's at
How
least
much bigger is it?
like I don't know, maybe 20 square feet. But there's so much more closet room and stuff. I think actual livable area, it's less.
What'd you do? Did you stay in town? Did you do work around the house?
Stayed in town. Did a little work around the house. Yeah, I cleaned. I reorganized my drawers in my bedroom. All right, needed some space. Decluttered the closet. Took care of the backyard. Did the little backyard stuff. And then I played golf on Monday.
With Derek Holland.
With Derek Holland. And it was quite nippy. I mean, it was 40 degrees and misting. Nothing quite like it. That's what you like to say.
All right, it's perfect timing for Chop's return. By the way, today we'll go inside the Star at 6:20. Choppy will hear for the first time the song that he sang to his new favorite player, George Pickens. Are the Dallas Stars actually unlucky? That's at 6:40.
Check Money Puck.
We have a Lions Insider at 7:20, a Dave Chappelle ticket giveaway. We'll chop it up at 7:40. Power rankings and Brian Schottenheimer today to preview the Lions. Coach will be on live at 8:20 with another Dave Chappelle ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour. But the penny ultimate, is that what we're calling it?
Penultimate?
The penultimate?
Penultimate, yeah.
Penultimate. Does that just mean like second to last?
Yeah. I don't know why they just don't say second to last. It makes it much, much simpler to say second to last.
Very
but whatever.
poetic. Very poetic way to say it.
The penultimate college football playoff rankings came out last night. We'll go from the top on down. Ohio State, number 1. Indiana, 2. The Georgia Bulldogs, 3. The Texas Tech Red Raiders at number 4. Oregon at 5. Ole Miss moves up. With all the Lane Kiffin controversy and the questions over the coaching staff and the offensive staff and the coordinators leaving and then coming back, Ole Miss safe right now at number 6. Texas A&M at number 7. The Oklahoma Sooners at 8. Alabama, Bobby Belt at number 9.
That's ridiculous, and we need to circle back on it.
The Fighting Irish at 10, BYU at 11, and the Miami Hurricanes taking up that final spot at 12. Your Texas Longhorns coming in at number 13, one spot ahead of my Vanderbilt Commodores. Ouch. That's the way we look with the second to last rankings.
Yeah, and the number to look at, like you said, is right around that 10 mark, because that's where you're going to have the ACC, the group of 5, or 2 group of 5. So, like, that's kind of your line. Like, after 10, 11, and 12 aren't really going to be in this thing, BYU and Miami, right now. But everyone wanted to know a couple of things. What was Texas going to do? Were they going to jump up high enough? How was Vandy going to move? Where was Texas Tech going to go with the A&M loss, and how far was A&M going to drop? Because Alabama, when they lost to OU, the number was 7. They dropped 7 spots.
7.
All right, and A&M drops 4 spots. Now, you got a road loss, so maybe it's like, okay, they're doing a road loss is 4, and a home loss is 7, or, how good is the opponent that you're facing? That factors into it as well. But this is, I think, what a lot of people expected, where you had a couple of teams on the outside looking in, and they are kind of setting it up to put Miami and Notre Dame back-to-back if BYU were to win.
This is a big problem with the Alabama thing. That's an issue. Alabama moving up to 9 after a 7-point victory. There's nothing that said last week they should have jumped over Notre Dame except one thing. This is the CFP terrified that they're going to get conference championship games canceled. Because if Notre Dame was ahead of Alabama and then Alabama loses to Georgia this week, Alabama would be out of the CFP. And then Alabama would go, we're never playing conference championship games again.
So what is the argument for people trying to get rid of the conference title game?
So we don't really know how to play that. We don't know, like, do teams want to be in them? Do they not want to be in them? Now, I personally think that they are protecting the Big Ten and the SEC title game. So if you make those games, they're not going to penalize you. McElroy talked about this. You can only go up. You can't go down. So I think Alabama would have been safe either way. I think Indiana and Ohio State and Georgia, they're all safe. They're not going to really move off of where they are. They might, if you're number 1, 2, or 3, like Indiana might have to go down if Georgia wins. But they're going to still, I think they're still getting a bye. They're protecting those 2 conferences. The other conferences are kind of screwed.
If BYU beats Tech, like we talked about yesterday, they're not kicking Tech out, Peyton and Chop. They're not kicking Tech out. Tech will be in. They're the number 4 team in the country. They're ahead of all the other one-loss teams other than Georgia right now. So they're not getting bounced out of the thing completely. But if they were to lose to BYU, they're going to put BYU and Tech in, and Notre Dame will be out. And so what they're doing is they had to flip them spots because they didn't want, there's an Alabama loss, and Notre Dame's not playing in a conference title game, so that gives Alabama an extra loss because they played Georgia at the end of the year, and Notre Dame just gets to coast with their 2 losses. This was a flip that, if you wanted to do this, you should have had Alabama ahead of Notre Dame the last few weeks.
I don't think it's a given that Tech is in if they lose.
Woo! I 100% think it is.
Because the committee has shown it's like it's obviously.
They're going to drop them from 4
go
to
from
out?
to out.
4 to out? This is an opportunity for Peyton Russell.
BYU's in right now. They're 11th. They're in the
but they're not in because they would be out right now.
Right. I'm saying because they will lose. They would lose to Tech and they would get pushed out.
Right, but also you have like the group of 5 teams are going to bump Miami and BYU.
Right, but
the issue
Tech losing to a top 12 team in a conference title game is not enough to bounce them.
It shouldn't be enough. Do you really want to put it in the hands of the committee to have to choose between Texas Tech and Notre Dame?
I don't think
made-for-TV event?
I don't think it's a choice to them. I think they will put Tech in.
I agree with Bobby. Peyton, he fought us both yesterday. It's an all-time Peyton dunk possibility here if Tech loses and they get bumped out, as he and RJ Choppy have united.
Yeah, I don't think they should.
Has anyone? I would like to know in the history of the CFP the highest ranked team to be bumped all the way out after the final week. There's no way. There's no way I would believe
Georgia. Georgia was number 1, and this is a 4-team. This is the 4 team.
Yeah,
right?
if we're talking about but 12 teams, obviously different.
Well, it's only 1 year, so we haven't.
You're right, and so you go from 1 to 5, basically, because they were 5th in that last one.
5th.
Did we go
This would be 4 to
12.
Did we go 4 to 12?
Yeah, we're 4 to 12.
Okay.
It would be. I mean, if the number was 7, is what Bama dropped. If Tech drops 7 spots, they're out. If the number is 6, then they drop to 10. Then they can be in. But I just don't think if you want to see it, like this is a made-for-TV event. If you really want to. I don't think they should be out. But if you really want to put that fate into the committee's hands and say, go ahead. Choose Texas Tech over Notre Dame in a made-for-TV event.
Yeah,
I don't believe
they made their bed yesterday.
Perhaps
they chose Alabama over Notre Dame. That was their question. Their question was not Notre Dame versus Tech or Their question was Alabama or Notre Dame, and they moved the goalposts essentially at the last second and went, let's put Alabama back up above, because there's no way you can say that based on what they did this past week, Alabama should jump Notre Dame. That was them protecting Alabama.
I agree. I think Alabama had a better resume.
That's the most political. It seems so small, but jumping Alabama to 9 and moving Notre Dame down to 10 is the single most political thing they've done in the history of the CFP.
But I think Alabama should have been ahead anyway. Notre Dame's played
Alabama
nobody.
Probably should have been ahead.
Yeah.
I don't disagree that Alabama's a better team. But if you're saying that where they've had it, they can't off this past week jump them.
And now a big reaction to the Longhorns being out is no more scheduling of the big boys.
Well, that's the other thing, because they had Ohio State, obviously, to start the year. And we've seen teams have great non-conference games throughout the course of this sport's history. And it's awesome for the sport. And now the question is, are teams going to continue?
Specifically in the SEC, when you already have a gauntlet and you can have your proof of argument within your own conference schedule.
Correct. And, I don't know that that's going to change anything. I mean, Alabama currently still has to play Florida State next year. They've got a home and home with Ohio State. They've got Notre Dame coming up.
Yeah, but it's already scheduled.
It's already scheduled.
So, what happens the next time they go to the scheduling table?
Well, I'll tell you, these things are scheduled through about 2032. We're going to be in a 16 team or a 24 team by then.
Teams cancel too all the time.
They cancel. They cancel all the time.
They could just at that point cancel the matchup.
They cancel it. Michigan still has a game with Texas. Ohio State still has a game with Texas. Ohio State has Georgia and Bama on the schedule. Texas still has. Look, I don't think it's going to change anything. I really don't, because
why would you do it again if you were Steve Sarkisian?
Because it got you in 2024. You scheduled the national champion and you beat him. You went to Michigan, you beat him. You didn't this time, and then you lost to Florida again. Florida's the.
Bobby and Peyton's credit, yesterday they both said the Longhorns do not deserve to be in, and they're Texas fans.
I was getting destroyed by Longhorns fans for that. To me, it is as simple as just beat Florida like you're supposed to, and this isn't a question.
Yeah, the Ohio State loss didn't really hurt.
Yeah, but they can argue to the same.
That's going to happen again.
Degree. Yeah. If we don't schedule Ohio State and we lose to Florida, we're still good.
Correct. Yes, if they did not have Ohio State, they'd still be good. Now the issue is,
would they be in if they had a cupcake week 1 and they didn't lose to Ohio State?
Probably.
Well, they would still have to schedule Power 4, so it would still have to be. I mean, it could be Boston College.
Yeah.
You don't have to be Ohio State. You could still schedule somebody good.
Don't have Arch go in like 10 for 29 in a bunch of games this year. Don't have Arch skip throws against Ohio State. That's one of the reasons you got in. You did schedule Michigan and you beat them, and they were the national champions. And this was your chance to do it again, and you didn't do it, and it sucks. Again, beat Florida. You were lucky to be even a 2-loss team. Like after Ohio State, because you should have lost to Mississippi State.
Choppy, your reaction to the Lane Kiffin saga and drama, your first time able to talk about it publicly.
Look, I'm pretty. LSU's role in this kind of sucks. They could have waited. They didn't have to. Penn State doesn't have a coach right now. Everybody, I think, is still so hung up on this early signing day, which is today.
Yeah,
they're still so hung up on it. When you make your team during the portal nowadays, anyway, which is January,
have been able to. Don't know how much things are going to change with the new legislation.
100%. The fact that
are you diminishing today with signing day?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, it's still a big day. But we're in an era of 22-year-olds playing this game. How much impact? I mean, obviously,
like LSU right now, the number 1 player in the country, this 6'5", 285 defensive tackle, is now all of a sudden, after Lane Kiffin saying, just hang on 1 second, hang on.
We don't know what teams are great teams because of the portal. I'm sorry, because of the NIL. Like, a great program with a bad NIL is not a great program anymore. And do I really want to go to? I mean, the governor is running things now.
Yeah,
he's in charge of the program.
The governor.
Do you really want to go play for it? I mean, that's lunacy. Like, do you really want to go coach for that?
It does look like the government is running LSU with the fact that like they're paying 3 coaches and just like spending a ridiculous amount of money.
Marco Rubio yesterday was like, if Miami gets bumped, President Trump, you're gonna have to take this over. You're gonna have to. But I blame the system first, not Lane. Lane did what he had to do. He could have told LSU, wink, wink.
Yeah,
we have it done. That's the only thing I would have suggested to Lane Kiffin. Just tell LSU it's done. You still have a question out there remaining with commits, but hey, I'm tabling this to the end of our season.
Right.
But I understand why he did it. The system is to blame.
The system's to blame. He could have simply said,
imagine any other manager or coach in any sport quitting their team and going somewhere else before the playoffs started. It's insanity. It's absurd. It's disgraceful.
This is Sean McVay taking the who just got fired in the Giants job. It's Sean McVay taking the Giants job today. That's what it is.
College football playoff penultimate rankings last night before conference championship weekend. Are the big boys buying the Dallas Cowboys defense? A wide receiver that Bobby wanted to add is now off the market, and RJ listens to his George Pickens song for the very first time. Inside the Star, getting you ready for the Lions, is next.
After we...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has raised?
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Other lady. Laser Blade.
Sapphire Squad?
Not Maiden? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
in a car or truck right, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Thank you, announcer man. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy is back. Bobby Belt will be heading to Detroit after the show. We got Peyton and Aiden running things on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and a Dave Chappelle ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock expressway on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. We check in on the injury reports, and my sole pick, RJ, my sole factor, I should say, in making my pick for tomorrow night is Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Okay.
If he plays, I will pick the Lions. If he does not play, I'm going to pick the Cowboys. And he remained off the field yesterday. I think Dan Campbell, I wonder if he had little NFL CIA confidentiality regret when a couple weeks ago or last week he's like, we'd be lucky if he missed just 1 to 2 weeks, because yesterday Campbell's like, he's improving, we're going to keep the door open for him to play, whereas someone like Brian Schottenheimer never would have come out with that strong of a statement to begin with. But Amon-Ra St. Brown does not look like he's going to play. He missed practice again.
They had a good game without him. And that's tough when you lose a guy in the first quarter, because you're game planning for that. We saw that with CD in Chicago. You lose a guy a couple of plays in.
Was it a good game?
Detroit?
Yeah.
They put up 28.
You get taken to overtime by the Giants at this point?
Oh, no. This
Packers.
This is the Packers.
Or no, yeah, that's right. That was
the
this
Packers.
game. Jeez.
Yeah, it was the Packers. So, I mean, I think you put up 28. It's a decent game offensively. But
They put up 24. But
24. It's still a decent game. I think that their issue is not Amon-Ra. It's still the interior of their offensive line. And that's why they were trying to sign Ragnow back, and he failed the physical. So, yeah, I mean, that's like, now you get bad offensive line, and then you add this in, I think it's fair.
And, Bobby, you are starting to get a little bit more worried about Jadeveon Clowney on our side.
Yeah, you miss basically every practice this week. That's a bad sign. That's not any good for you. And so that's going to be – I know Jerry told us yesterday Clowney's going to play, or they're expecting him to play. It'll be a game-time decision. But then he also started telling us about, he was the number 1 pick, right? So I think he was just telling us Clowney facts, and I don't know if he was actually – totally certain that he was going to play, but the fact that he didn't practice at all this week, I'm sure he'll be projected as a did not participate today before they get on the airplane, and that's not a very encouraging sign, and they need him. He's absolutely one of their best players on defense right now.
How much to actually trust this Dallas Cowboys defense?
Well, Vegas is telling us that they trust quite a bit right now. They have already bought in. They've already bought into this Cowboys defense. And you can look at it on the game total. The game total is 53.5. That means the Cowboys and Lions will add up to score. You got to over or under 53.5, right? Very simple. Both these teams average 29 points a game. These are 2 of the 3 best offenses in the NFL. Granted, Amon-Ra, interior of the offensive line, whatever, they're still putting up points. And this is a game that's being played indoors, obviously, right? It's in Detroit. I think the line should be at minimum 56.5. Probably closer to 60. This is 48-42. This thing has 48-42.
Without Amon-Ra.
Without Amon-Ra. With or without. Because Jahmyr Gibbs is going to run for 246 yards.
Hey!
Don't do that. Well, you got him on your fantasy team.
Well,
what do you care?
I want the Cowboys to win overall.
But I think Vegas is buying into 2 things here, which both point to maybe the under, maybe the reason why this is so low. 1, the improved interior of the Cowboys defensive line with Quinnen, $60 million tied up. And then obviously we've already talked about Detroit's struggles on the interior. And that's what, when you get Jared Goff from the pressure from the middle, he is as pedestrian, and that might be a compliment.
There's no bigger quarterback difference with anyone in the league with the numbers for when he is pressured versus not pressured.
He's a top 3 passer with no pressure. And he's a bottom 3 passer with pressure.
Jerry caught that note, because when he was talking about Detroit yesterday, he's like, we got to get in his face. We got to get pressure on him. So that's one that I'm sure they're underlining.
And Detroit's defense sucks. Since week 9, they are 27th in net yards per pass attempt.
Well, they made the mistake and paid their pass rusher.
They did. That's right. They made the mistake.
We were ahead of the curve. Pay the D tackles.
So I don't know. Like I think Vegas is kind of buying into the Cowboys defense a little bit. That's why this number is a little bit low. I think this is ripe for an over. I love the over here at 53.5. And of course, it's going to come in at 21-14. And it's going to surprise us all. But that to me is just, that was like, okay, they bought in. They bought in because this number should be higher.
How much of it is potentially that Dallas just doesn't historically score very much on the road?
Could be.
And the fact that, I mean, Detroit has not been playing super well at home lately.
Could be. Could be a lot of it. I mean, they gave up a ton of points to the Giants at home.
Yep.
And they gave up a ton of points to the Packers at home.
Bobby, you were keeping your eye on a wide receiver and friend of the morning show, but he gone.
Yeah, I wanted Adam Thielen here. Adam Thielen had gotten released by the Vikings, and man, the Vikings gave up like a fourth and a fifth for him to basically get thrown the ball 11 times this year, and then he
I'm sorry, excuse me?
Get the ball thrown to him 11 times this year.
For the season?
Yeah.
Targets?
Yeah, he's not played hardly at all.
But is it actually 11?
Yeah, I think he's got 11 targets this year and like 7 catches.
Wow.
That's it. And so he wanted another opportunity. He said he requested his release. He had released this statement with the Vikings. It was like,
because this is supposed to be his final year.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the homecoming. So he has 18 targets this year, 8 catches, 69 yards. So he's basically getting targeted once or twice a game is all that he's gotten. But I wanted Thielen here because I still think Thielen, if you're talking about as a third down threat, as a red zone player, as somebody who, when all the attention is on Pickens and Lamb and you need a reliable set of hands on third down and somebody to get open on a 3rd and 7, he can still do that. And so I would have been all for it. He ended up getting claimed by Pittsburgh, which obviously put a damper on things a little bit. But I believe Dallas should have been ahead of Pittsburgh in the waiver wire, which means they just didn't put in a claim for him. And so I could have seen a use for him because Kevontae Turpin, I don't trust his hands at this point. And
he recovered a fumble.
Ryan Flanoy is obviously somebody that they like and that they're starting to have a better opinion of and give more trust to. I just look at it and go, give me somebody like that, a veteran who I can trust on third down. I absolutely would have taken that here.
And speaking of the waiver wire and the Pittsburgh Steelers, big play Slay is now out there.
Darius Slay got released by the Steelers, which it's never a good thing when a team in the middle of a playoff fight is releasing a player like Darius Slay. That should probably tell you that he's been pretty awful. So I haven't watched him this year. I have no idea how, studying him, if he's been any good or anything else.
The numbers, 58 PFF.
The numbers don't look like he's very good. When you look at the fact that just total EPA allowed when targeted, which is expected points added, basically how much you're allowing a team to get closer to winning the football game. He, raw value, has allowed the 4th most in the NFL this year. Now, the only difference is that he's been targeted a lot, so when you break it up by target, it's a little more efficient. It's not nearly as bad as it looks right there, but he's been about twice as efficient this year as Trayvon Diggs has been. He's still been more efficient than Triquez Bridges by that metric, and so when I look at it, I'm like, go ahead and kick the tires. See, not somebody to come in here and start, not somebody to take over, but if you need corner depth, I mean, when Deron Bland went down, they were looking at that thinking they had 2-3 healthy corners at that point. Go ahead, make a claim or investigate Darius Slay. I would be in favor of at least kicking the tires on him.
Jake Ferguson once again producing radio gold yesterday on the G-Bag Nation.
So Zach Walchuk was wanting to confront him a little bit about his touchdown catch. Not really confront him, but they
confront a Cowboy?
No, Zach doesn't confront typically, but Zach was pressing him a little bit, just say man, we thought we were going to get your celebration from you here. You're going to jump in the kettle for us, but they stole that touchdown from you. And
he did jump in the kettle.
Jake Ferguson made a great point, though, about his touchdown catch and why it should have counted.
Okay, so the thing about that one, that catch, it was funky not getting my second foot down and then the 2 left. I asked the ref, and he was like, you didn't get enough, Shin. So then I was confused, and then I come in after the game, and I'm like, if I catch a ball on our own 99-yard line and I hop on my
Stop.
left foot all the
This is why, right there, you cannot have athletes tell you who the best player in the sports are. They don't even know what their own yard lines are called. We can't have this, guys.
If I catch it on our own 99.
I still like when we were interviewing him and he was trying to reference the U.S. Geological Survey for earthquakes.
Yeah.
And he said, it's the geography building.
Yeah, the geography.
Yeah, I love him.
Oh, Wisconsin.
So then I was confused, and then I come in after the game, and I'm like, if I catch a ball on our own 99-yard line, and I hop on my left foot all the way down and score, that isn't a touchdown? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that's a great point. Exactly.
That's kind of a question, no?
It's a good point. He got the left foot down twice.
That's an RJ Choppyism right there.
It's a fantastic point. That would be brutal, I think, to hop on 1 foot 100 yards.
Oh, that's a shin splint.
Oh,
That's
God.
a shin splint.
You'd be dead. You wouldn't be able to walk for a week. I hate because, all right, the same foot twice is less than 1 foot and 3/4 of a shin.
Which I still think, that was the thing I was about to ask you. Did you think that should have been overturned? I thought if it was called touchdown on the field, I thought there was enough of a question of was his shin down that they shouldn't have overturned it.
I was half deep in something while drinking with the family. But I don't remember at the time saying, oh, my God, the Cowboys are robbed. They got screwed.
I think that was a letter of the law play, and it was like, okay, this is the rule. Well, this is how we're going to rule this.
Speaking of pass catchers, RJ Choppy hopped in the studio. He just didn't know it to sing love and praise to his new favorite player.
It's an original song.
Yeah, I like it.
I used to love my woman, Lord, I swear I really did. So George Pickens lost a coin, now she's somewhere with the kids. I ain't proud of what I'm feeling, I ain't saying it's okay, but that man turned the sled route into Judgment Day. I got his jersey on and hang like it's made of solid gold. Now I dust it every morning like it's 40 years old. My buddies say I'm losing it, my preacher says it's wrong, but he ain't seen George levitate to snag a 50-yarder long. Cause I love George Pickens more than brisket on a Friday, more than Jerry loves attention, more than Dad loves playing highway when he jumps up for football, and my heart just falls apart. My wife says Pickens over me, and I said, baby, that ain't smart, cause the Lord put Pickens in my heart.
A lot of religious imagery.
Oh my gosh.
And when he signs that big extension, I'll be crying in a car, cause the Lord put George Pickens right here in my Cowboys loving heart.
I never knew I could sing like that.
We didn't either.
Wow.
We didn't either.
Spittle was like, I thought that was him.
Please.
Well, that shows you how much Spittle listens. Have the Dallas Stars actually been great and unlucky? Last night on the ice, a heartbreaker in New York. Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But what happens when the
Hayden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3, the fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back out for Artemi Panarin. Panarin shoots, kicked out, rebound, score! Gavrikov with the overtime winner!
That hurt, even though Glenn Gulletson said we did not deserve more than the point that we got, and we got that point because of Casey DeSmith, who was in goal again because Jake Ottinger woke up ill. But the Dallas Stars lose to the Rangers in overtime at the Garden, and this thing gets tied up with 2 minutes left in the third.
Yeah, and look, and then you get to the overtime, and in the NHL, the 3-on-3 is so wild. It's like every single possession, it is edge of your seat because, like, there's so much space. There's so much space. That's exactly what happened. Space got caught. You had a rebound on that second goal, tough rebound there that was able to get through, and that's what gave them the Rangers the tying goal. But I thought going into this, man, like they've really been a little unlucky as a team. Because going into this game, they had won. They were 8-1-1 in their last 10. They actually lost ground to Colorado.
After 8-1-1.
After 8-1-1. Colorado was 9-0-1. They actually lost ground. And they're playing so high-level hockey, and they've got to we are already set up on a collision course to have the toughest first-round matchup in the league. Because the way it is like, you know, you're going to, the second and third place teams in the division play each other. And, you know, the Stars right now, I think, line up with the Wild. And the Wild have more points than anybody in the Pacific. So it's like they're facing, the Stars are the second best team in the West, points-wise. And they'd be facing the third best team in the West the first round.
Wow.
It's just stupid. It's just, I don't like it. I get it. They're trying to create these rivalries. All I think you're doing is you're cannibalizing yourself. And, you know, that's why it is so. They're also trying to make the regular season more important, and this does, right? Because Colorado in first, they would get the last wild card, so they could get the fifth place team in the Pacific if that's how it shakes out. So they're really trying to make the regular season mean something by having these teams fight to get the overall #1. But what it does is when you've got two elite teams in the same division, like you do here, you're really kind of screwing the second place team.
Stars picked up a point for the 11th straight road game. 11th straight road game, but another injury. Tyler Seguin goes down in an awkward collision just over a minute 30 into the first period. Had to be helped off the ice and did not return. Again, Gully called out the effort. I did not love it. And they were outshot in the third period 18-4. 18-4. The penalty kill, though, has been terrific, killing 36 of the last 39 opponent power plays, and they don't get any rest because they'll be going up against the Devils in New Jersey tonight.
They did not deserve to win, though. 31%, according to Monty Puck. Nope, 31% on the deserve to win meter.
The Tyler hit. It almost reminded me a little bit of the Thanksgiving Amon-Ra one, where it kind of rolled up on from the side. This was more from a little bit from behind, but it's like with the amount of padding they have and the socks, it's harder to see the whole leg just kind of buckle the way it does. You can see it in the NFL.
You guys have been sending a good amount of Battle of the Sexes stories to me over the past couple of weeks. I think we have a tennis match that's going to be Battle of the Sexes.
It's December 28th.
Bobby Riggs.
Nah.
No. Sabalenka, my girl. I love her. Sabalenka. And then the bad boy of tennis.
Yeah.
Is it Kyrgios?
Yeah.
Kyrgios, how you say it?
Nick Kyrgios.
Nick Kyrgios.
That was a Mr. song.
Yes, absolutely. I don't know what he's talking about.
Curie.
But I just wanted to agree with you. But they're going to have a battle of the sexes. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
We know what's going to happen. It all matters is how much. And this is the thing with all these. How much is. Obviously, she wants to win. He's going to want to win. How much is he trying? That's it. We
also had Jay Will on Pat Beverly's podcast talk about his high school team, and then he said, "Yeah, I would. I'd lose to one of the female MMA fighters, but I'd also hit her with a bat.
That's right, with a bat.
They getting hit with a bat, but that's Jay Will being like, no, my Randy Moss high school team would work these girls. Well, a loss for the fellas, as an internet troll went at this WNBA rookie who got drafted by the Sparks, and he said, there's not a single WNBA player alive that could beat me one-on-one. Well, it was Sarah Ashley Barker, and she was a star at Georgia. Then she transferred to Alabama.
She get hit with a bat.
Twice named first team All-SEC, and the Sparks took her, 6-foot guard, with the 9th overall pick in the 2025 draft. She scored 3 points a game to go along with 2 rebounds. And they got out on the floor. And she wiped the floor with him 11-2. Absolutely beat him down, forced him to give the social media apology. So a loss for the male versus female basketball fight that has been recently happening.
Lonzo Ball's been talking trash recently. He also said he was on Michael
Lonzo?
Porter. Yeah, Lonzo. He was on Michael Porter Jr.'s podcast, and he's like, I'll be honest, high school Lonzo's going crazy in the WNBA. I'm putting up 50 probably. Like they are just they're all checking Pat Bev. They're not getting which is interesting.
Pat Bev was being fake.
Yeah, because I mean he clearly believes that he can beat women, and so we know that that's a thing for Pat Bev.
But she get hit with a bat.
I can't stop with that. It's so great. It's the accent.
Yeah,
it's the accent.
That West Virginia.
Yeah,
but this is a one-on-one loss.
One-on-one loss. I mean, this guy could be a regular one of us. We would get worked by the WNBA players. Worked.
Yeah.
If he's like a current 6A, if he plays for Duncanville, he'll work the WNBA.
Okay, so you still believe a 6A great high school player.
What age is the best men's or boys basketball player losing to a WNBA player then?
The best?
Yeah, because you said high school, obviously, like a high school senior at Duncanville who's the best player, he would still work. So who's what
7th
age?
grade.
7th. So it wasn't Cooper Flagg 8th grade when he finally beat his mom, or she claimed my knee, can't finish the game. Sorry, you never beat me.
The best 8th grader.
All right, we have misinformation and poetry from Bobby Belt. We have a Dave Chappelle ticket giveaway coming up in the 720 commercial-free expressway, along with our Lions Insider.
Yeah, sharing fake news or getting duped by misinformation on
Wesley Steinberg the other night with Abdul Carter watching porn with his headphones unplugged.
Yeah, does that speak to misinformation, or does that speak more to just people thought that was reasonable that Abdul Carter would have done that? There's also Abdul Carter set a certain standard there. No, young people, it turns out.
By the way, Aiden took me down a path yesterday.
Where'd you go?
We had Aiden in for Ask Reddit.
Okay.
It went as great as he thought it would.
I imagine.
And he was asked, what's the website that's gone away that you miss the most? And he said, The Hub. And I was like, well, where do you go now? And he goes, Twitter. And I said, what? What are you talking about? And all the guys were telling me that you can just go and search Twitter video scenes. And I'm like, no, you can't.
Oh, my God.
Well, I had on the safeguard or the security setting on mine, and I took it off.
Uh-huh.
And my God.
Really?
It's a whole new world.
Did you find you realize years later, oh, that song has a cuss word in it? I only listened to the radio version for all this time. I didn't realize there were foul words.
I can't believe it. So I don't have to go to these Russian websites anymore?
Take off your take off your Twitter. Take off your Twitter safe setting. Don't do it right now. But
I was just showing about my phone.
Yeah, don't be on the work Wi-Fi, please.
I'm on my hotspot. Don't worry, I'm on my hotspot.
Yeah, it is a hotspot.
Wi-Fi's not working.
But misinformation, typically that has been thought of in the internet ages. That's an old man sin. You know, it's going to be, you're going to get the elderly person who's duped by misinformation and was super gullible, believes everything they read on the internet. Well, as it turns out, this is an equal problem on the other end of the spectrum as well. New research shows that 11 to 17-year-olds could not reliably recognize the signs that included whether or not a post was genuine. They're finding that teenagers get duped by misinformation just as much as a 70-year-old would or anything else. And they're supposed to be very tech-savvy and know all these social cues.
Listen, they probably get duped more.
Look, this qualifies for people our age as well.
Yes, absolutely.
My brother and my best friend send me 3 or 4 stories a week, and I'm like, I want to insult their intelligence, and I do, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, am I just more savvy to it because of our job? Because if I hit retweet, I'm going to get made fun of, and it's going to come back and haunt me a lot more than my rando friend who is not sitting there talking to a radio audience.
Right.
And what are your top 2 or 3 tells? What are your top 2 or 3 tells in investigating, whether it's Centel or it's a lot of news stories too? Like I call my buddy Jake a conspiracy theorist because he's never sending me like a Daily Mail story. It's always from someplace on the web, the deep, dark.
Yeah.
The first tell is usually like, does this even sound reasonable? If it sounds ridiculous.
Yeah. Like, did you think for a second the Abdul Carter thing was real?
Like when I read that, no. Like, I mean, when it's out there, I'm just kind of like, at first I was like, what? And I was like, wait, hold on, let me see who this is. Because that's the new move, is what that guy did. You post like a middle-aged looking guy with like a professional headshot.
And a blue check mark.
Yep. And people just start retweeting those things. And you
have like 24 million views.
Yeah,
and if you put in your profile that like New York Post writer, people don't even go look to see if you are. They're just like, oh, he is. And they hit it. But no, usually it doesn't even sound reasonable. That's why everybody was so sure, like, Shams' act with the Luka trade. Because it's like, that doesn't even sound reasonable. That's got to be fake. But yeah, it's usually that, and then immediately I just look at how are they spelling their name. What's the Twitter handles? The Twitter handles, are they using weird characters to like trick a lowercase L or something?
Matt 029364. You know, like that's a bot.
Yeah,
you're a bot, right? I just assume everything's fake now. I think that's the safest way to go about it. Because everything, especially on Instagram, like on Twitter, I don't necessarily think.
Wait till you see Bobby's videos in the commercial break.
Yeah, I don't.
Not on Twitter.
I don't.
Wait till you see these.
I can't wait to show you. I don't think that I don't see as much AI on Twitter necessarily as I do on Instagram. Instagram and TikTok, it feels like every video is AI generated. It's crazy.
It's really hard to tell. It's getting really hard to tell the AI videos. Like, that's because that's going to be the thing we have trouble with the most. We'll be figuring out whether that video we just saw was real.
Why is RJ fighting? UNT is causing fights all over the place. Choppy is fighting with Denton, and something broke out last night between Fred and Blake, how UNT is causing radio station fights. The college football kegger after the CFP last to final penny ultimate rankings. It's all coming up along with the Dave Chappelle ticket giveaway after this.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
I will start off the college football kegger, even with the return of RJ Choppy here on Sean and RJ. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt and you with the Hump Day edition, a Dave Chappelle ticket giveaway coming up in the 720 Expressway. We have an Electric Lions insider at 720. We'll chop it up at 740. Power rankings at 8, and Brian Schottenheimer live at 8:20 this morning. The CFP rankings out last night. Ohio State 1, Indiana 2. Georgia 3, Texas Tech 4, Oregon 5. Ole Miss does not get penalized. You thought they would drop.
I thought they would. That's a brain drain they got there. Now they did. You notice this? They slyly said, "You know what? We'll let you use the OC that we're taking."
Yeah, Lane's like, we decided to go ahead and send him back. And I told the committee that beforehand, so Ole Miss did not get punished too much.
Yeah. I was a little surprised they didn't drop them because in their bylaws it says any change to the team, player, coaches, whatever.
Yeah.
And when you have a coach, the head coach, the offensive coordinator, the wide receiver coach, the associate AD, the strength coach, I mean, you got so much infrastructure that's leaving.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
I think they need to change the bylaws to remove the coaching aspect of it because that just punishes the kids.
Punishes the kids. It absolutely does.
And why did he have to take that amount of staff right now?
I know.
You know what I mean? Like, you leave, it's one thing.
Sure.
But you give the ultimatum, allegedly, that you better get on the plane. And you got to wipe out Ole Miss of their staff before the game.
It's a brilliant move. They weren't going to let him go, so he goes, make a decision now. So they all had to make a decision. Their whole offensive staff leaves. Now, Charlie Weiss Jr. is going to be allowed to go call plays for Ole Miss. So that'll be Lane Kiffin's little spy. Like, I got you to commit to me. They can't do anything. They can't just run without an offensive coaching staff. So go over there and keep working on those kids for me. Tell them to come over here to Baton Rouge.
You know, I guess if you're Charlie Weiss Jr., if you're some of the other coaches, you want security, job security, right? And then, so that's why you would want to go with Lane because he's going to give you a job. But yeah, I agree. It's like, why did you have to do this right now? And that's the thing, and that's one of the things that they need to change. Nick Saban has been on this. A lot of people have. Just change the schedule.
Yeah.
Right? Push signing day back to February where it always was. For 100 years, it was on February, the first Wednesday of February. We did it at the Super Bowl.
And these idiots could get more coverage in a dead period.
Yeah.
That's what the NFL has mastered.
Right.
Okay, so the playoffs are done. Well, we go to the combine.
Right.
And the combine's done, and then we go to the next thing. Like, they've covered almost 12 months of the NFL calendar, and these morons want to sit here and have us cover signing day today while we're reacting to the CFP rankings.
To the CFP rank. So the day after the CFP, one of the most, obviously the most important one is next week's, but like this one tells you, this one gives you a lot of like kind of breadcrumbs to follow. So one of the most important CFP rankings, you're going to talk about it. You got NFL football tomorrow, right? There's always sports stuff going on. Chris Paul gets cut in the middle of the night, right? But here we are on signing day, and why? Like, save this for February.
By the way, Tolo Madden Oleg sent me a correction when I said, Lane, I guess, could have told LSU, I'll just go ahead. We have a wink-wink deal. Although with Lane, is there such a thing? But they said no.
He winks to the co-eds.
Ole Miss and the yoga instructors.
Right.
No, it was Ole Miss who gave the ultimatum of you need to decide right now.
Sure. Yeah, and that's true. And like, you know, maybe they could have let him stay.
They knew. I think it's because they anticipated that's what Lane would have done. He tells LSU, hey, I'm going, but I'm not going to tell them because I can't let them know. I need to be in this building. I need to be doing everything I can to move things over. And that's why Ole Miss was like, dude, you got to tell us now what you're doing.
So Ole Miss stays at 6, Texas A&M at 7, the Sooners 8, Alabama 9. Bobby has a problem with that, of course, because it's the Crimson Tide. Notre Dame at 10, BYU 11. And then the Miami Hurricanes squeezing out the Longhorns, and a lot of balls for you to come in here with that Tennessee Cup next to me after what my Commodores did to y'all on Saturday. Texas 13, Vanderbilt 14.
To be clear, well, I'll let Choppy get his jab back because he.
There's no jab. There's no jab.
You can't jab back.
Put his gloves up then to defend.
I don't talk trash on my sports. Right, on my sports team, so I don't accept trash talk, so I didn't even hear what he said. What did he say?
To be fair, I don't have a problem with it being the Crimson Tide. Alabama's got a good team. Alabama, I think, is probably better than Notre Dame.
You have a problem with.
Yeah, it's a process thing. You should have had Notre Dame behind Alabama the last several weeks if that's how you felt, because there was nothing last weekend that said, gotta jump Notre Dame. If you thought Notre Dame was ahead of Alabama last week, you have to have them ahead of them this week, other than you're just protecting them against a Georgia loss.
Bigger problem with that, or with the fact that Miami has been behind Notre Dame this whole time?
I don't know. Notre Dame, I do think, has been given too much credence, but at least they've been consistent. They've been consistent about it. Like, they say Notre Dame's better than Miami.
How do you feel about 10, 11, 12? Who should actually be there? Because I feel like you were throwing out some Vandy support over the weekend.
Well, yeah, I mean, like...
And by the way, and my family, my godson is going to disown me. I hope this clip does not get back to him. Diego Pavia is the favorite for the Heisman?
Dude,
does that seem weird to any? And I'm Commodores. I'm Vanderbilt. And I've watched every game. But to me, that's a little bit of an indictment on the state of college football. Like, Diego's numbers have been fantastic here as of late, and he's running around too. But I got to be honest. I have to be honest. I'm not sitting there watching saying that is the best player in college football. Or maybe his numbers, he's the favorite. He's the betting favorite.
Yeah, he's a wonderful, limited overachiever. Right? He's a massive overachiever. Size, recruiting. I mean, he's a JUCO player, right? I think all that plays into the story. And there is no standout. There is no standout this year.
I feel like Mendoza would not.
Mendoza's third.
Mendoza would not win most years, but I feel like Mendoza's the one that I would go to. I feel like that's the guy who's done the most impressive things throughout the season.
So there are two things here. One, Vandy has as many wins against ranked opponents as Indiana and Oregon combined.
The problem with Vandy's wins, the problem with their top wins compared to like Texas, the teams that Vanderbilt beat plummeted.
Yes.
And the teams that Texas beat ascended, or they're just more impressive right now.
Texas has 3 wins against top 10 teams at the time they played them.
Yeah.
They
like the Aggie win is not going to be diminished.
No.
It was like perfect timing.
And the OU win gets boosted all the time.
Yep.
And the Vandy win got boosted. Right?
Yes.
Vandy's considered. So they've got 3 wins now against what, the top 12?
Vandy
top
beat
14?
LSU.
Yeah.
Okay, who cares? I'm trying to remember the other top ones.
In terms of ranked teams that Vandy's beat, well, they beat Missouri and they beat Tennessee.
Yeah.
And they beat LSU.
They beat South Carolina. And South Carolina kind of spiraled after that.
Right, but they were all ranked at the time, right? So, that's...
So how do you view it? We ask this question all the time. You view the top 10, top 15 victory in the moment, or what the team became?
In the moment is tough. I don't like that because let me rephrase that. I don't like it at the beginning.
Like if you beat the 11, at the end, you still beat the 11.
If you
the 11 became 30.
See, if you beat the 11 in week 1, 2, or 3, when these stupid preseason rankings are out, I don't consider that the same as beating the 11th ranked team in week 12.
Right.
Sure. Or week 10. So I think you got to look at it, what those teams kind of became. But
so who do you think should be out amongst like 10, 11, 12 and in? Or are you pretty much fine with it?
I'm okay. Look, I'll say this. BYU is not better than Texas. They're not.
No, but I mean, that's going to take care of itself.
It is.
In all likelihood.
Miami is not better than Texas. Notre Dame is not better than Texas. Are they better than Vandy?
What about UNT as you're fighting with people?
Okay, yeah. We'll just do it. We'll just do it. I'm sorry. We just have to stop giving playoff spots to James Madison and Tulane and UNT and BYU and Virginia. So none, and I know the 11 band nerds at UNT are going to get ready to take some heat from me because I gave the heat to the Horned Frogs a couple of years ago. And I gave the heat to the SM Who Mustangs. All right? And now I'm giving heat to you, North Texas Lean Green. Wow. All right? That's what I'm going to do. Y'all don't deserve to be in the playoff. You will get run. It is bad for the sport. You are going to go to Texas A&M. You are going to go to Georgia in the first game, and you're going to lose by 40. That's the reality. It's bad for the sport. And you know what's worse? Is the stupid ACC. That's worse than all of them. Because we have a chance of a 7-5 Duke team winning the conference championship. And that means that you're going to get,
I really hope Josh Clark doesn't clip this. It's not going to be good for our comments on Instagram.
JMU is going to wind up sneaking in. Or you're going to have we're going to have 2 group of 5.
Choppy.
The moment that Duke beats Virginia, we're going to have 2 group of 5 in the playoffs, and that's a bad do you take. Want the best 12 or the 12 or you want the best 12 teams in?
I don't worry about 11 and 12 nearly as much as I worry about the overall health of college football, which is the overall health of college football. If you want to create more Boise State-like programs,
I don't.
You let no, you do.
More Alabama's.
You do.
Why would I want to create more Boise State?
He's a cult.
Yeah, that's true. You are an SEC cultist.
What's the point of them participating? What's the point of them playing?
Filling out the schedule, baby.
You
schedule fillers.
You mentioned it.
Man.
That you've got the whole like when you talk about UNT, you say, oh, they're going to get run. What's the point anyway? The point is today. The point is today is that North Texas is in the conversation. North Texas, those margins of them trying to get somebody to flip or them trying to get a commit or them trying to build out their roster, especially in an era of NIL where they are going to just dwarf you with money. Like this is an advantage that you have for your program.
I know, I get it, and I respect that, and I apologize that I have the very unique take
Doesn't sound like
that
you
the
respect
University
it at all.
of Texas would beat North Texas in a football game.
Nobody disagrees with that.
I'm sorry that I have that very unique take, but if you want to have Greg Sankey and Petiti, the Big Ten, the SEC,
get rid of the 16 seeds in the NCAA tournament.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. You never get used. You never get what was it, UCBM or UCMB or whatever it was.
If you want to warp speed Greg Sankey and Petiti into saying, okay, we're going to cut out the ACC and the Big 12, and we're just going to make our own 2 super conferences. If you want to warp speed that, get 2 group of 5s in and have them lose 65-7.
RJ Chalky, that's his new nickname.
By the way, Neil Brown, according to Pete Thamel, Neil Brown is finalizing a 5-year deal to become the next coach at North Texas. 10 years of head coaching experience, 35-16 at Troy, 37-35 at West Virginia. His vast head coaching experience apparently appealed to the UNT brass. They think they can keep that momentum going. Neil Brown, RJ.
Look, they lost a tremendous coach. And they were not going to be able to replace him with somebody that I don't think they were going to replace him with somebody who'd never coached before, because they did want to try to keep the momentum going. It's a tough spot. It's a real tough spot for them to be in, because they're going to get gutted because the quarterback's gone, right? He's probably going to follow the head coach. I would.
Neil Brown, Peyton.
I'm all in.
Excited?
I'm all in. Big 12 coach, man. I'm all in for it. No, I mean, it's going to be another cycle thing. We're going to get a coach who's going to do well. We're going to develop a team, and then they're going to be in the playoffs this year, North Texas is. But Neil Brown, I like it right now.
Also, so happy for this. Joey McGuire agrees to a 7-year contract to stay in Lubbock. The annual salary rises to over $7 million by the end of the deal. You got incentives that could push it higher. Bobby, you're still questioning?
I think I'm not questioning Joey McGuire. I think he's really, really good.
Yeah.
But to me, it's like somebody who's
question the salary.
Somebody who's doing what he's doing. I would think they might command like a higher payday than that right out of the gate. I'm just like, there's all this competition. Right. The fact that he's only making $7 million makes me wonder if Tech views him as, you're the bus driver of Cody Campbell's program.
Well, they seem to have something working, right?
But I just wonder if they look and they go, the recruiting is Cody Campbell and it's his money.
Yeah.
And so like Joey McGuire, we're glad you're here and you've done a good job coaching, but the recruiting aspect, we could get anybody to come in here and coach, because recruiting, we got that handled.
Broadus weighs in. Love the discussion. Notre Dame is the Cowboys of college football when it comes to national eyes. They're going to protect Notre Dame at all costs. I
don't think he's wrong. I mean, that's why if I'm Texas Tech, I'm not putting my fate in the hands of the committee. I'm gonna whoop BYU the way I did, a couple of weeks ago.
College football kegger right here on Sean and RJ with Choppy back. Brian Schottenheimer at 8:20. We also have a Dave Chappelle ticket giveaway coming up, along with chopping it up at 7:40. But first, Lions insider that Bobby said we have to get on. Dave Burkett joins us from Detroit in the commercial-free expressway next.
is that? Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it sometimes called?
That's brought to you by the on-time experts, and the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
We're going over our list of Lions guests for the week. Who should we get on the official home of the Dallas Cowboys? And Bobby said, there's one guy. We have to get Dave Burkett from the Detroit Free Press. Jake Rietma used to live and work in Detroit. He said, yes, that is the guy to go to as well. So that's who we have right now on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. How are you going to get a better intro than that, Dave?
I appreciate it. Sounds like my mom wrote it, but no, man, I appreciate it. Very kind of you guys.
Is Amon-Ra going
Jake's
to...
doing well down there, too. So
Who? What's that?
Rietma. Hope he's doing well.
He's listening in the hallway, so I'm sure that just made him very, very giddy. Is Amon-Ra going to play?
Man, I don't know. I mean, he said yesterday that he doesn't even know right now. He said he's probably going to take that decision to game time. He hasn't done anything this week. Saw him walking in the locker room. He looked pretty good. He didn't have any sort of noticeable limp. It's a low ankle sprain. It's not a high ankle sprain. So, but man, he was in a lot of pain the other day, and the Lions have, they got 10 days of rest after this one. So it might make sense to keep him if he's not 100%, or if he's going to be limited in any way, to hold him out and let him get healthy for the Final Four. But they need this win just like the Cowboys. So I don't think we'll know here for another 24 hours or so.
Dave, the Ben Johnson Lions offense versus this one is different in what ways?
Well, this one's not as good. I mean, no, look, they miss Ben, and they miss him a lot, and you see what's happening in Chicago, and, a lot of Lions fans are frustrated right now. I've even got, plenty of tweets and emails saying we let the wrong guy go. We should have fired Dan and kept Ben, which is unrealistic. Of course, Dan Campbell, one of the better coaches around, but that just tells you the level of angst they have about this offense. I think what it is, excuse me, this offense hasn't been as explosive, and it hasn't been as consistent. Like last year, things just felt easy. When the Lions didn't score, it was almost an upset. It was kind of like, what's going on? We should be scoring every drive. And now this year, when they do score, when they do put some of these big plays together, it's like, oh wow, like that's a surprise to us. And so that's really the biggest thing, is like they have been unable to generate those big plays on a consistent basis. And some of that is due to the offensive line not being quite as good. Some of that is due to the play calling. But, the Lions miss Ben Johnson a whole heck of a lot.
Has the offense been any different when Dan took over the play calling?
Well, that first week, they had a lot more success against Washington. And, some of that was probably due to the bump that Dan gave them. And I think, Dan put it well when he said, he just kind of knows what he wants and what he wants this offense to look like. And, so I think there is a little bit of a faith and a trust in Dan that maybe John Morton, the guy they hired to replace Ben Johnson, was still building. So, that's part of it. But, the last couple of weeks, it really hasn't. I mean, they've struggled on fourth downs here in their last 3 games. They're 0 for their last 7 on fourth downs. They, some of the offensive line issues that they had early in the season, those haven't gone away just because Dan's calling plays. So there's still a lot that this Lions offense has to figure out, even though I do think they're in a little bit better spot with Dan calling plays.
How are the fans taking the fourth down aggressiveness this year? I mean, obviously, like it's fun, but it almost seems like he's kind of backed himself into a corner where he has to go for it on fourth down all the time.
Yeah, and part of that is like the belief that he's instilled in the locker room with hey, we're going to win this on our terms, or we're going to get this on our terms. I trust you to get it, and if you don't get it, I trust the defense to get a stop. And if you all of a sudden go away from that, does that mean you have less trust in some of those guys? I don't know. So I like the aggressiveness on fourth down, and I think, analytically it's, he's largely like hit on the right, decisions. Now he's said himself that some of the play calls haven't been the best, and he'd like do-overs on some of those. And guys, if you look at the numbers, honestly, they're converting about the same rate of fourth downs this year than they were in 21 and 22 and 23. Last year was a little bit higher because they were so good. So I think the one thing that fans are frustrated by is, you didn't have Amon-Ra last week for most of the game. Sam Laporta is out. That offensive line isn't quite as good. So they think maybe you should play a little bit different when your personnel doesn't allow you to convert some of those.
We're talking with Dave Burkett from the Detroit Free Press here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, Dave, so, we saw the news about Frank Ragnow. It looked like he was going to be coming back. Then he was shut down for the year with an issue. And it feels like there's been a lot of just issues on the interior of the offensive line for Detroit this season. Is that the biggest concern for Detroit on offense right now, is just how leaky that appears to be right now?
Yeah, the line, look, the Lions had one of the better lines in football the last couple of seasons, and it just hasn't been as good this year. And a lot of that is due to the the moving parts and some of the new bodies on the offensive line. They moved their left guard, Graham Glasgow, to center. I don't know what you think about the PFF ratings, but, he's one of the lowest graded guys there, and they've had two, first-year starters for the most part playing at guard. And so, they had some communication issues there. They just haven't been quite as sound with some of the protection. And, when defenses get on, Jared Goff, he's not the most mobile quarterback. And so, that's the big fear this week with Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark inside. Kenny's a guy that the Lions respect a ton from the years that they played against him in Green Bay. Everyone knows how good Quinnen is. And so if they can be disruptive and they can, I think what the Lions want to do is control the game, control the clock, run the ball with Jahmyr Gibbs. That sets up some of the big plays. If the Cowboys can stop that, I think it's going to be hard for the Lions to win on Thursday.
Should we be thinking or looking a lot at Jahmyr Gibbs at receiver with his pass catching ability, especially if St. Brown doesn't play?
Yeah, that's a very distinct possibility. He had a game earlier this year. We had 10, 11 catches, whatever it was, and they've certainly used him that way. Now, some teams, because of the interior pressure, the Lions have had to keep him or keep David Montgomery, whoever it is, inside to help in pass protection a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see how the Lions choose to attack Dallas because, look, they have, especially if Amon-Ra doesn't play, they have two good playmakers and everyone else is just a guy, and that's Jahmyr Williams and Jamison Williams, and they need to get the ball in those guys' hands as much as possible.
Dave, here in Dallas, we're kind of looking at this as like every single game the rest of the way they got to win, or pretty close to it. So every week is going to feel very much to this fan base like kind of a do or die game. What's the mood or the temperature in Detroit right now? Are people approaching this game saying like, hey, if they lose this game, their season might be screwed, or is there a greater optimism about, hey, they still got time to rally and catch this?
Yeah, no, it's exactly the same. I mean, especially this game this week, it feels like a must-win. People are talking about it as a must-win. Maybe not so much in the locker room. I mean, they acknowledge the urgency of the week, but you know how it is in the NFL, right? 5 games left, that's a long time. Anything can happen. But I do think among the fan base and among observers, this game strikes me and strikes a lot of people as being the team that wins has a pretty good shot to get a wild card. The team that doesn't has just got too many, teams that it's going to have to pass to make the playoffs. And so, yeah, I think the Lions, they need this game. They haven't lost back-to-back games in 3 years since midway through that 2022 season, but they haven't won back-to-back games here in more than 2 months, and that's been tough for the fan base to stomach.
Lions insider Dave Burkett joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Dave, Jerry Jones seems to put some added weight on this game. He joined us yesterday and referred to this as one of their rivalry games. And last year, Detroit put a beat down on him and on his birthday, and it left a sour taste in his mouth. But yeah. Does Dan Campbell view this game similarly when they go up against the Cowboys? Like, do you get the sense that this game means more to him having played here and having a relationship with Jerry Jones? Early on when Dan first got here, I think you got that sense from him that, hey, man, he was a specialist from Texas. He played for the Cowboys. That hasn't been, talk at all this week. And, somebody asked him, in fact, he's been asked about it a couple times this week, that game last year, and hey, maybe running up the score. Maybe it's maybe the Cowboys still feel from, that one and they want to put it on you guys a little bit and you have to prepare for that. And he said, look, man, this is, there is no hard feelings. There's no ill feelings. It happens. That's just part of the game plan. That's been his sort of, talking point since last year. But it certainly felt watching that game last year like the Lions had something to prove based on or coming off that disputed 2-point conversion catch game from a season earlier. And just from afar, I would think that the Cowboys feel the same way, that after taking the butt kicking the Lions put on them last year, that they want to give it to the Lions just as good.
Dave Burkett, Detroit Free Press, joining us on the home of the Cowboys via the D&M Leasing Hotline on 105 through the Fan. Dave, give us the scouting report on this Lions defense.
So, look, the Lions, early on in the season, they were playing really good ball defensively. They do a good job shutting the run down. They've got a pretty big defensive line. The two areas that they've lacked are, getting pressure on the quarterback. I mean, it's Aiden Hutchinson or no one really coming off the edge. Aleem McNeil has given them a little bit of a boost since his return on the inside. But, the Lions didn't have a sack last week. They had one against the Giants on the final play of the game. They just haven't been able to generate enough pressure to, consistently impact other teams' offenses. And then, two, they don't have a lot of playmakers right now. Kirby Joseph is not going to play again this week. Throw in the sacks or the lack of interceptions they haven't been taking the ball away at a high clip. And given the injuries they have in the secondary, no Kirby Joseph, no Terrion Arnold, it's going to be, especially against that Cowboys offense and those receivers and the way that Dak's throwing the ball, like the Lions need to get an extra possession for their offense. They need to do something to stop that passing game because they've been prone to giving up some points here lately, and things have sort of gone downhill since the middle of the season.
Who are the corners, and how do they match up against Lamb and Pickens?
Yeah, probably going to be DJ Reed, Amik Robertson to start. Not much size there. So, Pickens being a physical guy, I think, he'd be a guy that I'd look, the Cowboys to target some. Look, in those guys, DJ Reed played pretty good. He was playing good ball before he got hurt. He's only been back in the lineup a couple weeks now. And Amik Robertson, scrappy guy, they played him at nickel. They play him, on the outside. They kind of use him wherever they need to. So they've gotten both those players have played pretty well this year, but just from a matchup standpoint, I don't know how they're going to match up against Pickens and Lamb. I mean, one of the best receiving duos in the game, obviously. So certainly an advantage that goes in the Cowboys' favor. Lions play a ton of man-to-man defense, and that's been an issue too, because when they're not getting home, those cornerbacks will cover for a little bit, but ultimately you can't ask them to cover for 3.5 seconds and 4 seconds and expect them to get stops on every big play.
Do you have a feeling on this one with the way it goes?
Yeah, I mean, I filed my prediction last night, and I picked the Cowboys. I think I picked them by a touchdown. I don't, think this is going to be a blowout either way. I like the matchup for Dallas a little bit better. The interior defensive line against the Lions, interior offensive line, that's a check mark in Dallas's favor. The Lions have not blocked, interior pressure well this year. And again, the issues they have in the secondary and the lack of turnovers they've gotten, I think, the way the Cowboys have been throwing the ball, I think that could be trouble. The Lions, to me, they need to get that running game going. They need to keep, Dak and that offense off the field. They've been able to score some points. The Lions are still one of the highest scoring teams in the NFL, but sometimes they go through stretches where they really struggle to get in the end zone. And so if that happens at all, they fall behind the 8 ball there. They're playing from behind. They haven't had a lead in regulation the last 3 games. If that happens, I think it's going to be trouble tonight. Or Thursday night.
Dave, we talked about the angry Ben Johnson mail you've been getting. Your thoughts on the way it's gone for Aaron Glenn with the Jets? Are you surprised by his first year?
It's the Jets, right? I don't know that there's a ton to be surprised by. Yeah, no, look, I remember watching that. I think it was week 1. We're sitting in the press box watching that game, and the Jets seemed to find every way to lose that game. And there was another game or two where, they had the block kick that they returned late for a touchdown, and then they give up a game-winning score, at the end of that one. And so I think there's been some of those things that, Aaron hasn't been able to solve just from afar, and not having a quarterback, that's trouble. So it hasn't totally surprised me. I wish him well down there. I thought he did a really good job up here in Detroit, and the players certainly, appreciated and respected him. But that's a tough place to win, and if you don't have a quarterback, it's probably not going to last too long.
Reitma told Bobby the pizza place he has to hit when he lands today is Buddy's Pizza. Do you sign off on that?
Oh yeah, Buddy's. That's they call it Detroit style up here, right? Some thicker crust. It's good. In fact, I got a Buddy's frozen in my fridge right now, so I'll second that one. It's definitely a good place to hit.
Dave, thank you so much. We appreciate the time. Enjoy the game and the rest of the season.
All right, sounds good. We'll talk to you guys again.
Dave Burkett from the Detroit Free Press on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean and RJ. Power rankings at 8 o'clock. Brian Schottenheimer live at 8:20.
Boy, you hear that? Now the Detroit Riders are picking Dallas. Oh, the hype train's about to get going.
By 7.
Hype train's about to get going.
I'm sitting here looking on Underdog, and I'm like, what's the play here? Do I be safe with worse odds by taking the Cowboys and the points, or just picking the Cowboys straight up? I know what the better value play is, but what's the smarter play? And I think
is it still 3.5?
It is 3.5.
I think if the Cowboys keep it that close, they're going to win the game. I don't know how Detroit stops them. I think that, like I said, this is going to be 48-42.
So you feel best about the over?
Yes. This thing might hit the over by halftime.
The over is 53.5.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Small, and I'm going to do more Detroit watching today, but small corners against George Pickens, that sounds favorable.
Pickens is going to go for 140. Again, it'll be another 140-yard game. It'll be his fifth or sixth. And CD's he's stuck at like 8 or 9.
Let's hook you up. CD bought out on Thanksgiving.
I know. I'm still trying to pull. Trying to pull it apart.
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Dave Chappelle at the American Airlines Center on Friday, December 19th of this year. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
There is a stunner in this week's Power Rankings at 8 o'clock right here on DFW Sports Station. Shoddy at 8:20. Below the belt at 8:40. It's Hump Day. It's commercial free in the Expressway. By the way, another Chappelle giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour. Let's chop it up.
Oh.
Oh, no.
RJ Choppy. Here we go. Chop it up, 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 chop it up. Come on, choppy.
Very nice. Well done.
You got the two best intros, I think, on the station now.
Peyton had the best one for a while.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's thanks to people other than me.
Yeah.
Doing great work. So there you go. By the way, might be the best thing to do for this bet. Tease the points down. You could move them down 6 points. So now it becomes 47.5 on the over-under. And then tease the Cowboys to a 9.5-point dog and parlay that together.
Okay.
I could do it.
I've been saying that.
Shout out to Braden Smith. 8-year-old shot his first buck over the weekend. That's kind of cool. Buddy of mine's kid took it out of the first buck. I told him post that. That ought to create some headlines. That always works like that.
Throw it in the freezer next to the cat.
Hey, why not? Right? You got to eat those things when you take them down. But I need y'all's advice. So Sarah and I are talking about adding to our family.
I knew it. George Pickens Jr. GPJ.
Another animal.
Well, I would call it a child.
Well, we could call it that as a mammal. That's correct. We were thinking something with fur.
Oh.
Another dog.
So it could be an Italian. That's fine, right? I had some fur as a kid.
Hands moving back in?
Absolutely. So thinking about another dog. But, then we were like, She saw a video of this girl that had a pet raccoon.
No.
And I'm like, I don't know that you can domesticate a raccoon. I said, how about a squirrel?
Did you say it like that?
Say it again?
A squirrel.
I thought my dad said it funny with his Indian accent. Squirrel.
Squirrel. Yeah, so I was like, how about a squirrel? And she was like,
are you saying that for real right now?
It's 2 R's. Right? It's 2 R's,
Peyton,
right?
How do you say squirrel?
Squirrel.
That's normal.
Peyton says a word more normal than you do. That is insane.
Sounds like you're replacing the R. Yeah.
You sound like you're doing like Pink Panther or something. Like
squirrel. You're making it 2 syllables.
So I was like, all right, let's get one. She goes, okay. Like,
so she rolled her eyes at the squirrel, but the raccoon was fine.
The raccoon was fine. I was like, that sounds like something I would really like in the house.
But you all aren't being, you guys didn't have any serious discussion about a raccoon or a squirrel.
Well, we were just throwing this idea out, and I'm like,
and why do you want another dog?
For him to have something to play with.
Okay.
All he's doing is licking himself, and it's like, we need you somebody else to life. What?
Doesn't sound like a bad life.
Doesn't sound like a terrible life at all. But so she goes, and she was like, well, how about a hamster? I was like, all right, I got to go with a hamster. So she goes to the
dog's not going to play with a hamster.
No, that's
dog.
more for us. He would carry it around in his mouth. So she woke up. She went to like PetSmart or whatever, and she was looking at the hamsters. They're all asleep. So she didn't get to see any. So we didn't look at any.
What do you mean she didn't get to see any?
Well, they're all asleep. They're like inside their little cave.
Oh,
in the.
They weren't visible.
No, they weren't visible.
All right, so it's not like because they were asleep,
Right.
she couldn't assess their behavior.
They were in their little hole. Right?
Okay.
People are saying
she banged on the glass while people weren't looking.
She should have, right?
Yeah.
People are saying a rabbit, they're good. Pet skunk, no way. Oh no. So do we buy a hamster or a guinea pig? Or I mean, like, I don't
get another dog.
What about like the squirrel thing? Can I just go to a golf course and get one? Just go steal one from a golf course?
Just like you can't domesticate a raccoon, I don't think you could domesticate a squirrel.
Why?
And would you let the squirrel run around?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, let him run around. You can't let him out though, because if he gets out, he's gone. Like, you'll never catch him.
I don't know.
You just go to a golf course, and just take one.
I've not been. No, I don't. I would be stunned if you could.
Is that illegal?
Could you catch one? Do you think you could physically catch a squirrel?
There's a golf course in Fort Worth. They come up to you. Like they come up to you, you could feed them. You
just need some acorns. Get some
butter
acorns.
cracker, right?
Oh, something
like that.
Yeah, and then grab him by the neck.
Get another dog.
Yeah, I think we're gonna.
You said you're doing it so the dog has something to play with. He's not going to play with a squirrel. He's going to eat the squirrel. He's going to eat the hamster.
Wait for one to run in front of your car. And as squirrels like to do, they just like to stop and wait till you get really close. And then they start trying to run again because they're one of the dumbest animals ever, the way they do that. But then you just stop your car, park it, and then go out and then pick it up.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, look, we want something else. So maybe we'll do the shelter with the dog.
So
check
this is the kid replacement.
Yeah, for now.
This is the kid void.
Yeah, for now. We're still working on this.
My mom put the odds on the over that the Choppies are having a baby. She said it's going to happen. Yep. I told her about it.
Pickens keeps playing like that. Then
I could see it happen. All right.
Give me the percentage.
30 to 40%.
Ooh.
All right, not to be.
And when are you going to make your 45? When are you going to make the call? 46.
46.
When are you going to make the call?
Yeah, I like round numbers, maybe 50.
not to be too detailed or too behind the curtain.
Yes.
Is there anything that would prevent that? That is
like, is there still a goalie?
Is there a goalie? Is there anybody? There's a goalie. Then no. Then it's not even 40% right now.
He's more of a backup goalie.
You could go empty net at any moment.
Not as good as Casey DeSmith.
No, he's not. He's not as good as Casey DeSmith. He's more of a backup goalie. All right, chopping it up here on 105 through the Fed. I got concern about the bladder of Derek Holland. Played golf with him on Monday. Bad idea. 41 degrees. Started at 38 degrees. It was rainy, misty. But I told him I'd be up 3 shots on him by the 9th hole, and I was. And I choked, and I gave it away. But we won back on 18. We won it back. But I have concern about the bladder of Derek. I've never seen somebody urinate this many times in an 18-hole round. I mean, I'm talking on 11 of the 18 holes. He peed.
Really? Was he drinking?
No, he wasn't. Okay, and I've never seen. And I guess I've never seen a stream like this either.
What do you mean? I've never seen a stream.
This is one of the most impressive, thickest streams.
No, I understand, but like in your email, you're like, I was looking.
Well, I mean, it's like, this guy doesn't go into the woods. He gets out of the golf cart. He's got like 1 foot in the golf cart. Pants are down, stream.
Oh.
Right? It's like you just can't miss it.
Yeah.
And I mean, this was like, I'm 46. It doesn't come out the way it used to. Right? It's like an old man in a
you messy.
That's an old man in a urinal. This was incredible. And he's like, I drink a lot of water. And I'm like, you drink more water than a goldfish.
Yeah. How
much water are you drinking? And this guy's, if he goes 11 times in 18 holes, he's going 20 times a day.
John Mulaney used to have a bit talking about how he was trying to scam his doctor out of Xanax. And so he was going in there with a fake issue, and he had to come up with some sort of issue. And he's like, I'm peeing too much. And he said he got into the doctor's office, and they asked him, they said, how many times are you going? He said, I tried to pick a number that would warrant a doctor visit, so I said 11. Which is what you just said, 11 holes.
But this was in 5 hours.
And he said, that was too many times to say, because the doctor became panicked. And I just Googled it, and they said 11 times in a single round is well outside the normal range, and it's worth taking seriously.
He's peeing 20 times a day. He's going to the bathroom 100 times a week.
Holland's listening right now. I don't know if he expected this to be discussed and talked about as he's texting us. There's someone like this in the station. Jake Springer. I peed next to Springer the other. What? I mean,
old Jake.
The drug test.
Old Jake.
Beat the drug test. Yo, man, this was like Katrina in there. I said something to him. I said it. I said, "Whoa,
that's extreme."
He's like, "Yeah, man, I drink a lot of water." I'm like, "Yo, man." Like, I felt emasculated.
Absolutely.
I can't pee that hard.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like I'm not emasculated by anything.
Yeah.
Like a urination stream will emasculate me.
I know.
I was very impressed, but I'm a little concerned. I've got concern about the bladder of Derek, and that's where we sit right now. Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm just reading his text. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Green flags in a relationship. Green flags in a
Not red flags.
Not red flags. This is not even in a relationship. This is for you single guys out there. So this was posted on social media, and this is a woman who says, these are the green flags that I look for in a man's apartment. Okay. Now, tell me if you guys had any of these in your single life.
Bobby, currently.
Yeah.
Number one, expensive candles. I don't know what expensive candles means.
Yeah, you should
be
know.
the candle expert, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's $25.
I feel like all candles are expensive.
They are.
I could not even begin to tell you how much a candle costs.
Does it have to be the original price, or what if she got it on? What if I get it on discount? Or something?
Like your engagement or like your wedding band?
Exactly.
Like this coming Saturday, it's the first Saturday of December. That's when all the candles, those 3-wick candles, are third of the price.
Old school me would have thought, if I walk in and a guy's got $35, $40 candles, I'd be like, okay, this is not manly enough for me.
Yeah.
Or maybe she's impressed by the sophistication and he cares about how it smells.
Look, I don't care about the cost of the candle personally. I'm a 3-wick guy. If it's not a 3-wick candle, I don't think you get the proper scent. All right, I'm a 3-wick candle guy.
$70 or more, according to Google, is considered an expensive candle.
Yeah, dude, they're crazy.
Wow. Number 2, nice hand soap.
Okay. Sounds like she wants a
Sounds like she's dirty.
metrosexual.
Good save. I like that one.
Right?
We change soaps out by the season. I don't know if you guys do that. We have a winter scent, summer scent.
Don't do that. No.
Right now it's fresh.
You're the daintiest
fresh balsam
meathead I know.
I am.
Again, walking contrarian.
3, actual toilet paper, not single ply.
Oh yeah.
So you gotta have double, triple ply.
It's fair.
Double, triple, easy. So I got toilet paper. My house did, and they use single ply.
You got
Big
TP?
mistake. Yeah, big mistake. They use single ply.
Did you hear us trying to give that away as part of our Sandler experience? Was TP in your house?
I heard it.
We tried.
Yeah.
Nobody came through with the bid.
Number 4, no clothes on the floor. Good luck. Good luck with that one. There's going to be clothes on the floor.
I don't have clothes on my floor. I throw them in the hamper. My mom taught me that early on.
Okay, very nice, very nice.
My wife is like, you are good with that. You separate the clothes like I ask, and you keep them in the hamper.
I'm bad about putting them on the dresser. I just leave them. I put them on top of the dresser.
That's me.
Yeah.
It's an avalanche.
Do you ever take something off that you intend to wear again? You're like, oh, I wore that just for a little bit. You take it and you put it off to the side, though.
That's what we did. That's what I put on the dresser.
So I will do that, and if there's anything left out, Kristen just is dirty, and she'll just grab it and
Amanda knows if it's on top of the dresser, I'm gonna wear it again.
No dishes in the sink.
Okay, I mean,
what's the point of a sink?
What is this girl? Is there a picture of this girl? Is there a name?
Yeah.
Let me judge her. Let me judge her.
RAQ is right. Rack is right.
Oh. Okay.
Probably Raquel is probably her name. Her Twitter handle says, "Make America Hot Again."
That's why. Right. Got it.
Uses face wash.
She's attractive. Uses face wash. Okay.
She's attractive, but I'm leaving a couple dishes in the sink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am too. Owns a hairbrush.
For her to do.
Nope. She's catfishing. She's catfishing, dude. Look at the.
I can't.
Look at the angled view here. That's catfishing.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time that I used a
hairbrush.
I just use my fingers.
Yeah.
Use my hands. Why do I have to have a hairbrush?
Exactly.
Unless you're telling me that. I mean, you guys definitely don't need a hairbrush.
Don't need one.
But maybe she's trying to say she wants a longer-haired individual.
Maybe. Let's see. Plants that are alive. I don't know. I don't have any plants.
I would never have a plant if I was single.
I would never. Not an indoor. I'd have some outdoor ones, not an indoor one. Wine glasses that aren't stolen from a bar. Nobody has wine.
How do you know if they're stolen from the bar?
You don't know. Clean sheets. How often did you guys clean your sheets when you were single?
I don't know. Once a week.
Oh, I'm way later than that. You didn't clean them once a week,
Yeah, I
Bobby.
did.
You're dirtiest individual in here. Once every 3 weeks at least.
No, you got to remember, I'm the one who I will not even. I won't even like shower in the same room that I've had bowel movements.
No one can use your ear pods because of the amount of wax. You have the 3-wick wax coming out of your ears.
Yes, I'm like Shrek. I can pull the candle out. But
that tells me you're not showering and clean when you have that amount of earwax.
No, that just means that I like my brain is so overflowing that like wax is being pressed out.
And then finally, more than 2 things in the fridge, none of which are expired.
Stay single.
Yeah,
be miserable. Stay single. No children for you.
That's a lot of prereqs that she's got working there. Are you guys ice cream fans?
Yeah, she's angling all her pictures to one side.
She got a bad side. She has a bad side.
Yeah, she does.
No doubt about that one. Are y'all ice cream fans?
Nope.
Yeah.
Who is it?
Yes, I am.
Okay, very good. Now, look, we would never buy this kind of ice cream necessarily because we're in Texas, and what do we buy in Texas? Bobby?
Bluebell.
Absolutely. But Breyer's ice cream.
My dad wants that delivered in Maryland after this last trip.
Had he had it before?
Huh?
Had he had it before?
Yeah. We buy him the mini little chocolate or vanillas.
So good.
He's down.
There is a bit of a controversy, as they would say. They are using 3D printed ice cream. There are 2 things. There's one called ice cream, and then the other, a frozen dairy dessert. So if you're looking at the packaging and it says frozen dairy dessert, that is not real ice cream. Be careful.
Chopping it up. Commercial-free expressway with a Chappelle giveaway. Another Chappelle ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour. Brian Schottenheimer live at 8:20. But an absolute stunner. I think the biggest stunner of the season in this week's power rankings. 1 through 5, 5 through 1 is the rest of the NFL world giving the Cowboys some respect. That's next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But
Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. I mean, of course you have. Very cool. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Let's do this, baby!
It is the return of NFL Power Rankings here on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Head coach Brian Schottenheimer will join us at 8:20 this morning to preview the Lions tomorrow night. Bobby Bell flying out to Detroit after the show. Let's figure out how we did with the recent rankings.
Well, we didn't do it last week.
Yeah, so we'd be 2 weeks behind.
Let's figure out where the Cowboys are.
All right, so the Cowboys, I would have figured they were going to make some aggressive movements. I figured, like, with the league being pretty mid, I thought we were going to see them jump up pretty significantly. Not totally the case in most of these. So ESPN moved them up 4 spots to 15. Solid. NFL.com moved them up 2 spots to 16. SI kept them exactly where they were. Didn't move them at all. They were at 15. Athletic bumped them from 19 to 16. Yahoo moved them up a spot to 17. And then Pete Prisco is the only one who is like, Cowboys are firmly in the top half of the league. He moved them up 4 spots to number 13 overall. So generally, Cowboys are about 16th right now. 15, 16,
Wow.
somewhere around there.
Wow.
All right. We'll start off with the man who has come back to the show, RJ Choppy at number 1.
Number 1. 10 straight victories. The New England Patriots. Now, it's not Murderer's Row they've gone through.
No, it is not.
There's a lot of
and Drake May is the new favorite for MVP.
Okay, but they should be the favorites, I believe, to make it out of the AFC. They're going to have home field advantage throughout the postseason unless they really kind of crater. So give me New England there at number 1. Again, schedule, I understand. Not great. Started off a little slow, too. Well, they were 1-2, but 10 straight wins. It's impressive.
Bobby.
They lost, but it still doesn't shake my confidence in them as the best team in football. It's the Los Angeles Rams. They to me are defensively, they're super impressive. Stafford is still playing out of his mind. I just completely trust everything that they've got going on. That is the one team that I look at right now and I say that's a team that I think by the end of the year we could be talking about as that was a great football team, because everybody else is just sort of kind of middling around. But I've got the Rams still number 1.
Hey.
I moved up the New England Patriots to number 1. I had them at 2, I think straggling 3, but I moved them up to number 1. They've probably been the most consistent team in the NFL. Drake May has been consistently good all season long. And I don't look at their wins and their schedule and be like, okay, maybe they have a little bit of fraud to them. I mean, they're consistent the whole season. They're playing good football. And they play the Bills next week with a chance to end the AFC East race. So I have the Patriots at number 1.
This was a 2-team race for me.
2-team.
And just because of that New England, I just compared the Rams' schedule to New England's.
It's not even close.
And I have to lean towards the Rams. And I'm trying to make myself feel better about the Cowboys, about that Panther loss, since Carolina's the team that stopped the Rams and that winning streak. So I will go with the Rams at 1, and for the interest of time, New England is my team at 2.
Yeah, there's an like A&M schedule this year, right? I don't think the A&M had a win over anybody that finished in the top 8 of the SEC. Like there's an element to it, but yeah, I just kept them I put them at 1, I should say. I have the Rams at 2. I would have had them at number 1. Generally, I can give you a pass for traveling cross country after a Sunday night game and losing on the road, except for the fact that you lost to a team that played on a Monday night on the West Coast and having to travel cross country to get back home. So Rams 2.
Unless Peyton messes this up, I think we're all going to have the same top 2 teams, because I have the New England Patriots number 2. To me, that's Clearly, right now, those are the two best teams in football, and that's why you've got the two quarterbacks as the leading MVP candidates. So I've got the Patriots at number 2.
Well, I'm going to mess it up. Denver Broncos number. No, I put the Rams there. I put the Rams. It was a bad loss against the Panthers, and the Panthers aren't really a bad team, but I expect the Rams to go in there and beat down Carolina, even having to travel cross country. But the Rams have opened the door for San Francisco or Seattle to win the West, but I still have the Rams over both those teams today. So Rams number 2.
Now let's see if it gets interesting. At 3 for me, the Seattle Seahawks. My confidence is shaking a little bit of Sammy D, a little bit just like last year, which maybe led to him leaving Minnesota. But that defense, Tank Lawrence, making Bobby look good, saying maybe we should miss Tank over Micah. He's balling out, leading to defensive scores all over the place. Mike McDonald. Freaking, can I fire Mike McDaniel so I can get Mike McDonald as the only one? And he might be the funniest song impersonator to do.
Oh, easily.
If you just break into that, I'm trying to think. Even funnier than like doing a Shimone or something like that.
Absolutely.
All right, Seattle for me is 3.
All right, at number 3, there comes a time where you just have to start accepting the record. I don't really believe that. But I do believe with this team, it is a little bit different. Hit it, Peyton.
My Chicago Bears.
At number 3, they won 9 of 10. Good win against Philadelphia, who had a stranglehold in the East 2 weeks ago, and that is gone. I am here for it. Chicago Bears at number 3.
Oh, man. Chicoline probably gave him a free set of golf balls to pick his Bears over on the Grande.
Chicoline keeps coming down here and busting my balls about the Bears. And like, when are you going to show them some love? Not this week. It's the Seattle Seahawks that are still number 3. And literally, the only thing that kept them behind the Patriots for me is that Darnold is now introducing questions for me. Because defensively, I would be terrified of playing the Seahawks. So I've got Seattle at number 3.
At number 3, I as well have the Seattle Seahawks. Like Sean said, that defense is really scary. I mean, could you imagine if they win this division, if they get past the Rams and win the West, they're going to have at least 2 home playoff games. That's going to be tough to win in there in Seattle. And they can beat in so many different ways. Like Jason was non-existent Sunday, and they still beat the Vikings, which is a bad team, but they won by 26. Darnold didn't have a touchdown pass. They can beat you in so many ways. Seahawks, number 3.
At number 4 in this week's Around the NFL Power Rankings, cut the music.
The Dallas Cowboys?
The Dallas Cowboys. I'll be the first one to do it. Again, let me reset so I don't get called a homer on the fan text. How I do mine. It's if you play today. Who would win the game? I would pick the Cowboys today over Chicago. I picked the Cowboys just today over Denver. I'd pick them over the other teams that I have as possibilities. The Dallas Cowboys. Tomorrow night, we'll see if I look even better. I'm putting them up there at number 4, and I'm not seeing the shock and surprise in the room that I was anticipating. Bobby's giving his stupid look like he's got them up there as well. I can already tell.
Well, because I had bet 4 as well.
Oh! What a homer station. The cash cleared, Jerry. The check cleared, baby.
This is because Shoddy's next segment, isn't it? He's listening right now.
They should be favored against every NFL team on a neutral field. The problem is they won't be playing these games on a neutral field. They will lose to Chicago on the road in January. They would.
I thought you said they will. No. I was like, you got to make it a playoffs?
Yeah, they would. They would lose to Chicago on the road in January. It's too cold for Dak. They don't play well in the cold. That's just a reality. We've seen that enough. We don't need to see it anymore. But like they are, to me, winning every game against any team on a neutral field except for maybe the Rams right now.
Woo!
It's impressive.
Sweep it, Bob.
I have
sweep the leg.
The Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packers at number 4. I think Green Bay's finally kind of settling down a little bit. There was a little period there where they were starting to waffle, and you kind of wondered, all right, early on we had them as the number 1 team in the power rankings after like 2 weeks, and then it started kind of teetering a little bit, and they were playing close games that they shouldn't have. I think they're really settling into being a good football team, and that defense is starting to play better. So I've got the Green Bay Packers at number 4.
I do not have the Cowboys at number 4. I as well
you just
have
go down the standings.
Nope, yep, because I have the Packers at number 4. I moved them up in my power rankings now. They've been out for a few weeks. It was a good road win on Thanksgiving against the Lions. These next 4 weeks, though, will really test them. I mean, they play the Bears twice at Denver, and then they host the Ravens as well. So they're either going to be the 1 seed in the NFC or looking down to a 7 seed. But right now, the Packers, they're playing good football. I have them at number 4.
Next one for me was extremely difficult. I didn't know whether to go Buffalo. I didn't know whether to give some props to Chicago or Denver, the two teams that I've been saying match each other in the opposite conferences the entire year. So this was difficult for me, but I ended up with Green Bay begrudgingly at 5. I've been trying to keep them out. They did go to Detroit. Micah Parsons is balling out. So I think they're getting Golden back. So the Green Bay Packers for me are 5.
I have Green Bay at 5 as well. I don't feel great about it. I think they're a coin flip to win their first round game or get bounced in the first round. I can easily see that happening. But, I mean, it's a road win on Thanksgiving, short week against a quality. That's still a good win. They've swept that series, so I got Green Bay at 5.
At number 5, I have the Denver Broncos is who I have at number 5. And look, Dallas. I thought I was going to be the bold one to say that Dallas was right here on the edge for me. But Denver right now, just defensively, I don't trust Bo Nix. I don't trust a lot of teams in the NFL right now. But defensively, they're so intimidating and so overpowering, and they just continue to win football games. So I've got the Denver Broncos at number 5.
Man, I'm just copping Bobby here.
Look at that.
Team after team. I have the Broncos as well. I don't know if it's just destiny for them to win these close games or if it's like last year's Chiefs. 7 out of their last 8 wins have been by 4 points or less. Usually that would have fraud alert written all over it, but their defense is legit. I have the Broncos hanging in there at number 5, my power rankings.
My power rankings 1 through 5 this week. Get yours in on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Did anyone else amongst the totals put the Cowboys top 5? I'm going Rams, Patriots, Seattle, Dallas, Packers.
I got Patriots, Rams, Bears, Cowboys, Packers.
I've got Rams, Patriots, Seahawks, Packers, Broncos.
I have the Patriots, Rams, Seahawks, Packers, and the Broncos.
There it is this week around the National Football League. Cowboys, Lions tomorrow night. We have one more. The term hoe has really made a comeback.
Whoa. It has.
In the past 5 days. Lane Kiffin a hoe. I called Bobby a hoe Monday.
You did.
Young Ho Wei is the kicker. Is Ho in his name?
Young Ho Koo, right?
Young Wei.
Young Wei.
It's pronounced Young Wei.
Is there any ho?
No, it's not pronounced ho. It's spelled ho. It's not spelled that way. It doesn't look that way.
When Lane comes back and they play Use a Ho as his entrance song, it's going to be amazing.
And Cleveland Browns Shelby Harris went off on San Francisco 49er Juan Jennings after their game Sunday.
He's a hoe. And I want that known. Like, I see why he got punched in the nuts, because that's he says some things that you should not say to another man ever. But I don't respect it because you say that, then run behind your O-line. That's some real soft shit, and I want that known. I see exactly why they punched the nuts. I'm surprised nobody punched him in the jaw yet.
Woo! There you go. He delivered that like it was AI. That sounded more AI than Choppy's George Pickens song.
I will say that Trayvon Merrick is considered like a really high character individual. For him to have punched Juwan Jennings in the nuts a couple weeks ago told me he probably is a real pain in the ass on the field.
Brian Schottenheimer with the Hump Day appearance to preview the Lions. Coach joins us next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
That is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
It is now time for the Brian Schottenheimer Show, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, here on Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. Cowboys-Lions tomorrow night on this station. Bobby flying out with the team after the show. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Hey, guys. How we doing? It's not as much fun to talk to you guys on a Wednesday. I dig the Friday show.
Why?
It's just, I don't know. I think you guys are better on Friday. I think you guys kind of stink on Wednesday.
Hey, we just put you in our power rankings as a top 5 team in the top four team in the NFL. RJ and I did, but Bobby didn't, just so you know.
Shocker. Hey, Bobby, you just lost your seat on the plane, buddy.
No, Shotty, I'm trying to make sure that guys don't feel themselves too much. You know how I actually feel about the team.
I like that. That's fair. That's fair.
Now, you said at the end of the game.
Hang on, Coach, were you responsible, by the way, we know you love to golf, but were you responsible for anything on the Thanksgiving table? Can Brian Schottenheimer cook it all?
The answer to that is absolutely not. My wife is an amazing cook. She'll kill me for saying that she doesn't cook a lot. I don't know why. We end up door dashing and things like that, but she's an incredible cook, and we did have a very nice meal that she prepared, and I love her for that.
Nice answer.
So, Shotty, you at the end of the game, we saw the locker room speech, and you had the quote. You said the heartbeat of this team is different. What do you feel like you've learned or maybe reinforced about the character of your football team the last 3 weeks?
Well, I think it goes back, guys, and again, it goes back to the tragedy of losing Marshawn. And again, I've talked a lot about this, but I mean, it's amazing how it happened, and we were all spread out all over the country, and it wasn't until we came back together the following Monday. It happened on a Wednesday, and that we got a chance to be back together, and I immediately just felt, the true love for one another. That's one of the things we talk about is our teams can be driven by our competitive spirit and love for one another. But like this tragedy has really united this group in a different way. And I think something that is way bigger than the 2025 season. I think it's something that's going to have to be, looked at, over the course of our lives. And, the physicality and violence that we're playing with right now and the passion that we're playing with right now is just so enjoyable for me as a coach to watch. And when you turn on our film, that's who we want to be. And so I'm just really proud of these guys with how hard they've worked.
Coach, the Lions are struggling more than last year. What are you seeing from them that is different overall as a team compared to 15-2 last season?
Yeah, I'm not falling for the bait there, brother. I've seen Jahmyr Gibbs, and I've seen him go 70 yards in like a millisecond, and I've seen Hutchinson rip around edges. And again, don't get caught up in the records, man. This is a really good football team. But I will say this: like when you watch these guys on offense, it's the team speed. I mean, the speed of Gibbs and Jameson Williams, and the accuracy and just the poise of Jared Goff, the offensive line. They're beat up a little bit right now, but man, Penei Sewell, what an elite player he is, and they're missing a few pieces. And then on defense, it's been really fun to see Kelvin Shepherd put his identity on this thing. They're playing a ton of base defense. I love the linebackers, Campbell, Anzalone. I think those guys are great. McNeil, one of their interior D tackles, he really wrecked the game for us last year. So. Again, I don't get caught up in records. You know that. We're better than a 6-5-1 football team, and I think they're better than a 7-5 football team. It's just where we stand right now, and that's real. But again, I don't look at that stuff like maybe some people do.
Can you tell a difference though in how Dan calls the plays versus a Ben Johnson run offense?
No, I mean, there's still a commitment to run the football. I think there's still a commitment for the play action passing game. I think, both guys are creative. Not really. Again, I do think that, they've been beat up a little bit, again, been a little bit of a, they got the rookie, guard that's playing, and, we'll see what happens with Amon St. Brown. And, again, I just, not really. I mean, I think they're really good, and it's funny because, and I get it, I understand the business, but I think they scored 40 points, and then Dan, took over the play calling duties, which, again, he did it for a reason. I think the next week they put up, 40 points again and 500 yards or rush for 250 yards or something like that. But, again, I think that more than anything, I see the identity of their football team takes after Dan's personality.
Brian Schottenheimer joined us here, 105.3 The Fan. Part of that identity is going for it on fourth down. He does that a lot. When you're playing a team where they're going for it on fourth, like basically all the time, do you get caught up in wanting to match that or try to play against that? How does that kind of weigh into your decisions on fourth down, if at all?
Yeah, well, I think the first thing you say is, okay, on the defensive side of the ball, what we do is we carry a few more third down calls, right? Because you realize that, really, if you're a team that does what they do quite a bit, which is go for it on fourth down, third down is really more like second down. You basically are awarded 2 second downs, and so you got to carry a few more calls that you like because you're going to more than likely have, somewhere from 3 to 6, fourth down attempts that they're going to go for it. And then on our side, no, I'm not. I don't get caught up in, hey, these guys go for it a lot, so we're going to show them that, hey, we're more aggressive than them. I think you look at each situation differently and uniquely, and based on the time of the game and the situation and how we're playing, that all factors into the decision you will make.
Have you felt since the trade deadline and the bye that with improved defense, you felt less pressure to score on every drive?
Again, I will say this, man. I think our defense has really they're playing really well right now, and I think why. People have asked me that question. Well, what's the difference? And everyone wants to point to Quinnen or Logan or this and that. And it's defense, man, is all about the 11 guys, and we're communicating better right now. We're playing with better eyes. And I do think that we are definitely controlling the line of scrimmage. I think that's great. I love how competitive we're playing on the edges right now, with Vaughn, Rebel and Deron Bland. And I just think that and then there's a confidence, guys. I mean, it's real. I mean, you win a game in Vegas, and then you come back and you spot a division opponent, that's leading the division. You spot them 21 points. You just keep playing, and then you turn around a couple days later, and you're a little bit sleep deprived and tired, and you go play, one of the best teams over the last 10 years in the league. And I think there's a confidence that's pulled from that, and that's where we're playing with a lot of confidence right now. We don't, and same thing. I mean, we didn't start the Kansas City game off very good. Interception, third play of the game, and then I think it took them 3 plays to go score. But what I love about this guy, about this group, is again the way that they just keep playing and the way they just keep going. They don't get caught up in the scoreboard, and I love that because that's what I think that winning requires in the National Football League.
Brian Schottenheimer right here on 105.3 The Fan. You mentioned Logan. I think he's kind of gotten lost in some of our discussions with all the other defensive storylines as of late. Has he brought what you anticipated? What has Logan Wilson brought? Has he met your expectations so far?
Yeah, he's been great, and honestly, I'll say this in a very positive way towards Logan. But he's pushed Kenneth Murray. Kenneth is playing really well right now. But what I love about Logan, man, is again he dissects, he sees things really, really well. Here's a guy that came in here and he's former captain in Cincinnati, and he just wants to fit in and play and help us win. And but yes, the answer to the question is absolutely, both on and off the field. Logan has been great, just like Quinnen. And again, we're so blessed to have both those guys.
Shotty, during this 3-game winning streak, your opponents have scored on 86% of their first quarter drives, but then that number plummets to 21% from the second quarter on. What have you guys been able to do differently, or how have you guys managed to settle in after those first quarters and really stayed headstrong and responded the right way on defense?
Yeah, again, I think it starts with the adjustments that Flus and the staff have been able to make. I think, you always go into a plan of a game and say, okay, hey, we're going to do X, Y, Z. The other thing that is very true is every offensive coach in the league, I'd be shocked if anybody doesn't. They've all got openers, so you kind of got to weather the storm a little bit in the openers, and they're going to test you. And part of building an opening script, guys, is to figure out, okay, well, how are they going to handle this personnel grouping, 11, 12, 22, whatever? How are they going to handle these formations? So the biggest thing I would just say is that the adjustments have been really good, but our guys play hard. They play physical for 60 minutes, knowing that it's going to be a 60-minute game and knowing that it's going to come down to the fourth quarter.
Coach, do way more adjustments take place within the quarters than at halftime?
Yeah, I mean, the halftime, other than when Post Malone's playing, I guess that's a little longer halftime. But usually you make a lot more adjustments as the game's going, because halftime's really quick, and really you guys would be shocked. I mean, guys come in and guys have to go in and they got to get things fixed and treated and retaped, and there's a couple quick things made, adjustments by position groups, but it does go fast. It is an ongoing thing, and there's more adjustments definitely made during the course of the game than probably even at halftime.
Brian Schottenheimer joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Shotty, you've talked about your love for Trayvon Diggs, your belief in him as a player. What are your expectations for him moving forward as he kind of gears up to come back?
Yeah, just continue to do what he's been doing. I mean, at the end of the day, he's an unbelievable talent, and this is something that we're excited about. Trying to get him back, and we'll kind of see how that plays out. And it's been a good start, but again, he is only 1 week back into it, so we'll see. But just doing everything right, and we're playing really good defense right now. And you get a chance to add another tremendous player like Trayvon. I think that's nothing but a big boost for you. And again, I just like I said, I can't sing praises for him enough. And again, he's doing everything he can to get back to where he's feeling and playing great.
Has he had a little bit more challenging time maybe adjusting to your style and way of doing things versus previous regimes?
I don't know. I mean, that's a fair question for Trayvon. I mean, I'm not going to ask it. I think, Trayvon and I have a really good relationship. Like I said, some people don't like people that have real, authentic, hard conversations. But I love Trayvon, and I think there's definitely a mutual respect there. And, the thing that I would say is it's a little bit like, my wife and I, or my kids and I, there's sometimes that they say things to me and I'm like, whoa, okay, I didn't really appreciate your delivery there or what you said. And I think that happens at times in this business, and it's all about being a family and having a love and a respect for one another. But I would hope so.
Shotty, Jadeveon Clowney, he's been DNP the first couple days. What's his outlook for the game and just the impact that he's made for you guys on defense and the way he's played in the last few weeks?
Yeah, unbelievable, man. Really, he's, just This guy, I mean, what can you say about this guy? And it's not just the way he plays on the field, because he's always been a very talented player, but the absolute strain and finish and the way he's running to the ball is just different, man. And I also love the way he's impacting our young players like Diamond Ezeraku and Jay Toa and guys like that. I mean, just the knowledge he's impacting on those guys, I think, is great. And we're going to take it up to game time and see. As a veteran, he's earned the right to do that, and we'll get him out there early before the game and see how he does. But hopefully he can play, and if not, next man up type of deal, but playing great football right now.
Last one, Coach, 47-9 last year. We asked Jerry about this yesterday. They messed up his birthday. I think we had to suffer the wrath of that.
Yeah, we did.
In our follow-up radio interview. But we asked Jerry, when is the last time, I know you're not going to answer whether you have revenge on your mind for tomorrow night. When's the last time you were coaching or where that factored in, where you're like, okay, if we get a chance here, you can take it back to any level you want. If you're willing to answer, you're like, okay, if I get a chance here, I'm going to stick it to him.
Yeah, it usually doesn't work out well for me. The last time I remember feeling that way is when I left the Jets and I went to St. Louis, and we that was the plan going into the game, and I think the game ended up turning out the other way. I think it was a beat down by the Jets against the Rams, like 40-10. But I was like, going into the game, man, we're gonna show these guys, man, I should still be there, whatever. And then sure enough, I looked up at the scoreboard. I was like, man, maybe they made the right decision. It couldn't get much worse than this, so I don't really look at things that way, man, and that's why I'm every week's its own championship opportunity. But it's going to be a hell of a game, and again, we're looking forward to playing it.
Thank you, Coach. We appreciate the time. Best of luck tomorrow night.
All right, thanks, guys. Take care.
Brian Schottenheimer, head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. So, sounds like Clowney could be a question mark. What are the Cowboys' best options at defensive end if Jadeveon Clowney is unable to go tomorrow night? Bobby has it in Below the Belt next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Underdog Fantasy, and it is time to make some plays. You can make plays.
be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Did Brian Schottenheimer just accidentally give us some bad news? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. So, we know Shotty is not one who likes to talk about injuries.
Gosh, he wouldn't even talk about the difference between the Lions this year and last with his media savviness that he's had since he was 12 in the league.
I was waiting. When he was mentioning about what he cooked for Thanksgiving, I was waiting for you to drop in you let Russ cook. And I was waiting to see if you would drop him in one of those. Like, yeah, that was the last. You got in
the Giants game.
Yeah, you got in trouble the last. You got in trouble the last time you cooked. I think you lost it in Seattle. But he's very reserved with injuries. When we say more than McCarthy, he's more pleasant about it. But I think he maybe gives less.
Same.
It's about the same. Now, he's effectively gotten Jerry to be less about it. Jerry has spoken less about injuries this year than I can ever. I've never heard Jerry in my life say so many times, like, well, we'll just have to see. We got a couple days. It's like, wow, that is a genuine accomplishment there. So I had Peyton pull this real quick. It's the clip just from the last segment. Listen to the answer he gave about Clowney, which Clowney has missed the first couple days of practice. He raved about him. He talked about him. But I think he just told us he's not playing.
We're going to take it up to game time and see. As a veteran, he's earned the right to do that, and we'll get him out there early before the game and see how he does. But hopefully he can play, and if not, next man up type of deal. But playing great football right now.
What that means is if he was not a veteran, he's not playing. Like they're literally giving him we're giving you a courtesy because we respect you. We're going to let you try to get your body ready as long as you can. But if this was anybody else on this team, if Donovan Ezeraku felt like you feel right now, Donovan Ezeraku's not playing this week. And so that tells me Jadeveon Clowney's not feeling good at all and is not likely to play. So with Jadeveon Clowney likely not playing in this game, which I do wonder if it maybe got worse as the week went along. Because when we first talked to Jerry on Tuesday, Jerry said he thought he'd be available, but it was going to be close. When he was out there on Monday, Clowney was out there at practice. He wasn't practicing, but he was out there doing different resistance work and things like that. Yesterday, he was completely absent from practice. He wasn't there at all.
Ugh.
And so it feels like he's not going to be available. And
this is not the week.
No, it's not.
The Lions have the only running back duo in the league with 1,500-plus rushing yards. And my man Jameer ranks third with 1,019. Montgomery is a bowling ball. And in the last 3 games, opponents have only rushed for 204 against the Cowboys. 68 yards per game, nearly half of their season average of $124 per game.
That's awesome. They've forgotten about Montgomery. It seems like they've just not forgotten about. Jameer's just played so well.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, like you want him. You want him taking many more snaps away from Jameer Gibbs?
No, but I do feel like Montgomery is a punishing runner. Like you say, he's a bowling ball. Like you could break.
Yeah, but the other guy is the biggest home run threat in the league.
Yeah, if you could just break a guy's team spirit with Montgomery, but the other guy, like you said, he could score from anywhere.
I would have to look. I'm going to try and find his splits on it. I'll have to look. I would bet that knowing the way that a lot of teams operate when they have a setup like that, when they've got bigger backs like that, they tend to use them more in the third and fourth quarter. Like they're closers. Like you remember Dallas used to do that with Julius Jones and Marion Barber.
Yeah.
Julius would start the game. Marion was in there to finish it and just like dole out punishment when guys were tired. And it looks like it's actually pretty close. It's pretty split. He has 64 carries in the first half, 59 in the second half. Now his lowest total, his carry total is in the first quarter. So they don't use him very much in the first quarter. But this is obviously a week where run defense is going to be paramount. If they're able to run the ball on you the way they've run the ball on several teams this year, the way they've run for over 200 yards in 3-4 games this season, Detroit has, if they're able to do that, that's going to result in a loss. That'll be how you lose this football game, is by the Lions just running the ball all over you like they've done to other teams in the past. Now, Jadeveon Clowney and Donovan Ezeraku have been just in a blind pull, having watched other teams on tape when they played Dallas that week. So obviously I haven't seen every team this year. But Ezeraku and Clowney are about as good of a run-defending edge combo as I've seen on tape this year when they've played people. And so Ezeraku has become, to me, an elite run defender. I think he's really, really good. Clowney, I think, has been a big difference maker there. And so having Clowney out, it's like, okay, well, who's behind him? What options do you have? You got Sam Williams.
Dude, Ezeraku is an 81 on PFF.
Wow. He's a monster.
81.
Now, it just hasn't translated to sacks yet. I mean, he's been great against the run, but even his pass rush, he's been good at pass rushing. I saw Brandon Thorne, who does a lot of really good work on offensive and defensive line play, and he had shown a clip of Ezeraku, I think it was from the Kansas City game, where he's like, this is just Mahomes being ridiculous getting the ball out so fast, because there's not really any other quarterbacks in the league who are able to get the ball out here, where Ezeraku just won so quick and was so explosive, and it should be like a high-quality sack against just about anybody else.
4th best pressure rate last week.
He's been really, really effective this year. Clowney being gone from that side definitely has a potential to destabilize their run defense, though, in the way they set the edge. So Sam Williams is one option. Sam has played better recently. Jerry mentioned him yesterday with us. Said, boy, I also want to talk about Sam Williams. Man, he's coming on in a big way. He's played better, but he's generally struggled against the run. Like he's a pass rusher. He's had a lot more success. That's where he's had better success, is the way that he's rushed the passer. But Sam Williams is still not a really solid edge setter or somebody who's going to keep contained. So that's a question. Dante Fowler, definitely an edge rusher who gets after the quarterback, does not play the run very well. Has had a couple games this year where he's played it well, but I mean, throughout his career, that has not been Dante Fowler's MO. James Houston is a guy who I think has played good against the run the last several weeks. They don't really like him against the run, it seems like, whenever they've talked about him. Like, specifically, when they talked about his limited reps, they pointed to his run defense. And so there's some level of distrust there. Now, he played 28 snaps against the Raiders, which was the most he had played all year. The last 2 weeks, he's only played like 18, 19 snaps. So it went right back down. It wasn't like a huge increase where it's like, hey, this is what we're doing moving forward for the second half. But while kind of his pass rush ability and the way he's impacting the game there has scaled back from earlier in the season, he's gotten to be a decent run defender, I think. So if you can play him, I think that's your role. I think he steps in and takes the Clowney snaps. I just don't know that they want to do that. So if they don't want to do any of those, if they don't believe in James Houston, if Fowler has had trouble against the run, if Sam Williams has had trouble against the run, I think that we've got two options. And I see Frederick Johnson on the YouTube just mentioned one of them. He has not played end all year. You might throw Solomon Thomas out there. Solomon Thomas has been defensive tackle, but he's kind of, I mean, he's a super strong, really like just thick player.
Yeah.
But he's still kind of undersized for defensive tackle. But that's where he's played. He's generally played kind of like, in the B gap. That's where he's been pretty frequent. He's played head up on a couple guards a few times, but he has not played the end at all. But that's one option. The other one that I think is the most fascinating to me, and I wouldn't have brought this up at all earlier, but it's something Jerry said yesterday. Did you hear when Jerry was talking about the way that they can keep all three defensive tackles? And they can do whatever they want there. No. And then he randomly threw out there,
Osa on the
Osa
edge.
could play out wide.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, has that come up in meetings this week? So it does make me wonder if that's been floated as a potential Clowney, not replacement, but just somebody to take the snaps for this week. Get Clowney healthy. He's a veteran. Let him have these 10 days to get his body right. And it'll be some sort of rotation of defensive ends, but then Osa in certain spots is maybe out there. And their defensive line may look like Ezraku, Kenny Clark, Quinnen Williams, Osa. And that would be one way that you could tackle it. It's just obviously you don't have kind of the edge flexibility. Yeah, you're not going to have the same sort of thing. Osa, the way that he plays, he's a rusher designed to get pressure up the A gap or to get it in the B gap. He's not somebody who's going to bend the edge really well. Yeah. He's a bigger player. But if you're talking about keeping the edge, somebody who plays with a high motor, somebody who like really attacks the game, that's Osa.
You should ask Schottenheimer that. He shut down Diggs at safety. The follow-up is, what about Osa at D end?
Yeah, and what did you...
He's not going to answer it.
But no, he wouldn't. What did you think about his answer on Diggs last segment? I thought it was a good answer. But just in general, the way that he sort of acknowledged that, yeah, we butt heads sometimes.
Tell RJ the quote. He missed it yesterday.
Okay, so this was... You tell me if you have a problem with this one. This one was Eric Chiafalo emailed me because his phone is still broken. It's been broken for 3 weeks. Nobody can get in contact with him.
What?
Yeah. You literally, when you call him, he switched to some other phone company. And when he switched to it, now when I call him, he goes, this phone has been blocked from accepting your call. And he says that there's not a single Android text or call that can get through to him.
Wow.
Yeah. So, but he
selling my 2-year-old new phone.
He emailed me yesterday. It was like, hey, you got to send me that Diggs quote.
So you're going to get a free upgrade on your phone you haven't even used yet.
I know.
He was told, Calvin Watkins got him off the side, was talking to him, and had talked about some of the punishment. Like, hey, you were benched for a series earlier. Yeah. Pickens and Lamb have been benched. What do you think about some of the discipline? And he said, I feel like, I don't know, everybody's different. All coaches got their different type of rules and certain rules. Some coaches enforce things more than others. I guess it's a growing relationship. Obviously not hearing the tone there, but I don't think those words read great.
I think that Schottenheimer acknowledged that is the reality in the last answer with us.
You have to manage everybody differently. You got to parent your kids differently, right? You got to look at things differently. But you have to figure it out. And that's what, part of Schotty's, the reason he was hired as a culture, right, is his ability to connect with players.
Yeah. Oh, and I would say, given what you've seen from the culture the last several weeks, the onus is on Diggs to fall in line. There's not an onus for Shotty to adjust to what Diggs needs, or Diggs needs to fall in line if that's the case.
And
because everybody else has it, and it's working.
And the way they've been playing.
Yeah,
no one is sitting here saying, we're looking at Trayvon Diggs as a possible luxury. No one is sitting here, except for the Diggs cult I didn't know existed, saying he's an absolute necessity.
Yeah, 100%.
When you're winning like that, like LeBron's kind of hearing this in LA a little bit. As I think it was Steven Jackson or All the Smoke called them Snow Time. Called them White Power with Redick, Reeves, and Luka, and to call them the Snow Time Lakers. I woke up to that this morning.
Brilliant.
It was brilliant. Below the belt, Hump Day edition, right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got another Dave Chappelle ticket giveaway. And why did the college football rankings cause a fight at night between Fred and Blake and RJ? NFL overreactions or not? Final hour next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Beef rib chili? Are you kidding me? Brandon Hurtado.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy is back. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden running things right here with the Hump Day edition
Hump Day.
of Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. My father-in-law hates when you do that stuff on the Fan Cam, Bobby.
There's a lot of money in POV stuff.
God.
He said he's going to or maybe order breakfast again tomorrow and give us the Fan Cam view of him in his underwear, briefs, or whatever he was wearing, even though his wife was mortified.
Yeah. We should do guess the underwear color tomorrow, and then I'll just stand up and reveal it.
I don't hate it.
I like it.
Well, you took yours off too, so of course you don't hate it.
My underwear color, I think I have just two colors.
Black
and blue, navy.
I've got multiple colors.
I like to keep it dark just in case there's an accident. Nobody can really tell.
Sure. I get it.
Tommy Yarsh is going to join us again from DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. Here is your college football playoff bracket after the second to last rankings were released last night. Oregon, as the 5 seed, would take on the number 12 conference champion that gets slotted in there. Alabama, as the 9, would take on the Sooners as the 8. Ole Miss does not get punished and gets their offensive coordinator back. Lane Kiffin blessing the school and the staff with the return of Charlie Weiss Jr. as the offensive coordinator. Ole Miss will get the number 11 seed. Notre Dame is the 10 versus A&M as the 7. Your buys, Indiana as the 2. Georgia as the 3, Ohio State as the 1, and the Texas Tech Red Raiders, which Choppy and Peyton think could be bounced from the entire tournament altogether if they lose the Big 12 championship game as the current 4 seed.
I'm a little surprised that Ole Miss is ahead of A&M. Like they're both one-loss teams, and Ole Miss's loss is to a higher-ranked team. It's to Georgia, and it was a closer game. But still, I would think the combination of Lane and all the turmoil at Ole Miss with A&M just getting their first loss in a rivalry game, I'm surprised that they dropped them below them.
So it's Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, Texas Tech, Oregon, Ole Miss, A&M, Oklahoma, Bama at 9, Notre Dame at 10, BYU 11, Miami 12, the Longhorns on the outside looking in at 13, and my Commodores with the Heisman favorite at 14.
So one of the things here is, obviously, Notre Dame A&M would be a rematch. That would be a first-round game. It'll be this time in College Station.
Great game the first time.
Alabama OU would be a rematch. This would be in Norman. The team that lost at home, Notre Dame and Alabama, according to ESPN Bet, both would be favored in the game. Notre Dame would be a 1.5-point favorite over A&M. Bama a 2.5-point favorite over Oklahoma.
I don't see it at all with Notre Dame and A&M.
I don't either. I think A&M, especially at home. I mean, A&M beats you on the road. Their defense is so much better at home. Crazy. The amount they gave up 40 points at Arkansas.
Choppy has already caused a stir talking to, what did you rename UNT?
Oh, the Lean Green.
with a mean green flag hanging behind you.
Called them band.
Listen, I live in Denton County. I could say this.
Band nerds.
Oh, yeah, a bunch of the band nerds up there.
They said the band nerds, you don't belong. The Texas Longhorns are a better team than you. They would wipe the floor with you.
Which, to the credit of UNT fans, they agree with that Texas would beat them.
Okay.
But this is it the 12 best or the 12 most deserving?
Right.
And that's the question. And I understand why the committee has to do it like this. I understand why college football, college basketball, you can't just take all the Big Ten, all the SEC, all the ACC and throw them in. I understand that.
Top 64 don't get into the NCAA tournament. Those aren't the 64 best teams in the country.
No, they're not. And it's still the best postseason in the sport, in any sport.
Apparently, UNT caused, thanks to the Tolo for sending this over, UNT caused a little ruckus last night on Fan After Dark.
Yeah, so this was Fred Davis and Blake Elliott, and so to do a little backstory real quick, Fred is Kansas Jayhawk alumni. He went to Kansas. Yeah, Rock Chalk. Blake, I don't think he went to UNT. I don't see any word on his. Did he go to UNT? Yeah. Okay, well there it is. So he's kind of jumped on the bandwagon.
I got something to say real quick about it. I'll join you. I'll join you hand in hand here with a little UNT shot.
Who just tweeted at you that caused your shift?
Nobody. This just came to mind because of people like Peyton.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, some of you are some convenient drive-by UNT fans.
Oh, they're all Texas fans.
I mean,
or
so
A&M.
Like, it's like, oh yeah, I went there for a sec. Alec, are you nodding your head at this? Alec is nodding his head at this. Some of you
UTA Alec is nodding his head at this.
Some of you coming out of the woodwork now, all of a sudden, and saying, "Oh, I was there for a semester. Yeah. I thought about a transfer.
Yeah,
I looked at that program. I looked at I thought about the journalism school.
Yeah.
All y'all is some convenient drive-by UNT fans all of a sudden.
That's 100% what Fred's going to go after Blake for. It is being a drive-by UNT fan.
Never set foot in Apogee.
Yeah, and now you're posting all the quarterback stats, and now you're on Mean Green Watch and everything. So I just had to, I had to bring that out.
And this was the opening segment. This is how they started things off on the Fan After Dark. 7 o'clock. They go 7 to 11. They started this 7 o'clock segment with Fred calling out Blake for being a fraudulent UNT fan.
NIL spending is like 30 times more than us, and we're still more competitive. In football, better.
Who cares? Y'all
have more money. Y'all should be better.
Guess what?
You're KU, but why are you guys
Eric
still
Morris,
ass at football?
Bye. Later. See ya.
That's fine. Y'all's coach should leave.
Deuces. I'd love for him to be the next UNT head coach. Take him. Be gone. He's better at small schools anyway.
We didn't say we wanted him.
Good. You don't need him. You don't need him.
Okay, I agree.
You don't need him.
Anything else you want to say about your terrible school?
I got nothing else about you. I mean, I know you're not talking.
Did y'all make a bowl game? Wait. Did y'all make a bowl game this year? Did y'all even make a bowl game?
No, we didn't.
Okay, continue.
No, we didn't.
Continue.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Who'd you guys play? A bunch of NAI schools? Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway,
you can't win for losing with
you
this guy
can't.
with
You can't. You can't. Because I know you're not trying to compare what you guys have played against who we've played. So let's not even go there.
I think we're closer in basketball than you guys are in football.
Dude, no, you're not.
You guys are terrible.
No, you're not.
You guys are horrible.
No, you're not.
Who did y'all play last week in football?
Utah.
Yeah. And still lost, bro. They're
literally fighting for a playoff spot.
That is a nice playoff spot.
Yeah.
Okay, you can't relate.
I mean, look, when you guys get boat raced by 100 in the first round, great. I mean, have fun with it. Take your college football playoff money.
We'll get in there.
I'm excited. I'm excited for you.
When was the last time y'all made the playoffs?
We went to a BCS bowl back in 2008, so thank you. Yeah, you were 9. Nice try. Yeah.
There's no way that came out of your mouth.
We went to a BCS bowl in 08. You don't even know anything about UNT football. I know you're not talking.
I'm not talking about UNT. We're talking about KU.
And I'm talking about KU basketball.
See? We're not talking about basketball.
No, you aren't.
We're talking about football. We're talking about football.
First of all, you're not even talking about football.
I am.
You're not. You don't even know who the coach was till 10 minutes ago.
You got hired today. Calm down.
Exactly. Again, fraudulent UNT fan. Fraudulent.
I'm not scrolling Twitter
today. Fraudulent.
Okay.
Anyway.
Anything else you got to say?
I got nothing else.
Y'all made a bowl in 08.
I got nothing else. No, BCS, you wouldn't know anything about it. Next.
I said, when was the last time y'all made a college football playoffs? And you brought up 2008.
We've never made a college football playoff.
Thank you.
Okay, great. If we were in a whack-ass conference, we'd probably make one, too. Who'd you guys play? Temple? What are they, the Fighting Bill Cosby's? How'd that work out? Yeah. You don't even know what I'm talking about. Continue. Yeah, exactly.
9-7-2 at Throwdown, Kansas versus UNT was not on my card for tonight.
That's right.
It wasn't on anyone's card. Kansas sucks.
What dude?
Y'all are good at basketball. No one's disagreeing that y'all are good at basketball. Yeah. But I'm saying, as Kevin Walker brought up, we're both 6-2, so guess you're not that great.
I'm sorry, who'd you play? Exactly.
Who do y'all play? Y'all don't play anybody good in football either, bro. Come on.
What are you talking about?
6-2. In basketball.
You can't even name one team you've played in basketball. And you didn't even know they were 6-2. So stop talking about UNT. You're a fraudulent UNT fan.
About football.
No, you're not. You know what? I hope Tulane beats the crap out of you guys. You know what?
You can hope whatever you want.
Thanks to Blake being the fraudulent UNT fan that he is. You know what? Let's go Green Wave.
Let's go Green Wave. The Fighting Bill Cosby's.
So I think
that was good.
I think Blake saw Fred getting twisted up and was like, "Oh yeah, we're just gonna keep hammering it," because he had no idea what he was even saying. I think half the time, but it worked because Blake, because it worked because Fred started immediately like referencing Aqib Talib BCS bowls and stuff. It's like,
what are they? The Fighting Bill Cosbys?
That's good. Fighting Bill Cosby.
But see, now you're anti-UNT.
Look,
you're starting to get there a little. I love
I'm
UNT.
not anti. I want to make fun of the groundhog fans who popping their head out.
The groundhog. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, it's not even that. It's just
Kevin Turner's a real UNT fan. He's been there from the jump. Peyton, wish-washy, convenient, drive-by. How about
I've been to more
Wolchuk?
UNT games than I think Peyton has.
How about Wolchuk? Has Wolchuk been there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Wolchuk and Chiafalo too, but really Wolchuk. Wolchuk really kept up the scene.
Well, Chiafalo can't tweet.
He can't accept calls.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Yeah. Look, I again, is this 12 best or the most deserving 12?
It's not even the most deserving 12. That's not even the point. That's really not the point. This is the Cinderella bid essentially. Yeah. And it's honestly it is a leveling of the playing
and we're
field.
gonna get two of them.
It has to be this way, and here's the reality I'm going to give to you right now. If you didn't go to the school that just got their ass whipped by my godson's school, you wouldn't have this take. You're a bully. You're taking top step. You're taking a top step opinion.
Listen.
Top bleacher, and you're punching down.
Yeah.
And if you went to UNT, you wouldn't have this take that UNT should not be involved. You would not be making fun of the lesser thans.
You're 100% right. Okay, look, that's why when I was deciding where I wanted to go to school, I said, my dad said, you go play golf here, you go play golf. I said, no, I want to go to a real school. Okay, I want to go to a big time.
So why'd you go to Tennessee?
A big school, a big school. Well, I couldn't get into Tennessee now. I could not. That SAT is like minimum 1250. I'm like, what?
Is it?
Yes. Like what?
Is it still out of 1600?
Yeah.
Is it?
They moved it back.
Oh, they did.
They moved it back to 1600. But yeah, you're right. I would not have that. But
I don't remember.
I think we need to bring back some bullying in sports.
You said,
I think we do.
You
and
said
in life.
You said you were. I don't remember you being anti-SMU at the end of last year.
I thought I actually did think SMU was a good team.
Yeah, but I think you argued that SMU should be in over Bama. I think.
Yeah, I was fine with it because they played. It was the ACC.
But Bama would beat the pants off SMU. You would say.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But I was wrong on that one.
And did TCU shut down some of this argument by making it to the final?
No, because they beat a Michigan team. Michigan stinks. Michigan's always
and
been bad.
I think that's a better argument when it's four
but
teams.
TCU, but is UNT even what TCU was?
Oh no. TCU had some NFL some real NFL players that were upperclassmen.
Yeah,
like UNT's got some NFL players, but they may be on the younger side.
Imagine if the NCAA tournament was just the number one seeds and one of them was going to like a courtesy berth. Yeah, then we have a problem.
Yeah,
but when we're talking about basically the equivalent of the 16 seed,
right,
UNT can take that.
Yep.
Yeah, and I agree with that. That's the way it should be. It'll make it more fun when an upset happens.
it'll happen.
Will it?
Yeah, it'll happen one day. You'll definitely get one of these teams that goes in there. It's just like Boise State beating Oklahoma. There were people who didn't think Boise State should have been in that game. The Statue of Liberty played. That changed what people thought teams could do in college football.
Neil Brown from West Virginia, by the way, finalizing the 5-year deal to take over at UNT. What?
He'd been at Texas this year.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he was one of Sark's advisors.
And what do you think of the hire?
That's fine. Yeah, he was. I mean, he got run out of West Virginia, but I mean, he's fine. I don't know how much he was impacting at Texas, but he was there with Sark this year.
All right, we have another Dave Chappelle ticket giveaway, and Tommy Yarish. I had to bring Tommy back to laugh at him after his Longhorns got kept out. After he talked smack to me about Vanderbilt, I had to rub the salt in Tommy's wound.
We are ahead of Vandy, by the way.
Well, whoop-de-doo. You start off the year number 1. And
that's our title, baby.
And we're going to end up with a Heisman winner. Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com to preview and pick the Lions after this. And this is...
and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-417-333-3233. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Why are you singing it?
Because you're supposed to sing it. The eyes of Texas are upon you. You
And Pepe, why are you playing this?
Because we beat Vanderbilt for a second time.
We got Tommy on. That's his intro.
Well, Tommy, I think, was realistic yesterday. Tommy Yarch, DallasCowboys.com, just had to bring him back on to rub it in his face. Although I think he's taking it better than Bobby and Peyton, who are celebrating. That's what you all fall into.
Celebrating 13th.
Celebrating 13th after starting off the year number one.
It's like our 100th consecutive title of finishing ahead of Vandy.
Good morning, Tommy. How'd you take the news last night?
Good morning. After that song, I'm kind of fired up and might be wanting to make some arguments about why we should be in now. But I took it. It's what I expected. So I think our rooting strategy is what we root for: Alabama and BYU to lose big. I think that's the way to get in there.
Yeah, I don't know that Bama's going to do us any favors now that they made them jump Notre Dame.
Well. I saw my guy Chip Brown posted that they're projected to play in the Cheez-It Bowl, so I'm a big Cheez-Its fan. I mean, I can at least.
Dude, that is one of the best bowl names now.
I do wish it was the Pop-Tart Bowl just for the fun of it, because I think that's the best bowl game in America at the moment. But I guess we'll settle.
What type of Pop-Tart and regular or spicy Cheez-Its?
Regular Cheez-Its and Pop-Tart. That's a good one. I don't think the original is just really good. I'm a plain and simple guy.
What is the original?
Brown sugar?
It's like
brown sugar. I love the brown sugar cinnamon.
It's got to be fruit.
It's like strawberry with vanilla frosting. Those are pretty good. Yeah. The brown sugar ones are good too. But yeah, I like that original strawberry one.
Yeah, I knew there was no way Tommy was eating spicy Cheez-Its.
Terrible answer. It's the s'mores
I'm
one.
not a spice guy.
It's the s'mores one.
It's about white.
S'mores one in the refrigerator. That's the one. And then
s'more? No, it's got to be a fruit one.
Well, then I mean, if we're gonna go that, then we'll just go strawberry.
Strawberry's good.
But either way, in the refrigerator, not in the toaster. And then
I agree.
Also, cheese nips over Cheez-Its.
Cheese nips
over Cheez-Its.
What are the nips?
I mean, they just taste better.
No, what are? I don't even know what the cheese nips are.
They look very similar. Like if you search them, you're gonna go, oh, they probably blend in, and you don't even realize you're looking at them. But they're better. Yeah, chop.
Yeah. Chop nips. Yeah. Tommy, let's talk about these corners. We had a Lions insider on, and he was lamenting their defense, and I was like, okay, what are they going to do against Pickens and Lamb? How do their corners match up?
Well, I can tell you that they're going to play a lot of aggressive man-to-man coverage. They're going to challenge these guys physically at the top of their routes, and they're going to make them beat them. There's probably going to be a lot of arm fighting. We've seen a lot of defensive pass interference penalties thrown in the Cowboys' favor. It wouldn't surprise me if there's some more in this game. Detroit's defense is the highest man-to-man coverage rate in the league. 44.6% of the time they use it. They go single high 66.8% of the time. So I think Dallas might take some shots down the field in this game. And, when you think of shots down the field and a downfield passing threat, you think of George Pickens. He lines up outside 89.4% of the time, and he faces press 35.9% of that time. When that happens, he's been targeted 39 times, and he's got 432 yards and 2 touchdowns. That leads the league. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if maybe instead of seeing the slants that we've seen the last couple of weeks, which have been really effective for George Pickens, if maybe they try to get him more involved in those shot plays that we saw kind of earlier in the season when they acquired him, because that's, kind of what they were familiar with, and then since they've grown his route tree. But this is an aggressive defense, and when you play aggressive, sometimes you can leave yourself open for those deep shots down the field, and I think Pickens might have a big day with those.
Tommy, you mentioned the fact that they like to play a lot of man, they like to get physical, and obviously that's okay. You see that on tape, and you would think that would translate over. But given that they do have smaller corners, this is a receiver core that likes to play with physicality. Do you think there's any chance they just come out and show you something that we haven't seen very much? Like they come out here in 80% zone, for instance, or do something like that just to try and change things up?
I see what you're saying, but I just don't know if Dan Campbell and Kelvin Shepherd are wired that way. I don't know if they are wired to say, okay, look, we're going to not be ourselves in this game, and we're going to kind of shift away. I wouldn't floor me if they did that, because I think the Cowboys did it against the Eagles, if I'm not mistaken. There were a lot of their players saying post game, we saw a lot of what stuff we didn't see on film. No, because they're shorthanded. They're going to be down Terrion Arnold, who's on injured reserve. But at the same time, you think about Dan Campbell when he's built in Detroit. Their culture is being the more physical football team and making guys beat you physically. And I just don't know if they're going to waver terribly far from that, regardless of the personnel they put out there.
How would you feel about defensive end Osa Odigizua?
I wouldn't. I don't know if I would label him as a defensive end, but if they line him up wider, I don't foresee that being a problem for Dallas as much as it would be for a opposing offensive line. Now, you'd have to ask him to go beat a tackle instead of a guard, potentially, which that creates a completely different matchup. But if that's what you need to do and you feel like that's the way to open things up for the other defensive tackles or your pass rushers to get home, that would, if he gets matched up on a tackle, that might leave a pass rusher on a tight end or a running back or something like that, and that's certainly advantageous. But whatever, if they line him up wider, I don't think that hurts Dallas's defense, at least at the outset. It's certainly something that you can try, see how it works, and kind of go from there.
Tommy Yards from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. When we talk about that, the idea of Osa out there, and I don't know if you heard Shotty last hour, but he sounded like Jadeveon Clowney was not going to play, is what the expectation would be. If he's not out there, you've got guys who have struggled against the run, throughout the season. Sam Williams, Dante Fowler. James Houston's played better against it, but they've had their own trust problems there. And then we mentioned Osa, maybe Solomon Thomas. What's your answer to those Clowney reps if he's not out there?
Yeah, I think you see probably more as Araku. You already were, but I think you see just more of him. I know they've been rotating pretty heavily around just their defensive line in general, but I think you see more of him because he's their best run defender on the edge, I think. And if not him, then you're probably going to see half and half of Dante Fowler and Sam Williams. I think Williams has put together some of his better games here recently. I thought his Chiefs game was probably his best game of the year, especially against the run. But there's still plenty of room for him to grow, and Fowler has been kind of up and down all season. But really, you don't necessarily feel great about the edge without Clowney there with this run game. So you're really looking at your linebackers to step up and make plays for you, because if Jahmyr Gibbs gets to the second level and he's one-on-one with Logan Wilson or Kenneth Murray, you certainly don't feel good about that. DeMarvion Overshown is really the only guy that, from a speed standpoint, can give you his best effort to track him down or angle him out. But your linebackers in general, you're going to be hard-pressed to find somebody that can keep up with Gibbs.
Tommy Yarsh, DNM Leasing Hotline from DallasCowboys.com. Speaking of Logan Wilson, fill in that blank, Tommy, of Logan Wilson has been what so far as a Cowboy with his play?
I think he's been about what they expected. Okay. He's picking up the middle linebacker stuff and the green dot things and calling out plays. But, I mean, the guy wasn't going to have a revolutionary impact on the defense like Quentin Williams did, I don't think. I don't think that was ever the thought behind it. Yeah, thank you. And blast that everywhere. But, no, it was more of just Dallas's linebackers were so poor in their eye discipline to start the year that they needed some kind of change. And I asked Brian Schottenheimer about it yesterday, and he said that their eye discipline has improved drastically since the trade deadline, and he was saying it was, probably one of the bigger aspects they need to improve on as a team. And I think Logan Wilson has a big part in that. Sure, he's not the quickest guy out there, and we've seen him kind of get beat by some faster guys. But in terms of diagnosing things and being in the right place at the right time, I think he's kind of helped that group a little bit take the next step there. And then DeMarvion Overshown coming back after that first game where he was kind of all over the place. I think he's starting to settle into as he's played more and more. So I think his experience there and what he's been able to do with his eyes and help around him with his eyes has certainly been helpful, but it's not been, again, that hasn't been the reason why this defense has improved. It's everything up front, and it certainly makes their jobs a lot easier.
So, Tommy, I'm not going to ask you to define how you would stack power rankings across the NFL. I'm just going to ask you this question. With the way the Dallas Cowboys are playing right now, how many teams roughly do you think you would pick over the Cowboys in a neutral field matchup tomorrow?
In a neutral field? Okay.
Could you get to could you potentially sneak the Cowboys into the top 5 with the way they're playing right now?
I would pick 5 over them, but I don't think it would be much more than that. And are we talking like fully healthy or just the way
they're at right now? Sean and RJ put them both 4th this week in their power rankings. They think only the Seahawks, Rams, and Patriots are beating them tomorrow. Or Choppy had the Bears instead of the Seahawks, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I would, and I'm really not trying to make a joke out of this. I think I would put them around 6 or 7.
Yeah, baby.
Sorry, I'm apologizing to all the parents who are taking their kids to school right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, they've been really, really, really good. I just think that there are still teams out there that are a step ahead. I don't think the Cowboys are far behind. Like I said, they're not too far behind 4. But I agree with the Rams, the Seahawks, the Bears, the Packers. I think still would be one. I know how they played earlier this year, but I still think the Packers would be one. I think
Buffalo?
the Colts would give them a good run. Yeah, Buffalo 2. Yeah, so that would put them at 6? Did I give you 5 or did I give you 6?
Oh, we weren't listening.
Yeah, 6,
okay.
7.
Well,
when she's named more than 4 or 5, we're like, whatever. He's wrong. RJ and I are
there you
right.
go.
Did you make your pick for tomorrow night?
Yeah, I did, and I'd actually have to add another team in there. I did pick the Lions in a close one. I know.
But did it go higher or lower than 53.5?
Oh, I think it was way higher. I completely, off the top of my head, I completely forgot what my pick was, but I think I picked the Lions by 3. Home field and the run. I'm just fascinated by this run game, and some of the run games that the Cowboys have played in the last 3 weeks where they've been able to stop the run haven't been some of the better rushing units in the NFL. And I thought the Chiefs did actually a fairly decent job against them on the ground last week. They just got themselves into certain positions at times where they couldn't run the football as much. And look, I'm just as impressed by this run defense turnaround as everybody else. But this is a completely different animal that they're facing. And I think Detroit's going to have success offensively. I think Dallas is going to have success offensively. I think this will be kind of reminiscent of the 23 game where it's just back and forth. And I don't know if that was a shootout per se, but both offenses making big plays. There's going to be a lot of big plays, I think, in this game. And I think Detroit just has the capabilities to maybe land that final one and get the win at home.
Good stuff. Thank you, Tommy, except for the predictions. Have a good trip. We'll talk to you next week.
All righty, guys. Thank you. Have a good one.
Tommy Yarsh is brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's hook you up with our final Dave Chappelle ticket giveaway of the morning as we crosstalk with KNC.
Upgrade your vehicle. Get a classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024. All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Dave Chappelle at the American Airlines Center on Friday, December 19th of this year. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Whoa. A lot of attitude and arrogance being shown by...
It's confidence, Sean.
Oh, it's confidence.
Confidence, two
That's
different
definitely
things.
attitude for me.
Tell the people what you said.
Oh, you said you saved the biggest tune-in.
No, Corey said, I don't like this. I don't like this giveaway.
Yeah, no, we are
It's a great
no,
giveaway.
the giveaway is fantastic.
Yeah.
It's
one of the best ones ever.
We are Pavlovian.
Like a dog?
God
Yes.
bless you.
Ring the bell.
Whenever a certain sound happens on the radio, we all put our headphones on and get the microphones prepared. Well, now, whenever I get my headphones on, then you get the music scratch and Peyton starts saying words, and then you're doing the giveaway. And now I have my headphones on 15 seconds longer than I had to.
I will say, it does throw me off when I think we're coming back, and then it's like Peyton does that, or when we're coming back after a game day and we're going to below the belt, and after the intro, Peyton just throws on a highlight without telling me he was going to throw it on, and I start trying to talk, and I'm like, oh, I guess we're not talking yet.
That
Okay.
happens to Kevin on the road all the time.
I got a phrase of 3 words each to give you guys. You can pick the first or the second.
Okay.
Is it go?
Well, I'll say boo freaking who and get over it.
Ooh, yeah.
And I'm going to take up for Peyton here, even though he thinks Bobby takes up for him more than me.
I heard that, yeah.
All the near misses that Peyton has to keep an ear out for when coming back from commercial breaks. I think Bobby's probably the worst.
He doesn't have to keep. You can dump. I
can't dump it in here.
Oh,
I got no dump button.
Put it on the punch list.
I got no dump button. So him throwing you off, that's nothing compared to you maybe getting us fined by the FCC. And does that even happen anymore? When's the last radio station? I'd like to know the last 5 FCC fines.
Fred in
that's
Houston.
actually it.
Yeah, Fred.
Fred in Houston. What's coming up on the program?
We're going to do the last 5 in FCC fines.
Do it right now.
December 2024, $1.1 million for Charter Communications.
Oh, no.
That's a year.
920,000. Oh, hold on. September 25, $920,000 for somebody violated the Pirate Act.
Oh,
They went
pirating a signal. They were pirating a signal.
Yeah, there's some other ones too.
They basically hijacked a radio signal.
Oh, wow. That sounds pretty cool.
And it's
That
only
just
$900,000.
What you took from that?
Yeah.
No, that just happened last week. Somebody had like in the middle of a Texans game, somebody like took over the signal in Houston.
Like you're intentionally taking it over to steal ratings?
No, you're like you're jumping on and you're throwing on different program. It's like it's a hack. It's like a prank.
I rated a whole movie about
I've always fantasized about that, like a way to break into the Super Bowl and have like Sean and RJ 105 through. I was going to say crosstalk.
Called a fire sale.
And you break in and it's like beep, and someone obviously has messed up the programming.
What's fire sale?
Fire sales when you take over the government. Basically, you start tanking. You start tanking the economy.
The smile that you have on your face when you say that makes me nervous.
I've seen The Last Die Hard, whatever the hell it was called.
Or the last
Or Mr.
administration.
Robot.
No, this just happened. This just happened.
So the only thing we were taking over is we are taking America back. Okay, that's all we're doing.
This just happened last week. 2 regional radio stations had their signal hacked, and it was a loop of fake EAS tones followed by a racist country song and a promo to follow the hackers on social media.
But who gets fined for that? The state,
whoever gets whoever gets caught, I would assume.
Yeah. So if it's like a radio pranker, the FCC is gonna.
They still don't know who did the Max Headroom hijack of Chicago TV back in the 80s.
Really?
Yeah, that's still. They
do you know what he's talking about?
Max Headroom, yeah.
Oh, I have no idea.
He was in Back to the Future, but also did
Coca-Cola commercials.
Yeah, Coca-Cola.
Somebody hijacked the TV news signal for about a minute in Chicago, and they were wearing a Max Headroom mask and started saying a bunch of weird stuff and spanking themselves in the 80s, and they never figured out who it was. Spanking, literally spanking their butt. Okay, relax.
Oh, my goodness.
Which one of you two, if any, have been to Detroit?
I've been to Detroit.
Okay.
Can I tell you a fun Detroit story?
Sure.
The Little Caesars world headquarters is in Detroit.
And you went to tour it.
Yeah, well, but here's the thing. It wasn't open, and we went in it because Brandon, loves Little Caesars, and he wanted to go in there. And so we went in there and just kind of stood there, and there was, important business people, and they're like, can we help you? And we go, oh, yeah.
Wait, you walk into the building, it's like the meeting room?
No, they were, waiting to go somewhere in the
there was a
lobby.
bunch of pizza ovens just down on the floor.
No, but there was a giant holographic Little Caesars.
My wife says that pizza's underrated.
Yeah, especially.
I think it's good.
I'm ready, $5.
And they were like, can we help you? And I go, oh, my son just wanted to tour the building. And they go, the building is not open to the public right now. And I was like, oh. And we just kind of stood there, and he goes, all right, you can take a quick picture. And we took a picture and then left.
Huh. Yeah, I was going to ask for your suggestions on what Bobby should do upon landing in Detroit tonight.
Go to Windsor.
Put a vest on.
Put a vest on.
Drive down 8 Mile.
Bring your passport and go to Windsor.
I don't have a passport.
You don't?
What's Windsor?
Ontario.
Canada.
Oh. Yeah. It's right
It's
across.
literally it's right over there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's a river, and then right on the other side of the river is Canada.
Rima gave him a Detroit pizza place to go to.
Should I see how hard it is to cross the border?
You know what?
Oh, my God.
You know what, Kevin? Actually, I'd let you slip there. I really shouldn't have. Only Kevin goes to a place known for pizza and takes the Little Caesars tour. Because you just made that. Because he just made a face when I said Detroit pizza, and then I said, oh, wait, he took the Little Caesars tour.
Right.
He's going to Brooklyn. He's like, where's the Pizza Hut outlet?
That was for my son. We didn't eat at Little Caesars. We went to the headquarters. We had Detroit pizza. It's fine.
Oh, fine. Okay, rank the styles.
Chicago's obviously number one.
Oh!
I mean, you like lasagna?
It's
Doggy.
All right,
It's
2.
delicious. Then New York.
To go. You get it in a
New York, then Detroit.
doggy bag.
Detroit to me is like I love pan pizza.
Pan pizza's
greasy.
fine.
It's
You're
thicker.
Like you talking like
I'm
grandma's?
thinking of it as like
grandma
Pizza Hut.
Okay.
I think of it as like
that's fine.
a
Throw
pan
that.
pizza.
Yeah. There's other. I prefer that over Chicago.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. There's not as long as it's. I think most places it's about the place rather than the style. I think any style of pizza is generally salvageable because it's good. It's
pizza.
cheese,
Yeah.
meat, bread, whatever. Like it's
I'd agree
good.
with that.
But yeah, the Chicago style we had with Tommy the Lou Malnati's, that was good.
RJ
Malnati's is my favorite.
There's a Buffalo Brothers. Have y'all heard of that?
No.
One of our
I've heard of Buffalo
Tolos,
Brothers.
Ryan, and it's from Buffalo. The amount of cheese and the beef pepperonis they use, it's fantastic pizza. I think they have one in Fort Worth.
They
I think
do.
they have one
Yeah.
near you.
Yeah,
Check
they
it
do.
out.
It's
It's
a good
really
spot.
good.
RJ was raving. He found legit 100% authentic pizza from Italy.
I did. It was.
He said this is the pizza he had in Italy.
It was. They even cut the prosciutto the same way.
In Fort Worth?
It's in. I think it's in Keller. Ted. It's
How
either
else
Keller-
can you cut prosciutto out of curiosity?
so you could cut. You could cut it like the way they. I'm sorry. The way they place it on the pizza. So the way they place it on the pizza in Italy is they just cover the whole. They don't cook it in necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
They just place it on top, and it's these long strips that go the entire width of the pizza.
Fancy.
And it was the same way.
And it's in Keller.
And I think it's in Keller.
And they don't have 4 meat slicers. They have that one guy that
one
sits
guy.
there.
I think it's called Molino's. But
I'm on my 4th. I haven't ordered it yet, but I sent another meat slicer back.
Oh my god!
What?
It's a disaster. Yeah, I sent it back.
The third one now?
Yeah, the third.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it didn't.
Does
It
Amanda
chopped.
know?
It chopped.
Did you ever have an issue because you tried to saw off part of a shoe and it got stuck in there? Open your mail with your meat slicer.
No, is that a Seinfeld episode?
This is Seinfeld.
Yeah.
It's a great
I'm gonna go get
Seinfeld.
some. I'm gonna go buy something. I bring it in tomorrow. The pizza.
Really?
Yeah, it's super floppy. Like Italy pizza's super floppy. Like
Yeah,
it's,
do that motion again.
it's so
I need
thin.
Bobby's spanking story.
It's so thin, and then the crust is super soft.
Yeah.
But the
Is it the
bottom
best
is-
pizza in DFW?
It's the closest thing to Italy I've had.
And
It's not
but you
like
said
New York.
it. But you said Italy pizza is the best.
I think Italy pizza. I like the Italy pizzas. I feel like when you eat pizza in Italy, you can have another one, and you're like, let's go.
I always hate this kind of thing. Not specifically choppy, but whenever they're like, well, it just doesn't match up against the pizza against Italy, and it's like most people have no way of measuring whether you're right or not. You may have an absolutely awful way of gauging that. Like for instance, you would not trust me if I said, it's not like Italy. You'd be like, well, I can't trust your palate at all. I'm not saying we can't trust chops, but in general, it gives them an air of of like I can speak about this authority that like we don't really know if they have.
I'm trying to go to Italy this year.
Do it.
For the 20th anniversary of our wedding.
I think I'm going to go to Italy in May.
20 years?
We got to make it there first, you know?
no.
She left me this week, so it's really trying.
Isn't this the Sandlot Charity Week? Shouldn't she be here?
She's got work to do on. She's doing all her work. Like that's all taken care of. It's just she's.
Is she going to be at the
she's taking care of her dad's. He had knee surgery. Yeah, she'll be back on Saturday, and she'll be ready to go.
Is this the surgery you updated that he was alive and well?
He is alive.
Oh,
yeah, things are going well. Yeah,
sound a little dramatic.
Happy for him.
A little dramatic there, Nick.
Well, I mean, anytime you make it out of anesthesia, I think it's a good day.
That's true.
So we're trying to go to Italy for the 20th, and I will come back with reports whether or not Chop's right.
And how to get in to where RJ was denied.
Oh, yeah, we got to go to Rome.
If your first name is actually not Corey, if you have another first name, right? Do not put Corey as your first name.
I think I'm going to Italy in May.
You don't have a passport.
I know.
Please
I think I'm going to have to get all
better
that.
Please
get
put
started on
Robert
that
as your
now.
first
I know.
name.
Like Kristen was already getting on me that we might have to go to a wedding. So
In Italy?
Yep.
Whose wedding? Who's important enough that you're going to go to Italy? You won't even take her out of this away from Arkansas.
I'll tell you off the air, but it's who it is.
Oh,
whoa!
Sales guy.
No, it's not like that. It's just like I don't know if they want their wedding details out there.
Oh, you think Bezos were going to paparazzi that?
No, I'll explain.
Como,
Dak.
It has to be someone in Frisco at the Cowboy building. That's the only person Bobby would.
No, it's not.
Is it?
Oh.
Uh-oh.
No, it's lit. No, it's literally. It's just I've seen. It's a long story. I'll explain it later. But no, it's just it's a friend of mine. You know who it is, though. You know them.
Man.
Wow.
Feels like he keeps trying to bait you into it by being like, but you know who they are.
I don't care that much.
You know your friends.
So Bobby will be flying to Detroit afterwards.
Go to the GM plant.
Is my
Buddy's
seat still
Pizza.
there? You tattled on me to Schottenheimer.
What? Oh, yeah, about the power rankings? Yeah. Well, I'd put Brian in his place a little bit. He tries to come on here, a little sassy, and I was like, RJ and I put you at number 4. Bobby left you out.
Yeah.
Because he's always best friends with Bobby all the time. What's the Hall of Fame news real quick?
They have announced the finalists, the elder finalists.
The elder finalists?
Yep, it's the finalist
Nursing
stage,
home entrance?
but basically, it's the blue ribbon committee selection. So these are like the veteran committees. The contributor nominee is Robert Kraft. The coach is Bill Belichick, and the 3 players are Ken Anderson, Roger Craig, and L.C. Greenwood.
Okay.
Enough Steelers have gotten in.
That'd be hilarious.
Ken Anderson led the NFL in passer rating 4 times in his career.
What?
Yeah.
Did he really?
And he was an MVP.
That'd be hilarious if they made Belichick and Kraft go in together.
It would be that. Yes,
I would
they
love
have
that.
to. And truthfully, like Bob should be in.
Why?
I mean, you're the owner that oversaw 6 Super Bowls. Like that's generally going to get you in.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just checking.
Do you hate the Patriots the most of any dynasty ever?
No.
Who's your most hated dynasty?
I just hated Tom Brady.
Duke.
Who's your most
Tom
hated
Brady?
dynasty? Just pick one.
Ottoman?
Steelers.
70s Steelers.
The Ming Dynasty?
70 Steelers? You don't remember them.
But
We're the same age.
But we should have
alive for
been. Yeah,
it,
we
but
should
I
have had
still
another
hate them.
dynasty. Then.
Those
Yeah.
Jeter Yankees, man.
Oh, yeah. That one.
The 70 Steelers
the
has
late
way
90s Yankees.
way too many percentage of their players in the Hall versus the Cowboys.
Because they won
Freaking
the Super
Domingo
Bowls.
Cedeno and pinstripes.
Let's let the fellas take over. We're back.
troll.
Bobby and his boxers tomorrow for breakfast. Babe Laufenberg at 9:20 and 2 more Chappelle giveaways. We won't do it in crosstalk because I don't want to throw Corey off.
Thank you.
K&C is next.
When sports news breaks this morning.
to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Asian Girls? Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Looks up on the floor.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That didn't sound good. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got Corey Majors and Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing?
Better than you, I feel like, Kevin.
I guess so.
Dude, what is happening here? This is week 3. We're going to have to...
We never took any time off to
You're going to
recover.
have to do something.
I'm still
here.
here.
You have Saturday and Sunday. What are you doing on Saturday and Sunday?
Here. Well,
Somebody
Sunday,
bring up some injections.
Sunday, I was swinging for a cause.
Last Sunday.
Oh, yeah. Nothing. I did nothing.
Kevin, I want the best for you. Go home. Go home right now.
I'm okay.
I'll go with you.
Oh.
Alec can do it. What? He's got this.
I don't think that...
877-881-1053. Here's what Kevin needs. Kevin needs you to yell at him. He needs inspiration. He needs you to tell him that he can't do this.
That's
today,
true.
That he can't have the voice of a god like he usually does.
I'm going to get there.
Text in 877-881. You can Twitch. I'll show him. He doesn't see it, but I'll show him right here.
I think I'm going to have to cancel the Jesus podcast again?
I don't know how many times you canceled on Jesus.
Just once. On the podcast.
Oh, wow.
I've probably disappointed Jesus way more times than that. Way more times.
For the Twitch, though, I want to let... I don't hate y'all. I don't. I really love y'all a lot. I just like to give y'all a hard time whenever y'all give Carter a hard time.
I like Carter.
I like Carter, too. He's a good teammate for us. If everybody else hates him, that's a different deal. But I can't fight all the battles. Kevin from the 469, do better, Kevin. From the 817, go home, Kevin. From the 858, Kevin, are you sad? This is the second day in a row you haven't introduced Corey as, oh man, Corey Majors, go home.
Yeah, I just don't think I've got it yet.
All right, when you have it, though.
Maybe I like noon.
Noon, you got to get a ramp up. You got to get things warmed up and going. From 214, what? No, oh, man, to begin the show today. People expect things, Kevin.
Okay.
Babe Laufenberg's texted me right now. I presume he's like, oh.
Ask him if he can head up to the studio.
Oh, actually, this is about Italy. So.
Okay, now here we go.
No, don't do it. I don't want you to screw up your voice.
Why can we? Oh man, Corey. Yeah, that was a bad idea.
Guys, did y'all hear that?
That was a bad idea.
So, Kevin, what can we do for you? What doctor or clinic do we need to? Do I have a guy? All right.
Yeah.
He has some things. All right. We can't you're going to have to take a couple of different routes to get to them to make sure nobody's following you.
Hey.
So there's going to be some surveillance detail you got to work here.
At some point, I may or may not have already been given a little thing of medicine that didn't have a name on it. All right.
It just came in a nondescript red bottle.
Don't worry about that. Then the doctor said bronchitis. I got some drugs for it, but we're going to do the best we can.
Kevin, the Cowboys are on the hottest streak of the season.
Right.
And since they started that streak, you've been like this.
Maybe that's the key.
So we have to keep you in this state now, is what we're saying.
You know what?
If
they win a Super Bowl, I think I probably would.
Would you suffer? You would suffer through this.
I think I would.
If the Cowboys could win a Super Bowl,
I think I would.
You think they have a shot at it?
Yes.
What did you just say?
I said yes.
You think the Cowboys have a shot at winning this Super Bowl?
Sure. They're playing great right now.
Are you giving this are you saying like a sliver of hope? Because usually when I say a sliver of hope, I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, there's one, maybe 0.47%.
Right.
And I'm like, yeah, there is a chance. Are you feeling like there's more of a chance here?
Yeah, it could be like 1%.
Dude, look at Optimus Kevin right now. This is awesome, dude. I'm excited for you right now.
Okay.
From the 817 Kevin, tell your doctor you need codeine.
Okay.
Yeah, that's some codeine will help you out. I don't know I can't read that one. But other than that, I'm doing great, Kevin. Thanks for asking.
I promise you guys, I see a lot of suggestions come in. I have been on nothing but maintenance the last 3 weeks. And so I promise I appreciate all of your suggestions.
I just want to tell you, when Kevin walks in and sits down and doesn't say a word to me and just takes a cough drop and doesn't talk to me, I know not to talk to him. So it's not I love talking to Kevin.
No, I did not get my tonsils tickled by Andy Reid. I just saw somebody's, you're going to take this running play and like it. I said running play, Alec.
That's true.
That's a sports
fact.
thing.
Yep, those are sports cliches. I love when Kevin comes in, I talk, and he listens, and then he'll talk back.
Right.
I knew better today. You had a look on your face, and it just, I'm very sad for you.
And I don't know what happened. I felt good when I went to sleep, and now I'm fine.
Okay. Now what?
Jesus loves me. Thank you very much. I just hope my church and the Jesus podcast love me as much when I'm like, hey, I don't think I'm going to make it today. All right.
Do it for Christ.
Oh, my goodness.
If you don't do it, who will?
I mean, there's lots of Christian people in the world. Hopefully one of them can help me out.
You know what? Isn't that part of
That's
part
right.
Of that, you know?
That's right.
Helping others.
I think it'll be okay because all those commercials I saw, Jesus, he gets us.
He does get us. Do unto others.
Do you think it's weird that there's Jesus commercials?
I don't know if Jesus would have ever thought about it. He's like, one of these days.
I don't know if he would support that.
God would have. God would have been like, I'll get these commercials up.
Okay.
Because he could have seen it already, his plan.
God did send some pretty definitive big time messages. He was like, advertise this. Yeah, no,
here's some burning bush. That's going to catch people's attention.
Right.
Did advertising work? It just did.
Yes. From the 972, Kevin is sad because Survivor Series was such a huge dud. I actually do have lots of fiery thoughts about Survivor Series.
What happened in Survivor Series, guys?
They continue to have War Games matches that are 16 hours long. And I'm like, you can wrap this up sooner, and you don't have to bring the entire junkyard into the cage every single time.
Okay.
And then, yes, I've tried honey as well. I promise. I took Mickey's suggestion as well.
Hot liquids?
That's right.
Oh.
And honey, cough drops. I've taken Kyle Yeoman's suggestions. I have gotten drugs from the doctor. I'm doing the best I can.
From the 972, isn't Coach Balsack married to a doctor? I bet she can put in a good word for you.
She might be traumatized.
That's your baby's doctor.
From butt strep.
Yeah, butt strep's a difficult thing. You know what? We're going to get some tea made for you, though. All right? Because tea during the show is it soothes at the time.
I've done some of that throat coat. It is the tea, you jerks. It is the grossest thing in the world, but it is helpful.
You got to do what you got to do.
So,
yeah,
if you're you're up on the 16th floor and can make that happen, that would be great. It really would be great. From the 469, you always offer to help people, Kevin. Now take care of yourself. I promise. I really,
He's really doing this for me more than
have
anything
been
else.
trying. That actually is fair. If this is another
Tomorrow
week,
and Friday, the only real like I could have probably been like, you know what? But this is a tough week for
if
me.
this is another week, I probably would have bailed already.
Yeah.
So that is a fair point. So I hope everyone, wanting the blue hell is butt strep. It's exactly like regular strep, except it's in your butt.
You know what?
And that's what Noah had.
We can replay the segment where we discussed it. We can just go back and do that. I've heard shows do that before. It's not very successful, but I've heard them do it.
Oh my gosh. I think that actually is at somebody different than I think.
Okay.
From the 682, Kevin has watched so much of the Bart Simpson show that his voice is morphing into Marge. A lot of people would think that's manlier than my regular voice.
It sounds a little more like the sisters, her twin sisters that she has.
Oh, yeah. Patty and Selma.
Yeah, Patty and Selma. You sound a little more like you've been smoking some about 3 or 4 packs a day.
From the 469, what time is CA going to show up today?
Dude, that's the great thing, too, is you never know. This
is better than that day. That day I couldn't talk
you said,
at all.
And I was like, oh, my gosh, here we go.
Yeah. All right. I'm not reading some of these other ones, even though they're very clever. I appreciate how clever you all are, but some of these are not necessarily FCC compliant. Fair to
I agree with you
say.
on that. I agree with you on that.
You know, this first segment was going to be...
You asked.
That is true. Did I anticipate 10 minutes of this?
You said a long time ago, just be honest with the audience.
That's true.
You said never lie to them. And I said I was taking it serious.
That is true. So in case you... it's pronounced penicillin. All right, I see what you're doing, and butt strep is really only contagious among kids. So that's why we didn't have them at school. All right, this segment was going to be, who do you fear on the Lions, and where do the Cowboys hold an advantage? Do you want to pivot to something else? Do you want me to do like a mini baseball nuggets instead?
Yeah, let's do mini baseball nuggets.
Right.
We'll swing the who do you fear around at like 10:40 or
okay, all right. So let's fire up. I know we're not prepared for this, Alec, but we're shifting some things around. Let's go ahead and fire up some baseball nuggets. Good job.
Colo Vader said, look, Carter already moved Kevin to the screen closest to the door. He knows he's leaving. Thanks, Twitch.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. All right. The ugliest contracts in Major League Baseball. Do you think Jock Peterson belongs on this list? So essentially, it's the ugliest contracts with years still remaining. So this is not like an all-time thing or anything like that. This is in current baseball right now for players who still got money on their deals.
Yeah, Jock Peterson should absolutely be on this list. For the production that you got out of him, it wasn't enough.
Yep.
The money that he was being paid, the piece of the pie. It was a large chunk of the pie.
It was.
And it almost,
for a team that's looking to cut.
Yeah, it practically handcuffed the team last year in making moves that they wanted to make to add at the deadline.
Right.
And now it's handcuffed the team this year at being able to, have the flexibility to do some other things. Now, that's on the GM. He understands that. He owns that. So it's not just on Jock.
So Jock Peterson is number 5 on the list.
Makes sense.
Another, kind of Rangers relation, number 9 is Yu Darvish.
Okay.
He still has 3 years, $48 million left, or $46 million left on his deal, and it kind of feels like maybe he is done. But for Jock Peterson, only 1 year left on his deal. That is matched up with only one other player for the least amount of time left on his list. Top 4, Anthony Santander with the Toronto Blue Jays. He's under contract through 2030.
2030? See, that's one of the things. I'm not quite sure. Is it because baseball players have longer careers? Is that a reality?
I think it's just because the market dictated that all these teams were willing to go this many years. And if you didn't, like with Cliffley, if you weren't willing to go that 7th year, somebody would.
I also wonder, though, why do GMs, owners look at it and go, we need to have that guy this long so that we can build a team around them because it takes so long to build a team? Or we just don't want to do what the Marlins did years ago and build a one-year team and move off of it. We want to try and build dynasties around here.
See, so I really don't think
the length of contracts is just weird to me.
I totally get your question. I don't think it was that. I just think in like the arms race to get the best players, you fell into the trap of, well, I'm willing to go more years and more money. And then that it just became like accepted. Like
So Steinbrenner screwed everybody, essentially.
I mean, among others.
And the Dodgers.
But like it's like the Juan Soto contract. The Mets really effed over all of baseball because they were like, well, we have to match the Shohei contract. No, you don't. Shohei got that contract because he does both. Juan Soto barely plays the field.
Well, and for the Rangers, they had to overpay A-Rod to get an A-Rod.
Correct.
Like these small, the Rangers aren't a small market team, but a team that wants to compete with the Yankees and the likes.
Correct.
They have to figure out, well, how do we do it? We have to overpay. We have to do too many other things. Makes sense.
Number 3 on the list, and this one hurts too, Mike Trout. For Mike Trout, and the Angels excel at giving out terrible contracts, he still has 5 years, $185 million left on his deal.
Wow.
And he's this last year he's
a shell of himself?
Yeah, oh, for sure. And he was fine last year. He was maybe even good at times last year, but not that kind of money. Second on the list, Anthony Rendon. Once again, the Angels. This is an all-time terrible contract. But number 1 on the list, Chris Bryant. Chris Bryant does nothing anymore. He's still under contract, 3 years, $81 million.
There was a time, I'm glad that other people were smarter than me on this one, because I was very like, let's go get that guy.
Yeah.
Here's the fascinating thing about him. Electric first year. Like electric rookie season. And because of the way the Cubs handled business, I think he lost the love for the game.
Yeah.
And he's finished his career out, got a nice contract to go with it for himself. But I just think he just lost any love because MLB was saying, we're going to play with guys' lives.
Yeah. It's amazing that that's the way it went with all of this. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we puck around and find out Stars Rangers and a Stars report card a third of the way through the season. Next on The Fan.
now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's terrible.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back behind the net, Lafreniere, and then out to Panarin. Panarin, quick shot, deflected, saved by DeSmith. Cooley scores! Will Cooley ties the game at 2!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk some Stars. Let's talk some Rangers. I actually thought Casey DeSmith did a really good job yesterday. And then talk about, we're about a third of the way through this regular season for the Stars, which that feels kind of crazy, right?
Are you kidding me?
I'm
a third of the way through already? What is happening right now?
I'm not kidding you. Oh my gosh.
Got you down.
Chris Arnold really is here.
Someone said that you might need some help.
He's like a genie. You just rub the bottle and Chris Arnold pops up.
I'm not here to fill in for you, but I brought some Vicks Vapor Cool. I don't know if you've ever tried these.
I have not. Is it just like a cough drop?
Yes, but it's more powerful and it'll clear your throat up.
You know we have lots of other mic stations, right? You don't have to.
No, here's the thing, though, Kevin. You've often said that every Hall of Fame, they just put Chris Arnold in because he belongs. And so you should take the advice of a Hall of Famer. Is all I'm saying.
I'm going to try one of these right now. I'm going to try one of these right now. All right. There we go. There we go. All right. So this is Vicks Vapor Rub, but I'm eating it.
Vapor Cool.
Oh, Vapor Cool. Because usually you put it on like your chest or something,
yes,
right?
I do use that stuff all the time.
It also comes in a spray.
Man, it tastes like Vicks Vapor Rub. I'll tell you that. You can feel that smell coming through. But yeah, whatever it takes. We've got tea here. We're going to be in Choctaw tomorrow.
So you're saying that you can feel Chris's working on you right now. Working in your chest.
It feels like I'm eating out of that little tube or that tub of Vicks.
So you've tried that before.
I know, but you could smell. Do you ever smell something and you're like, I know what this tastes like?
Your voice just did it, though. It went to a couple places it couldn't go to earlier.
Well,
look at that.
Then I might need more of these. All right.
Got you down.
Yes,
Thank you,
man.
CA.
The CA is here to make sure I continue my career. That is essentially, which it makes sense because all we've done in our career here at the Fan is followed Chris Arnold.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's true. Yeah,
Chris Arnold does Sunday, then so do we. Does Saturday, then so do we. He was on with the G-Bag Nation at night, then we took that spot. G-Bag Nation in the afternoon, then we did, or in the middays, then we took that spot. So wherever, like in the future, when we're the MCs at the Mavericks game,
it'd be so awesome.
Yeah, just we kind of,
and he'll stop in every once in a while and be like, I knew I trained you guys right.
Exactly.
From the 214, the Hall of Fame just tickled his tonsils.
Oh,
that is pretty special right there.
That is awful.
That is cool.
But as long as it works, that's all that really matters. All right. For the Stars. So they lost yesterday, but they did at least pick up another point, and that has been one of the Stars' MOs. They have points in 19 of their last 21 games.
Yeah, that's pretty big. That's pretty significant for this group right now.
And so I'm going to give you a good idea of what that actually looks like. All right.
Can I ask you a question about this real quick? Because I've watched and observed enough hockey, but I'm hoping that somebody can kind of lay down the plan of how this is beneficial.
Yeah.
You want wins.
For sure.
You don't want to stack, and I'm using stack right now because all I hear is the Cowboys saying stack, stack.
Right.
You want to stack as many wins as possible. You like points. Points are good.
For sure.
And you should walk away going good on points. But you can still walk away after getting points and and be critical of yourself.
100%. Now, luckily for the Stars, I think they've been kind of on the other side of that where they're usually happy to get the point, because they've been able to draw even later in the game. Whereas in years past, how many times Do you feel like you saw the Stars get a point in a game where you're like, how the hell didn't you get 2 points? Yeah. Like in regulation?
Yeah, no. And then sometimes they've also gotten points where you've just been like, I have no clue how they even did that.
By the way, conversation for another day, because I was reading this on The Athletic and I was like, ooh, that is intriguing. What would you think about the NHL switching to a 3-2-1 system where right now you get 2 points if you win no matter what? Under this system, 3 points for regulation win. And then 2 points for the shootout or overtime win. Because
what's the one?
If you shootout or overtime loss. So that part would stay the same. But essentially they'd be incentivizing more regular season wins because you're seeing so many like tight margins and so many games go to overtime. And the thinking is like, well, if you're able to win in regulation, that feels like that should probably be rewarded.
I like that. I don't know the holes for that. And I'm sure that, all the guys that run hockey have already sat back and gone, no, here's why. It's gonna set apart a precedent, a number that we can't attain or something like that. So I like it, though, because it separates. It definitely separates the wins and losses in my mind.
Yeah, and I have to do like a more in-depth breakdown of what it would do to the points. We'll pick that up another time. But for the Stars, 19 points in 19 of the last 21 games. During that run, they've gone 14-2-5.
Okay.
That's 33 possible points, 33 points out of a possible 42. That would put them on pace for the year for 129 points.
Is that good?
Which that is bananas. So that just shows you like how well they've been playing. Last night, not their best effort. I think you really saw that game. They were getting worked. The Rangers were on the attack far more frequently. They put the puck on net far more frequently. And that's why I wanted to say shout out to Casey DeSmith because he saw an onslaught of shots throughout the game.
Yeah, he made some saves last night that were pretty special.
Yep.
And we discussed this the other day. Having a backup that can do what he does is so important to you. It's one of the reasons the Stars excel at having that good backup.
I agree.
If an Ottinger is sick and somebody has to go down, you have somebody that can come in and take his place and do that.
And I haven't done the research for this, but I would be definitely willing to say that Casey DeSmith has been the best backup goalie in all of NHL this year.
I was kind of
back-to-back games for him.
You want enough wins, just don't get the President's Trophy.
That is true. I agree with that.
And look, we still have, as they like to say, there's a lot of hockey to play.
Yes,
two-thirds of it I've heard. The one thing I'm trying to weigh here, is you do have a lot of injuries.
And you got another one.
You got another one that you added to, and that's
like 2 minutes into the frickin' game.
I hate seeing that for Sagan. I really hate, especially a guy who he's had an injured career. He just has.
He has.
Bischel being out, that probably
for a long time.
Yeah, probably incentivizes teams to go to give you the business.
Yeah.
Hey, look, these guys don't have that guy. To protect them. That probably incentivizes some teams to say, we can be more physical than this team tonight. So I'm thinking about this, and then I started thinking too, and I understand these guys are professional athletes. They're well-conditioned, well-trained, physically great. They're paid to do this. Some nights it's got to be tough to be like, I think I'm at my best.
Right.
And then you get out on the ice and you're not. And you're like, dadgum. And then you got to find a way to dig in, and then they got to go do it again tonight. You know
what they need? Chris Arnold to bring them some cough drops.
That's absolutely true.
Whatever we're going to actually call these. So last night,
I think they're vapor locks.
Yeah, that's a different thing.
Right.
Last night put the Stars above 100 games missed to injury time already because you mentioned it. Sagan went out. Bischel's probably out 6 to 8 weeks. Ben has missed time. Duchesne, Harley, Hintz, Lundqvist, Lyubushkin. You have had so many players. And so in the first 2 minutes, when you see Sagan go down and he needs help to get off the ice, you're like, here we go again. Goliathson didn't have an update last night. He said he's going to be reevaluated tomorrow, and they're hoping for the best. Now, you can twist that however you want. Because, right now, hoping for the best sounds terrible.
Mm-hmm.
But that's because the Stars have had a lot of injuries. Maybe he meant hoping for the best, as in like, oh, it was an awkward angle. He was kind of shaken, but he'll be fine. But I just assume with this team, it's going to be something bad.
Yeah, hoping for the best is like terrifying at this point, for sure.
Now, when we talk about the job they did yesterday, did you see the shot count for just the third period?
It was 65, I feel like.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It was 18-4.
Yeah.
The Stars got outshot 18-4 in the third period.
That's where your coach is saying effort.
Yeah.
That's where your coach is saying, hold on, this discrepancy can't happen.
And he came out after the game and said, I do not think that this was our best effort. I'm kind of paraphrasing. What grade, though, would you give the Stars through a third of the way of the season? You're 17-5-5.
Okay. A-.
Ooh, okay.
With the minus being your health.
Sure.
And I know your control over that is one thing, but your effort, your work that you've done throughout this season so far puts you at the top of the league. You have one team that's better than you.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So I give the minus for health.
Division,
yeah.
Which is unfortunate. Alec, what grade would you give the Stars through a third of the season?
I like A- as well, but I might even lean towards B+ just because I do think they have a lot of room for improvement still, which is crazy for a team that only has 5 regulation losses.
Yeah.
I do think there's room to improve just because of overall health, and you saw they started off a little bit slower than you would like to begin the season, so I think some critics would knock that a little bit too. But recently, it's been A+. I'd say overall, I'd go B+ with the room to go all the way up to A+ at this rate.
Now, here's something that I think is super encouraging when you talk about their overall potential.
Encourage me.
Jake Ottinger has been very good full strength this season, right? Because we've talked about he's had some struggles. Most of them have come in power play situations. So take a look at the Stars' penalty kill. Last 39 opponent power plays, they've given up 3 goals.
Okay.
That will always work. I mean, and that's probably not a percentage you can keep up, but if you did, you're the best penalty kill in the league.
I feel like Kevin knows where I'm about to go with this.
He's going to say, but why would you not want them to keep it up? I do.
39 for 39 would be pretty awesome.
That is also true. Would you concede that 36 for 39 is good? And you'll be like, yes, but 39 for 39 is
I feel like
better.
I have to make a chart just for this now.
I understand.
Where we know where the elite is. This is good. This is
I
good.
understand the logic.
This is above mediocre to good. Matter of fact, Kevin, there might be a change in the chart as of today. We'll find out during the C block.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's not the change you're expecting.
Okay.
But we may be changing the chart just a little bit today.
See, I think I'm going to go A- as well.
What? Look at us.
Because they had such a historically great November. So we already talked about Jason Robertson yesterday. 15 games, he had 26 points, 13 goals, 13 assists. But they also had 11 wins. That was the most for a team in the month of November in this franchise since they moved to Dallas.
Okay.
And they also scored 62 goals in November. That's the most ever since moving to Dallas. So they had the best November in the history of the franchise. And so I think I'm going to go A-, but Alex's point is well made that there's room for improvement, and I think that's so exciting because I still think A- is fair, but you could still get a lot better.
Is there... I don't know if we have enough time for this. That's great. I love that we might not have enough time in a Stars segment.
What can they do better?
Room for improvement.
Yes.
Does that include... I don't think that's going to include an addition this year.
No, I
think this is the group that you have...
not a big ticket one.
Yeah, I think this is the group that you're going to have to really rely on. Health is going to be important for them to get back to healthy and be healthy at the end of the year. And Gulletsen's going to have to say, well, I got the horses.
Sure.
I can't make an excuse if I have the horses on the ice. Which is weird. A weird Can you imagine seeing a bunch of horses on the ice trying to skate around? That would be it's an amazing sight. Just close your eyes and unless you're driving.
I don't need to close my eyes.
Unless
I'm
you're
thinking
driving
about it right now.
Yeah, and some of them are Clydesdales.
Do
some
they
of
put
them,
skates on?
I see. That's what I can't decide. That's the thing.
I feel like no.
I feel like no, but I feel like it's even more fun if I imagine it with skates. Like 4 skates. That's too many anyway.
Mark that. That's right. Your skate budget would double. And so if you have the same December that you did November, you're going to go into 2026 as the best team in hockey.
Can I have 3/4 of the December?
We'll
7/8.
We'll work on that.
Which one's more?
7/8 is more.
I'll take 7/8 of November into December.
Okay.
And then let's do that the rest of the year. And then have a 100% playoff.
You know what? As long as we're going down this route from the 817, wouldn't y'all agree Turco has been absent this year? As long as we're...
No, he was on the show during Peace-a-thon.
That's a good point.
Yeah, he was there for us.
Point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This time, who do you fear on the Lions? And where do the Cowboys hold an advantage? Next on The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Goff on second down, over the middle, into the end zone. Touchdown, Jahmyr Gibbs.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Probably won't surprise you to know that I think all conversations start with that gentleman right there in terms of who do you fear on the Lions and where do the Cowboys hold an advantage. Is that fair to say that Jahmyr Gibbs is number 1 and he might be number 2 and number 3?
Yeah, at the moment. We'll see with if St. Brown's healthy enough to play.
No chance.
And that's kind of the feeling that I'm getting too. But Jahmyr Gibbs is the first one because I feel like they would rather run the ball than throw it. I think establish the run is something that Dan Campbell says in his sleep. Whenever he's buying his coffee, he's like, he orders, 64 ounces of black coffee and establish the run. I think that's what how he feels about things. And they've frequently had the line to do it. Right now, I think Jahmyr Gibbs is doing exceptional, even with some of the missing pieces there too.
Yeah, I think that is very fair.
But it's not just Kevin. He's not the kind of guy that I think here's a guy. He's not one that's going to go lower his shoulder, put it into you, and then step out of bounds for two extra yards.
Right.
He's going to make you miss, and if his shoulder is in front of you towards the end zone, he's gone.
Yeah.
That's the thing that I fear the most is breakaway. He gets big yards, big plays, huge chunks, and scores touchdowns because he has great speed and great vision, and once he sees the hole, he's gone.
So since you brought that up, the Lions have the second most explosive plays in the NFL this season. And what's really interesting is this is defined across the board as explosive plays are the same regardless if it's run or pass. Some other people have different structures for that, but the Lions have 20-plus yard plays this season. They have 55 of them. 55. That means we're talking about what? About 5 per game?
Yeah.
5 plays of 20-plus yards per game. Second in the NFL behind only the Buffalo Bills. So to your point, that is backed up by not just how we feel watching it, but is backed up by the evidence as well. So Sonic and Knuckles, Gibbs is Sonic, Montgomery is Knuckles.
Yeah, and quite honestly, David Montgomery can do everything that Jahmyr Gibbs can do. He can still break away for those too.
And go ahead.
But it just doesn't feel, it just feels like the one that you go, the highlights are coming from Gibbs.
Yes.
And so when you rotate running backs in situationally, by series, whatever they decide they want to do with these guys, when you rotate them like that, their legs are fresh. So you think you got a guy that you've worn down a little bit by hitting him hard. Well, the next guy comes in and he's just like, no, I'm good to go. And my homie over there just went to go rest his legs.
So they have the best duo of running backs in the league. Do you think right now, would you make the argument Jahmyr Gibbs is the best running back in the league? At this moment.
I can make that argument for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I do think there's some really good running backs this year.
Yeah, I agree.
I think home run hitter is usually the one that makes me go, oh, that puts fear in people. Jonathan Taylor is the complete back.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Jonathan Taylor is everything. James Cook has huge games, but will go missing and be inconsistent sometimes.
Yeah.
He'll have a 250-yard game, and then he'll have a 40-yard game. And you're like, what happened? It seems like here's the list for me, Kevin. I think it's Jonathan Taylor, James Cook, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan. You could probably throw Achane in there because
McCaffrey.
He's the everything too, isn't he? Look at his rushing yards, though. You know how many rushing yards he has?
I do
not. Right, Jonathan Taylor has 1,282.
Wow.
James Cook has 1,228. Devon Achane has 1,034.
Good for him.
Jahmyr Gibbs has 1,019, and Bijan has 995.
Okay.
Christian McCaffrey has 849. But doesn't it feel like Christian McCaffrey
because of his all-purpose yards and everything?
Yes, that's where that really comes in. It's the everything. He's 10th in rushing yards.
Wow.
So like Javonte Williams is 6th. But yes, Jonathan Taylor, Gibbs, Bijan, and Cook are the 4 that are vying for what you say. But yeah, I'm terrified of Jahmyr Gibbs.
Do you want to stick with the offense or look over at the defense?
Let's go ahead and stick with the offense a little bit more, because if St. Brown's, like I said, if St. Brown's on the field, if he's the most terrifying receiver for this bunch of cornerbacks.
So,
but I have no clue what else they got.
Here's something I want you to watch for in this game, because this could be another deciding factor. Yards after contact. All right? The Lions, 6th in the NFL, yards after contact, with 640 yards. You know where the Cowboys are? 2nd with 709. It feels like whoever can make that first tackle, or more consistently make their first tackles, is going to win this game.
Yeah,
I know there's a couple other factors, but it's going to win this game.
So you're saying, as far as maybe you don't fear the Lions as much as the Cowboys' tackling ability here. Because there was a time in this season the Cowboys' tackling ability was bad.
So bad.
And it was just like, can they tackle? Do they remember how to do this? And that was part of the conversation of talent. And like, if you have good tacklers out on the field, they make stops. This is one of those where I know Shotty was talking about using your eyes a lot yesterday. You have to be the more physical team, and you have to follow through on your tackles, because first contact, as you just pointed out, isn't going to be the stop.
Yeah.
You have to go through the runner. You have to go through the receiver. You can't just say, all right, I put a shoulder into him.
Now, we're going to pivot real quick.
Pivot!
Because I've been waiting for this number forever.
Your whole life.
And we might actually have somebody on from the NFL tomorrow to talk about it.
Oh.
Alec, do you have the viewership numbers for Thanksgiving?
So the Athletic is reporting a massive number for the Cowboys and Chiefs game on CBS. Do you want to take a guess before?
I'm not going to change my guess, and I haven't seen it. I said I thought it'd be 46-48 going in, which would easily be a record for a regular season game.
I said it would probably be 57.1 billion people, and I think that's a pretty close number.
We don't have that many people.
Okay.
But if it is 57.1 million, that would be crazy.
The Athletic is reporting that CBS sources have told them 57.2 million viewers.
Oh, I was a little off with the billion part.
Holy crap.
57.2 million.
I think, Kevin, I think Choppy threw that number out last week. He said it was going to shatter every record.
Sure.
I think
I agreed with that.
And was it? He said it was Super Bowl type numbers. Was it Jerry Jones that said 75? That's what he said.
He said
there's going to be 75 million eyes on this.
He said it would be the highest rated non-Super Bowl ever. I'm going to need to look. That feels pretty close.
That is nutso.
So that beats the previous record by what, like 15 million?
Yeah.
That's insane.
How did I get that? Never mind. I'm sorry.
What?
Wow.
Sorry. Somehow in a text that I had, a group text with you, there was a picture of Bobby wearing a towel on his head.
Oh, yeah, because Sean texted us and said that Peyton's stuck in the elevator right now.
Oh, no. Oh, there we go. Okay, Peyton's stuck in the elevator. What does that mean? Does it mean the elevator is stuck? Like the doors, like it's stuck between floors? Does it mean that, like, did he experience a little jolt where it kind of falls just a little bit and you're like, oh no, dude, I'm taking the stairs today. 16 flights. That's what I'm doing.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, it's 15 because we got to come in on the second floor.
Okay, so last year.
That's a significant number, dude. That's
last
amazing.
year, Chiefs and Bills, 57.7 million viewers, the most watched AFC game ever. And that's 500,000 more than this regular season game.
That's an AFC championship game or AFC?
Most AFC viewed game ever.
Oh, wow.
And that was in the AFC championship
game. Okay, yeah. So non-Super Bowl, so non-playoff game.
Yeah.
It's a huge number. Hey, if I watch the Hard Knocks, Schottenheimer was talking about how much he loves it. He's like, man, people falling asleep on their couches. They're watching you. It's that middle of the day thing that they are watching you.
Yeah, I'm trying to double check the numbers.
And Post Malone, the potential of Taylor Swift. I think that's a big deal there. It never happened.
The highest rated regular season game of all time before this, 42.1 million. You broke the record by 15 million people.
Because of two things. Well, actually, a variety of things. It's the Cowboys. The Cowboys are back-ish. We'll see. They're above. They're mediocre
both,
too. Yeah, and it's the Chiefs who've been in the Super Bowl, and the Cowboys have just beat the Super Bowl champion, which essentially means the Cowboys now deserve 2 Super Bowls.
This is a great point.
Thank you.
Technically, there were 114 million eyes on the game, give or take some Pirates.
So
that's a good point.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, next on The Fan.
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have.
also Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Well, did you see that just about every human in America, or I guess 1 out of 6 of them, watched the Cowboys and Chiefs game?
I did not see that number. What did it come to?
57.2 million.
So the largest audience for a regular season NFL game?
Yes, and I believe it is close.
In a Thanksgiving game?
Yes, it is close to the largest non-Super Bowl number, which I believe the AFC Championship game last year beat it out by about 500,000. But it is close to the highest non-Super Bowl number in NFL history as well.
And I thought, if I remember correctly, before the game, Jerry told you guys that it could be 70 million.
Yeah, he said 75 million eyes are going to be on this.
Which I thought was absurd, but they also just broke the regular season viewership record by 15 million people. So that's pretty absurd, too.
Oh, absolutely. But you kind of saw it coming, right?
Right, yeah.
It was building towards this, yeah.
As I think I pointed out, it was a delicious game to be ready to watch.
He said delicious.
It is.
It was Thanksgiving,
no,
Kevin.
Yeah, I understand.
He knows what he's doing. I told you.
I understand. Now, I know we still have time, and I don't know if I should read too much into it, but listening to Schottenheimer this morning, it sounded like no Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah, he hasn't done anything yet. Previously when he was on the injury list before this past game, it was a neck deal, but now it's a hamstring. And I think that's probably a little tougher to recover from. And seeing that he hasn't practiced yet this week. Now, Jerry kind of put it as, well, we'll see. It's one of those things, how you warm up on game day. So who knows? They can push it to the limit there, an hour and a half before you got to declare. But, yeah, it doesn't look good. And that's a shame because I thought he was really hitting his stride in these last couple games, and especially this last one, how productive he was, as I told you guys, in just 29 snaps.
Mickey, we know we've discussed how much we love watching Javonte Williams run, but can you kind of explain the job the guys up front have done giving him the running room for that?
Yeah, I think the offensive line, from a run blocking standpoint, has been very consistent. I think it's been very good. I think we see the holes, especially this last game when they were going left, and that was without Tyler Guyton at left tackle. Nate Thomas was over there, but you'd like to run behind Tyler Smith, and I think he's getting healthier. He's been dealing with a knee for about a month, and I thought at times he was really kind of toughing it up to play through it, but I think he's getting a little better, a little stronger, and I think they have done a good job. I don't know if I was surprised by this, but I had to look it up because he's like 45 yards from 1,000 yards for the season.
Yep.
So I was thinking, well, how many times have the Cowboys had 1,000-yard rushers? Well, they've had 10 in the last 12 years.
Really?
Wow.
Does that surprise you, right?
It does.
You go back to DeMarco Murray, Zeke, Tony Pollard, and Rico Dotto. The combination of all those, it's been 10 in the last 12 years. So, and I know, it's 17 games now and it kind of diminishes. I don't know if it diminishes 1,000 yards or not, but you get an extra game, but it's only like, let's say it's 100 yards. It's not that big of a difference. They've been pretty good about having running backs being very, very productive. You're going into the game, and I know all the talk will be Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery, but I think Williams is kind of in the conversation on what he's done so far, rushing for a career high already with 5 games to go.
And I know a lot of people, whenever Booker was drafted, were like, oh, another offensive lineman in the first round.
Yeah.
Yippee. That dude, though, it just seems like, I heard Ross Tucker say it, I've heard a lot of people say it, the guards on this team take souls, and he just seems to have been kind of almost a plug-and-play kind of guy.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And I think we've seen him grow before our very eyes. I'm sure there were matchups early in the season that he was being taught a lesson, but I think he's learned well. And I think he has really hit his stride. If you think of what he's had to go against in those 2 games in 5 days, I think he handled himself awfully well against the Eagles, whichever of those big guys they wanted to put in front of him, and then taking on Chris Jones with the Chiefs on Thanksgiving. I think he's performed really well, and I think he's qualified why they ended up taking him where they did in the first round.
Now, we know that we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Dan Campbell's very aggressive, it seems. Kevin, would you agree with that?
Yes, I would, and it started to backfire on him.
Do you think that Schottenheimer and this team have a plan or can take advantage of that aggressiveness?
Well, I think, number one, I think when you're, kind of setting whatever your defensive scheme is, you're setting it for 4 downs, not 3 downs. And so I think that's kind of how you have to think. Although, when I looked at it, they've had 25 4th down plays, right? Like they've gone for it. The Cowboys had 23.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. That's surprising.
That kind of surprised me.
Yeah,
Right?
I'm very surprised by that.
But what you've played 12 games, so that's like just less than 2 a game, I guess.
Right.
And then depending the situation you're in, and some of that for the Cowboys probably was trailing and needed to, go ahead and go for it because you were desperate, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, I'm guessing the Lions were, all right, that's just part of our offense. We could be 4th and 2 at our own 35-yard line, and we're going for it. And you're right, and it has backfired more than probably in the past. But I don't think it's deterred them, right? They're going to do it.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So you better plan ahead and be ready for it. And I think that might factor into how you play it on 3rd down, because you got to start thinking, they've got 2 downs to pick this up. If it's 3rd and 7, hey, get 3 or 4 yards, and then it's 4th and 3, and it's doable, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I think that'll factor into your scheming on defense.
Well, I want to go back around to Quinnen Williams. I don't think anybody is like, well, actually, I am kind of surprised about how huge of an impact it's made across the defense. But what's even more surprising to me is how many pass pressures he's got on the quarterback. Like, we talk so much about like what he could do stopping the run, but he's averaging 7 quarterback pressures per game. There is no way in hell I thought that was going to happen.
No, and I wasn't sure. But I thought just from his size and not just weight, but being 6'3", playing in the middle like that, get your arms up,
right?
You can create a problem rushing the quarterback, and I think he's really athletic, which helps. It's not like the guards are going to just be sitting on him. They got to be ready to go because he can get around them. So, yeah, I thought that was added ability that you might not have thought he had, because I saw where the Cowboys, I think, had in their release his win rate against the run, and it's the highest in the NFL at this point. And that includes basically, I think it was over the last 3 games, maybe something like that. I don't remember, but it was first in the NFL next-gen stats. And he was winning more than 50% against the run. So, yeah, he's made a difference in this entire defense, no matter what anybody's trying to do, run or pass. And like I've said before, and his ability and his is dragging people along with him, because they got to pay attention to him, because he's one of those guys. We talk about the Carters and Phillips and all these other guys, but this guy is the real deal.
What did you think about the Cowboys just across the board run defense against Kansas City? Because I know the first couple of games, it just looked phenomenal. And I'm not saying it looked bad or anything like that,
right.
But what did you think of Kansas City versus the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, what did they ended up with? Was it 119 rushing yards? If I remember correctly. So, I could deal with that. I can't deal with 170, and for God's sakes, 216 that Carolina had.
Right.
But just factoring in, what you had to deal with that Chiefs offense, knowing you had to keep your eyes on Mahomes and his ability, play action, and things like that. I don't know that it was a step back. But at least it wasn't in the 130s, 140s like we're used to seeing.
Sure,
and if you factor it out over the 3 games, it came to like 69 yards average over the 3 games. So,
which is almost half of what they had been doing.
Yeah, exactly. And at least I think they moved up to maybe 28th when they were 31st or 32nd ranked against the run. So I could deal with that. Now, again, as long as I'm scoring 31 points, then it's okay, right? And that's part of what the offense has to do.
So, and I know that loops us back around to the offense, but I just wanted to see what to watch out for today. Is it Hooker and Diggs that you're kind of keyed up on in terms of like where they end up on the report and everything? Because it kind of seems like maybe their status for the game tomorrow is still up in the air.
No, I think they're limited, meaning they didn't do everything in practice. And as I like to point out, it's not like they're limited physically. They just didn't take all the snaps. And I think with those guys and, the amount of games in just a short period of time and being veterans, you just want to get them to the game on Thursday night. So I think that they maybe just on purpose kind of went easy on their snaps during the week. But when looking at them, the parts we get to watch, they seem to be moving just fine. And I think if you think about it, I think their presence has been overlooked over these last, 3-4 games, because Hooker missed 5. And when he missed 5, during those 5, Donovan Wilson missed his 2. So they were missing both guys for 2 games.
Right.
And now you got them back. And if you noticed, every time somebody talks about the influx of talent, they say, oh, and don't forget the safeties. And maybe not from just total number productions, but their ability to know what's going on and maybe to kind of run things from the safety position when you're trying to integrate so many new guys onto that defense, which so far has been a really good thing.
Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow for game day.
Yes, and hopefully I'm indoors because I see what the temperature and the snow is supposed to do here over the next 2 days.
Oh, Detroit or...
Detroit.
Yeah, probably
yes.
Detroit.
Be careful up there.
Thank you, Mickey.
All right. Talk to you tomorrow.
Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com.
Dude, for a second there, I did think
we're getting snow.
I was like, did my weather not come to me from Dan Brunoff? Did he not tell me that it was gonna snow? But then I was like, oh, okay, it's in Detroit.
Now, we talked about this about 45 minutes ago. If the Stars get injury news this year, it's usually bad news. So it sounds like we have injury news for Tyler Seguin. So prepare yourself because it's probably going to be bad news. I know what it is.
Seguin has an ACL injury and will be out for months. Not 4 months, but for months.
FOR.
The 601, somebody said, hey, we can see y'all. What are y'all talking about? Breaking news. And that was it. Also, Quinton Williams.
Yeah.
We were having a discussion off air about that. But this is bad, dude.
I hate it.
Stinks.
Because it has nothing to do with his desire.
Nope.
I know that Tyler Seguin, more than anything, wants to be healthy, stay healthy, and contribute to the team. It's just unfortunate that you're in a spot where it just doesn't surprise you, right?
No,
I hate saying that.
I do hate saying that.
I do too.
What was the saying? Injured guys are often injured.
The problem with injured guys is they get injured.
Yeah, and this is an unfortunate thing for Tyler Seguin in his career. His career's been like this. I love the dude, personality-wise, the way he fits in with this team. When I see him on the ice, there were times where I was like, man, nobody else is out there giving it the way Tyler Seguin is.
Right.
And then this happens, and it keeps him off the ice, and he wants to be out there. It stinks.
Yeah, again, I have no question of his desire or anything like that, but it just feels like any injury update for the Stars has been the worst version of whatever you thought it would be, right? Like when we talked about Bischel yesterday. Oh, yeah, well, maybe we'll hope for the best 6 to 8 weeks.
Yes.
And so when you talk about Seguin, oh, well, maybe it'll be months.
He's never coming back. Well, hopefully that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and for the person that asked, if you missed about Bischel yesterday, he'll be out 6 to 8 weeks. Now we have months for Tyler Seguin, and that's what's remarkable about how good the Stars are.
They're deep.
How beat up they have been.
They're a deep team. But
props to Jim Nill for that. Now, I hope we stop getting hurt. We're the KNC Masterpiece
Bubble
right here
wrap.
on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus another reason for Alec to hate Dylan Gabriel. Next on The Fan.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg me.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to remind everybody, tomorrow we'll be doing the show from Choctaw in Durant, Oklahoma. We'll be doing it over by the sports book, doing our show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We have the brand new Tolo flags that will be available for drawings tomorrow. So come on out and see us at Choctaw. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dot.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Yeah. Sandwich.
That's the best I could do today.
Well, Corey helped you out a little bit
You're
there.
welcome.
He ditched the sandwich part momentarily.
Sandwich?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how confident I am in my sandwich.
Huh.
And you're just actively eating that on the air.
Yeah.
Would you like me to stop?
Or at least turn your mic off.
It's a daily occurrence, Kevin. 877.
I know, but like usually he doesn't like chew while the mic is on.
Well, maybe he's channeling his inner Mike.
I was trying to take. Well, Mike hates whenever I chew anyway, but I was trying to help you out, Kevin.
I appreciate it.
By keeping my microphone on.
Keep going.
He's always ready. He's always ready. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day, plus another reason for me to hate Dylan Gabriel even more than I already do.
Is there anything that like led to this hatred besides like he's not good at football?
That's pretty much it.
Okay.
I think he also has an unreasonable amount of confidence in himself and his ability that he does not have. So
right.
It makes it easier to not enjoy listening to him or watching him play football. But yeah. He's just not good, Kevin. He's just not good. But now,
I just wanted to know if like there was some sort of backstory and he like cost your favorite team a game.
No. I just think he's overrated.
Okay.
That's pretty much it. But I will say it's gotten messy, and I have a personal reason to not like him now, other than him sucking at American football. But I'm sorry, I need to get on with the program. The question of the day, gentlemen, we're going to look at the National Day calendar as one does. You know, I do this right on the wake up because I know how to party. So 5:30 in the morning, I'm looking and I'm seeing that today, a great national holiday, Coats and Toys for Kids Day. So if you are in a position to help those in need, a great day today to donate coats and toys for children in need.
And we'll talk about it more tomorrow, I think, or I'll give you more details on the top of my head. A week from tomorrow, the toy drive for the Rangers, and I do believe G-Bag Nation will be broadcasting from there.
That's right, and Tolbert Garage Door working with Toys for Tots as well.
Heck yeah.
Plenty of great opportunities for us and the Tolos to get involved and help out here this holiday season. It's also Faux Fur Day, so if you got a fake fur coat, wear it. It's cold outside.
Have you ever seen somebody, like, I know they do this in movies and TV, like, do you know of anybody who's ever got, like, paint thrown on them or whatever for wearing a fur coat? Me neither.
No.
That would be fun to see.
I imagine that kind of stuff does happen up in New York or something like that. It's very eclectic there, and lots of different opinions, right? I've always wondered, though, what is the fascination with fur and mink? Like, why? Why?
Because some fancy person decided it was the most fancy and everybody had to follow that trend.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah,
right?
even if it doesn't look good, they're like, oh, it is good.
Oh, my God. How many things do you think occur right now that even the people who wear them are like,
ridiculous.
I don't like this, but it's my status symbol?
Yeah, and I bet a lot of athletes and celebrities that have stylists and stuff, they don't pick, a lot of these people don't pick their outfits.
I'm sure.
They're handed to them, and they're like,
oh, yeah.
What is going on here? And I think the fur and the mink obsession is just because, like you said, it's a symbol. You know, and everybody knows if it's real, especially if you know it's real, then you're like, okay, that's expensive. You know,
ooh, I don't want to take your question of the day. Would you consider this as a possible side question of the day? What can you spot where you're like, that's fake?
Ooh, I like that.
Because some people have got it for like Jordans or diamonds or certain cards. That's a really big. Is there something you can spot? You're like, that's fake. Because my son can do that with Pokemon cards. My older son.
Because they have an ink line in the middle.
Yeah, and he's like, that's fake.
Yeah, I learned that from my kid.
Yeah.
Thanks, kid.
So,
Wholesome.
because, like you said, I'm sure there's lots of people who are like, that's faux fur.
Breasts.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm pretty good at that.
Yeah?
How many are you actually like looking at?
But like on TV and movies, when they have that gap that you could drive your car through, you're like, your plastic surgeon didn't do a good job.
Looks like somebody stuck their thumb into the thing of ground beef.
Wow. See, that's worse than mine, Alec. You thought mine was going to be the worst.
Pivot! I'm going to the real
wasn't.
question of the day. Jesus.
Oh.
Candle
Not
Day.
today, podcast.
It is National Candle Day. So, 877-881-1053. I want to know, what is your favorite candle scent? And if you're not a candle person, what do you just like the house to smell like? Because, there's certain things, especially this time of the year, whenever
Sure.
you're baking or you're cooking, Thanksgiving, Christmas time, that you're just like, that is a wonderful smell to permeate throughout the house for a day or two. I don't mind that. Like the scent of pine cones this time of the year.
So I'm a real basic bitch, and I'll go usually pine, but I will always default to vanilla. So, like, Jess wants me to smell all these candles, and they're like, it's apricot with walnut. And I'm like, pass. But I think vanilla always smells good.
My sniffer doesn't work very well.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
COVID?
No, it was way before COVID. I have a bad mold allergy. So what happens? Yeah, sorry guys, horses and mold. I told you yesterday. So what happens is whenever mold's real bad in the air, polyps to defend my body from the mold, polyps build up, and then so I can't smell very well. So whatever I can smell, I'm excited about a lot of times, unless it's, a bad smell. Usually, though, if I can smell something, I'm like, yes, I can smell it. We have a magnolia candle that I really love, and here's what happened. I never knew what magnolia smelled like. We got this candle, and I smelled it. I was like, I really like that a lot. Then one day, I got out of the truck, and I smelled the magnolia tree. And I was like, the excitement I went nuts. I was like, this is awesome. But yeah, balsam and pine.
Okay.
Long story. I can't do cinnamon.
Really?
Cinnamon candles, for whatever reason, they make my allergies go nuts.
Okay, bonus question on top of that. What is the candle scent that they still haven't figured out how to do right? Because I feel like there's some you're like, I know what you're going for, but no.
Yeah, banana probably.
Okay.
I tried out some of those like leather candles, the ones that are like, hey, this smells like Texas, and this smells like Fort Worth and Dallas, and I'm like, all right, let's try them out. Yeah,
I don't know if I know that.
I don't want to say the name because I'm sure there are people out there. It's called Jackson Vaughn is the name of the candle company. I tried a couple of them. They were good. The rest of the people in the house didn't love it, so I went with that. But really good. Oh, Snickerdoodle.
Yes. That's a really good one too. Really, like anything cookie related with a candle, it usually works.
Yeah,
it usually works. But we're getting some great answers for your alternate question of the day, so I'm canning that and I'm totally using it. We're getting some really good answers, so we need to spend up maybe even tomorrow.
It's a valid question.
It really is, and I really like that because I have like at least 3 or 4 things I can tell.
Yeah.
So we're gonna run that tomorrow.
You know what I learned over the last couple of weeks? It's the replica belts. Because I was looking at a couple of different things and I was like, get serious. Like, that's wrong.
Some of them on eBay, you see them up there for like $100 and you're like, okay, let me click on the real picture, not the mock-up picture.
Yeah.
And it's made out of cardboard. And I'm like, okay, y'all didn't really try. Apple cinnamon is amazing from the 214. From the 559, candles are hazardous to our health. So is pretty much everything else I do in my life.
Candles are hazardous, aside from just like not setting things on fire.
Yeah, dude, no, breathing in candle smoke and wax burn is not good, I guess. I read that the other day. Somebody sent me a message about that.
Oh, goodness gracious.
I'm here for a good smelling time, not a long time, guys.
Yeah, fact.
Okay.
From the 619 and all caps, Vanilla Bean!
Vanilla Bean's great.
Yes.
Yeah, vanilla is... There's some creme brulee, a little too sweet. All right, I'll tell you. I love to eat creme brulee. But creme brulee, the scent is a little too sweet for my liking. But vanilla bean's very good.
Yeah, it is very good. And that's usually like throughout the year, if it's not a seasonal time, if it's not near a holiday or something, I'm usually going with something basic like the vanilla bean as well. But this time of the year for me, Corey, balsam fir is the best. I have that going under the candle warmer in my bedroom at all times whenever I'm at home. It just smells festive. It's uplifting. It smells like childhood, waking up to open Christmas gifts, at 6 a.m. or some absurd time because I didn't know how to sleep like a normal human. I was way too excited. Yeah, that's usually mine this time of the year. And honestly, I'll get a couple extras and let them go until like February or March. Just because I enjoy it.
Do you like balsam pine? Is that something you might like then?
Yeah, that's a really good one too.
We have Zayas. I love those cans. I do stock up on them too.
Oh,
I really like those a lot. I also like the smell of my fireplace.
Yeah.
My dad has some good trees out there, some oak, some post oak out in Nacogdoches that he let us split because they fell over. They fell over during the storm, so we just split them, and there we go.
I think Drake said that once. Let's see. Green chili candles are amazing from the 575. Have you guys seen that H-E-B has barbecue candles now?
No.
They also have buttered tortilla.
Yes. Like some of their iconic foods, they have turned into candles.
Smart.
And then I have gotten a text on my direct line that says vanilla bean isn't basic with eye roll emojis. So, Kevin, you have been saved. I said it was basic. You said it was basic.
That's somebody we care about?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, then.
Yeah.
Did you ever ask him about the flower shop?
Yes.
Okay.
And I didn't get a great response.
All right.
Guys, another reason for me to hate Dylan Gabriel. His fiance is creating drama on TikTok, and I hate when family members get involved with already annoying narratives surrounding players. But you guys know at this point, Shedeur Sanders is the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. And the fiance of his teammate, Dylan Gabriel, doesn't believe the organization agrees with his standing on the depth chart. She's receiving backlash. Her name is Zoe Caswell. She's receiving backlash on TikTok for a video posted over this past weekend. She responded to the criticism by fueling a narrative that currently surrounds their quarterback one. This is a high school sweetheart relationship, and in September of 2024 he asked for her hand in marriage. Through 6 starts, Dylan Gabriel has posted a 1-5 overall record while throwing for 937 yards, 7 scores, and 2 picks. So not good. It's almost like he sucks at football. He got a concussion in week 11, so Sanders was elevated on the depth chart, won his debut against the Raiders, lost his second start against the 49ers. Through 2+, he's been good and he's been bad. Completed under 51% of his passes with as many touchdowns as interceptions. We get it. Shedeur Sanders is a work in progress. But there's a quarterback controversy because of Zoe Caswell. She posted a Get Ready With Me TikTok with the caption saying, Browns lost, what's new? With the little laughing emoji. So Shedeur Sanders started that game. Many are viewing that as a shot at the passer. She's trying to downplay the reaction to her initial caption, saying, for everyone complaining about the caption, I obviously am cheering for the Browns. It's clearly a joke. If we don't laugh, we cry. And then she further made this dramatic in her response to the criticism by saying, quote, actually, everyone in the building wants Dylan to play. But you wouldn't know that because you've never played in the NFL or been a coach, right?
Did she do that?
So she's fueling this quarterback narrative.
Get out of it.
That shouldn't exist. Dylan Gabriel is not good at football. Shedeur isn't really either right now, but it's because he was on the 3rd string for practice every week. Like, come on, can we be real? And just, if you're a family member, stop complaining. Like, even Roma Dunze's dad, and Roma Dunze's actually good at football. Like, I'm irritated at Odunze, and I like him, and it's not his fault. So it's not just a Dylan Gabriel thing. I hate when the family members get involved, and it just irritates me. But, hey, update, Dylan Gabriel still sucks at football. None of this matters. That's my time. Thanks.
Oh,
what a glorious use of your time.
Passionate edition of AM on the FM. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, our Dak and Shoddy real contenders for these major awards. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
forget something else? Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
3rd and 8. Prescott back. Slant. Caught by Pickens. Spins away from the defender. First down. Heads to the right side. Sprints down the sideline. Hurdles a man. All the way down inside the 10 to the 6. There you are, George. You were hiding.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I really thought he was going to score a touchdown there after he jumped over that guy and landed on his feet. I was like, oh my gosh.
Would have been too much. Would have been overload.
Too much excitement.
Yeah, nobody would have known. Everybody's turkey would have come up.
What?
Huh. Right now, brought to you by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
And in case you've missed two of the big stories of the day, at least especially in our world, the Chiefs-Cowboys game pulls 57.2 million viewers, beats out the previously high regular season rated NFL game by about 15 million people. And Tyler Sagan has an ACL injury and will be out for the foreseeable future, months and months and months, but still possible that he could come back, but I could see how there's not a lot of optimism for that. But sometimes people come back from injuries, like Deshaun Watson. The Browns, just to go along with the story that you were talking about, they have opened the 21-day practice window for Deshaun Watson. This feels like the perfect opportunity to just really blow the whole thing up, as if it wasn't problematic already, Alec. I'm going to go right to you. Is this exactly what you want to see to add to the bizarreness in Cleveland?
Yes, because, I mean, they have nothing to play for whatsoever, so can we just make it more messy so we can have more stuff to talk about, and I can complain about Dylan Gabriel's fiance more and the things that she thinks and doesn't think about Shador, and then Shador can continue to be awkward and weird and stuff in post-game interviews and whatnot, so I can have more sound to play. Yes, blow it all up. Make it messy.
It
sucks.
So, Kevin, earlier in the week, you asked the question about Shador Sanders and should he just start the rest of the season.
Right.
How much does this change things? Did they see this all along and they were like, look, I know Shador or Dylan could be the future, but A, obviously we're using our first draft pick on a quarterback this year, and B, we pay this man a lot of money to play football games. He needs to get out there.
That's where I would be, because I guess we're moving further in the right direction. Well, that's good. Good job, Cleveland. They only have Deshaun Watson under contract for one more year. Here is the issue. His cap hit next year is $80.7 million. But you have nowhere to put that because you've already backloaded that contract and you're already going to take a hit once his contract's over. So do you know if you moved on from Deshaun Watson, it would be a $130 million dead cap hit? So, unless your long-term plan is you think the 27 quarterback class is badass, and then you're like, screw it.
Kevin,
but I don't know what they're going to do.
Can I add something to... We've been talking big numbers today.
Yes.
Including our ratings. Thanks to the Tolos out there.
Ooh.
Okay. We'll be at Choctaw tomorrow. Bearded Monkey and Levon. I'll be out there as well.
Man, busy day tomorrow.
Yeah. Do you want the Bearded Monkey?
So I can what? Mime out there? It would be a miracle I get through the show tomorrow.
The Cowboys had huge numbers, as you pointed out, 57.2 million. We've talked a lot about the Super Bowl and the halftime performance. Bad Bunny was the most streamed artist on Spotify in 2025 for the fourth time.
Shocker.
2020, 21, 22, and now 2025. And I just feel like, let's think about this for a second. I know the Cowboys aren't going to get there. I have dreams, but, my heart tells me. You imagine if the Cowboys were in the Super Bowl against name a team.
Right.
And then Bad Bunny. Those numbers are going to be huge, too, for the halftime show. Like, a lot of people got, bent out of shape about it, but the numbers tell the story. People know him. People listen to him.
Look, and here's...
I'm just thinking about, how big... The NFL is that big, dude. Like, the NFL is literally the monster that can't fail.
Look, and the thing with Bad Bunny, I've always been like, if you don't like it, don't watch. So, the gal...
You say that about all halftime shows, too.
Yeah, yes. And the gal... I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on her name.
Lady Gaga.
No, that is the star of The Last of Us. And she's like, you didn't like season 2, then don't watch. And I was like, okay, I will take your advice.
Yeah.
And I will not watch going forward. So,
we always say, if you don't like the show, listen anyway.
Yeah, or turn the volume down and keep it on. That would be,
listen anyway so you can scoreboard your friends.
Yeah, that would be great. And that's why I think it's a bold decision to just go out and be like, if you don't like it, don't watch it when you're on it.
Yeah.
So
I wanted to add that I'm mentally preparing because of the big number that came from this halftime show. I think there's going to be a big number for the Super Bowl.
Look, and that's what we talked about. That's what we talked about when people are like, I've never even heard of Bad Bunny. I'm like, that's okay. I don't love music, and even I had heard of him before he got into wrestling. So, if I know
into
who
wrestling?
he is, I'll show you some stuff. It's super fun. All right, Dak Prescott and
hang out
Shotty.
with Cornswoggle.
See, we were on the same page.
What do you mean?
And then you got to do that. It was going so well.
Corn seed? What is it?
I can't decide if I want to throw this pen at you or stab you with it.
Brahms Lesnar? What's his name?
God. Alec. I'm going to go to you. I'm done with him for now.
Oh.
What do you think is more likely? Dak Prescott wins MVP or Shoddy wins Coach of the Year? Because there's definitely there's a favorite for both of them, and they're both from the same team.
Dak wins MVP is more likely to me. I think if the Cowboys would have won those games that we thought they were going to win, like the Panthers game and maybe the Packers game, like especially the Packers game, if you don't tie in that, you win that, then Shoddy's definitely in the conversation.
Right.
I think there's too many difficulties for Shoddy to overcome with the coaches that are involved.
Okay.
There's too many other coaches that are at the moment, like Ben Johnson is deserving.
Sure.
There's just too many people in the way. With Dak, he started the season in the conversation, lulled because of his defense, and now is back at the top of it because of the George Pickens coming alive. So I think that Dak Prescott potentially finishing second in MVP voting is more likely.
Okay, I said win.
Oh, okay.
So they're both high up on the list. Dak Prescott right now is the third favorite for MVP. Now, it is true there is a gigantic gap.
Drake May and Stafford.
Correct.
Yeah.
And there's a gigantic gap between those two and Dak. Coach of the Year, Shoddy tied for fourth best odds. Vrabel leads the way. Ben Johnson. And then this is a good one that we haven't talked about a ton this year. Mike McDonald from Seattle. And then Shoddy's tied with Dave Canales. I feel like I've been pretty upfront. I think he's done an amazing job. But they're both right now top four in terms of those potential awards. I think you're probably right about MVP, especially like I appreciate what Dak's had to overcome. But if the Patriots finish like 14-3, feels like Drake May is going to win.
Yeah. No, absolutely. He's stepped into that spotlight for sure.
Part of me wonders about Schottenheimer. If they close on this crazy win streak and also like getting everybody to rally from a player's death, like I wonder about that. I think he's got a better path, but I could easily see New England winning both of those awards. Are you laughing about that person who texted in about season 2 of Last of Us?
No.
Because it was clever.
So, the NBC thing, and I haven't seen it, but they said, should NBC have kept their tweet in their pocket today?
Yes.
And now it's sold 28.9 million watch the Bengals Ravens.
So can I just point out, that was also a record for the nighttime game?
Good for them.
But yeah, when it was about half, I would put that out tomorrow.
Last thing I want to say about Schottenheimer in this is the job the dude has done. We've seen it. We've watched it this year. Go from what it was to what it is. He stayed
his first year.
He stayed steady along the way. He's done the work. I think he's gained our respect by doing the work, and then add to it the personality that he is.
Yeah,
he's genuine. When I see him at training camp next year, that's the first thing I want to say is thanks for being genuine. In this media world where there's a lot of capped answers, you're a genuine person and you try to teach too. I appreciate it. He has been a coach of the year for us as we get to see what he's accomplished.
But I can easily see how the voters are like, have you seen Vrabel?
Yeah.
Like, I totally understand that as well. Quick note for you, Adam.
I'm getting a call from Frisco right now.
Adam Thielen did, in fact, get picked up by the Steelers, and they waived Darius Slay. We'll see if that works out any better for them. And on the award front, Drake May was named the AFC Offensive Player of the Week, and Jordan Love, the NFC Offensive Player of the Week. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what in the world happened to the teams on the rest of the Cowboys schedule?
Nobody's going to know.
Well, hopefully they will next on The Fan.
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It didn't make it on.
Good. I was about to say, asking the question doesn't matter. Like, why did Corey just pull down his shirt?
Carter leaned back and looked in through the window and was like, what are you doing over there? And I was just telling Kevin, my tattoo says listen to Corey.
You should.
I often do.
Thank you.
But not always. What in the world happened to the teams on the rest of the Cowboys schedule?
Dude.
So I really wanted to dip into this, and we've done some research on it to go along with this discussion, but let's go back to before the beginning of the season, before the season started. This was the run that was going to kill your season, right? This was going to be the 6-game run that was going to kill your season. Host Philly, unstoppable. Host Kansas City, maybe even more unstoppable. At Detroit, they could end up being the best team in the NFC. Host Minnesota, they went 14-3 last year. Host the Chargers, another year for the Herbert and Harbaugh experiment to go wild. And then at Washington. Well, they were just in the NFC Championship game, so they're obviously going to be awesome. This was the chunk on the schedule. And I will admit, even I was like, I think you got to get out to like at least a 4-2 start because I was also worried. But this was the chunk that was going to end the Cowboys season. Yes?
Yeah, no, and I mentioned many times, and I always do this, Kevin, anything can happen in a year.
Right.
And and we see it every year where things happen. Now, the Cowboys, they are in this vein. They're in a weird vein where you can almost predict losses because of the win that you predict the week before.
Right.
So that's kind of how that is. But it was a daunting stretch. But again, any of those teams could be already out of contention.
For sure.
Too far into contention where they don't care. The middle of the season is also a very weird time where you feel like you've accomplished so much 6 games in, 8 games in, and now you're like, what else do we have to accomplish?
Right.
Or, man, this hill is starting to become more to climb. Injuries happen, all sorts of things. So, yes, when we looked at this part of the schedule in the offseason, it was the most terrifying part where it would collapse your season.
Is it fair to assume, and I want y'all's thoughts on this as well, is it fair to assume that the Cowboys have already won back-to-back games that most folks thought they wouldn't have won?
Yes.
Like, pretty definitively, right?
Yeah, I think I had the Cowboys. I'm going to have to go back and look at my chart. I know I had them beating the Chiefs.
Okay. But you'd be hard-pressed.
Most people would say to win these 2 already, and to have a 3-game win streak at this point, nobody would have seen it coming.
So look at the schedule going forward. Lions, Vikings, Chargers, Commanders, and Giants. Now, I realize the last 2 start to kind of like stilt this record just a little bit, but you know the record of your remaining opponents is 24-36. 24-36. And even if you take out those last 2 games, it's what, 2 games above 500?
Mm-hmm. I wanted to go run through this real quick. I looked it up. The Eagles, I had the Cowboys losing to the Eagles.
Okay.
I had them beating the Chiefs and the Lions.
And even that, I think, is a pretty fringe opinion going into the
Vikings.
season. Okay.
And then I had them losing, only winning against the Giants for the rest of the season. So you're right. Like in this stretch, I still have the Cowboys.
Sure.
I felt like you had to win 3.
Right.
Now at this point, they're wanting to win more, and we'll talk about more of that in the C block. But yeah, no, absolutely. You would have looked at this part and go, no.
And I want to just point out, the point of this segment is not to be like, and now you're definitely going to win out. That's not the point at all. It's just more of a focus of what in the world happened to these teams. Now, each one of them is different.
Where are we starting? Which team do we want to start
Let's start with the Lions.
They've gotten injured. Their defensive coordinator changed too.
And that has not worked out early.
Their defense is not the same defense.
And you know why?
They have problems.
One of the reasons is injury. One of the reasons is predictability.
Yeah.
Take a look at what the Lions defense does, and sometimes you can chart it like clockwork, especially on 3rd and 4th down. And look, I'm not saying it always works out this way, but think about the old Tecmo Bowl style. If you know the play or the type of even base defense the other team's going to run, well, that sure as hell puts you ahead of the game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Kevin, go look at win rates, pass rush win rates for defenses, and Detroit's not in the top.
Okay, and so Alec and I were just talking about this, and I'm sure we'll discuss more. Got about 36 hours, give or take. Actually, 31 hours.
Off the edge, out of the top 20, nobody. Defensive tackle, top 20, nobody. Your pass rush win rate from your defense is not effective for Detroit.
And part of the reason you see that is, you know who struggled a lot this last month? Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah.
So we were having a discussion off air.
You know why? I'm sorry, before you, do we know, is it just
I think one
the
of the
drudge of the season?
Well, one of the things we were just talking about is he has not been able to get home. So there are still plenty of metrics, and I'm not going to steal Alex Thunder because I think that's going to come up at another spot. There are plenty of positive metrics about how awesome he is, but he has not gotten home. And a pressure is huge, but you find a spot where you're like, hey, that's great. But we just talked about how good Dak was under pressure last week. You know how I know you're not going to be good? When you get sacked. Like, there's no way that's going to turn out to be a positive play for you. Barring a penalty.
And I'm sorry, Alec, are you talking about Detroit's pass rush or run stop win rate?
It was just Hutchinson.
Okay,
Just Aiden's, yeah.
Okay, I found like that they're 27th in pass rush win rate.
That's shocking.
They're 28th in run stop win rate. So Kevin, when you're talking about the predictability of it, and then the lack of ability to do anything regarding it, that's you're doing poorly there.
So let's go back to 3 weeks.
Holy crap! Their pass block win rate is 30th.
Not good either.
Holy cow! How's this team accomplish anything this season?
And you've seen the slide in the last 3 weeks, and I can't help but wonder, is that why they continue to be so aggressive on fourth down on offense? I know the argument's going to be Dan Campbell's always been aggressive. I get that. But maybe he continues it even though it's not working because he's like, what choice do I have? Punt it? Give it back to the defense that can't win anything?
Man, that's a good point.
3 weeks ago, is it fair to say expectations for this game were really, really low?
For the Cowboys?
Yes.
Yes.
You were 3-5-1. That same weekend, the Lions smashed the Commanders, and they were 6-3. This game felt like, especially on the road, the Cowboys had little chance to win. Now, they're 3-point underdogs on the road. And I realize the point spread has tightened up just a little bit in terms of home field advantage, but that means these two teams right now are currently viewed as about the same. On a neutral field. That's wild.
The Lions then are a mediocre team?
I agree. Right now, I think they are mediocre.
In most people's minds, they're living off of last couple of years.
And the start to the season.
Even Jerry would point, he didn't say, but he said, the successes they've had the last couple of years. He pointed out what was. They started in the way they started off, very hot, all healthy.
Right.
That's an important factor there. They obviously had a grudge after losing to the Packers to open the season the way they did, and they dismantled the Bears.
Yep.
But just looking at
they kicked the Bears' freaking ass, and look at what the Bears have done since then. They've taken off.
Yeah, I think Ben Johnson probably used that as motivation for himself and his team at that point. But just kind of, strength of schedule, we talk about schedule. You can only play the schedule you can.
For sure.
But when you look back at the schedule and see the teams you've beaten, Kevin, some people would disagree with you about the wins that they have against bad opponents and the wins they have against good opponents. Some people might say, I don't agree, but I appreciate your conversation here.
Fair enough.
Looking at, this kind of defines a little bit of the chart. This puts the team in a mediocre position. This puts the Lions in a mediocre place in that the Eagles are a good team.
Right.
And they got held to 9 points.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys just like this, but again, this kind of just does show throughout the season the ebbs and flows and the changes here.
And
are they destined to have a rise back, or is this just a complete fall off for this team?
And that's the thing, that's really hard to answer. What I'm going to say about the Cowboys, and I promise, I see the people who are like, yeah, but they'll probably still end up losing the playoffs. I'm not going to change your mind right now. And I accept that.
The Cowboys?
Yes.
Oh,
or those Cowboys fans.
Oh, no, but the Cowboys are going to probably lose in the playoffs?
That would be
I get
the
that.
argument.
Yeah, no, I get that.
I'm not going to change any of those people's minds right now. But going into this stretch, I told you were on the road against the Lions, host the Vikings, host the Chargers, on the road against Washington, on the road against New York. Before the season started, don't you think some people thought they might go from 1-4 in that stretch? Now, if they go anything worse than 3-2, wouldn't that be a colossal disappointment?
Yeah, because, and as we discuss on this show, this is in life. When presented new information,
correct,
you can change your mind. The team that I saw against the Broncos, the team I saw play against the Cardinals, two different teams than what I've seen in the last 3 games.
Yep.
And I say that defensively. Now, again, they've given up 28 and 21 points. But their offense has been able to produce because their defense has been able to get stops.
And yes.
And that was something that their offense had to cover all the ground, and they were a one-dimensional team. They're no longer that.
Yeah.
So, now looking at the team that's on a 3-game win streak, I'm not just saying, oh, this is a win streak and they're hot. They've beaten 2 mediocre to above mediocre teams.
Yep.
They destroyed a bad team.
Yep.
And they have what I would present as a better collection of talent on the field than they've had all season. Especially if you add Diggs to this now, you can think what you want about him. His talent is still there. And if you can get that talent to perform, your team's better for it.
And the combination of these teams slipping and your team getting better have you even having a conceivable conversation about the playoffs. Like you're going to have to win the Minnesota, Washington, and New York games. Like you just have to. So that would put you at 9-5-1. And then you need to at least split the Lions and Chargers games because those are the only 2 games you have against teams with winning record. So that starts tomorrow. If you win the Lions game and you're a Cowboys fan, you have to think the team should hopefully be able to go at least 10-6-1. Now, will that get you in the playoffs? I can't say that for sure right now, but it will put you in the conversation, which 3 weeks ago, no chance. I thought that would be a conversation.
Does it sound, am I going to be weird to say the Vikings game I think is the most pivotal?
Tell me why.
They're 4-8.
Yes.
That's the kind of game the Cowboys lose.
Well, then you're done.
You went on a 4-game win streak.
Yeah.
And this is, in my mind, presenting you go up to Detroit and you take care of business up there because you're in this mindset right now. And then the Vikings at home do something. You're just like, what? But I will say this. I watched the Hard Knocks thing this morning.
Yeah.
And I love the message Aaron Whitecotton gave going into Thursday's game. And it was, guys, it feels great. Everybody's hurrah after you've won a game like you did against Philadelphia. It's great. Then you get your ass handed to you because you aren't paying attention.
Sure.
And that's what I hope this whole team is in that mindset for this entire stretch, especially going, this one's important. Lions, you want to go give them some payback for the way they treated you the last time you played against them. You have desire. Now, that next one, I don't want to look past this Lions game because tomorrow night it's going to be fantastic at the Bearded Monkey.
And I think this is going to be the last game you're an underdog for this season. So the only other one that I would wonder about is that Chargers game. But if you win these next 2 games, you're going to be favored in that Chargers game, even though I know they've got Philly and Kansas City back-to-back as well. So this is the last stop. If you think you're going to make the playoffs, this would theoretically be the last stop to be an underdog. And it's just wild to see how different that's changed. And so whenever we have these conversations at the beginning of the season, if you think they'll go 11-6, you're an idiot. You never know what that schedule's actually going to look like when you get there, right? Because I don't think any of us thought it was going to look like this.
You're damn right.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do a little NFL overreaction or reality.
The more time.
mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Cowboys are 1 for 1 on 2-point conversions. Prescott back to throw, looking, standing. He's going to be set. No, he runs away, gets rid of the ball. Pickens standing by the left pylon, caught it for 2.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for NFL Overreaction or Reality, but I want to remind everybody, tomorrow we're going to be at Choctaw Casino and World Resort in Durant. By the way, interesting timing. Choctaw has been announced as an official Dallas World Cup host city supporter. So they support us and they support the World Cup. That's nice.
And athletics.
Yes, they're athletic supporters. Overreaction or reality? A win over the Lions will give you full-on Cowboys fever.
Overreaction.
Oh. Because I think I'm a yes.
Like Friday is going to be a great day if that happens.
Yes.
Jerry's
Taco Bueno in Arlington.
Yeah, Taco Bueno in Arlington. Jerry Jones and the taco of the Dallas Cowboys, the official taco of the Cowboys. He'll be excited.
We might be able to convince him if they win that game to just come on by.
Yeah, he'll be like, I'm already there, guys. I've been waiting for y'all to get here all morning. Right. I feel like I'm something is holding me back from completely letting go.
But you're not sure?
You think the win over the Eagles would have done something to turn things around for me? And I was just like, good win. You'd think the win over the Chiefs would have really like cracked something open for me. But here I am, here I am holding up the chart going, you're still mediocre. I held them down. I didn't even advance them.
Classic Corey.
Not really. How many people on this text will text in and be like, he's the biggest homer on the planet of homers? That's how y'all sound to me whenever I read it.
I'm saving that.
So, you'd think that any glimmer of hope would just have me going into this.
I'm sorry, that was very funny.
You think any glimmer of hope would have me going into this psychotic, we're back, baby? But
you've been very measured.
And it's because I want to be real about how I feel. Yeah. And I don't feel like I've just turned that corner yet.
I gotcha.
So maybe it will be the Lions, but there is part of me that's telling me that the Lions, because of what they've been going through, that they're still going to be this were they that good?
Yeah.
Because now, Kevin, if you beat them, you look at the chart and they are a mediocre to sub-mediocre team.
Right.
And so, all right, can you beat the really good teams? Well, you did it against the Eagles. You still have more opportunities to do it. This was going to be a measuring stick for me, but it's not right now. But again, come in here on Friday morning. I might be very different on Friday morning.
Okay.
But at the moment, I'd say it's overreaction.
Alec, overreaction or reality? A win over the Lions will give you full-on Cowboys fever. See, I just want to say, for the record, we're talking about people homering it up or whatever. My answer is reality.
I'm just shaking my head at all the people saying that the Eagles are a team.
That you love.
You almost said it.
That would have been awesome.
You almost said it. It's tough for me to not say reality at that point because I'm kind of with Corey. I'm still, in a weird way, indifferent, but the second that game goes final and the Cowboys win, I think the emotions change because flavor of the moment for sure, but I think it's going to matter a little bit how they win too. Because I think a blowout win is just going to, be all kinds of fun and everything, but let's just say it is a really competitive game.
Yeah.
And they get the ball last. The Cowboys get the ball last, and Dak and company just have a masterful touchdown drive to end the game and walk it off. Then I'm saying, okay, this team really can't be stopped by anyone or anything.
I gotcha.
Because they're motivated and because these coaches are getting in their ears in the right ways at the right times. I mean, I didn't think Jadeveon Clowney was going to be relevant in 2025, and here we are. I didn't think Aaron Whitecotton was going to be one of the assistant coaches that we keep mentioning every single day about why is this team so good. It's because of his messaging. I just think this team's chemistry right now is so hard to deny, and if they do eke out a tough win like that, a really close game, I'm going to go with reality.
I think I love what Alex saying there because guts are so important. And like it really is when you see a team do something, they gut out a win, you believe more about yourself. Like as a team, you believe more about yourself. You feel like you can do things that others can't.
Right.
And so seeing that about them is something I just want to see more of.
Alec, do you think they're going to go with that old Cody Rhodes promo where they've gone from undesirable to un-GD deniable?
Oh, 100%. And I hope they play that in the locker room after the game, too, because I know Shotty's a man of culture, and he's a man that likes to get his guys amped up with some buzzwords and stuff.
Right.
That would actually put it on a T-shirt. I'd buy it.
Okay. I mean, we're helping them make sales along the way. NFL overreaction or reality? This should be Pete Carroll's only season as the Raiders head coach.
Ooh, overreaction.
Okay.
The team's bad.
Agreed.
And here's the thing: you have to know when you're hiring a coach. Are you hiring a technical coach that is going to coach them up and make bad players good?
Right.
Or are you hiring a head coach who needs talent, but once he gets that talent, he can steer the organization the right way?
Right.
And that's what I think Pete Carroll is. I think his defensive scheme is smart. I like it. But when you don't have the talent, that's on the GM, dude. You don't have the talent. You got to figure out how to get better talent in there.
So I guess, and I don't disagree with that. I guess my thought is,
he's old.
Yeah, I was gonna I was gonna try to say it more delicately. Would you go with somebody a bit younger that you could build all of that with? Because Pete Carroll's not like a building coach, right? In that point in his life,
but I think he's going to give. I think he's going to give you the good idea of structural organization that you need.
Okay,
and then hopefully step away. Like that's what I would hope that he would help you create that. Like, you need this type of discipline, you need this type of talent, you need to build these things. And then if you need another coach that's going to spark the fire for those guys, I appreciate that I was the one that was able to put the Raiders back on the map. That's what I would hope. Obviously, he wants to be there and for it to happen a lot faster.
Sure.
But I don't think this should be the only year for it, mostly because the Raiders, they go as the wind does on coaches anyway.
Sure.
And that's a bad approach.
Alec, what say you?
Hold on, real quickly. I say that because everybody wanted the Cowboys to fire Eberflus this year.
Correct.
Except for me. And I think Wolchuk, maybe.
Wolchuk, definitely, yeah.
And the Cowboys front office was like, if we do that, what does that show the players, the organization? Like, what does it show people? And it shows us that we're not going to give you the chance to do right. And they gave them the chance, and they also gave them the tools.
Yeah. Alec? Overreaction or reality? One-stop shop for Pete Carroll.
It was always going to be an overreaction for me, but something Corey said actually furthered that idea for me is that he's done it. He's been there, done that. He knows exactly what that locker room, what that front office is supposed to look and sound like. And I think it's way too early to give up on that because it feels like that's been the main issue with the Raiders outside of an obvious lack of talent the past few years is you keep on hearing about the mess within those walls. Like, you know, the teammates not really being together and the coaching staff's not really figuring it out and not getting their messages across. Like, Antonio Pierce was supposed to be that guy. He was supposed to be the guy that came in, fixed all of those issues, and hopefully won some games along the way. He didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't fix it, and he didn't win games, so he's out. So what do? They get an older head coach that doesn't have the same shelf life. I was hoping they would go like the Dave Canales and Carolina route, where it's like, hey, it's not going to be the biggest name on the market, but it's somebody that it will make sense to give a 5-year deal and say, we're going to give you time to figure it out until you prove us wrong that we were wrong. I think you got to keep running with it at this point. I'd say another year at best, though. Like, again, Pete Carroll's not getting any younger. You're wasting his time at that point if you're not going to try to put a good team around him. So you reset after 2 years, in my mind, and try to hope that the players, the front office, and everybody involved has an idea of what this is supposed to look and feel like.
NFL overreaction or reality, the Texans are the team to beat in the AFC South. They've won 4 in a row.
Yeah, their defense is really stout.
True.
I really like their coach a lot. I like Will Anderson. I like him even more now, having talked to Reggie about him.
Yes.
This makes a big difference for me, Alec, and you've experienced this, I'm sure, as you've. Didn't you have Michael Vick come on your show once when you were doing a weekend show?
I wish.
I feel like, okay, you've had guests, though, that you've been like, I'm rooting for that guy now.
Yes,
sorry,
100%.
I'm thinking of somebody, maybe years before that. When you have somebody pop on that you're like, man, I wasn't expecting that person to enthrall me that way.
Right.
Reggie says that Will Anderson is just the best. And so knowing that a dude on the field is that, and then off the field is a great interview, seems like a really good person, I like the team. I like what they're doing. I still think Jacksonville is going to flukily find its way to win that division, though.
Okay. Alec?
But the Colts are done.
Overreaction to reality. The Texans are the team to beat in the AFC South. And I had a bonus question that Corey was just talking about this player. Bonus question, Will Anderson is the second best defensive player in the league.
Ooh. Both of these are tough. I'm going to go with reality to the first and say that the Texans probably are the team to beat because I do believe in momentum. Sorry, Reggie. I do think that's real. They've got a tough stop in Kansas City against the Chiefs, but outside of that, nothing on their schedule really scares me the way that defense has been playing, specifically with Will Anderson and company. I think DeMeco Ryans is still one of the best defensive play callers in football, and he's proving it week in and week out. They've got one more game against the Colts. The Cardinals, I see a win, an easy win against the Raiders. And then the Chargers game, I still have no idea what the heck to think about the Chargers at this point. So
agreed.
I think they could have a stellar record to end their season in the last 5 games. Jacksonville worries me a little bit because if the Colts are done, like Corey says, the Jaguars play them twice. So if they're done, that's 2 wins, a game against the Jets, Broncos, and Titans. So equal strength in my mind, just looking at it on paper, between Jacksonville and Houston, but I do think Houston just has the hot hand right now. And those teams, when they have a backup quarterback that's just playing lights out too, I'm like, how do you stop them? Davis Mills is playing good football in 2025. Like, that team is just well coached right now, and there's no way to deny it. The bonus question, Kevin.
Yeah.
I'm going to go reality as well.
Oh, I like it.
I'm going reality because Will Anderson, again, the Texans just aren't relevant right now. Because they're not winning marquee games. They're doing a lot of good things right now, but they're not a sexy team on paper. They've still got C.J. Stroud, who's hit or miss at times. They've got, a head coach that isn't one of the greats in the game yet. I think he will be. It's just a younger team in general. They don't have that true number one receiver that people go to that channel to go watch anymore. But Will Anderson is that primetime player you should be watching. He's a freak athlete, and he gives it his all every single play. He's like Max Crosby in the sense where you almost never see him leave the field, and I love it.
Max Crosby could definitely be in that conversation, but
yep,
Kevin, I love what Will Anderson's done. I think he's great. I think not enough credit. I don't think enough attention is given to Brian Burns. I'm presuming that Myles Garrett's your number one in this conversation.
Correct. And he's my default number one.
Brian Burns is second in sacks, has 7 pass deflections this year. The dude, he's all over the field tackles wise. He's an absolute stud. I think that, and I just think for years he was overlooked in Carolina, and then kind of has been overlooked also in New York because of New York. But I think Brian Burns is number 2, and then I don't even have Micah 3, even though he's third in sacks.
I mean, and there is more to it than that.
Yeah. I would have I would probably have the conversation about other people there too. So
okay,
but I appreciate the question.
Thank you. NFL overreaction or reality? The Week 18 Panthers-Bucks game is going to decide the NFC South. There's no way in hell I would have thought that question would ever have any legitimacy to it.
Fact.
I think you're right.
Also from the 469, Merton Hanks. Couldn't stand him when he played, but his interview on The Fan made me like him. You're right.
I think I probably agree with you.
I told him to his face, I did not like you, sir, but dadgummit, you've done it. And he was
call
like,
him like an irritant or something like
and
that.
He smiled and kind of gave me the, I get it. And I was like, look, purely as a fan. Yeah, dude, this Panthers team is, you have to deal with them. They really do. And they beat you up. They're physical. They bought in that they believe they can do it. They have a legit receiver options. They have a damn fine running game.
Yes.
Like you can go with Hubbard or you can go with Dowdle. Either one of them, you feel confident. And then the offensive line's physical up front, and the defense gives you fits. The offensive coordinator is one of those that's as Broad has said about Lane Kiffin for LSU. He's good for the modern day football, and he's found a way to get Bryce Young to play a good game. Yeah, that game, and everybody thought that Tampa would probably run away with it easy, unless the Falcons made some noise. Falcons haven't done anything, so yeah, that game, here we are. And Baker might be too banged up for reasonable success at the end of the year.
I'm going to take it that Alec might need a second. Oh, no, he's fine. Alec.
No, those are just friends.
Okay. Week 18.
The ones I made along the way, Corey.
Gross.
And that's what it's all about, Kevin.
Gross. Yeah. The Week 18 Panthers-Bucks game will decide the NFC South. Overreaction or reality?
That is a reality, and I don't even like that I'm saying that. I want to throw up a little bit just thinking about it because the Panthers shouldn't be relevant right now. But just mentioned Dave Canales. I think he's doing wonderful things with a quarterback that probably shouldn't have been successful in the NFL, just given the situation that he was put in. But they're finding ways to win, and the Bucs keep on getting hurt and hurt and hurt, and they can't seem to hold a lead either. So they're always chasing, which they're still finding ways to win. But that's a combination for just disaster for the Bucs, if you ask me, and that gives Carolina a breath of fresh air. I think they can make the playoffs.
All right. Overreaction or reality? You want this segment to continue with more overreaction or reality?
Overreaction.
Oh,
is what I feel I'm going to do if I start reacting. So, yes, reality, Kevin.
Hey, what?
I feel like I'm going to overreact to it.
Okay. I did not follow that at all. Overreaction or reality, Corey? You will watch and or care about in-season Hard Knocks.
Already watched episode 1.
What'd you think?
I will discuss 3 things in the C block about it.
Do you care about it, you think?
No.
Okay.
But I will, I don't think I'm getting anything I don't know. And sometimes that is because there were 3 things I didn't know.
Okay.
But I don't feel like, okay, here, do me a favor. Amazon, don't mic up Dak Prescott.
Because you already know.
Dak Prescott is a great leader. I get it. He is going to say all the right things. I've heard all the things he said. I did hear, though, that sounds from the sideline was even better.
Okay.
But there are things where Dak, let's get to work. Let's do these things. It's a good game. It's happening today kind of thing,
Yeah.
Like, and that being said, I know what to expect out of Dak. I feel like there are other personalities on this team that I want to hear more from.
Yeah.
But then there's the other teams. And obviously they're focusing on quarterback in the first one. Like, that's kind of the focus right now. I get that. But it's the NFC East. I feel like I do care about it because of that.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, absolutely.
But Washington's down. New York's down. And so Philadelphia is the only other team that is of intrigue, and I don't care about. I don't want to know about them
because you're afraid you'll I kind of want to root for that.
No,
you're not afraid of that.
Sirianni does say some things though that I'm like, oh, that's not just cheesy crap right there that he's saying. That's real.
That's real.
Schottenheimer's more real though.
He loves them.
Schottenheimer's more real, and I love it.
Alec, overreaction or reality? You will watch and or care about in-season Hard Knocks.
I will say reality because I will watch. I will not care while watching. So
I gotcha.
It's technically a reality, but I never really care about this stuff. Like a lot of it, I feel like I have no way of proving this, but I feel like these players and coaches are very aware that certain things are being watched and listened to. So I don't think they're giving you everything, which is fine. I don't want them to, if we're being honest. I don't work in that building. I don't need to know everything. And I don't need my team losing a game because something shoddy said on Hard Knocks got, schemed against him in a game. Like the Vikings. Imagine Brian Flores hears something that shoddy says on Hard Knocks and he's like, oh, he likes to do that. Yeah. I was thinking something else. So I'm going to run this coverage on third down instead. And then he obliterates the Cowboys offense. I don't want that. So, yeah, I don't really care for it. Am I going to watch it? Yeah, because, some of the quotes are good and whatnot. And like Corey said, the stuff with Aaron Whitecott, and I like hearing the speeches and stuff like that. But the X's and O's stuff, I feel like you're not going to get everything.
There were a couple of times, I don't remember if it was the Browns or the Dolphins, where you could see the coaches, they prepared for this moment, and this was their opportunity to shine, and they're out there, they're dropping more F-bombs they ever have, as they're just like giving their speeches that you're just, you don't do that every week, right?
See, I like that, because I thought you were saying they gave like a fake presentation when they're like, and on second down, this is what we're going to do, and they all looked at each other and were like, wink, because that's not what they were going to do. Overreaction to reality. I know he had a tough week last week. Jackson Smith and Jigba will win Offensive Player of the Year and break the single-season receiving mark. Now, he's already broken the team record for most yards, surpassing DK Metcalf. He's on pace for 1,893 yards. The record is 1,964. So he's within striking distance. Last week certainly did not help. He's from Rockwall. I just want to say that every time.
I think Jonathan Taylor still being available for it, puts him at the top of the list.
Yeah.
Actually, Kevin, holy crap! According to something I just looked up on the internet, JSN is at plus 105. Jonathan Taylor is at minus 400.
What?
80% implied probability.
Where are you seeing that?
AI overview, dude.
Okay.
I don't know.
Don't trust AI overview, because most places that I'm looking right now have it as a dead heat between those.
Puka Nacua is at plus 10,000.
Oh.
Okay.
Is that good?
Christian McCaffrey's at plus 1,700.
George Pickens is 4th or 5th on the list.
It was BetMGM, but that was November 11th, is where the minus 400 is coming from.
Yeah.
Well, and then Jackson Smith and Jigba had a bad week.
Okay, well, that's why he's not the favorite.
I still think it's Jonathan Taylor at the moment.
Okay.
I want the hometown kid to get his due.
Sure.
I want him to break the record first, though. He does that, I'll go out there and say everything I can for him.
Yeah.
I'll campaign the way I do for Darren Woodson. Maybe Jackson Smith and Jigba does not want me to campaign for him then.
Maybe not. Alec, what say you?
That was depressing. I'm going to go reality to both, because records are meant to be broken, Kevin. I don't know if you've ever heard that.
I have heard that.
I've often said that, and I believe that here in this case, especially with the extra game. I think he was due for a stinker of a game, because Sam Darnold was Sam Darnold, and that was okay. With the extra game, you have that room, and I think it's going to happen, and I'm just going off of what Corey tells me, because he's, smart at football stuff, and he says that the Colts are done. So that means their offense is not going to be as good, which means Jonathan Taylor's numbers are going to be decent, but not as impressive as JSN's. And if that is the trend that happens, there's no reason that JSN shouldn't win this. And it's always nice to see a receiver win it, in my mind, even though I've been protesting for the running back renaissance for years now.
Yes, you have.
It's my favorite position in sports. I love the running back position. I think it's undervalued, but I do think it's nice whenever a pass catcher goes out there and just exceeds expectations. I know JSN's good. I didn't think he was going to be this good.
Sure. I agree with you.
Can I make an addendum to what he said, though?
Is it about how I have a JSN autograph rookie card number?
Is this why you've been pushing for this?
No.
This makes sense now. Everybody check eBay.
It's not on eBay
yet. I do want to say, and look, Daniel Jones early in the season, I saw him do things I'd never seen him do before.
Right.
I admitted that. But I will say, I won't think I don't think that this downturn has been because of Jonathan Taylor.
Okay.
I think to win these types of games, you're relying on big time play from your quarterback. And I just don't know that he's ready for big time play.
All right.
That's where I am right now.
Speaking of a team that doesn't get big time play from their quarterback, overreaction or reality, the Pittsburgh Steelers season is OVER, over. I spelled that just for Aaron Rodgers. Because remember, he said RELAX. They're 2-5 over their last 7 games, and they look like butt. Sorry if that wasn't as nuanced as you're hoping for, Alec.
Let's see. This is where I don't see a game that I can guarantee they can
win. Yeah.
And that's bad because Ravens, you'd think, that's a coin flip-ish. Yeah. Probably leans in favor. I'm betting the Ravens are the favorite.
Correct.
Especially since it's at home for the Ravens. The Dolphins? What the heck?
The suddenly resurgent Miami Dolphins.
Dude. Somehow they fire their GM and everything changes.
A couple weeks ago, my question about Mike McDaniel staying as their coach is looking more and more possible.
You're right. And then the Lions, I can't guarantee that because I have to see this week.
For sure.
The Browns, they're bringing back Deshaun Watson, guys.
They open up his practice window, yes.
That's perfect timing. And then the Ravens again. So I think you might be right. As good of a coach as Mike Tomlin is, they have really put themselves in a bad position at the quarterback spot.
True. Alec?
Oh, this division is some of the most disgusting, gross, nasty, worst football I've ever seen. So I really don't want to answer the question, but for the sake of the segment, I will. And I'm just going to say reality because I don't like this version of Aaron Rodgers and I don't want him to succeed. But I saw a tweet yesterday that was amazing. It was like a week ago. Somebody quote tweeted a Mike Tomlin press conference quote, and they're like, oh, great, they're going to go sign a Pro Bowler from 2014.
Yes.
And then they sign Adam Thielen. It's like clockwork.
They did.
That's going to help, right? I think it will help, but I don't know. The Ravens, I still don't know what to think about, but I have to give them the benefit of the doubt because they have Lamar Jackson and they have Derrick Henry. And if you're talking about that tough-nosed AFC North football, got a couple matchups left. Derrick Henry could run wild on that defense.
I'm going to start with you with this next question. I'm accelerating this question from another day just because of you.
Oh, God.
Overreaction or reality? The AFC North champion will have a losing record.
Ooh.
Right now, none of their teams are above 500, and I still think something is off with Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, and only one team is coming off of a win right now, and that's the Bengals. So the Steelers have lost 2 in a row. The Ravens just lost their last game. Yeah, I'll go reality. And I think it's just going to legitimize the fact that that division is not fun and it is not good football and it's not entertaining in any way when Lamar Jackson isn't right, because I fully agree with you. I think there's something lingering there. And you've heard players talk about that all the time. Like, a week off isn't going to heal anything. I need 6 months, to be off of my feet and not getting hit. I think there's one of those lingering issues that's kind of making them a little bit scared.
Corey, overreaction or reality? Winner of the AFC North will have a losing record.
Oh, I hate that division.
Oh, well, hence why the question gets asked. I am not here to defend this division whatsoever.
I feel like you are.
I most certainly am not.
No, or overreaction.
You think somebody will get 9-8? Maybe better?
Yeah, and dadgummit, it's going to be Baltimore. They're going to beat Pittsburgh twice down the stretch here. And have just enough of that. I think. Man, their defense still sucks.
I'm telling you.
But it's, you know what? It's better than I thought it was.
Yeah.
To start the season, I thought it was going to be a historically bad defense.
Yeah.
And they've been able to turn
like the
things.
Cowboys, they've turned it. Yeah.
But yeah, I think they'll have. I think it'll be 9-8.
Okay.
Or maybe 9-7-1, or 8-7-1.
It would only be right if that division ended with both teams at 8-1 atop the division. So Alec could be like, good. Your division's stupid.
See, exactly.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, I have so much ground to cover in this next segment. Plus,
take your time.
We're updating the chart next on The Fan.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Razor waves.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maiden?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. All right, I wanted to immediately get into the Hard Knocks stuff that you asked me about. Did you take another Vapo lot?
Yeah, I got to tell you, man, this thing is awful.
Yeah?
But
Effective?
yes.
That's the most important thing, right?
Absolutely.
We do things to our bodies.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you can get that one clean, you know? I really had nothing else. We do things to our bodies sometimes and we're like, I don't want this.
Yeah.
All right. I told you earlier about my sinuses. After the surgeries, all right, I've had a couple surgeries there. They said, here, take this neti pot, fill it up with hot salt water, and blow it up your nose. And I was like, huh? And it's going to go up one side through all your nasal cavities and flush out the other side. And I was like, this is ridiculous. Why would I do this? Then, guess what? I found out I liked it. It's effective.
But you also liked it? Or you
because
just because it's effective? Okay,
yeah,
I'm with you.
Because it's effective. When I told my kid the other day, he was like, Dad, my allergies. I was like, try this. And he was like, nope. I was like, well, then you're never going to understand the effects.
That throat coat tea is the grossest thing in the world, but it works.
You got to drink it warm, too. Stop drinking it so cold. I sound like Maxine right now.
Usually it is. Usually it is warmer. Can we go back to one more thing from Overreaction to Reality? For the 972, there's nothing wrong with Lamar Jackson. He's just not good. How do those people still exist?
I mean, Alec thinks Dylan Gabriel's not good.
I mean, that feels easier to defend.
Didn't he win a Heisman?
No.
Wasn't he in the Heisman conversation?
Give him the "you tried" badge.
No, I understand. People are going to have an opinion that they never change their mind about. If you watch, this year has not been Lamar Jackson's best year.
Sure.
Last year was one of the best years of quarterbacking I'd ever seen. I loved watching him play last year. And if you, yes, I had him on my fantasy team. B, I watched a dude that played quarterback as well as the other things that he does well.
Right.
One of the things, so I wanted to hop in real fast. I didn't get the audio because I didn't want to. Jordan Mailata said on his radio show, Thanksgiving food is garbage.
Whoa.
Because he's Australian, and he says, this isn't a hot take, it's just my take. Thanksgiving food is garbage. And then whoever the host was goes, Christmas food's better, right? And he goes, yes, exactly.
Honey glazed ham.
I don't understand. Christmas food and Thanksgiving food are the same.
They are not.
Yes, they are.
No.
What do you have on your plate? Oh my gosh! I'm about to ask Kevin what he has on his plate.
Well then
when you at your family event, do you have mashed potatoes
to the primary meat? Honey glazed ham against turkey. Honey glazed ham all day.
1,000 times. Now, a good smoked turkey breast is fantastic. People have done it wrong for years. I get it.
It feels like even the worst honey glazed ham, though, is like,
yes,
hey, good
I
job.
agree. I've always agreed. And whenever Maxine, by the way, is my grandmother. Rest in peace. Thank you. She always, for both years, for both meals, she'd have turkey and ham, and I liked the ham more.
Yeah.
But then I realized I feel like ham is more Christmas. I understand where you're going there, but I feel like the food's pretty much the same other than that.
You know, it's interesting. That feels very family dependent because...
Yeah, we've turned to fajitas and steaks from omahasteaks.com.
And don't you feel like some families are like, no, these are the sides you get on Thanksgiving. These are the sides you get on Christmas. Where other people are like, hey, no, I really like that thing.
I want to eat them again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'd like to eat them as often as possible.
Yeah, exactly.
Those are the things I like to eat.
Yes.
Good. Good. Anyway, another reason to hate Jordan Mailata and the Eagles.
Okay.
Also, here's something I didn't know. Jameis Winston texted Dak Prescott after Dak Prescott broke the record for Cowboys all-time leading pass yards getter.
I felt very Stephen Jones.
If Steven can do it, I can
yeah,
too.
That's fair.
So Jameis texted him. Dak goes, yeah, Jameis texted me. Jameis goes, yeah, I did text him. And then, what do you think Dak texted back when he congratulated him?
All I care about is Super Bowls.
Interesting. It's a lot of words. What do you think, Alec? He said back.
LFG.
He said, odd coming from a guy that can't start on his own team. Stay out of my phone, little brother.
That feels aggressive.
I have no idea.
Well, Jameis goes, man, no, Dak and I go way back whenever we were roommates at the Peyton Manning camp back in high school. And he said, and just like Dak, as classy as could be, he texted back, thank you. It's that simple.
I guess that makes a whole lot of sense.
That just made me mad.
Yeah.
But then Dak,
I should have just said that.
Then Dak saw the receiving touchdown Jameis Winston had, and he was like, dang, I should have texted back something nicer. Thank you.
Yeah.
But Jameis, the dude that he is, somebody says thank you, and he's like, that's classy right there.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think I like Jameis more than I ever have. Knowing the team dude that he is. If he's starting, that dude is like, all right, I'm supposed to be here doing this job. If he's a backup, he's like, this is my job right now. He doesn't care. He doesn't let his emotions. I remember seeing Jimbo Fisher try and bring him out of his emotions again that game against Oregon. But his emotions don't get in the way of the way he treats his team. And I like that. I respect that about him.
How big of a turnaround do you think he's made in terms of human perception? Because coming out of college or at times in college,
yeah, significant.
Didn't look so good for him.
Significant, because now he has a post-career. I don't know exactly what it's going to be. I feel like he's going to be on Fox, doing Rob Riggle type stuff. But I feel like now he has a post-career where I don't think he would have had that coming out of college.
Yeah,
he's turned his personality, which was always big. But he's turned his personality traits into something that I think people care about.
Okay.
And then the other thing was Jackson Dart has no clue where he is. In this thing, they have Jackson Dart mic'd up on practice. And he said, guys, must have been, like, this is a high question. Where's all this wind coming from? I don't even know, where is the wind coming from? There's no canyons,
that is a high question.
Valleys. This is very much like Kevin with, how did they get all the roads?
I stand by that question.
It's just
every time. I'm going to tell you, too, I think about that at least every other time I go into a heavy construction zone for a highway. I'm like, how did we ever figure this out for the whole country?
I got a question about the toll road south. Where's that road going to go now? They've closed that off.
Yeah. Do you wish, whenever people are like, oh, could you go back in time and kill Hitler and all of that? I get that. But if you could make a stop along the way and be like, hey, give everyone what the population chart's going to be and replan your highways accordingly.
Yeah, we need 6 lanes for this city.
Be like, oh, someday there could be 30 million people here. And I'd be like, add a zero.
Yeah.
There's going to be 300 million people.
Triple-decker highway lanes.
Exactly.
Did they have that in Austin?
Yes. Austin.
We kind of have it with 635.
I could see that.
Jackson, so in this moment, he's asking about the wind. Where'd all the wind come from? And I was like, oh, but then it made sense. No canyons, no valleys. Where's it tunneling through?
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know if it's his quarterback's coach or whatever goes, there's an ocean right there. And he goes, what, an ocean? And the other guy goes, no, it's a river. And he's like, no, there's an ocean right there. And they argue about where the ocean and rivers are for 5 minutes.
Okay.
And then at which point Jackson Dart goes, I drove here through this city, got here, drove over the river and the ocean. I have no clue where I am. And that makes me think that he has problems in his future. You got to know where you are, bro.
Then also,
first thing I learned from The Wire is, where are you?
Yeah.
You better know the address and where your feet are standing.
And then eventually you also learn nothing's going to change.
Yeah, that's true.
But Also, don't you think they had a follow-up discussion about why wind comes from the ocean? That feels like, based on the setup that you just had, there's going to be a follow-up conversation.
But how does wind come off of the ocean? That doesn't make any sense, man. Where does it start?
That conversation.
Where's the first start? Where's the butterfly wing that lands that wind across the ocean? Good point.
Don't know.
I got two things I kind of want to work with here, and I can't decide. Cowboys or Michael Jordan?
Michael Jordan.
All right, Michael Jordan talked about where he thought his effect on the brand and logos is in this quote right here.
Now it's like it's a prerequisite. Everybody has to have a logo. Everybody has to have a. Why, right? Well, I'm pretty sure I'm part of the reason why everybody tries to get a logo, but
Brand, right?
Right,
Brand Jordan.
But the thing is that brand is established based on what I did on the basketball court. I didn't put the brand before I put the work. I put the work first, and then the brand evolved based on the work.
Right.
I love it.
I do too. Here's the issue. I agree with that personally.
I agree with that personal too.
That does not reflect reality.
For him?
No, it reflects reality for him. That does not reflect business reality anymore, right?
No.
Because you don't have a meeting with, you take whoever, Zion, Luka, Anthony Edwards, anybody at the beginning of it, and they didn't say, all right, so I'm hoping you have a go-to in 5 years, and then we'll talk again, and we'll make your shoe. That's not what happens.
Right.
It's your name dictates what you get to do, not what you do. That eventually matters, but it doesn't matter right out of the gate.
And because of the money in the brand now, the brand is more important than the game. And that's the part that I know old heads like Michael Jordan and Will Clark and all these. Now, Will Clark's it's about the way the game's played more than it is just about. But the brand is more important.
Sure.
Where can I get my brand the most visuality? Is that the right word?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
The most eyeballs. Where can if I can get to that city, that'll give my brand more of this.
Okay.
And that does, and whenever the work on the court, the championships, those are the things that create. We talk about this with the Cowboys. They built their brand so fast.
I agree.
That they could live off of that forever.
Okay, so let me ask you this then, because I'm actually super intrigued by this. Tom Brady and Steph Curry immediately come to mind. Who else recently has built their brand that their brand is winning?
Mahomes.
I could see that. Yeah. Okay.
That's one. That's another one.
Accepted.
And I mean, Travis Kelce's brand was built off that too. And then he got lucky.
Right.
And hit the jackpot with her brand.
But if you think about so many people who are the biggest brands, their brands
the best winners
are not built off of winning.
Right.
So many of them are built off of a whole bunch of other stuff.
And should that matter?
I mean, I say yes, but if the market dictates no, then isn't the answer no?
Yeah. But I think that's the difference, Kevin. When you talk to Tom Brady and you listen to that dude talk, don't you feel like everything is competition?
Yes.
And everything is the work that it takes to be
Jordan-esque.
Yeah, and that's the difference between Jokic. I don't know. His brand is.
I don't think Jokic cares.
He doesn't care about championships or brand.
Right.
He's just like, I'm here to play basketball. But those horses,
yeah.
And Giannis, I feel like kind of gets mixed in the weird conversation of I think he wants to win so much.
Yeah.
But everybody else is like, your brand. And he's like, but.
And his brand's not winning.
And it all does come down to the people in your ears, right?
Yeah.
Those people in your ears are telling you, dude, you could go to practice today,
See, but I don't. Okay, I agree with you, but what I keep thinking is, it's not just hangers on that are in your ear. It could also be your accountant, And if your accountant's you got the number one, you got the number two brand, and you haven't won nothing, so.
Oh man, valid.
And just hear me out on this.
Well, that's the people in your ears. Your accountant.
Do you think Luka's a huge brand?
Yes.
He's won nothing.
been very close, yeah.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah,
but
there's a lot of young promise
different.
in that, I agree.
And I'm not saying he won't. If you tell me Luka goes on to win 3 titles and 3 MVPs, I could be like, I could see that. But my point is, I know they made it to the NBA Finals, but that's not the goal of your sport. The goal of your sport is to win championships, all right? And then maybe second-tier MVPs, go to the Hall of Fame, everything like that. He hasn't done that. He is a huge brand. Anthony Edwards, I feel like, is a huge brand. What got him there? Well, he was in an Adam Sandler movie too, right?
Yeah, and right now, currently, too, the platforms there's more crossover platform than you've ever seen before.
Yes.
Micah, I mean, look at Micah. Micah built a platform on, I don't think he's doing his podcast anymore, by the way. But he built a platform off the Cowboys.
And he has won nothing.
Lastly on this, Kenny Clark, and I don't know, I'm sorry if you have this. Do you have his thought on momentum?
No.
Okay, Kenny Clark said momentum won't matter if it stops.
Fact.
And I think this might be a conversation I'll use tomorrow. So let's go ahead and tease this for the C Block tomorrow.
Okay.
Or if you want to use it as a segment tomorrow, that's fine.
Yeah.
How do you keep momentum going when things are going good?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we know there are peaks and valleys. Jerry talks about how this game and life will kick you in the face 95% of the time, and you get 5% good. But whenever you have those good things going, what do you personally do to try to keep the good vibes going? We'll do that. We'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah, and because you said something, and I know we're going to pick it up, but you said something that is really intriguing to me about the idea of losing to, let's say, Minnesota. You beat Detroit all you like, and you're rocking and rolling. And if you lose to Minnesota, it's no different than if you switch them.
Good point.
So
that's interesting, right?
Yeah.
There.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know, because we're going to fire up My Buddy's an Idiot. Next.
Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Injury alerts, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back out for Artemi Panarin. Panarin shoots, kicked out, rebound, score! Gavrikov with the overtime winner!
Cancy masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You don't do this show with anybody else.
Okay.
Me only.
All right. And the New York Rangers are idiots for scoring in overtime and defeating the Stars. 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation.
Isn't that what they're supposed to do?
Yeah. No, it is. But I can still think they're idiots for beating my team.
Valid. Same
thing. If the Lions win, I'm going to put them in Forgiveness Friday, even though that is the point.
Got you down.
But I want to start with this. We're going to fire up cut number 9. This happened about a month ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. I guess there is a gal who maybe is a frequent contributor or frequently on with Paul Feinbaum, Chef Elizabeth. It was about a month ago, and I'm going to let her take it away.
I think y'all have a whole lot more interesting things to discuss than Lane Kiffin leaving Ole Miss. You are wasting your time. You are wasting your breath. Mark my words, he is not leaving. And I'll tell you right now, if he does leave us, I will strip down butt naked and I will run around the Oxford Square. There you go. I said it and I will. That's how confident I am that he is staying and we will see him next year.
Now, we were probably nice. We went ahead and cut it there, but Paul Feinbaum then creepily goes, oh, kind of hope that happens now.
I was going to ask, do we want that?
Yeah, I don't know about that. Some people might.
Well, I don't. I mean, they would make it legal if we wanted it, Kevin.
Sure.
Obviously, the people don't want that because it's illegal.
Okay. What do you think about this guarantee? Will she carry through with it? And the guarantee versus you win nothing.
Can I ask you another bonus question?
Please.
I just said it would be legal if we wanted it.
Mm.
Do you think they made it illegal to be nude in public? Because
we wanted it too much?
No, because we wanted to see some people, but not all people. Why did they make nudity in public illegal?
Because they thought it was like too distracting for us, I guess.
To who?
I don't know. Like, why can you show off a man nipple but not a woman nipple?
Alec, answer the question.
I don't know.
Exactly.
Distractions.
Exactly. One has the perception of distraction.
I don't think that. I don't think she'll. Hasn't Paul Feinbaum said that he'd leave the country multiple times if this happened?
Yeah.
He's never done it.
Yeah.
Somebody's said they would quit radio multiple times. They didn't.
Oh, true.
I don't think she'll do that.
Okay.
I do appreciate in the moment, like somebody putting that kind of a, this is going to happen because this won't ever happen. I love it.
It also looked like she might have been drinking wine at the time.
There you go.
You know how women are.
Okay.
Thank you, PJ Washington. And you get a couple sips.
Always
in
making
you.
bets to strip.
Yeah, you get a couple sips in you, dude, and you'll make those kind of exclamations.
Mm-hmm. Do you think there's any chance Lane Kiffin left because he wanted to see her naked?
Ooh.
I think it's a valid question.
Lane's a weirdo. Wouldn't put it past him.
No, I don't think that there is any chance of that.
Okay.
From the 858, my buddy's an idiot for making nudity illegal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on, government.
And also the New York Rangers are idiots for injuring Sagan. And
that's true.
I would say just a little bit of caution there that Gulletson said he's probably done for the season and he's going to miss months because it's an ACL injury. I don't know if it is confirmed that it's a torn ACL and he's for sure out, and then you would assume out for a chunk of next year as well.
I'm surprised they said ACL.
Yeah.
Oh,
it doesn't look
lower
good.
half of the human body injury.
Yeah, that is
what I
that is
expected.
usually what they do. Now, do you think Marvin Harrison Jr. is he an idiot? Because one of the reporters for the Cardinals was talking to him about being out of the playoffs, and he goes, "We're out of the playoffs?" ? He didn't say ? But he was curious. Do you think that qualifies as idiot behavior if you don't know if you're still eligible for the playoffs in the league that you play in?
I do. Ron Rivera that was like on the podium, and just got caught off guard and was like, "Oh my gosh, are you serious?" I think you're supposed to be paying attention to your season, knowing your wins and losses and what puts you in position or not. But I also understand sometimes you get tunnel vision and get caught up in something. But if you don't know you've been eliminated, if you don't know you made the playoffs,
that would be concerning.
That's a positive thing, right? You're like, well, I was just so focused on winning, I didn't even realize. If you don't know you're out of the playoffs, you stopped caring about this season, didn't you?
Oh, okay.
You weren't paying attention to anything.
You wouldn't be concerned if they didn't know they made the playoffs?
Nah.
Okay.
Because they won.
Okay.
The results based, Kevin.
All right.
This is the defensive coordinator that replaced in New York. He goes and gives a speech, and the first thing he does is put up 2 and 10. He's like, "This is where we are, reality." And then somebody was like, "Overreaction." But he was like, we all had a hand in this terrible record, and blah blah blah. And like they put it up every week. You know your record. You should know where you stand on things. They're always talking about it. Coaches give these speeches all the time.
Okay.
Obviously.
Now, I don't really know what to make of the Chris Paul Clippers drama.
I thought he retired. Did he not retire like a month or two ago?
He announced his retirement next year.
Oh, so this was supposed to be his farewell tour for not ever winning a championship.
And he went back to the Clippers, and I guess they sent him home and said that he was no longer on the team.
Did they at least give him some snakeskin boots? Or a gold watch?
Well, he posted on his Instagram story at 3 a.m, so I'm guessing it wasn't like a big to-do as much as they said,
what was
"Get
the post?
F out of here."
He had a glass of bourbon with him. Bottle of wine, was like, "You know what I'm thinking about? If run around naked."
He just said he had just learned that he was being sent home. So that's all I have for you.
Chris Paul and leadership style clash with the Clippers, Kevin, according to sources at ESPN.
Well, they said that him and the coach didn't even talk.
He's been vocal in holding management, coaches, and players accountable, which the team felt became disruptive. Specifically, Ty Lue was not on speaking terms with him for 7 weeks.
And that
so he was holding people accountable, and they were like, "We don't want that around here."
That's
accountability. What kind of BS is that?
That's a weird take. Stop trying to hold me accountable, you jerk. I feel like I worked at a place like that, and they would get mad when we try to hold them accountable for stuff.
But that being said, with Chris Paul, he's always kind of rubbed people the wrong way. And I think it's because he was very out for his championship to legitimize his career. And maybe that definitely rubbed people the wrong way.
So there'll always be a giant hole in his resume because
unfortunate.
Yeah.
He got close at times. He was on teams that were electric. He was a fun player to watch, unless you were playing against him that night.
Yeah.
The nights when him and Tyson Chandler would lob over the Mavericks, and I was like, how are we ever going to win a game again? He really did have some clutch moments too, but unfortunately he was never on a team that was able to overcome that.
Do you think the people who egged the Eagles OC house are idiots? Because he spoke out and he's like, "Go after me as much as you want, but when you bring my family into it all, that does feel like a little too far."
Yeah, don't bring my family into this.
Yeah, and it's not the eggs. It's that like you're like kind of attacking or defacing the house where the people who have nothing to do with this are living.
Like I did ask my buddy to drunkenly walk by Bill Belichick's front yard and maybe relieve himself on it once.
How? 1 or 2?
1.
Okay.
2 is gross.
Okay.
His wife was a Patriots fan, so he said no.
Okay.
What a dummy.
Okay.
But she's still a Patriots fan. But remember Matt Schaub had people walk up his driveway?
Yeah.
And I was like, whoa, that's too...
Yeah.
I would never do that. These people have lives. Leave them alone. Let them live their life. After they get done with a game, nobody comes to your house after you've gotten done doing your files.
Yeah. Doing your files.
And then they're like, hey, you messed up that file today. No, you just get to live your life. Your boss will come down on you.
Ew. And then is Lane Kiffin an idiot because the AD has already said that Lane Kiffin's versions of events is false, and at least one of his players came out and responded to Lane's version of events and said, that was not the message you said in the meeting room. Everybody was in there can vouch on this.
Really?
It is weird when people try to put out a story when lots of other people there to back it up or not. Like, I get it. If it's just he said, she said, that can be more complicated. But if you're in a room with, like, I don't know, 100 people, it is a bold decision to put out a narrative that is factually inaccurate.
Well, but, Kevin, we see this happen all the time in this country. In sports, politics, media, whatever it is, you get ahead of the story. You be the first one to get the story out there. You have control of the narrative now.
I guess so.
No matter what everybody else. Are you going to believe those players that all hate me right now? Or are you going to believe me who's giving you the information?
Because of who it is, I'll probably believe the players.
I understand you. But that's what he's doing. That's what he's done. Let me get out ahead of this thing.
Yeah.
You saw that TikTok that you showed me yesterday of the current Ole Miss player?
And so I'm just going to explain it. I didn't send the audio to Alec because it's the visual aspect
definitely,
that I think
for sure.
So it was a current Ole Miss player who was using that verbiage, and then he goes, "Oh, hold on!" Right when he was about to tell his team he was going to stay, the phone rang, and he goes, "You're going to give me how much?" And then he took the Ole Miss visor and threw it on the ground and walked off. So this idea that Lane Kiffin is trying to spin and like all the players wanted him to stay and coach, nonsense.
I will say this, Kevin. We discussed you made my mind up about this. Commit to the program, the school.
Yeah.
Not the coach.
Correct.
I heard Nick Saban in a video talking about recruiting players.
Yeah.
And he said, one out of every three would ask me the same question. And they'd say, "Coach, are you going to be here for my whole career?"
Yeah.
And he said, and I'd turn right back around at him and say, "Are you going to be here for my whole career? Are you going to be here for your whole career here while I'm here?" Because this thing does go two ways. And I hate that coaches leave programs and just leave these kids that they've been recruiting and they sell these kids. A lot of coaches try to take the players with them. Not all the players are willing to go. Some of them are committed to the school. But that is a very weird place that college football has always existed.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. By the way, speaking of college football, you see Tim Brando just going off on the SEC. He's like, you're probably going to have 5 of the 12 teams in the playoffs. And that's not enough for you? It just means more. And he was talking about how Coach Sark begging to be included is laughable. And he's like, look, man, you already have all of these teams. You need half of the teams. Get the F out of here.
Yeah, Sarkisian right now, he's playing spin doctor, dude. He is totally playing. The quote I love right now, Alec, is, "Do you see how many teams don't want us in it? That tells me how much they fear us." Is basically what he's saying. They don't want us in it because they're scared. That's why we belong in. I'm like, dude, come on, man. Don't lose to Florida. And this conversation isn't even being had.
And some of them don't want you in there because they want to be in there.
Yeah, that's it.
So I don't know I don't know if Miami and BYU, it's because they fear you as much as they're like, I want that spot. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Cool. I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. Your best hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing well, and then the news coming out, and I think y'all might have even more information about it. Trayvon Diggs officially ruled out of the game tomorrow night. Tyler Guyton out as well. I don't think that one was particularly surprising, while Clowney and Hooker are listed as questionable.
Clowney one didn't sound too positive.
This morning was shoddy. It sure didn't.
I'm hopeful, but we'll see. I did think Bobby had a very good observation with what they were talking about with Jerry with the OSA. Maybe him getting out there. I was, spitballing with Brian yesterday. What about Perion Winfrey? Could we get him activated? He played some of that five-man line stuff at OU. That's a big body. I think he'd be able to set the edge for you if you wanted to. I don't know with all the elevations and everything that goes into that, if that's something that they want to do right now. I'm sure they've got a plan in place. But the Diggs thing, at least Kalen Carson's going to be available. So you'll have Carson back, and I'm okay with this. Don't force Diggs in until he's ready, because I also don't know kind of where he's at mentally.
Yeah, and talked to some people in the organization this morning. They were worried about that not where Diggs was mentally. They were just worried that Diggs wasn't well enough yet, and a lot of it had to do with the practice time or lack of. They felt like they needed a more opportunity for him to kind of go through these things, and there were some questions about how fit he really was, and and usually when Britt Brown or Jim Maurer tell the coaches, listen, you need to give this guy more time, these coaches will listen. The Joneses will listen too. So I think I bet you that something happened with Britt. He probably told the Joneses, hey, listen, I don't think I would put him out there this week, and we'll see what happens next week against Minnesota.
Is the expectation with a guy like that if he goes out there, he's going to play 80% of the snaps, and that's not enough?
No, they
want to slowly get him.
No, they'll incorporate the guy slowly. I mean, they'll think about how they'll go through maybe a game or so. Now they feel like they could throw any one of these corners out there and they can go play, with the exception, not of Diggs, but Overshown. There's no limitations with those guys. Now, initially, there's some thought. If we with the thing with Ravel, I think he was 19 plays right out of the gate, and then last week he plays 80-something plays. So it's just a matter of how quickly they can get him up to speed, and they just didn't feel like that Diggs was the last couple of days that had gone very well for him.
It's a good week to be patient if you can, because after Jamison Williams, you're looking at Isaac Tesla, Tom Kennedy, and Dominic Lovett, Lions wide receivers.
Cannot say I'm particularly familiar.
Tesla, man, he could end up being a good player.
Yeah. You've been on him for a minute, right?
That guy's electric. He's huge, 6'4". He absolutely blew up the combine. He just was in a really bad offense at Arkansas. I think he had 14 total catches. Everything went to Dallas product Andrew Armstrong, but he had a touchdown on Thanksgiving. He is a guy that, especially if they're down weapons, watch out. You need to make sure you're paying attention to Isaac Tesla tomorrow night, because he is somebody that can stretch the field for you, work over the middle. As I mentioned, bigger body for Jared Goff. He can make some plays.
Yeah, he was a converted quarterback that was actually really good at it. And then, as an athlete, you can watch him go get that football. He's very similar to those types of guys that you always like. Dallas tends to give up yards to a guy you've never even heard of, and we've seen it before. So, but yeah, to Dawson's point though, this is very similar to what they were dealing with the Commanders several weeks ago. It's going to be imperative though that they find a way to cover these guys up and don't let them have a big day.
Yeah, I don't want a Tim Patrick day. Tim Patrick's a good receiver, right?
Yes.
He's good. He's fine. And then against the Cowboys, is no, I'm the best.
And Troy Franklin with the Broncos.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
What in the world is happening? If it's Sutton, it's one thing.
Yeah. Here's Troy.
But it's the other guy.
It's this guy, Troy Franklin.
Yeah.
Is there any concern about, because we'd heard that Diggs said he was ready to play last week, and...
Yeah, if he doesn't practice well enough, they're not going to play him. He could talk about it, but if he looks like crap out there, they're not going to play him.
Right.
I mean, that's the whole thing. It's just really that, he could talk about it being ready and stuff like that, and that's kind of the, you want a player to be ready and all that. But if he goes out there and he doesn't practice at the level that they feel like he needs to practice, then I feel like they felt like that he needs more time. So, these players can say, hey, I'm ready to go, but in actuality, if they don't practice well enough, then they're not going to play.
Are you guys heartbroken for Tyler Seguin?
Yeah.
Looks like it's not official, but it looks like he'll probably miss the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, at this age and at this stage in his career, I mean, he's bounced back from the hip, a lot of various injuries. I saw some Stars fans who are like, is this one that he's able to overcome? You talk about an ACL.
I think that's fair.
Is he going to be able to come back and play again? And they did adjust those long-term IR rules.
Yes,
to where he's got
because of the Stars and the Knights.
Right, and really, it was Tampa Bay that kind of started that, right? With Steven Stamkos when they beat the Stars in the bubble. And so now you can only get, I think it's like $3.8 million. There's a certain number. That's the max that you can use unless he's for sure also out for the playoffs. If he's also out for the playoffs, then you're able to get Seguin's full like $9 to $10 million salary there. But he started the season really well.
Yeah.
And he had the awesome moment against Tampa where he gets game number 1,000. It does stink. But look, Nathan Bastian, who's going to slide in for him in the lineup tonight, he's played really well. I mean, it's crazy. The Stars team where I worried about, did they lose too much depth this offseason? They've had guys, they plug and play them, and they've stepped up for them when they've needed it.
Because you've already missed more than 100 games due to injury so far this year.
Yeah, it's wild. I saw the list. It was like 15, 18 guys, something like that. It's exhaustive. I do feel bad for Seguin, but I can't figure out if I feel more excited about what the Stars are going to do with that space now. It's a very significant amount of money. And you're going to get more production for that than what Seguin was going to give you at this point in his career.
Obviously, I'm inclined to agree.
Heggie and Corey, I heard you guys talking about this the other day. Why do you think they're alternating goaltenders?
Yeah, I think one of the reasons is to take some early heat off of Ottinger because he had.
You think he got wore down?
Yeah, no, not necessarily. He's just really struggling on the penalty kill.
Okay.
And so 5-on-5, he was playing really well, but because the penalty kill numbers for him specifically were so bad, it made his overall stats look kind of rough. And then, we talked about the Robertson heater. It's been a DeSmith heater, too.
Yeah, I know. What are they, 7-0-2 or something like that?
I think it's smart for Gulletson to say, I'll ride the hot hand if I have to. No matter contracts, if you're playing well, you're on the ice.
Wow. It just seems, I didn't know if there was I'd love to know the reasoning why.
Yeah, I'm not aware of an injury.
Yeah, we're all kind of talking about it, but I think it's so rare. I mean, every third night, I can understand.
Yeah.
I'd be careful if I was Glenn, though. I think benching Otter is a fireable offense around these parts.
That is true. And I think we all knew Cowboys-Chiefs was going to be huge. There's no way in hell I thought it would
57 million?
Yeah, 57.2. Almost the highest rated non-Super Bowl ever.
Crazy.
Easily the highest rated regular season game ever.
What was the previous record, do you know?
42. They beat it by 15 million people.
Oh, my goodness.
15 million.
Bunch of fat asses sitting around watching football.
Cowboys should just play the most popular team on their schedule on Thanksgiving every year.
Notre Dame.
Yeah.
That would break the record.
There you
just
go.
Play Notre Dame.
Cowboys and Notre Dame. Let's roll.
Oh, man.
The committee would definitely pick Notre Dame.
I'm just telling you, Notre Dame, they're not going anywhere. Notre Dame is the Dallas Cowboys of the college football world.
I can see that.
The eyes are always on Notre Dame. They will do everything they can to protect Notre Dame.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. We do have an eye out for this Lions injury report. I just see the Cowboys half of it so far. So that's a big one for Detroit. Can Penei Sewell get after it? Or do we have any update on Sewell
yet? You got to
yet?
think St. Brown's out, right?
Yeah, St. Brown's probably out, yeah. But we haven't got the other half of that report yet.
I haven't
seen the Lions yet.
We have Jeff Rieger, Lions reporter, joining us at 2:40, so we'll follow up on all those stories with him there. Yeah.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Remember, tomorrow we will be at Choctaw Casino over by the sportsbook with those brand new Tolo flags. And then Gavin Dawson and Lucius Alexander will be holding it down there while you guys are also getting ready for the Cowboys game. It's an extravaganza tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't wait. Lucius and I'll be up there. We'll be fellowshipping, and can't wait to stroll the halls of Choctaw and probably walk out with mid four figures.
Ooh.
That's my plan for the blackjack
table. You gonna do any horse gambling too?
I didn't know there was horse gambling. I love the
fact.
Yes. I'll have to call Brian for some tips.
All right. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Come see us at Choctaw tomorrow, 10 to 2, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say nothing else, Kevin, until tomorrow.
When you're...
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you know. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
P&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are 29 hours from kickoff. Cowboys-Lions, the pregame show tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock. So we got a full 5 with you today to talk about the Cowboys, the Mavericks, the Stars, maybe some baseball as the winter meetings getting fired up there. So a lot of fun stuff going on. General at your service, Eddie's. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion. Got Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup over here, Master Controls at 75 and 635, fixing to go 5 flawless. Wolchuk and Chia follower here. Carter Freeman is just outside in the bullpen. He's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Just got you the news there during crosstalk. Trayvon Diggs is out for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be a backbreaker. I mean, their defense has been okay against what I think is going to be better offenses. I don't know how long you got to cover for here with this Detroit Lions offensive line. Might have a field day with the Cowboys pass rush. Again, standing by for the Lions injury report, and we get that, we'll pass it along to you. It's big there with Penei Sewell not practicing the last 2 days. If he can't practice, it is definitely game on. Not only for rushing the passer, but also striking a blow to their run game. He is one of, if not the best, run-blocking offensive tackle in the entire game.
They're a right-handed team, as we've talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
So predominantly the ball is going to go behind him. So that would be a big loss for them.
Yeah, he is an absolute monster out there on the edge. You can join Lucius and I tomorrow at Choctaw Casino for a pregame party starting at 2 o'clock. Broadus, Wolchuk, and Chiafal will be back here in studio for the pregame, and your night of Cowboys football should be amazing. Now, I'm still very confident in Cowboy victory. I think Vegas has made a mistake. I was surprised last night with all of this injury news that the Lions were still sitting as a 3-point favorite. So I went ahead and made another bet. I bet on the Cowboys +3. I didn't have it in me to go money line. The money line was +140, and it was calling my name. But I just figured, man, this thing could go closer than I want. And at that point, one score game, they're about 50-50. But Brian Schottenheimer says Jadeveon Clowney, we're going to take it up to game time and see as a veteran, he has earned that right. So people are interpreting that as not being optimistic about Jadeveon Clowney. What are you hearing about him, Brian?
Yeah, that's coach is telling you the truth. I know yesterday we kind of visited about it. It was going to be, he did this in the Raiders game, but it was his neck and shoulder that then he ended up playing in the game. He was okay against Kansas City, and then now he's got the hamstring. So you're dealing with that. So this is big. They need his presence as an edge setter.
Yeah.
Especially if we again talk about with
Sewell.
With Sewell, you're going to need somebody that's going to be able to play with some power over there, play with some length. That's the one thing that he has been able to do. We've seen some pass rush from him. I mean, old man Clowney has done a pretty damn good job for you.
He has.
And so him not being in the lineup, if that was the case, then that's, now you're looking at Sam Williams and Fowler and Houston and guys like that to have to pull the slack.
He is experienced playing through injuries. Malik Hooker was limited as well, and he's going to be questionable, but Guyton joining Diggs in the out department for tomorrow as well. Here's the main reason I'm a little bit uneasy, though. I think they'll be fine if Sewell doesn't play without Clowney, but and I'd be surprised if Sewell's going to play. But the Lions are having a look in the mirror week here. And they might try some different stuff. Are you guys seeing this? The defensive coordinator, Kelvin Shepard, was asked this week if they're going to change anything because the criticism is you guys don't have the personnel to play as much man as you do, right? Yeah. You're not getting to the passer. You have like one sack, I think, in the last month, something like that. He says, obviously, we haven't affected the quarterback at the rate that we were earlier in the year. There's things that we're going to switch up a little bit by personnel and schematically. But at the end of the day, you're starting to get in November, December, and players make plays. So he did, point the finger at the players a little bit. But I don't know how different this is going to be. And if they try the same game plan that they've been doing throughout the year, I think the Cowboys are going to get really good protection for Dak Prescott. They're going to torch this man defense. But if they switch it up and throw a curveball at the Cowboys that confuses them and you don't get off to a hot start and they're running the football, I think, that could be interesting. What do you think about the idea of the Lions flipping the script schematically and personnel-wise coming into this game? It might be desperation and they'll fall on their face, or, it might give them some things that you haven't seen that you can't be ready for.
I just don't know health-wise. I mean, now you lose one of your starting corners. Really, what are you going to be able to do with this? I mean, I think that the players here, it is desperation. Like offensively, I feel like you're going to see some trick plays. They already are a team that's going to go for it on fourth down. You're probably going to have to be open to all the possibilities. But on defense, it's like, man, you're going into, week 13, week 14, and now you're trying to change stuff up. And it's not like you have an added week. This is a normal week, and you're just coming off a short one. So for Kelvin Shepherd to try and be installing this, I think this is more maybe trying to Band-Aid over some losses that they have in personnel than it is going to be, man, we're really going to confuse Dallas with some weird coverage disguises and things.
Well, no, what they're going to do is they play a ton of base defense, and their way to get into defense 11 personnel is they'll bring in a defensive lineman and they'll take a defensive back off the field. So they're trying to get some, maybe be a little bit better against the run, but they have some guys that can actually play in coverage. I wouldn't be surprised if they flip this thing. Yeah. I don't see them, when you
because they're giving up so many big plays.
Yeah,
right. Stopping the run.
The thing about it is
in the secondary.
Yeah, when they're not getting pass rush, it's hard to ask somebody to cover for 3.5 seconds, man, coverage wise. So what they're going to try and do now is, I think their adjustment for you is they're going to keep the defensive back on the field against 11 personnel and not substitute that defensive tackle. It makes, or the end, what makes them kind of have that 5-man line look is what they have, and I don't think they're going to do that. They really like to rush 4, and they want, if they bring pressure, they'll bring in, they'll mug a linebacker up or something like that. But this is a crew that, like I say, they will play you with their base defense majority of the snaps. I don't think they'll do that with you against the Cowboys.
Yeah, dude, they're allowing the longest average time for opposing quarterbacks to throw a football at an unheard of rate at this time of the era, I guess, 2.99 seconds. Quarterbacks are getting nearly 3 full seconds to pass back there on average. They've given up 600 passing yards and That's 7 terrible. Passing touchdowns the last 2 weeks combined. So they're going to try to mitigate that. I think it will probably open up significantly better running opportunities for you. So
that's what they want to do, yeah.
Yeah. Going into this game, looking at it statistically, it's like maybe this isn't a Javonte Williams 125-yard game, but maybe it is. If they're going to go away from what the one thing that's been working in hopes of cutting off the big plays, I think you go ahead and let them do that and just run it right down their throats all night. Okay, we are on the hockey games as well. Stars fell in New York, overtime loss, so at least they picked up a point. Vladislav Gavrikov scored over a minute into overtime. Also, the player who fell on Tyler Seguin 1 minute into the game had to be helped off the ice with some a leg injury that has now been reported as an ACL.
Yeah, he's out for the year.
Really weird how the leg got stuck between his legs and then kind of pinned his ankle. It almost looked like a jiu-jitsu hold of some kind that John Owning would put on some dude to make him tap. And you saw Sagan's knee just kind of buckle there a little bit, and you're like, is that enough? To me, maybe it looked like a hyperextension or a sprain or something like that, but apparently it's significantly worse. And this thing, if it is a torn ACL, that's automatically season ending. I mean, there's no way you would want to. So I just don't know at this point if they have the draft picks to make the trades to add the payroll.
Right.
But, they really went for it last year, and I would say as good as this season is going along for them, this team's really dang good. And if you could add, I think, what is it, an elite defenseman? Is that what you'd want right now in a trade?
Defenseman, right now you might need another wing to add, to your top 6 core here. But I think you're always hunting defense if you're the Stars. Now they've been a better defensive team this year, but they've also had the injuries. Now you got Bichel out 6 to 8 weeks. Labushkin's been missing time. Lundqvist is hurt again. That guy just can't seem to stay healthy.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you could get another wing or a defenseman, I'd absolutely be in on it. I mean, a lot of NFL people or NHL people have mentioned a reunion with Mason Marchment. Like if Seattle's out of contention, then you're cutting his salary in half. You're paying about $2 million for a player that they like, obviously, in Dallas, and he's best buddies with Jake Ottinger. So do you see a reunion with Mason Marchment? Maybe. I just thought Mush was pretty darn bad in the playoffs last year, but maybe a reset going somewhere else for half a season, coming back, that could end up rejuvenizing him a little bit. But it'll be interesting to see what Jim Nill does.
Okay, Mavs are back in action tonight. They're going to host the Heat. Cooper Flagg, reigning Western Conference Rookie of the Month. Congrats to him. Last 10 games been very encouraging. He's been great. The most encouraging thing at the moment, though, is probably the combination of Nembhard and Anthony Davis and what they've done the last 2 games. 2 of their best 3 offensive outings. So it looks to be a significantly more viable team. This could mess up the draft pick significantly. 2 of their really biggest issues have been mitigated here with post defense and with an actual floor general, and leave it to the rookie out of Gonzaga to be the smartest court IQ player when it comes to running a team that the Mavs have. D'Angelo Russell benched, probably the best move Jason Kidd has made all season. But the Anthony Davis trade watch, we do have about 60 days to go until the trade deadline and things kind of heat up. He is a bit of on a minutes restriction and not playing back-to-backs, but I'm a team tanker through and through. I've been through this rodeo many times. I accept the potential downside to it, but with the Mavs not having control of their draft picks after this coming summer for a long time, this is your best opportunity to get a young co-star on the same timeline. So I don't know how you approach that, but I think the idea of, hey, let's make a run and get Kyrie Irving back, that's a very dangerous idea right now, and I trust that Mark Cuban is attempting to thwart that at every turn. Like we really got to look at this. We can't have any more 30-13 games from Anthony Davis if we want to execute this tank properly.
Yeah, it's a fine line because you want to see those to keep upping the trade value and showing that he's healthy and still a super productive player. But yeah, every win that you get right now, you're not a championship contending team. Like, is this just going to result in a play-in situation, and then you've played yourself out of the type of pick that this team really needs right now from a big picture standpoint? So it is a little bit of a tough balance right now.
Yeah, I think you're in a little bit of trouble. If I was a pro scout for another team and you thought, well, okay, now he's healthy and they're benching him when he's looking, I'm not trading with you. I'm not trading. I'm going to make you play him, and I don't know how many games. I don't know if it's like 10, 15 games. I need him to play that stretch in order, if I'm going to tell my general manager or my director of basketball operations, hey, we need to make a trade for this guy. Yeah. Because the minute they sit him, then I'm kind of thinking like, I'm not going to give you the value for what you think. I don't know. There's an unknown here. I need to see him play. So I think the Mavs are in a little bit of a kind of a rock and a hard place when it comes to how much do you show him, and if you show him enough, could you even get better draft value for him?
I'd say back in the line, we're just rejuvenizing him.
Yeah.
We're keeping him fresh for you.
Yeah.
We Anthony Davis probably doesn't have any more than 65 good games in him in any calendar year. So we don't want to use these up. You're going to need him for the playoffs, big dog.
Yeah, you don't want us to waste.
No, that's the argument. Yeah. I would say, I just wonder if other general managers around the league are looking at this like, okay, Dallas finally got him healthy. Now they're shelving him.
Yeah.
Where I need to see him play. Of a week of 3 games, I need him to see him play 2 games at least, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and I would totally get that, and it would be great if we could showcase him like that for you. But the other thing I really didn't want to mention on the phone with you here, Mr. GM, is we're also tanking.
Yeah.
And this guy is so freaking amazing.
Yeah,
maybe a top 10 player in the game.
Yeah.
So if we put him in there, we might go on a 10-game heater. Next thing you know, we're looking at best case scenario, we're 8th or 9th in the draft lottery, and that. So
let me ask you there, Mr. General Manager guy.
Sir. Yeah.
Well, why would you not play him then? You're saying you're going to tank, but if you feel like that, maybe you can win with this guy. Why don't you try and win with him?
Because as you know, he's injury prone. I'm not here to BS you, Mr. GM. He's injury prone, and we're trying to keep him fresh as possible for you to, reap what other benefits you can. So there's no hiding from that reality. But, we got a couple of things going on between him and Kyrie Irving coming off an ACL. We just don't believe the championship window is there for us, so we're going long term.
Okay.
Appreciate the call, and I'm going to call your top rival right now, see if they want Anthony.
Do they want him? Shop him around.
Jeff Rieger is a Lions reporter for 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit. We're still refreshing and Googling and Twitter searching here to see if we can get this Lions injury report.
We're trying hard. They're not posting a darn thing.
Man Campbell, gamesmanship.
Playing coy.
Cowboys injury report is out. We got the G-Bag of the Day champ on the other side, then Wolchuk's top 10 at 220, buddy. Where are you taking it?
Is this the end for Chris Paul? Let's go a trip down memory lane. The best number 3s in sports history. That's next in the nation.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. It's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Wolchuk's Top 10 here in just a minute. Jeff Rieger, Lions reporter, coming up in 18 minutes. Here's Lucius in the Pimp Company champ.
Big Snoop Dogg. Our winner and champ so far comes from the University at Buffalo. University at Buffalo. Men's basketball team right here. Player of the week, Daniel Freitag. Hits himself a game winner right here. And he has a broadcaster that booth. She's surfing, fam. Oh, yeah.
And they inbound this ball. Here comes Daniel. He's trying to find his way down the middle for the floater. Off the glass, and he makes it! Oh, my gosh! He is that guy. He is him.
Oh, my gosh.
Him. I love it. Young broadcasters getting their cadence down.
Gives me a little bit of the, rim daddy.
Sounds like she might be cute.
Yeah.
Floater off the glass, and he makes it! Oh, my gosh! He is that guy. He is him.
It's like, it's so monotone, but she's still, you can tell she's excited somewhere in there.
Yes,
she's happy.
Absolutely. Yeah. Just working on the emphasis and the stuff. All right, the champ faces challengers every night at 5:30 here in the G-Bag Nation right before you get to LA Live. Here's Wolchuk with his top 10 at 220.
Thank you very much. We do have some news in college football as this was reported earlier today, but it's now official as Pete Thamel of ESPN, Chris Kleiman, head coach at Kansas State, has informed the team he's officially stepping down.
A&M might lose their offensive coordinator then, huh?
Yep. They are going to turn their sights to Colin Klein, who, of course, was a quarterback there, Heisman Trophy finalist for Kansas State back in 2012. He looks like the front runner to slide in and replace Chris Kleiman there at Kansas State. So that'd be a blow for the Aggies, as Colin Klein's done an excellent job there.
He has.
Really done a good job.
Yeah, their film's fun to watch. Yeah.
That offense has been humming this year. So just a lot of craziness going on. We'll get some more college football talk. And in the NBA, this came out during our opening segment, but we had already seen some reports. I know Wendy made some news that Giannis had already requested a trade a while back with the Bucks, but you have now Shams Charania reporting that Giannis and his agent Alex Siritzis have started conversations. Is it Siritzis?
Sounds right to me.
There's like an extra T in there, so it's got me really leaking confidence here. Saratis. Should be Siritzis, but then that T has me. Siratzis? I like Siratzis. We're going to go with Siratzis here. But they've started conversations with the Milwaukee.
Sounds like a dragon slayer, by the way.
Yeah. Siratzis.
Or maybe a name of a dragon.
Yeah, dude, that would be a dragon.
He's learned how to tame Siratzis.
Send him out there. Yes. Send the Siratzis. But they're possibly going to move him. And the Knicks, I think, are a team that Giannis has talked about being open to going to. We'll talk more NBA a little bit later. Actually, let's just do it right now, because I've got the top 10 best athletes that have ever worn number 3. And this is in honor of Chris Paul. I don't know if his career's over. Maybe there's another team that says, hey, we'll bring you in for this year. But the Clippers said bye-bye. I guess Chris Paul was just annoyed with what's going on in L.A. and how bad they are. And they just decided, you know what, we're going to rip this Band-Aid off. We're just going to part ways. And, congratulations on a long career. I think a lot of people have not enjoyed Chris Paul. And if you ended up watching that clip series on Hulu, Chris Paul, he was featured in that. I thought the guy that played Chris Paul was kind of a joke. Did not look like him at all. But yeah, some of the things that he's done in his career, not always the biggest fan of.
A lot of opponents hated him. A lot of coaches hated him. A lot of teammates hated him. But he was a basketball genius for a long time.
He was fantastic. He was. Yeah. And him in L.A. when he first got there after the trade from the Hornets, him and Blake Griffin, Lob City. That was so much fun to watch. DeAndre Jordan, they were awesome. But, the typical Doc Rivers years where you get up 3-1 and then you're not able to come through.
Yeah, but think about how they won those 3 games, though.
But those 3 games.
Think about how good we were to just even get to that point. People lose sight of that.
Dawson, do you feel like that the commissioner's office hurt his career by not letting him get traded to the Lakers?
Shoot. Yeah, I suppose they did, because he never won a championship, did he?
No.
Wow.
Never won.
Yeah, I thought there was a good 7-8 year stretch where he was the best point guard in the game, and his defense, his ability to improve his jump shot as he got older, but set other guys up and just run an offense. He was a terrific player. I don't know if he's the best number 3 though. You got a lot of good ones.
This is all sports, right? This is not just
all
the
sports.
NBA.
This is all sports. So of course George Pickens got to be number 1.
Pickens has to be up there, and I will say, like the Shams report, when you talk about him not being very likable, I don't know if this is more of an indictment on him or just the Clippers, because he says like Chris Paul and his leadership style clashed with the Clippers. He's been vocal in holding management, coaches, and players accountable, which the team felt became disruptive. Ty Lue, the head coach, was not on speaking terms with Chris Paul for several weeks. Wow. So I don't know if that's Chris Paul advocating for himself to get more minutes because he's just been sitting on the bench, or if he's doing like the real thing of like, man, you guys are a disaster of a franchise, and they were like, well, we don't want to hear from you. They don't want the accountability.
Yeah,
I don't know.
We're Team Tank, and we're just not going to announce that right now because we don't want to get fined. But Chris, what do you expect? You signed here. We're doing you a favor by just employing you right now. I wonder, I don't know. Do you think another team would pick up Chris Paul at this stage in his career? What, is he 40 now?
Yeah, he's up there, man.
And did he play all 82 games last year with San Antonio?
Yeah, I believe he did. And it is tough because he announced a few weeks ago that this was going to be his last year. And this is now the retirement tour that he's been gifted.
Does he still have that mid-range shot? He kind of like...
I don't know what he has because you can't watch him play.
He gets in the fourth there, and all of a sudden he kind of gets to a spot, and he just lets it, puts it up, and it goes in.
I don't know how good he is.
I used to hate when he did that. You knew in the fourth he was going to get to a spot and he was going to shoot the ball and it was going to go in, and you're going to damn, somebody guard that. He's going to go over there and just take a shot.
Well, his field goal percentage for the season in 16 games that he's appeared in is 32.1%.
Okay, maybe he's not hitting that shot anymore.
Guess he's not hitting that shot or
many others. You know what
I'm
talking about?
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. No,
it's like he dribbles around and he kind of
dances in the paint.
Shot clock's about to hit 0, and then somehow he's able to just make a switch on you, and you're thinking, what the hell? We played great defense here for 20-plus seconds, and here goes CP3 just dropping twos on us here. But, look, I don't know. I don't know if anybody else is going to give him a shot. There are some other bad teams out there. Hell, maybe the Mavericks say, you know what, we'll kick the tires on you, bring you in. You're going to help with the Team Tank here in Dallas. And we'll give you the opportunity to go ahead and go on your swan song here, your victory tour. But the best number 3s in sports history, a lot of George Pickens texts coming in. Dale Earnhardt, greatest number 3.
There you go.
From the 817. 302 says, obviously Steph Curry is the best 3 ever. 3-point shooter. If you want to go with that, I like that.
Shooter.
I like that.
Number 30.
Babe Ruth.
We got
a lot of baseball players in here.
Yeah, there's a lot of baseballers. And the Babe's going to be very high on this list.
Like number 1?
Dude, how about honorable mention? You got Chauncey Billups.
Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, put everything aside. Man was clutch.
Talk about dump trucks.
Joe Montana at Notre Dame.
Did he have a dunk on him? Did he have like one of those Kyle Lowry's?
Kyle Lowry's honorable mention.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you knew where I was going with this. That
Absolutely.
That guy was an all-timer for you. Carlos Beltran, also controversial. Derwin James at number 3.
Ooh.
Switch that number when he could. You've got Mel Ott, old school Major League Baseball player. You remember Mel Ott, Brian?
I did. I was selling programs that day when he broke into the game.
12-time All-Star World Series champ back in 33.
He used to kick his front foot up to before he'd swing.
Were you there?
I was there.
He was there.
What about your guy Daryl LaMonica?
Daryl LaMonica was the mad bomber for the Oakland Raiders.
Heck yeah, he was.
I'll tell you what, Daryl LaMonica, I found him. He was playing college ball. I was scouting.
He was lost and you found him?
Yeah.
He was lost.
I was, I'm the reason why he was such a great player.
Never doubted you, Al.
Never did.
Thanks.
Steve Francis, another honorable mention.
Oh, wow. Forgot about
incredible
that guy.
5 or 6 year run.
Gosh.
He fell off a cliff hard, Britney Spears style.
I think it was right after he was on the cover of NBA Live, Britney Spears style.
Did he get a conservatorship and everything?
Dancing with knives and stuff.
I don't know about all that stuff. The weird eye makeup.
Samurai bikini dances.
Like she's been crying with some weird mascara that starts leaking on her face. Carson Palmer, an honorable mention as well. Yeah, just
Heisman winner.
You. He was great in college, and he was really good. It seemed like he was going to have an awesome career at Cincinnati, and then he had his knee taken out. Had one good year, I think it was, with Arizona. That led him to the NFC Championship game. They lost to Carolina, but that was it, really. Underwhelming NFL career.
I think my guy Odell Beckham was number 3 at LSU.
Yes, he was.
Well, and he was 3. Oh no, he was 13.
Yeah.
With the Giants.
Yeah.
Did he switch to 3?
He probably did
with the rule changes
when he got with like the Rams and maybe the Dolphins. He was repping 3, but
he was bouncing around.
He
man.
made a name for himself in the Giants blue with the
Dolphins,
13.
Ravens, Giants.
He was on the Ravens.
The Ravens as well.
He's trying. Still, nobody wants him now, and he needs money bad. I mean, I saw a video. He was selling his Super Bowl cleats.
He only made $100 million.
Isn't that?
And you act like he made a buttload of money.
I mean, gosh, how were you blowing so much money?
He was paying the fines of the band at LSU for playing Neck. That song.
He said he was spending about $4 million a year.
Yeah.
And after taxes, it was more like $50 million. So in 10 years, he'd spent $40 million, and now he's down to his last
Isn't that right?
single
Yeah,
millions.
I think you nailed it.
Yeah.
Alex Rodriguez was a number 3 before he went to 13. He's probably on the list.
No, A-Rod's going to get in.
Is Russell
Number
Wilson
9.
on the list?
Russell Wilson, yeah.
Oh,
Russell
yeah,
Wilson,
Russie.
He's number 8 on the list. Yes, he is. Russie's feeling nicey. Last honorable mention, though, Dale Murphy. This was
Atlanta
one of Brian's
Braves.
favorites. Yeah. 5-time Gold
He played
Glover.
with Bob Horner and Biff Poparoga.
Poparoga is one of my favorite sports names ever.
Poparoga's
Biff
phenomenal.
Poparoga was a catcher for the Braves.
And
Sounds
you were
like
also
an
a big-
amazing sandwich.
Did you love Harmon Killebrew?
Harmon Killebrew, Minnesota Twins.
You were a big Killebrew guy.
I was.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Big
Hell
man.
yeah.
He was a big man.
He was big, and you like big men, and you cannot lie. Number 10 is Ben Wallace.
Oh, Ben Wallace.
Ben Wallace
he
at number
was
10.
number 3, wasn't he?
He
Man,
was.
that's a menacing. That's just a menacing dude.
Doesn't seem like a big man number,
But
it is.
He wore it well.
He rocked it. 4-time NBA Defensive Player of the Year, NBA All-Star. Oh, man, Ben Wallace, Big Ben.
A 6'6" center, 6'7".
Is he really that small?
He's a rim protector.
It took him a long time to actually get his career going because just nobody believed that he could be that good.
I never realized he wasn't like a giant center.
Throwback.
He played so big.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, his career started in '96, and is like he didn't really start popping until probably like 03.
Yeah. Took him a while. Had to get in the right situation. Team committed to defense, like the Pistons were. Anthony
Crazy.
Davis got to be on this list, right? If Ben Wallace is.
Anthony Davis, we might get to him. We might get to AD. We might not. Okay. We'll see. Number 3, a lot of people are saying Luka because he was drafted 3rd overall. And I'm here for that. I love that. 6'8", Chris Paul hasn't been good in several years. You're probably right about that. He's old, and that's why he's no longer on the team. And some say the same about you, bro.
Absolutely.
Number 9 is
losing their
A-Rod.
fastball.
Man,
Nico would have snatched him up already if he'd still here. Oh my goodness, one of the best players in the game in 2004. We'll take him.
Come on over.
He works so hard.
He fits our timeline. 8 is Russell Wilson. 7 is Jimmy Fox.
Oh, Jimmy Fox, 2 X's.
Yes.
2 M's.
The 2X Fox.
Yeah.
2-time World Series champ.
I saw him play too.
1933 to 1941 were his All-Star years.
I was there.
Did you remember the 33 Triple Crown season?
I do. It was a day game. I remember showing up at the ball yard. I had a coat and tie on that day.
Gosh, you did. You rocked that coat.
I did.
98 degrees.
I did. It was coat. I
Wool
did take the jacket off.
Lemon chill.
Yeah.
No, you were never a jacket off guy. Tracy McGrady at 6.
Tracy McGrady was
T-Mac, absolutely, bro, with the Knicks.
He was so good. 5 is Chris Paul. So shout out to you. You coming at number 5, best number 3s in sports history. Ken Griffey Jr. at 4.
When did he wear number 3?
I thought he always wore number 24.
Cincinnati's rocking 3 here.
His dad wore 30?
Did he?
I think so.
And then number 3, we've got Allen Iverson.
Ah.
You could say Allen Iverson should be king of the 3s. I mean, if you're number 3 on the list of best number 3s, you might as well be number 1.
Guy's a hell of a football player.
2, Eric's going to take a victory lap here. The rest of DFW is going to.
That's why Abby wore number 3. Actually, was Iverson. Her mom was a huge AI fan back in the day.
AI, I think, would be the best number 3.
Still is.
He's the most iconic. Like it's the one you associate.
I get it.
He's a handsome guy.
He is.
For a tiny man.
It's brought the swag.
Especially now that he's lost his puffiness. You know, he quit drinking about a year ago. He's looking good.
Oh, is that
again.
what happened?
He's looking lean.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was the booze. That'll thin you out.
That'll get you.
Wade comes in at 2. Boo. But number 1, best number 3 of all time is Babe Ruth.
I guess that.
The baby Ruth.
Iverson better than Wade, if you ask me. Every day
but
there's
Iverson.
twice on
I mean, I would have
Sunday.
knocked Wade just off the list in general.
Put George
Overrated.
Pickens. Let's put George Pickens at 2.
Put Pickens at 2.
Sub him out.
I'm in
I'd
on
like
that.
a list one day, Wolchuk, top 10 party guys that played well.
Okay.
Like guys that were like or
Rodman,
gals or whoever.
Playmaker.
The guys that gals
Michael
that
Irvin.
partied their rear off, and they were great players.
We can work on
Luka.
this. I think we can absolutely work on this.
Yeah.
All righty. Jeff Rieger, Lions reporter, joining us next as we try to get to the bottom of who exactly is going to play for this Lions team tomorrow night. That's next in the nation.
In order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me. It's okay.
upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's time now to talk with Jeff Rieger. He is a Lions reporter for 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit. And a good afternoon, Jeff. How the heck are you doing this afternoon?
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
I'm sure it's nice there. It's like 25 here, so the team better get ready.
Well, it's about 50, but it's been in the 40s, upper 30s this week, and for us that's very cold. So
sounds tropical to me. I'd be golfing.
So we're trying to you'd be golf. We're trying to figure out what these injury designations mean. Like Penei Sewell and Amon-Ra St. Brown questionable for tomorrow night. Do you think they're going to play?
So Sewell definitely. He's been dealing with an ankle for pretty much all season long, I think. And he always takes maintenance days during the week. There's no way, I don't think, that Sewell misses the game. As far as St. Brown is concerned, I guess for Lions fans, it's a positive that it's questionable instead of him being out. But Campbell said when he injured his ankle last week that he'd probably be out 1 to 2 games. I'd be kind of shocked if he plays tomorrow. But he did say if he thinks he can play, he's going to give it a shot. Campbell said the same thing. He said yesterday he didn't know, but he's going to try. So we'll see. If he does play, I don't know how effective he's going to be, though.
Now, how are the guys doing with the recent downturn and injuries? Is sentiment and confidence still high, or is this a team ready to wave the white flag on the season?
Okay, so are you talking about the players or the fans? Because I think it's two separate answers.
Yeah, the players mostly, the ones that matter, I guess.
I mean, the players are confident. Like, it's weird, right? Because Dan Campbell is viewed as this superhero of types. What he's done over the last couple of years, 15-2 last year, the year before that, the NFC title game, he led by 17 at the half. I think these are things that Lions fans haven't seen in 30 years. And I think people were very confident that Campbell was the guy. And then a weird thing has happened. This year, both lines have suffered. There's been injuries. They didn't replace their all-pro center, Frank Ragnow, all that effectively. And it's been the lines that has really presented losing 4 of their last 7 games. And Campbell, all of a sudden, since taking the play calling away from John Morton, because, of course, Ben Johnson went to Chicago, and he's ripping his shirt off, getting the whole city hot dogs. It's weird because people don't have the same confidence in Dan Campbell, and it's not the same team. The details are off, not doing the little things. He's calling plays. It doesn't seem like he can call plays and manage the game like he effectively used to be able to. So I think the players are pretty confident that they can get a win, change everything, get back in the playoff hunt tomorrow. But I think you ask any fan, and the fan base is freaking.
If you were looking at that Lions secondary here, Jeff, I mean, Kirby Joseph ruled out, Terry and Arnold placed on IR. They're obviously banged up. So what are some of the things that you're looking at in this secondary? And are they looking to change some stuff with Kelvin Shepard? I mean, is he going to do something drastic here to try and get after Dak?
No, he says he's going to. I don't know what that's going to entail. I think the couple of things you'll look at. Number one, the Detroit Lions defensive line has been brutal over the last couple weeks. Aiden Hutchinson, they paid him all kinds of money, most annual money of any player ever for an edge. He's been non-existent. In fact, he just got his worst PFF score over the last week, and I think over the last 2 weeks, he's like a 30th ranked defensive end. So the pressure is just not there. Now, if you look at the stats, like against Green Bay on Thanksgiving, they're like, hey, you got 17 pressures against the Packers. The problem is the pressures are taking 3 seconds. The Lions are providing the most time for any quarterback to throw the football in the last 5 years, guys. It's been that bad. They have Aiden and nobody opposite of Aiden. So I would assume double team Aiden, and I'm not quite sure who else is getting home. As far as the secondary is concerned, you see that Pickett's going to play. Obviously, CeeDee Lamb's going to play. And without Terry and Arnold, you're looking at a very small Lions secondary. So, for instance, DJ Reed is, 5'8". Amik Robertson is 5'8", 5'9". So you're looking at smaller corners against some pretty big, physical, great receivers. So I think if the Cowboys win this game, it's with their offense. And I think it's Dak thinking, I'm going to have all the time in the world to throw the ball, and we're simply just going to outscore you.
Jeff, where have all the explosive plays gone for the Lions on offense?
Chicago. I think that's the answer.
Yeah.
It's true.
No, well, I mean, it kind of is true. So here's the deal. First of all, the injuries have hurt, right? Like, they lost Sam Laporta, who is Jared Goff's safety valve, and he's out for the season. And then the backup tight end, Brock Wright, it's kind of the most gruesome injury. It's like a larynx injury. He hurt his throat. He could be out for the season. So they're working on their third or fourth string tight end. I think you also look at the fact that the offensive line, guys, has just been a flat-out issue. Taylor Decker's been dealing with a shoulder all season long. Graham Glasgow was the center that replaced Frank Ragnow, and he's been woeful. And then I think you'll look at a right guard or rookie, Tate Ratledge, who is getting abused at times, and Coyote Awasika, the left guard, who, by the way, is questionable, might not play tomorrow. He, too, back up, getting abused. So I think it all starts with that offensive line. Go back the last couple years, right? And Ben Johnson had maybe the best offensive line in football.
Yeah.
Zeitler was there. Ragnow was there. They could do anything, as you guys saw last year when Detroit came to town and they put up over 40 on you. I think the line is gone, and thus the explosive plays are gone. Now, Jamison Williams is coming on. You saw him in the Green Bay game. I got to believe it's going to be a big JMO day tomorrow. He's electric. He's explosive. And Jahmyr Gibbs is the other one. Find a way to stop him, runs all over that offensive line. Then you're in good shape, I guess, if you're the Cowboys. But I truly believe it's the offensive line that just hasn't been nearly as good, and thus no explosives. And, yeah, again, Ben Johnson's in Chicago, too.
Jeff Rieger, Lions reporter for 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit, with us here in the nation. How much of this season has gone sideways just because of the fourth down luck has completely swung the opposite way? That's been a staple for Campbell and these Lions, and now all of a sudden they can't seem to convert those, but they're still super aggressive.
It's what's talked about here in Detroit, like, ad nauseum. Constantly. So Dan Campbell obviously got the entire league to follow him over the last couple of years. Super aggressive, went for it on fourth down always, had that offensive line. Usually they converted. Ben Johnson seemed to be a master in plays like that. Now, again, you're not the same team, but Dan Campbell now calling plays seem to think that they are the same team. So I don't know if it's just the fact that he cannot help himself. Guys, a 4th and 2 to Dan Campbell looks like a juicy steak that he just has to bite into. He says he's going to be better. He says he will dictate his aggressiveness as the game is going, but his actions show otherwise. I'll give you a prime example. They're playing the Packers on Thursday. Thanksgiving, you guys played on Thanksgiving too. Of course, the annual games. And it's 17-14 Packers. It's the third quarter. You're looking at a 4th and 3. It's a 3-point game. You have no Amon-Ra St. Brown. You got no Sam Laporta. You got all kinds of offensive line issues. You got Tristan Colon at center, not even Graham Glasgow. And for some reason or another, he still goes for it. And he runs Jahmyr Gibbs, and it gets stuffed. And next thing you know, the Packers are going the other way. He did the exact same thing down 2 scores the very next quarter, which ended up screwing the Lions. So he tells the media, I'm going to be different. I'm going to have to ratchet it back. I don't think he can help himself. And that was the difference why they lost the last game. The Packers were 3 for 3 on fourth down, and the Lions were 0 for 2. Matt LaFleur became Dan Campbell of last year and came into Detroit, and it must have been a tad demoralizing to see the Packers win like that.
Yeah, you talk about how much easier it is to slow down the Lions if you can pressure Jared Goff. And looking at the matchup specifically of the Cowboys' defensive tackles against the interior of that line, like, I struggle to see how Detroit's going to have a lot of offensive success, maybe 20 points, maybe 23 points, but I can't see them getting in rhythm, and I can't see the Lions on the other side disrupting Dak enough to slow down their offense. So, when I saw the Cowboys are +3 in this game, I'm hammering that thing. Do you have a strong feeling one way or another on how this thing's going to go?
So I'm totally with you because of everything you just said, and it's weird because I thought the same exact thing last week against the Packers, and yet the Lions were favored in that game as well. So is it home field equals 3 points? I don't know why the Lions are favored in this game, but I do think you hit the nail on the head. It's going to be one thing if the Lions can slow down Dak Prescott and those Cowboy receivers who have been otherworldly as of late. It's a totally different thing if Jared Goff gets off his mark. The Lions are in trouble. And that's how teams have beat Goff and the Lions over the course of the last 7 games. I think Brian Flores, the DC for the Minnesota Vikings, set the game plan like 5-7 weeks ago, whenever it was. It was a home game. The Lions lost to J.J. McCarthy, or was he 9? Or maybe he was J.J. I'm not quite sure what he was going by back then. But they lost to J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings because that interior pressure by the Vikings up the gut made Jared so uncomfortable he had a lousy day. And then it's almost like the blueprint is out. And then the Eagles did the exact same thing, and they made life hell on Jared Goff, and that was an outdoor game, and the Lions scored all of 9 points, and Goff was super inaccurate. So I think you hit the nail on the head. The X factor in this game tomorrow is you find a way to protect Jared Goff. He will be able to put up points and maybe hang with Dak and the Cowboys offense. But that's a big if, considering you guys have been rushing the quarterback over this last 3-game stretch, and the Lions can't protect Goff.
So our mutual friend Jake Riepma set this up, and shout out to Jake here, Jeff. But he did say you guys go back to the Fat Patricia days, who's no longer fat. But what went down in those days that you're no longer working that post game coverage?
It's a great question. So we did this thing called Patricia Bingo or Lions Bingo or Matt Patricia Bingo. I think it was Jake's idea, if I remember correctly. And the Lions were dreadful, man. I mean, Patricia and Quinn was the GM. They were on the verge of getting whacked. And we did this thing where if you could guess what Matt Patricia said in his post-game show, you would get points. So I think it was Jake's idea, and I don't think the Lions liked it very much. And I thought they thought we were a tad negative towards Matt Patricia and company. So it's not that we don't longer do the post-game show. It's just that other people, I guess, do the post-game show. But it was fun. I mean, you guys know how it is. When stuff is really bad, you might have a tendency to get a tad negative, and, the people that work for the teams might not love it. But I think at the end of the day, we were doing our job because Patricia was an absolute disaster. And now look, he's found his way. He's the DC for the Ohio State Buckeyes, and he's still rocking the Ticonderoga #2 pencil. But I take no fault. If we got in trouble, it's Jake's fault, guys. Jake was the mastermind behind all of it.
Yep, not surprised at all.
He'll get you in trouble there. Thank you so much, brother.
Not a problem, guys. Enjoy the game tomorrow.
You too, buddy. There he goes. Jeff Rieger, 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit. Great report. Salute to you. We'll have to have him on whenever the Cowboys face the Lions in the future. Okay, we got 1 hour down and 4 to go here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. How much the Cowboys playoff odds will swing with a win or loss tomorrow? We'll do that next year on The Fan.
All righty. Well, I'll tell you, your financial future can swing by just calling Trajan Wealth here. All right, that's TRAJAN. That's Trajan Wealth. It's an absolutely free consultation. Look, it's one thing to say.
they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasters?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I have a fascinating quarterback question for you coming up in just a few minutes here. Do not go anywhere. Plus, Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40 with Broadus. He's going to preview the Detroit defense for you. And probably tell you how the Cowboys are going to drop a 40 burger on the Lions. That's my prediction. Not his words. That's mine. That's coming up here at 3:40 as it is every single afternoon. Join Lucius and I tomorrow at Choctaw for a Cowboys pregame party. We'll be there starting at 2 o'clock. And we'll have 2 hours of Nation, then hand it off to the pregame show at 4 o'clock tomorrow. So if you're not doing anything else, go ahead and make the drive up there with us. And we'll have ourselves a time. Probably... just clean out the blackjack tables or the slot machines, something like that. Need to grab Portillo, Ruben Portillo, former fan employee.
One of the luckiest guys ever when it comes to pulling the slot machine handles.
He's a machine on those one-arm bandits.
He is.
Okay, how much would the Cowboys' playoff odds go up and down with a win or loss against Detroit? Jory Epstein reported on that. And the Lions, with a win, would jump from 30 to 45% of with a win. They fall to 12% with a loss. Cowboys would go from 23% where they currently are, and this is based off the Athletics numbers. Everybody's got their own simulation device, to 41% with a dub.
Let's go.
Let's freaking go. That's healthy right there. They would fall to 9% chance with the loss. I guess the conference loss would just do you in on all these tiebreaker scenarios.
Yeah, and you're going up against a team that's right there fighting for the wild card with you. You know, like this really is a playoff game.
Yeah, I mean, this and then Ravens-Steelers. I mean, they're probably the two biggest games of the weekend in terms of playoff implications.
Yeah, and that one's crazy, like the AFC North. I don't know who wants to win it, but I was looking at the Ravens and, what's kind of gone wrong for him, even though Lamar Jackson is back. I think he's been on the injury report with 4 or 5 different things.
Yeah, he's been banged up all year. Like they're not going to get a healthy version of him, and that's obviously huge.
So he usually runs career average for 60 yards a game. He's been running for 19 yards a game, and the impact that has on the offense is pretty dramatic when there's not much of a threat of Lamar Jackson getting loose. I don't know. At 28 years old, this is probably just a bad luck injury year, but he's always been banged up, and this year more than ever. I wonder how many more MVP-type seasons Lamar Jackson has in him. I would say right now, if I'm Baltimore, going into his age 29 season is about a good time that we actually get him a clear number one wide receiver in his prime and make Zay Flowers a number 2. That would be my first plan of action.
Yeah, I mean, you have to soup up everything around him and try and keep it to where you're not living and dying with him using his legs.
Yeah, because he's been an accurate quarterback. He makes decisions sufficiently enough that I think he could win from the pocket and maybe run a little bit less, especially with the 30s coming up. But if he can stay healthy, I have no doubt about it. I mean, he's got athleticism to burn. He'll be able to do the dual threat thing for at least 5 more years.
Yeah, 100%. MVP year 2 years ago. Last year was even better than his MVP season, but Josh Allen ends up winning it. And this year, the injury bug's just bitten him again. So, I mean, the Ravens just have struggled to stay healthy in general as a team. And I don't know. I guess all the odds are still looking like they're going to end up winning this division, but it's probably just because the division sucks.
All right, speaking of quarterbacks, here's your fascinating quarterback question.
I'm ready, dude.
Fascinating.
I'm ready.
John Frischella posted this. He's writing for Polymarket.
Johnny Fresh?
And he asked the question, does good quarterback play even matter in the NFL anymore?
Oh, well.
Oh, geez.
Caleb Williams is 24th in passer rating behind Michael Penix, Kyler Murray, and Justin Fields, but the Bears have the best record of the NFC. Number 2, Brock Purdy is 26th in passer rating, but the 49ers are 9-4-3. Bo Nix is 32nd. Behind Spencer Rattler, but the Broncos are 10-2. Trevor Lawrence is 38th in passer rating behind Tyler Shuck, Davis Mills, Geno Smith, and Carson Wentz.
38th?
But the Jags are 8-4. Yet Goff, Mahomes, Dak, Burrow, they're not in playoff spots right now, despite being top 5 in not just passer rating, but many metrics that you could look into. So what exactly is going on, asked John? Is the quarterback position getting devalued in the NFL, or is this a one-off type of situation? How would you guys address that?
I think this is probably dependent on what stat are you looking at. Because if you go by, and it's whatever, I mean, all these things are, it's your flavor. Which stat do you trust the most? I think there was at one point QBR was the one that we looked at and said, okay, this is probably the best overall to determine quarterback play. We now like EPA, expected points added. But if you look at QBR, the majority of the top guys, all of their teams are in the playoffs or going to have a shot to be in the playoffs. Dak at 1, Mahomes at 2, Jordan Love, Drake May, Matthew Stafford, Stroud, Darnold's in the top 10. And then you've got in the middle of the pack is where you'll have like a Josh Allen. But yeah, some of these teams, some of these guys that have their teams, as you mentioned, up there. Like Bo Nix is 20 on here. But even that isn't as low as some of the other numbers. So you get Caleb Williams is 18 in terms of total QBR. So I think it really depends on what stat you're looking at. But where the quarterback, I think, matters the most is when you get into the playoffs. I think that's really what's been shown, right? You're going to need your quarterback to make a play for you. You can have a great defense, you can run the football, but you're going to need a play or two that sets you apart from the opposition, and that comes down to the quarterback.
Yeah, I think that's definitely taken with appropriate measure because a lot of it is the flaw of the passer rating stat, which has been probably outdated for at least 20 or 25 years. But you look at the total QBR, and Trevor Lawrence is 24th, and it's not a precise correlation. I would think that teams are getting better at building around a quarterback they know isn't special and giving themselves a chance to win, even if they can't get the great quarterback play. Maybe it's through, a souped-up defense or a souped-up offensive line. That's definitely the case with the Chicago Bears. But a lot of these guys just aren't good. If you just go by off the eyeball test, the guys at the top of the league right now, you would just say objectively are not good players at quarterback. Maybe they can perform average or slightly below average, but they're getting the job done. Okay, how about this Cowboys question for you? Is Dak Prescott a Hall of Famer, or will he be at the end of his career? We go to John Todd here on Twitter. He's on pace to lead the NFL's #1 total offense in pass yards for the third time in his career. All 10 players with 3+ such seasons in NFL history are in the Hall of Fame. That'd be Drew Brees, Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady. I think the playoff record will be held against him, but what will counterbalance that is his extreme likability, which will give him a leg up with the voters. They'll think about everything that comes along with the Dak Prescott package and all the great leadership traits, and I could see them wanting to vote for Dak Prescott. I think if he wins a Super Bowl, he will be in the Hall of Fame for sure.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, without question. I mean, that's the main thing. And maybe he's done enough to where if he can get to a conference title game or even just get to a Super Bowl and lose, could he still get in? Because when you look at, what do you got? You got Marino, you got Fouts, Kelly, all those guys.
Warren Moon.
Yeah, Warren Moon. Did Warren Moon play in a Super Bowl?
I don't think
Never
so.
did, no.
He never played in a Super Bowl.
But I think he did make conference championship.
Yeah, I think all the rest of those guys either played in Super Bowls or played in conference championship games. And so I think you're going to need to have some type of big-time playoff championship game moments here, even if you don't win the Super Bowl. And then he could have a chance. You know, certainly wouldn't be like a first or second ballot guy, but at some point maybe sneaking in, it could be on the table.
Suppose you could get there as well if you just play like 6 more years at this level and you compile enough stats to be in the 50,000 club or whatever it might be. Everybody over 50,000 yards is going to get in. But I think his career is going to compare, favorably to guys like Matt Ryan, Phillip Rivers, even if he doesn't have more playoff success than he does right now. It'll probably come down to, like, where are you in the career rankings that maybe could make your case undeniable. You're going to be the Cowboys' all-time leader in almost every regular season stat. I don't know how many more years he has in him, but you play another 5 years, you're going to add 20,000 yards to your total and 125, 150 touchdowns, something like that. It might become an overwhelming case.
Yeah, but
brute force.
But if you go through all that time as well and you still aren't making big time playoff noise, it starts
I don't think there's any chance.
Yeah, then I just think that works against you so much. Like, ultimately, you've got to get to, at the bare minimum, a conference championship game and play well, and then your team loses, okay. But even then, it's tough because, like you mentioned, Matt Ryan and Phillip Rivers, I don't think those guys are Hall of
I don't think
Famers.
they're going to get. I mean, Rivers is now made it to the semifinals. He'll be interesting. Like, does Rivers end up getting in? And I don't know that he will. And Romo isn't even in the conversation, and Dak just passed Romo for the all-time passing yards. I don't think Dak's got even a conversation to be had until he makes a legit playoff run, unfortunately, when it comes to Hall of Fame.
Does that apply to every position or just quarterbacks?
Unfortunately, I think for the most part it's quarterbacks, yeah. And it's crazy. Looking at Warren Moon, 3-7 in the playoffs. Like, I think he was kind of just a trailblazer, obviously, and had some unbelievable statistical seasons before it was the norm in the NFL. But he did not ever play in a conference championship game. Warren Moon might be the one to look at and say, like, that could be the one to point to. Warren Moon's in the Hall of Fame. Should Dak be in the Hall of Fame?
Okay, we got the injury update from the Lions, and we just had Jeff Rieger on back there at 240. Did a heck of a job. Some people thought it was actually Jake Reekma because they sounded similar.
The
Detroit thing?
Goofy laugh and the Detroit voice.
Same initials, same laugh. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's a lot of Reekma, Rieger. Like, if you were going to create an alternate person that was actually you.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I wouldn't be surprised if Reekma comes bouncing through the halls at some point this afternoon and says, hey, how'd you like that Jeff Rieger guy?
Yeah.
Do you like
anything to steal some airtime. That'd be a great ploy.
Couldn't get on with G-Bag any other way, so you had to invent an alter ego back in Detroit. But, it was a really good interview, and he gave us a little bit more insight on the Lions injury report. Now, he does not feel like Amon-Ra St. Brown is a great bet to play, but he felt very confident that Penei Sewell is going to play. Apparently, he's been dealing with an ankle all year and been getting a number of veteran days off, so that kind of explains why he hasn't been practicing. But a shoulder has been added to that as well, and if the ankle and the shoulder are an issue, maybe he won't be at 100%. But holy cow, watching this guy play in the run game, it's incredible. And I don't even know if he needs his hands and arms to do it that well because he's just so big. He gets out of his stance and he starts running, and it's like a wall coming at you.
Yeah, he does a nice job. He plays at that 2-point stance, and he's just got such upper body power. And the way he plays with his knees, how they bend, like he's not an upright guy. Like he could get underneath you and turn you. He's got that strength. He could dry block you. He's a tough guy to deal with. Micah Parsons in week 1 got after his ass pretty good, and they got after. He's been struggling with some of his protections But the pass part of it's been a little bit more of a struggle than what you're mentioning, like the run stuff.
He's just good at pass blocking, but he's
just
great
got
at run
such
blocking.
balance. I mean, when you watch him play, but there are people that have kind of got the corner on him a couple of different times where it's affected, and it might be because of the ankle that he's dealing with.
Okay, and the other quarterback news I have for you, the Browns have announced that quarterback Deshaun Watson has been designated to return to practice after the right Achilles injury last season. Started the first 7 games of last year, threw for 1,140 yards and 5 touchdowns in those 7 games. Underwent 2 surgeries to repair the Achilles. The second one was January 9th. Owner Jimmy Haslam admits the team took a big swing and miss with the trade of Watson. He was acquired in 2022 with the fully guaranteed 5-year, $230 million contract. And he has played so poorly that he doesn't have any trade value. They don't have a long-term answer at quarterback, though. I think the answer has got to be let's try to get him back in a game and prove that he can be better than Gabriel and Shador, or maybe he turns back the clock and we can trade him. But that's a long shot. Like, there's no good answer here. I guess just releasing him as soon as you can. But why haven't they done that already?
Yeah, I think the
guaranteed money.
All the implications financially. It just doesn't make sense or whatever. But yeah, they're in a bad spot, and
it's one of the worst
contracts. It would all
history.
accelerate on the cap instantly.
Yeah.
And it was
you gotta just keep him around.
It was a guaranteed contract. I mean, and the rest of the NFL was looking at them like, guys, what the hell are you doing here?
Yeah, it was not a popular move.
Hey, I hate to do this, but going back to the Hall of Fame stuff with these quarterbacks, like when you look at Warren Moon as well, like he won MVPs.
Yep, there you go.
Like, what, 3 MVPs?
Yeah. And that's going to set you apart.
So that helps your case. If Dak found a way to get a couple of MVPs under his belt over the next few years, then all of a sudden now...
Even for Matt Ryan, he's got an MVP, he's got a Super Bowl appearance.
Right.
I mean, that's going to look different on the resume. If Dak's able to get one of those, then yeah, I think it's a different conversation.
You fight hard against a guy like Eli Manning, right? Even though he's got Super Bowl wins?
Yeah.
I mean, do you fight to say he doesn't deserve to be in, even though he's got Super Bowl wins?
I don't say he doesn't deserve to be in because those Super Bowls were so unbelievable, but he wouldn't be first ballot. I mean, it would take some years, and then, okay, now we'll grant it to you, but you're not going to get first ballot love.
Yeah, like
if I'm voting.
I've assumed he's a lock to be in. You win 2 Super Bowls, the plays that he made in those Hall of Fame runs. Like, can you write the story of NFL history without Eli Manning?
I just remember so many days of being on broadcasts where name your top 10 quarterbacks, and it was always Eli Manning and Dak, and then Matthew Stafford were all like lumped together.
Yeah,
I'd
take Romo over Eli. But as far as just talent-wise, regular season. But what Eli did, and you won those Super Bowls, and he made some big plays in those Super Bowls. It wasn't just like he was Trent Dilfer or Brad Johnson, and the team went and did it for him.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on how you look at the Hall of Fame. Like, I think, the voters should do a better job. I don't think the voters should be like, oh, well, you won a Super Bowl. What's the difference between that and a guy that was on the offensive line? Like, it should be the guys who were freaking so unbelievable at their jobs. They were a nightmare to game plan for, no matter what position they played for. And if you want to give extra credit for guys that happened to win the Super Bowl, sure, but he was on great teams. A lot of quarterbacks would have done that. There is nothing excellent about Eli Manning's career.
He's a 500 quarterback.
There was the good fortune of the era that he played in. Yes.
No, you look at his career record. He is a 500 quarterback.
He was a 500 quarterback in the regular season, but he stepped up and made some incredible plays.
In 2 Super Bowls.
Yes. It wasn't just
and one of them was ending
wonder.
the undefeated season.
Yeah.
Well, it's because his team was so awesome.
No, they weren't. Those offenses were not that good. Those defensive lines were awesome.
They were really good.
How
and
many players
offenses would have been amazing if Eli Manning had been a great quarterback.
I don't know.
He was a bum,
Those
Zach.
were some pretty average offensive lines. You had Plaxico Burress as your best receiver. The running backs they had were
couldn't
average.
hold Dak's jock.
I agree. Overall, I think Eli has risen to the occasion that Dak has not been able to in the playoffs.
So the committee should take a good hard look in the mirror and say, what the F are we doing here, putting inferior quarterbacks who in very small sample sizes happen to win the biggest game?
It's the biggest game for a reason, I guess. I mean, it's the playoffs and the Super Bowl. And unfortunately, that's how we judge quarterbacks, and we don't judge any other position by that, but we do for the quarterbacks.
It's disparaging the Hall of Fame. This guy threw 366 touchdowns to 244 interceptions.
Heck yeah, he did.
Not even 1.5 to 1.
Yeah.
This guy's a Hall of Famer in your eyes. I thought you were better than that, Wolchuk. That's disappointing. Same to you, Eric.
Yeah, me too.
Right.
Hey, not first ballot, not second ballot.
No.
Okay,
I was just curious.
He can wait 10 more years for all I care, but he's going to get in.
We got the C note here. Cowboys news of the evening coming up next in the nation.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hi, I'm country singer Lori Morgan, and when it comes to remodeling my bathroom,
214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Looks like RJ Choppy's living in an episode of When Hot Takes Go Wrong.
Well,
a little bit.
Went off this morning. I guess the quote, that was clipped. I'm giving heat to North Texas. Y'all don't deserve to be in the playoff. You will get run. It's bad for the sport. Now, don't disagree in terms of whoever my North Texas Mean Green play in the first round. It's going to be an uphill battle, and the likelihood is, yes, it will be a blowout. But you know who else got run in the first round, and it wasn't good for the sport and for us watching? His Tennessee Volunteers last year at Ohio State.
Yeah.
The Oregon Ducks in the second round.
Yeah.
As they had a bye against Ohio State.
Yep.
So just because it's North Texas and they're not a Power 4 school or a Power 5 school, they have just as likelihood as anybody, really, to show up and get rocked by 30. Or you could get one of the greatest moments in college football history where you get an App State go to Michigan and win. You get a Boise State taking down Alabama, and that's why we love college football. That's why these teams get that at-large bid. So I understand it, and I get it, and I'm not going to be picking my North Texas Mean Green to go to Oregon and win. Totally understand the argument and the case there, but unless the committee comes out and says we're removing that group of 5 spot, absolutely North Texas deserves to be in if we can beat Tulane on Friday night.
Yeah, and don't hate Choppy. He's a hell of a guy. Sometimes he just gets dug in.
Yeah.
And he's dealing with a caveman brain, So, of course, things are going to happen. Impulses are going to start flying. Synapses are going to try to connect in his brain. And you never know. It's unpredictable. That's what makes it such an entertaining show.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you can get away with saying random crap sometimes on the radio, and then all of a sudden here comes Carter Freeman, the boogeyman, clipping it, posting it on the internet, and then it takes on a life of its own.
And Jared Sandler calls you, and everything hits the fan. Okay,
no, not the Sandler call.
Let's get some
Screw you,
here.
Jared. Goodbye.
We got Chiefs and Cowboys Thanksgiving, a record 57.2 million viewers. Unbelievable. It's now considered the most watched regular season game ever, which beat the previous record by 36%. That's just it's outstanding. I don't know how you can try to replicate that, but I would think if I'm Jerry Jones, I'm like, hey, let's get the most popular team on our schedule lined up for this Thanksgiving thing. We're leaving 15 or 20 million viewers on the table, guys. And how about if we could actually be successful? What would you think about that, NFL? If you're working on your script for what's going to happen here over the next couple of months, just consider that.
I wonder if now you're going to see, because in the past we've seen them schedule for Dallas the division game, whether it's the Commanders or the Giants.
A lot of Giants.
Yeah,
I'm so over that.
And I wonder if now they're going to look at Dallas's schedule, because Dallas was the only team that didn't play a division opponent on Thanksgiving Day. You know what I'm saying? Using that Thursday game, the short week, they give you a division opponent.
Yeah, Packers, Lions, Bengals, Ravens.
Yeah. I wonder from now on that you're going to see Dallas play a game against whoever the marquee team is on their schedule, for that.
Yeah,
for that time.
I mean,
slot.
that's huge money. I would love to be able to talk with a television marketing executive or salesperson or something that could quantify what that means.
I think scheduling is going to be different from the Cowboys now. I would be surprised if going forward you're going to see divisional opponent for them.
Yeah, that's good insight, Brian. Okay, who is the Cowboy player and what is his trait that you believe is the absolute best in the NFL? ESPN did a fun piece, the best player at each of the most important 109 skills in football. And the Cowboys hit this thing pretty good. And at the top we have Dak Prescott.
Oh, let me guess. Is it the avoiding of the sacks? Navigating the pressure.
He did get best pocket mobility. Dak Prescott did, but he also at the very top got most accurate passer. Of quarterbacks who have played at least 10 games this season, his 9.6% off-target rate is the lowest and has completed 69.3% of his passes. He is playing some of the best football of his career.
See, and this is important, too, because what you just said that number was 9.6 for his off-target.
Uh-huh.
That's usually throughout his career is usually in the 17 to 18%.
It's a huge difference.
Like,
Wow.
what a night and day difference, dude.
It's called George Pickens. He's number one and going to get the football, whatever that stat is.
Yeah, but it's still off target. I think even a completion can be considered
George
off
Pickens
target.
going getting the football.
Yeah, but for Dak's part of it, I would love to know how they could quantify how much better his accuracy is from the time that he came in. And John Kitna did a tremendous amount of work. Jason Garrett did some work, obviously, his off-season work as well. His mechanics of it, and overcoming through the process a massive lower leg injury that I think ended Aaron Rodgers' ability to throw on the run or go reset his feet and throw, and maybe age is a significant factor as well. But yeah, Dak was at the top for two of them, and best pocket mobility was the other one. His 80.9 QBR on pocket throws this season is number one in the league. You mentioned George Pickens, Brian. He gets the nod for two things: most explosive pass catcher. His 1,142 receiving yards ranks second in the league, and yeah, his ability to make guys miss. I think it's like you're watching Randy Moss who fused with Le'Veon Bell somehow. And when George gets the ball and he can sort of slow everything down and take a quick look and then make that shimmy and make a guy miss like it's nothing.
And that pivot, though, when he puts his foot in the ground, pivots, and then spins that other way, that thing is like a patent move now. It's absolutely beautiful.
Best on 50-50 balls as well. He leads the league with 15 tight window receptions, using his length and ball skills to win those contested throws. But we ain't done yet with the Cowboys. Javonte Williams wins for best contact balance. His 527 yards after first contact, second in the league. He runs angry and looks as explosive as he did early in his career with Denver. Best pass protecting back, Javonte Williams there as well. His pass block win rate.
It's going to be key this week.
83.6%. Flat out getting it done. Best run stopper, Quinnen Williams, 46% run stop win rate, second highest in the league. Quickness off the ball generates havoc in the interior of the front.
Who's number one?
I don't know.
For what? Run stop?
Run stop.
I wonder if it's Derek Brown.
They gave him the best run stopper deal, but they didn't have like a ranking of the stats.
Okay.
Best leg, Brandon Aubrey, 6 field goals, 50 or more yards, 2 of 60 plus, the most in the league. He's also most clutch kicker, leads the league with 4 clutch kicks. ESPN's counts as tying or going ahead kicks in the final 2 minutes of the game or overtime. And Kevontae Turpin still being recognized as the best kick returner. I had high hopes for this new kickoff play, that it was going to let Kevontae Turpin find a little bit more space, but I think the special teams coordinators kind of got it handled. They were just kicking into that landing zone, rallying to the football. Not a lot of balls going out of the 35-yard line, and not a lot of big returns happening.
I don't think they block worth a damn, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Cowboys.
Yeah, they got guys out there that probably don't need to be out there blocking.
He still averages 26 yards a return and has 3 explosive returns this season.
You watch it? I'm sorry, Dawson.
No, I hit fast forward 3 times on the kickoffs.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wonder about the vision a little bit, but you're right. You're right. They're not the best blocker.
He's got no damn chance.
No, he's running into a lot of these guys are getting bullied back into his lap. But Quinnen Williams, according to ESPN, is number 1 defensive tackle run stop win rate. Tyler Davis of the Rams at 2. Edge would be Crosby, and number 2 would be Verse.
Go get him. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, let's talk about this Detroit defense. We'll do that next.
But first, I want to talk about my number 1 favorite local family-owned roofing company here in the Metroplex. Of course, that is Greystone Roofing and Construction. And it can be like the Wild Wild West out here with the roofing business. Unpredictable, chaotic, super risky at times, thanks to the storm chase.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Chief, great read, Greystone, by the way.
Well, they're a great company, so it's the least I can do for them.
Really
we appreciate them very, very much.
Yeah.
You know, they were on Hagee's roof just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, that's a tough roof to get on.
He blinked his eyes and they were done. And it's the most impeccable roof he's ever experienced. So that's just what Greystone does, man.
Would you rather have, what about Fred being up on a roof? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, he's probably going to fall through.
I don't like guys standing on top of my house ripping heaters.
No, me either.
It's not really my thing. You'll have cigarette butts in your drain.
In the gutter?
In the gutters, yeah.
Your house might catch on fire with Fred being up there.
It's going to be full on Ben Stiller. And
if Fred showed up at the door, if Fred showed up at the door and like was kind of talking to you about doing something on your roof,
just sucking on a toothpick,
how would you feel about that? Just feel like, all right, man, this guy's got it all together.
Yeah, he puts off, construction foreman vibes, blue collar.
Yeah. For sure.
But trustable at the same time.
I need to get him on with Greystone. That's what I need to do.
Yeah. I think Fred's a very trustable guy.
Do you?
I do.
Over Blake.
Way over Blake.
Do you trust stinky guys? You said he had terrible hygiene.
Who? Oh.
Yeah.
I don't think he said he had it. He just looks like a guy that would have terrible hygiene.
I mean,
I've sat next to him, though, and I think he doesn't wear deodorant sometimes.
He's definitely bar soap guy.
Well, look, when you're on a roof,
he's not body wash guy.
You're going to stink a little.
Yeah, he probably said the same thing about me. Stinky guy.
Yeah.
Smells like something. I don't know.
Did I tell you guys the stinkiest state I've encountered is Colorado? From a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, you were saying something.
Right.
I said it on Twitter. Did I say it on the air?
I think we got some hippie going on there, right?
Yeah, we got hippies, and they're worried about the
conservation of water and stuff.
Commercial deodorant.
Yeah,
and it's so cold and dry that I guess they want to go a little bit more on natural. But I had a horrible experience. Like, we were walking around the mall, and I was going into stores, and I'd be like, oh my gosh, who has BO? And nobody was even close to me. They had just been there recently, and like a trail of odor was following these people around. Like, there was a 50% chance the Uber we get into, BO.
Ooh.
Like, full on. Just stinks.
Would you say something?
No.
Just bitch about it as soon as you slam that door closed.
The door closed. You start bitching about it. They just drive you into the woods.
Couldn't you leave a smell review? Can't you leave an odor review?
I could have. Yeah, but I don't want to mess with somebody who's living like that. It's their culture. It's normal to them. Regular Colorado people probably don't mind it.
When you put it on the tip for the driver, just be like, why don't you get yourself some deodorant or something nice?
Yeah. Do you leave anything in the back seat? Yeah, a stick of Degree. Check this out, Brian.
How do you use that?
Yeah, but okay, so what I learned is the hippie deodorants, they don't work at elevation.
Oh.
There's a chemical that's sort of neutralized by the fact they're a mile high. But, it's hippie deodorant, so they're all about it. I think it works half decent if you're down here.
Dawson, I swear you're ball sacking.
I think altitude does play into some of this stuff.
It was driving me crazy.
I believe in baking and cooking and stuff like that. Deodorant smell?
I actually put into Google why do people in Colorado smell so much? And it gave me a very detailed answer.
About altitude makes them smell?
Yes, because the chemical that is in that hippie deodorant, right? They're worried about the aluminum-based deodorants that can cause system issues or whatever, so they got these alternate deodorants. And that already you're dealing with maybe 50% the sweat and odor-killing ability of a normal deodorant. But at elevation, the chemical inside there does not work nearly as well.
I'm wearing one right now, Wolchuk, if you want to smell it.
No, I'm good.
Down here about 500 feet above sea level.
What, a hippie deodorant?
Yeah.
Jeez, no.
You don't want to give it a shot? Like I'm telling you.
Get away.
It smells damn good, dude.
No.
But we're not in altitude.
Everybody loves their own scent.
Yeah, whatever.
I can raise my hand when the armpits have
as long as you're not a super
away
spreader. Like if Wolchuk tried that, I bet it'd be a problem.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, that's true.
Whatever I've got going on here, that Old Spice works for me.
I just get
old school.
like a red sting in my armpits when I use like a generic with aluminum and all that kind of stuff.
I get that same thing too. Yeah, the gels tear me up. I use the chalky stuff.
Yeah, I can't do the gels either.
Gel's good for me. All right, these Detroit Lions.
Maybe when you get older.
What you need to worry about? If you had to worry about the Lions defensively, is it Aiden Hutchinson's your most worried guy?
Well, for sure.
I mean, McNeil.
Yeah, I was going to say Lee McNeil as well is another guy.
Killed us last year.
I'm going to give you two guys you need to worry about.
Is it a linebacker?
Both of them.
Yeah.
I think
Anzalone
and Jack Campbell.
Yeah.
Jack Campbell. Can we talk about running the football? Talk about going out there. I always like to say, yeah, the Cowboys can roll out of bed and run for 116 yards in this game. That kind of thing.
Could be tough.
It could be tough. I will say this. I think both these linebackers, man, they've played some good ones this year. I would put these guys right up there with the top when it comes to the way, especially Jack Campbell. Jack Campbell is one. This is a team, by the way, and you mentioned about with Pickens and the way he's able, like those slants and the plant and the spin. This team doesn't give up. I mean, they tackle really, really well.
That's big.
They're one of the best tackling teams in the league defensively.
Yeah.
So if all of a sudden you're getting in those games and you're thinking, it's 3rd and 7 and it's a slant and all of a sudden it's tackled for 6 yards and it's right there. Remember, you heard it here first. These guys tackle very, very well.
And it's not just the linebackers. It's like everybody's doing their part.
The whole team tackles. I'll tell you another thing you need to worry about here. Everybody's talking about them not getting pressure and not making things happen in the pocket and all that, and guys holding the ball or making plays on them.
2.99 seconds average time to throw against Detroit.
I'll say this. I watched every sack they had. I can't tell you how many times the damn ball was on the ground. Like when you get in the pocket, and sometimes these quarterbacks, they get hit and the ball goes flying out. These guys go after the ball. These linebackers, these edges, like, Hutchinson, like he'll get around. He gets in this track stance, like real high. He gets down and he's looking down and he is jumping that count. Man, if I'm Dak and these guys, I'm thinking about kind of mixing up my counts a little bit.
Okay.
Because that's what Hutchinson wants to do. He wants to get off the ball, and I think he gets a beat on some of these guys in their snap counts. And so if I'm Dak, maybe you get a couple free plays with this guy jumping. Now it's a little bit difficult to go long count on the road.
Right.
And speaking of road, here's another start for Nate Thomas.
Yeah.
On the road. This will be his first one.
Does Hutch, where do they move him around?
He's going to primarily be over Steele is where he's going to be.
Okay.
But they do move him around. And Muhammad.
Yeah.
Alquan?
Former Cowboy.
Yeah. He is doing some decent things for them right now. So you got to keep that kind of in mind. People are talking about, well, they don't really pass rush and all that. But I know one thing. Watching when they were sacking people, it was very evident it was Hutchinson, Muhammad, those guys coming, and the ball on the ground. Dak in the pocket, be alert. These guys are going, even if they're going by you, they're going to slap at that ball. So Dak stepping up, that's going to be probably on a key in this game. And like I said, I think you're going to need to go with some long count if you can to maybe throw off the rhythm, the rush rhythm of what this guy has. You got to block, I mentioned, you got to block these linebackers, especially in the running game and especially Jack Campbell, because he will make a stop in the hole. This will be a true battle between Dallas with Williams and how they like to run the ball inside and how these Detroit linebackers step up and make tackles, because the one thing Williams has been able to do is make people miss or he's run through tackles. When they get contact, he's one of the best. Dawson brought it up, the contact balance. These guys will challenge you a little bit.
He's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't seen anything like this since prime Zeke.
Yeah.
Just I'm 2 yards behind the line to gain, and suddenly I'm 2 yards beyond it.
Right. He is really. But the Lions, the two linebackers, that'll be a really good matchup inside. Okay, the secondary. I'm going to say this. I love Brian Branch. Every year I go into the draft, I try and find the next Brian Branch.
Yeah, and we appreciate you for that because he's a fun dude. Is he still wearing the lime green mouthpiece in the top of his helmet?
He sticks it in there. Yeah, he does.
So that's a true calling card for him.
Yeah, he does. You could find him easily on tape that way. But his ability now, this team is going to play, as I mentioned, they're going to play a lot of just base coverage or base personnel. So they match up that way because they got a guy like Brian Branch who can go in the slot if they have to go cover. He's going to do that. Now, their corners are not very big when you're talking about Robinson and Reed, and I'm talking about height.
Yeah, Jeff was just telling us that a little bit ago.
Yeah, that is not. He is absolutely right about that. Rocky Sin is another guy they like to use. With Kirby Joseph, being nicked up and hurt, they've had to go with a couple of different looks. Daniel Thomas and then Thomas Harper have been the guys that have kind of been playing as the safety spot for Joseph. That's hurt them that they haven't been able to do that.
Green Bay made some big plays against Harper.
Yeah, they sure did. So see if they can get the matchup. Harper wears number 12. But like I say, I would try and be very, very mindful of where Brian Branch is, because Brian Branch will blitz. He is a guy.
Didn't he have like an incredible interception where he dropped off coverage and picked off Dak in the end zone last year?
Yeah, he is very much a guy that plays with he plays with a lot of awareness.
Yeah.
But you got to know he was number 32. You got to know where he is on the field, because he's got a little Ed Reed in him where he'll bait you.
Right.
He'll bait you into where he lines up, and then he'll end up someplace else.
And he can cover ground really well.
And he can cover ground well, and he tackles well. So those are the guys you got to keep in mind. I think they could go after these cornerbacks, Robinson and Reed, just because I feel like that if they do not get pressure, if they do not bring the blitz, they're going to have to hold up, and they're going to play man coverage. They're going to have to hold up too long for Dak not to be able to handle that. So I kind of feel like that there's ability to make plays against this guys in the secondary with the protection that you can get. We'll see how it holds up against Hutchinson. But watch these linebackers in the run game. I think that's going to be another big key for this game as well.
Terrific stuff. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Time now for a football fix, Zachary.
We got some big facts, a mock draft hump day, and where is this corner going? That's next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat Frankles with you, though, because if you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, there's only one outfit to call. It's the Frankles. Used to be working for the... Yeah, buddy. Hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Look at this. 24 hours from now, we'll be inside the Cowboys-Lions pregame, looking for 4 in a row and to further legitimize this late-season push for the playoffs. Hope you're ready for it. We're fired up. It's time now for a daily football fix, and here's your host, Zach Wolchuk.
All right, we got the finger pointing. Yes, Brian.
Eric, what's going to be the theme of the game tomorrow?
Eric.
I was thinking.
Could you have waited another hour for the finest segment that he's running to ask this damn question?
Yeah, this is Wolchuk's real estate, man.
Come on.
Papa Bear's got a lot going on over there.
It's like football's finest. It's a football question.
Yeah, it is a football question.
I like the fact last week it was a biblical game.
It was the Old Testament game.
Old Testament game. I'm sorry.
It was an Old Testament game.
Where Dak was going to part the Red Sea.
Well, we can see eye to eye on that,
of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Woo!
Yes, exactly. I was like, Wolchuk's going to love this because Dak in this scenario is sort of Moses here. He's parting the Red Sea. That is Chiefs' kingdom.
Let my people go.
And he's going to go ahead and get that victory. That's exactly what he did.
He did. He beat the mean Pharaoh and Patrick Mahomes.
I don't know if I could beat Old Testament game.
No.
The Old Testament game was great.
It's like the first time all season brought us to be like, you know what? You've done good work.
I'm
here.
excited because I love those names of those college games like the Holy War.
Yeah.
Like Utah and BYU.
What do you think of just the game? For Ohio State, Michigan?
Yeah, but they call it the game when Cal and Stanford play, or the big game. They call that the big game.
But the game.
What's Harvard Yale? Harvard Yale is the game, I think, too.
That's also
you can't have two the games.
That's what I'm saying. You got to come up. You got to come up with your own line.
I don't know that Harvard Yale is jumping in anybody's mind though. When you think of the game, I didn't know that. I just heard. I think
I'm right about that.
You probably are right about it.
Confirmed.
Damn encyclopedia.
Right there.
It is the game.
There's some things I absolutely know, and there's some things I have no damn idea.
Well, when it comes to football,
that's well documented.
You know, and you were there, and you bleeping lived it, dude. And
I was there.
Are you? How are you going to get into this Lane Kiffin stuff? I hope you do.
Of course I am.
I was waiting for you.
DMing again?
You're probably on the message boards, and I've had some of my old Miss friends sending me some of these message boards things.
Is it about his text interactions
that
with
doggy dog Lane?
He's
not a surprise.
He loves the co-eds,
I can't say it's a surprise.
He's addicted to women. He can coach football. What else you want to know?
I don't know. His players might not have liked him that much. There's a lot that's going on here with Lane. But
obviously he didn't like them. He got the hell out of there.
He sure did.
Lane State University. Watch out. If you're walking around. Okay, if you're walking around Baton Rouge right now and you're holding hands with a beautiful young lady,
you better hide her.
You better go ahead and say,
"This is Coach O on steroids."
Yeah, this is a whole new ball game.
Well, like I think he's got the swag to pull, though.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
He does.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's doing
hot yoga, and he's just pulling 19, 20, 21. Enjoy class.
He's
I'll see you
single,
after
right?
practice.
Isn't he single?
I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what's the story here?
The story here is that the head football coach is shooting shots and he's putting it. He's making baskets.
Work?
He's making some baskets.
He's crashing sorority parties left and right, this guy.
He does have a girlfriend. She appears to be about 30.
Yeah, I think he rotates the girls like Leonardo DiCaprio does, too.
Sally.
30 sounds a little too old.
I was trying to think of our guy's name that used to coach that. He was a coach at Colorado State, and then he was at Southern Miss. Larry Eustachy. You ever look that one up?
No.
Larry Eustachy was a basketball coach at Southern Miss, and he hated to fly, and he would stay behind, and they'd always show up at some sorority party. He was a basketball coach at Southern Miss. Wherever they would play, he would like drive to the game. His name is Larry Eustachy.
Larry Eustachy.
All right, he's not passing the eye test.
No, but he'd always stay behind, and he's always got pictures of him at the sorority party.
Yeah, I apologize for the HE double hockey sticks, and apparently damn 817. I guess that leaves your ears burning a little bit.
You can't hell or damn here?
That's too much for you. Wow.
Bleep that.
What the damn?
Really apologize, 817. I do love you, and I appreciate you listening, but maybe don't be so damn sensitive.
Or hell,
all right,
what
let's
are you
get
talking
to
about?
third down Dak, shall we? Dak Prescott on third down this year, 65% completion rate, man.
I had to wait for that?
Prescott leading the NFL in that category. This is part of a lot that now I'm going to have to cut in half because once again, you've ruined the entire segment, Brian.
Sorry.
Gosh darn
Old Testament game.
It is the Old Testament game. Don't forget about the Pass Pro. We've talked about that. But how about Thursday nights? The Cowboys' record on Thursday nights, they are really good.
8-1?
Really good. So since 2006, when Thursday Night Football became a thing, Cowboys have gone 9-2.
9-2. Gosh.
And they're 11 all-time contests.
Oh, this doesn't include Thanksgiving, right?
No, that
That's
does not
separate,
include Thanksgiving.
okay.
No. Now they're 3-0 on Thursday since the league moved to Prime Video after the Thanksgiving game.
All
so
right.
they've done pretty
They
well with
adjusted the
this
rules
situation.
around that time as well to give you better rest.
Yeah.
You know, I think a lot of their Thursday games are coming after Thanksgiving, which gives them the full 7 days and takes away the massive disadvantage that, you know, many teams are subjected to.
Yeah, so they had the big game against Seattle. The big win at home against Detroit was one of those wins. So they fared really well in this game following Thanksgiving.
Do you know the losses?
They don't have any right now. Those 2 losses since 2006 overall, no, we don't. But the Thursday night following Thanksgiving, they don't have a loss.
Oh, okay.
So they're coming into this thing riding a high right now, and I hope
Didn't they go
that
beat
continues.
Minnesota one time doing this?
That sounds right.
Yeah.
I think that might have been 2016.
Dak's year, yeah.
During that crazy run where they won like 12 in a row or something crazy like that. Hard Knocks, thought it was actually pretty good last night. I was iffy going in. I was like, this in-season thing, Hard Knocks has kind of lost me a little. But since it's the NFC East and it's Cowboys related, I was in, and I thought it was awesome. I thought Shotty was really good in it. You had a cool moment where Dak and Jameis, apparently they go back to the Manning Passing Academy. They were there together. They've got a really good relationship. I did not know this.
That's cool. I love their camp was a lot of fun for Bennett, and I really enjoyed going to see that.
And so Jameis, sent Dak a congratulatory text after he hit the all-time passing mark in Cowboys history, and so Dak was talking about it, and then they showed, and this just goes to show you how like Dak legitimately is not paying attention to really anything else that's going on outside of the Cowboys, because he had no idea about the Jameis catch for a touchdown against the Lions. They had to show it to him. Steve Shimko, the quarterback's coach, comes over, shows it to him. He's watching it in real time, and Dak is just laughing. And Steve Shimko was like, this is what I was trying to get you guys to do. So maybe we just need to watch out for one of these passes back to Dak at some point in the future. That might scare the heck out of all of us, and I hope that you don't do that until maybe a playoff game. But, man, that would be crazy to see Dak on the receiving end of one of these things like Jameis. But that was really cool to just kind of get an insight on
the
their
Philly
relationship.
special against the Eagles in the playoffs.
Oh, my.
That'd be an appropriate time
The
to
most
post that
epic
out.
time to do it. And then Dak in the Landry shift. There was an awesome moment. I think Bobby's actually tweeted out the audio. But they're in the huddle, and Dak just says, make the Landry shift strong, all right? Be proud of it. Be proud. They're little kids that want to be like you guys. And they go out, they do the Landry shift up and down when they're taking a knee, which I think it's one of the greatest sights as a Cowboy fan, because one, you've won the game. It's over, but also just an ode to Cowboys lore and why you are America's team, the legendary Tex Schramm and Tom Landry. But it was good, man. I enjoyed it. And it's also great because all the other teams are sucking right now.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So you're just watching Jackson Dart, who has no idea of geography and where the heck he is there in New York and what's what. You've got Jalen Hurts, and there was a moment of him on the sideline with Devontae Smith, and he had Smith in that game on Black Friday against the Bears for a slant for a touchdown. And they go on the sideline, and Jalen Hurts is like, I thought you were going to sit down. And Smith's looking at him like, well, I was doing what we talked about. And then Jalen Hurts just looks down, slams his helmet, and just says F. And I guess he didn't pay attention to the conversation that him and Devontae Smith had. So there is real friction going on between the quarterbacks and the receivers there. And Sirianni's embracing it. He's trying to make the most of it. Maybe it's a little bit of copium, but to just watch the struggles in Washington right now, Philly and New York, then the Cowboys. I mean, it couldn't have started at a better time. It starts off right with the Cowboys coming back from 21-0 down to the Eagles.
Oh, wow.
So it's incredible. As long as the season keeps going like this is going to be a must-watch for all Cowboy fans.
And this is on HBO Max?
HBO Max. Yep, HBO Max. Now, Darius Slay news. There's a lot of buzz about a reunion with him and the Eagles. Okay, he gets cut yesterday by the Steelers. Steelers replace him with Asante Samuel Jr. So they bring Asante Samuel Jr. in. He's going to get a shot in Pittsburgh. Slay claimed by the Bills. Can't go to Philly now.
All right.
So he gets claimed. He did not clear waivers. Buffalo, and nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Like the Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo Bills.
Yep. So he's going to go to Buffalo now. Speaking of Pittsburgh, did you guys see what
Adam Thielen?
Big Ben said today?
Oh, I did.
Yeah, he did.
He said it.
What, like,
He said it.
Tomlin needs to go coach at Penn State?
He did. He said, maybe it's time to clean house. Maybe it's time on his Footballin' with Ben Roethlisberger podcast. He said, I like Coach Tomlin. I have a lot of respect for Coach Tomlin, but maybe it's best for him, too. Maybe a fresh start for him is what's best.
All right, Dawson,
whether that's in the pros, maybe go be Penn State's head coach. You know what he would do in Penn State? He would probably go win national championships because he's a great recruiter. Now it's a team that needs a coach. They can't get anybody right now. And there was an awesome troll job by their former coach that we'll get to a little bit later on in the program. I'm sure.
It got juicy. That was yesterday on Roethlisberger's deal. And then at the press conference, Tomlin was asked, and I'm surprised it hasn't gone viral yet, but he was asked, what do you say when you hear the fans that are asking for you to be gone? And he said, in general, I agree with them.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And then went on to explain it like, well, it's a wins and losses business, so if you don't win, you should be that upset as a fan. But people are interpreting that as maybe Tomlin's trying to do the quiet quitting thing, and his former player in Roethlisberger and some insiders are pushing the idea that maybe Tomlin has had enough and he wants out.
Well, yeah, because there's a groundswell. Like James Harrison was also talking about it recently. Like a lot of former Steelers, like there seems like there is something maybe behind the scenes in his former guys that I don't think would ever speak out.
Thank you.
Otherwise, I agree, man. I think there is something to this. Now, he was asked today at the presser about the Penn State speculation, and Tomlin says, quote, I don't have time for that. That's a joke to me. I got one of the best jobs in all of professional sports. Never say never, but never. There's not a booster with a big enough blank check.
Wow. Okay. So that's him basically saying the college world not very fun.
Or you know
maybe
what that means?
He wants to go play at another or coach in the NFL still.
I think that could be true. But anytime a coach says something like that and so defiantly, they're going to Penn State.
Oh, really?
I believe the opposite. Anytime I've seen a coach take the podium and say this kind of thing, they usually leave. And they usually go to the job that they're being asked about. Now, Mike Tomlin does seem like a pretty straight shooter, and he's not a guy that's going to blow a lot of smoke up your rear. But, man, I don't like. I do believe other teams would want him. But what's the great fit right now? Like
maybe the Giants, maybe the Dolphins.
Maybe the Giants, Miami. Miami would be a total opposite to what they've been dealing with Mike McDaniel. But McDaniel's winning games now.
Might be saving his job.
So it is. It's weird. Where's the fit? Obviously, I think like Vrabel going to New England was perfect. That's worked out great. Ben Johnson going to Chicago. Where is the place for Mike Tomlin if he decides to stay in the NFL? All right, we'll close this down with a good hump day mock, shall we? I love a good hump day mock draft. We go to our buddy Dane Brugler. Might be about time to get Dane on the show here soon. I'm trying to hold off on that. You don't want to dive too fast into draft talk. I thought we were going to have to fire this up a couple weeks ago. Cowboys have now said, no.
Yeah.
No. We're going to the damn Super Bowl, all right? We're not going to have to talk any about the draft until February. But big trade at the top of this thing from Dane. He's got the Browns moving all the way up to number 1 with Tennessee, and the Titans are going to be sitting in a glorious spot if indeed they get the number 1 pick because they got their guy. They got Cam Ward. So now they're saying, hey, we're open for business. So big trade. Browns package both of their first rounders next year and probably a day 2 selection in 27 to move up, get the number 1 pick. They take Fernando Mendoza from Indiana. And this is going to be a big weekend for the Heisman Trophy. Mendoza and Julian Sayin, they're 1 and 2 in this thing. Dante Moore of Oregon, he goes number 2 to the 80s. They get that pick from the Giants. Arvell Reese of Ohio State going 3 to the Saints. Carnell Tate, first wide receiver off the board. Ohio State going to the Giants at 4. And then Keldrick Falk, who you liked, Dawson, goes to the Titans there at 5. So now you scroll down. Let's look at these Cowboy picks. Where are they picking right now?
It's a massive overdraft of Tate at 4.
I am totally on board right now. If this is the way it happens in front of you, I am totally.
Oh, yeah, you're getting some slides. I mean, I'm going to be playing Caleb Downs can slide to you.
Yeah.
You got a lot of good players.
I got Tate as the
sliding.
3rd receiver on my board. And I got Falk as the 5th edge on my board.
Yeah. I like Tate more than you do, but I still think 4 is way too rich. 16, Cowboys go with Jermon McCoy. We talked about him last week, cornerback out of Tennessee.
Yeah.
Now, hasn't played. He's coming off the ACL. Tape's really good from 2 years ago, though.
But if you want to go for the healthy guys, too, Delane and then CC from
CC. You told me I need to watch. I haven't watched him yet.
And then Terrell were the 2 guys.
Yeah, now Terrell from Clemson.
CC from South Carolina.
Okay.
Is where he's from.
Mansour Delane is the cornerback from LSU. He went 12 to the Dolphins, so he was off the board. He's the first corner gone. But if you go down,
Delane was the first corner off?
Yeah, he was the first one gone.
Okay.
Cowboys have C.J. Allen, linebacker out of Georgia, with the Green Bay pick at 27.
I'd take Styles if he was available over him.
So I would have done a flipperoo here. And it's tough because you know how the board falls and you don't in real time. I would have taken Sonny Styles at 16 and then taken Avion Terrell, who's the brother of A.J. Terrell with the Atlanta Falcons, at 27.
Yeah, I have the 4 corners in the first, and then I have Styles and Allen in the second.
C.J. Allen does not play fast enough for me. Yeah. I think he shows good zone coverage ability. He can tackle in space, but he's just a tick slow. He's just hesitant. It's like he doesn't always trust his eyes, and he's not able to get off blocks consistently. But when you're picking at the bottom of the first round, you're taking most likely a second-round grade anyway. But always fun to get a mock draft in from our guy, Dane Brugler.
Heck yes, it is. Cannot wait to be talking about that draft after the Cowboys go on a historic run to the Super Bowl. We got a new segment coming up next, Chief.
Yeah, brand new segment featuring the greatness of the Tolos, and we'll get into that, and I'll explain it all next here in the Nation. But Tolos, if you're losing...
first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankos are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's the Chief with a new segment.
Yes, sir. Brand new segment. It might be one and done. I don't know. You guys really don't know much about this other than the fact that I've been teasing for weeks now for the Tolos to go into that Odyssey app and hit that button where you can just basically send a voice message in. And it's similar in the same vein like they do, the morning show does their Ask Reddit, but there's actually a page on Reddit that is no stupid questions. So people are just firing off the most random questions you've ever heard.
It's one of my favorite ones.
And so it's like, all right, why don't we get the Tolos to do something similar? They can ask us whatever random questions. Now I haven't even heard these. Okay, I had somebody else in the building go ahead and collect a handful of these. We got like, gosh, how many did we get? Well, Chuck, like hundreds, thousands.
There was too many to go through.
And so I was like, I'm not doing this.
Overwhelming.
And so it's like we can all be caught off guard here. So we have random, wonderful Tolos that are leaving us a bit of a voicemail here, some level of a question, and we'll just see how ridiculous it is in real time together. Are we comfortable with this?
Yeah, so are we trying to answer said question? Like, are we
just getting through the questions,
embracing how bad the question is?
Well, maybe the questions are good. I don't really know which direction it's going to go. I imagine they're asking us these questions because they would like some level of insight from us, right? We all bring something different to the table from an education standpoint.
Right.
And so we'll see. Maybe they're borderline unanswerable, but it gives the Tolos an opportunity to, come right to the source and try to get as much information as possible. So if we're ready, we will do this right now.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
That's the truth. Can you handle it? Just a question between friends. You know?
All right, I know what you're saying, Tom Cruise. Let's go ahead and get into this thing. All right, this is like a mystery box of randos.
Yeah, it really is. So we don't know what ones were selected.
I just know the names of the individuals. So I believe we start with Tolo number 1. This is Ricky. All right, let's see what Ricky has in store for us.
G-Bag Nation, this is Ricky and Rowlett. I'm wondering, is it okay to drink a non-alcoholic beer while I'm at work, or is that just bad luck for all around?
Okay.
A bad look for all around. Yeah, I think he was drinking alcohol.
Maybe he was actually drinking a real alcoholic one. He sounds kind of blue collar, though. So I'm thinking, like, if you're on a job site and you're drinking an NA beer, I kind of feel like that's if you're sitting in like a stuffy office area and everybody's cracking their Monster Energy, sipping on the coffee. I don't know.
I think you could get away with if you put it like in the Yeti or something like that.
For sure.
Oh, definitely.
If you're going to hide it.
Bomb style.
Do they give off a beer odor?
Breath. Yes, it can happen. I think you got to be situationally aware right there. Obviously you wouldn't want to do that as a pilot.
Yeah.
Because even the NA beers have a little bit of alcohol in them. That might get you locked in the clink. If they breathalyze you and you're at 0.01 or something like that.
Did Ricky sound like a pilot to you? I mean,
no.
Heavy machinery, maybe?
Ricky, yeah, that's true.
Heavy
He might be a welder
Yeah.
or something, and you just don't want to give off the vibe that you might be hammered.
You also might be a new guy on the job. In that situation, you don't want to let people assume things about you, think things about you. But if you're the boss, shoot, that's okay, Anybody has a problem with it, they can come talk to you about it. Tell them it's an NA beer to mind their own damn business.
Yeah, that's true. No, if you're running the show, it's a different story. I do think it does kind of depend on how long have you been there, how well does everybody know you. I don't think you want to come out of the gates in a new gig cracking NA beers like at a nooner while you're at your cubicle or something. So
some people are going to think you're an alcoholic and you're just trying to
just
hold
get to 5
together.
o'clock.
Yeah.
This guy can't stop, man.
You probably never want to pour that into a clear plastic cup. They're going to think it's real beer, like Johnny Manziel at the draft.
I do think the Yeti's the way to go. Like, you just don't want to have an alcoholic style beer just sitting on your desk.
No.
Especially if you're coming up short on some deadlines. Yeah. You're kind of falling behind.
Why do you think
I think you got to be a big swinger.
Oh,
Like I had a buddy that worked at a medical sales company, and he was just a wild animal.
You talking about yourself?
No. Medical sales.
Okay.
But he crushed harder than anybody else. He was the big swinging sales guy. So he could just get away with anything, dude. And so I guess if you're that guy, you could probably pull it off.
A lot of drugs.
Yeah, I mean, all sorts of
I know a medical sales guy, same deal.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that's how they do it.
They can be a little bit nuts.
Yep, you got to be a little bit extra.
All right. We're one in here.
Good start.
What was that again? That was Ricky?
Yeah,
that was Ricky.
Yeah, Ricky.
All right.
Pretty good question.
I think that was not bad.
More of a Tom.
All right, let's see. Who do we have next here? All right. Tolo Greg. Let's see what Greg has in store for us. No stupid questions.
Hey, this is Greg from Duncanville. Do females in a coma still get their period, or does it stop until they wake up?
It's a personal question.
Holy smokes, Greg!
Greg, that was a stupid question.
Hey, no, we're not gonna clown on the Tolos for these questions.
Greg.
I told them in the newsletter, like, hey, if you send this, we're not gonna jump on you for saying the dumbest thing anyone's ever said.
I appreciate the question.
Didn't get the letter. Obviously,
yeah, he probably's got me.
He's
got me in spam or something.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to even remember what I just heard period and I sort of blacked out.
In a coma.
It can happen for sure.
Did you look it up?
Yeah,
that's what the internet says.
Yeah, and I'm asking a follow up. I'm wondering if old Greg is maybe trying to have a baby with his comatose wife.
Oh gosh,
maybe that's what he's trying to pull off.
I think I'd give
here.
the green light on that if I was a comatose wife.
So let's go ahead and let's extend the lineage as long as we can.
Sure.
I won't have to deal with the pregnancy.
Wow, that is
probably going to need a C-section.
Yeah. You don't know what's going on. That sounds...
I'd be honored.
What kind of crap goes through people's minds? Would she get a period in a coma? The more I think about it, the better of a question it gets. But it is pretty insane. And I guess you just Googled that? You just had that answer?
Yeah, there have been documented cases of it. It doesn't happen all the time, but it can happen.
Okay. There you go, Greg. All right, let's see here. No stupid questions. Jose. Let's see what Jose has to say.
Hey, G-Bag Nation. I'm Jose from Oak Cliff. When did everyone decide it was weird or creepy for an adult to drink milk? Because I think that's some bullshit.
Oh,
Yeah,
I agree. Okay, maybe this goes back. I think this one probably goes back because I think they were talking about this when last week Bobby got milk with his breakfast.
Yeah, Bobby got milk with his breakfast.
Maybe that's what this is tying into here because they were clowning on Bobby for ordering milk at his the room service breakfast he got in Vegas.
Yeah,
wasn't Bobby homeschooled?
Yeah,
he was homeschooled.
There's no question about that.
There's some different wholesome type of things that can come along with that at times. Neck beards, but that's another topic for another day. I would say in rare circumstances, milk is still fine for adults. I wouldn't think breakfast, but if you had some chocolate chip pancakes, if you had brownies, Oreos, there's some pretty. I think it's weird with dinner for sure.
Yeah, there's like certain meals
in the morning. That's when you should drink the milk. I would
start your day with like strong bones.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, if it's not mixed up with a protein powder, I think you're ridiculous.
Okay.
Oh, okay. See, there we go. See, okay. Thank you. We actually have somebody in here who would clown me if I brought my lunch in here and I'm sipping it down with some milk.
It has protein powder in it.
That's a different story.
That's a different story.
This has nothing to do with the cookies and all that kind of stuff. It's a no-brainer. I think this is just simply like I'm sitting down for my spaghetti meal or whatever, and I'm washing down pasta with milk.
It's horrible.
What are you, 6 years old?
I'm assuming he's talking about run-of-the-mill, like
gross.
Dairy milk and not this like almond nut milk that people are drinking at all.
Do you do this to try and be an example for your kids?
Drinking the milk?
Yeah.
No, I
think he thinks
nutrients.
I think he does.
Really enjoy
the protein source.
Really enjoy just raw milk. I think is delicious.
He likes it raw.
I find it to be absolutely delicious.
Weirdo.
So, but I don't drink it with meals. I'll just like
we just
I'll
send
go
you
have
spaghetti.
I wouldn't do that. I would be side eyeing somebody who did that. Like I just go and sometimes get a hankering for a glass of milk, and I just go pour me a glass of milk.
817 drinks milk with pizza.
That feels a little insane to me.
I support your right to live, 817. Drink milk with whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, just please stay away from me for the next 24, 48 hours after that.
Psycho.
Sounds like a gut bomb.
That's true. You might have
some sour gut.
Yes.
The worst milk experience I think for me ever was as a kid when you would get the milk that were in the little cartons at lunch. They would be sour already.
Yeah.
And then the other one is, if your parents sports like would pour glasses of milk before dinner. They'd go around, and if it sat out for any amount of time, 10, 15 minutes, the smell on that, it just changes the property so much, makes me gag just thinking about it.
Fake masculine dudes, milk is always good for anyone from the 504. I drink milk with burgers from the 321. I drink milk with spaghetti too from the 702. I still drink milk. Milk has protein. I'm a grown-ass man, says the 817-972. I'm 43. I drink a glass of milk every night.
I do like milk. And farm people.
We had a lot of, it's all pro milk here.
Yeah, that's good. No, that's good. I think Jose presents a pretty good question. Because there are folks like Broadus that will clown you.
Well, this guy doesn't think cheesecake's good.
That is a weird dynamic if you're sitting in a CC's and all of a sudden you're pulling out some milk
I got
to wash
Dutch
down
to go
your
with
pizza.
you on that, by the way.
Sounded like more of a Ramon to me.
Yeah. Let's go ahead. Let's see. We do have two more. I think you're onto something. We do have two more. Here's Mr. Gary.
Gary?
Yeah, this is Gary in Royce City. Over Thanksgiving, my 85-year-old grandpa told me that he polished his bishop 3 to 4 times a day.
Oh.
Know what I'm saying? Like slapping the salami 3 or 4 times a day.
Yeah.
And he's done that for basically his entire adult life. Is something wrong with him?
Still has a healthy libido. Might be hitting the men's tea clinic.
Good for him. 85?
I mean, is
3 or 4 times a day, Gary?
Is the missus still around? That's the question, right? If not, then I don't blame the man.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine 80, even if she is around at 85 years old, how many women are still trying to get back on the saddle?
Well, there is something about these old age homes.
3 or 4 times a day,
they get freaky.
That's putting up ridiculous numbers.
Yeah, I mean, even
at that point, you're just it's just air. That's that. I mean, there's you've got nothing left. You're not giving yourself a chance to build up.
No, I don't know. Maybe you're drinking milk all day too.
That's true. That might help you out.
3 or 4 times a day is insane, Gary. And I would expect that your grandfather. I mean, there is some level.
Who did you put up to do this one?
This is pretty exciting.
Who did you put up to do that?
I will say, for Gary, your grandfather clearly is legendary with his desire.
He's a legendary man.
How bored is this guy? He's just sitting around all day. It has to be boredom.
Literally on his hands. Yeah.
At the highest level.
Yeah.
Holy
and
smokes.
access to a VPN and a connected device.
And not the state of Texas.
All right, last one here. Frankie, let's see if Frankie gives us some goodies.
Hey, this is Frankie. I was wondering how's his bunion doing?
How's his bunion doing?
My bunion.
That's Frankie with the winner. How's Broadus' bunion doing? We haven't actually asked you about this in some time.
You know what? It hasn't flared up, and now it's going to flare up.
Any gout?
Frankie with the question of the day.
I take the gout medicine. I've been okay. I think the gout with the diet thing, I can manage that. The bunion one, it just shows up. I mean, it
just rears its ugly head from time to time.
My toe will go dead left, and that bone will come out of the side of my foot. Ooh. That thing hurts. Yeah, I haven't had it happen.
I haven't seen you gimping around all season.
And now it's going to happen. Now,
and you, Frankie.
Yeah, Frankie.
Other than when he falls down. You're right. Thank you, Brian.
Man, I've fallen down 3 times.
Man, only 3 or 4. Those are rookie numbers. That's from Jamie in Fort Worth.
Rookie numbers at that age? At any age, dude. I'm like, even 7th grade me, I don't think could pull that off.
Senior centers leading carriers for STDs from the 214.
That's right. I'd heard that.
903 also co-signing that. They get freaky.
Shout out to Gramps.
I mean, you saw that in the Landman.
Landman. Yep.
Psychological as much as it's physical, right?
What an animal.
Things to check off the bucket list.
I hope I'm him when I grow up.
Hey, well, big shout outs. Let me just say a thank you. Ricky, Greg, Jose, Gary, and Frankie.
Great questions.
Keep those no bad questions coming, guys.
Nice work, dude.
All right. I swear tomorrow this thing's going to start hurting.
That
we spoke it into existence.
Yeah, he talked it in.
I thought you were talking about the grandpa. That thing's bound to start hurting eventually.
Don't talk it out.
Thank you. Woolchuck, what's next?
All right, let's do a little mixed bag, shall we? Maybe we get into some free agent targets for your Rangers and some college leftovers. That is next in the G-Bag Nation.
I want to chat Window Nation with you, though, because
your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Tomorrow night at this time, we'll be in Cowboys-Lions pregame. We had Jeff Rieger on from Detroit earlier today. Said he expects Amon-Ra St. Brown to not play, but does expect Penei Sewell to play. Taylor Decker, same kind of deal. But both their tackles not 100%. The interior of their line is rough. So at least those narratives from earlier in the week are holding true as kickoff approaches tomorrow night shortly after 7 o'clock. Here's Wolchuk with a mixed bag.
All righty, this just in. It does appear that the Big 12 title game between Texas Tech and BYU, number 4 and number 11 in the latest CFP rankings at AT&T Stadium, is a sellout. The attendance is on track to be the biggest in Big 12 title game history, which is going to break the previous record, which was Texas and Oklahoma State a couple of years ago. So big crowd on hand when Tech and BYU. I'll be out there. If you're going out 11 a.m. AT&T Stadium, let me know. Maybe we can link up, say what's up. And Steve Sarkisian, our buddy Chip Brown, putting this out. Sark is saying that they're not going to change scheduling as of right now. So they're going to honor Ohio State, that they're going to play next year, Michigan in 2027. We went there. We went to Ann Arbor. We went to Columbus. We're going to honor those return trips. I think anything beyond that will be up for discussion.
Oh, dang.
Says Steve Sarkisian.
Christy Scales just posted a video of them arriving in Detroit on the tarmac there from the plane, and it's snowing like crazy.
Ooh, good thing it's an indoor game. My gosh. But I bet that weather is absolutely jarring to step into. It's a different kind of cold. It's like bone-chilling cold there in Michigan with that wind.
Yeah, Rieger told us it was like 20 degrees.
Gosh, and snowing now. That's nuts. Ohio State offensive coordinator and probably the best wide receivers coach maybe in the history of college football, Brian Hartline. He's going to be the South Florida head coach.
What a pipeline he's had, huh?
Dude, it's unbelievable. Obviously, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Chris Olave, Emeka Egbuka, Marvin Harrison Jr., Garrett Wilson, Jamison Williams, Terry McLaurin. Keep going down the list. This guy's just been an absolute stud. Plus, he's just got now Carnell Tate, who'll be a first-rounder, and Jeremiah Smith in 2 years. But good hire there for South Florida. And I wonder, I don't know. I mean, he was their OC. Do they just bring back Chip Kelly? Chip Kelly might also be a candidate for some head coaching openings at college football, but maybe he just goes right back to Ohio State, takes over as their offensive coordinator. That might be something they look at with Hartline leaving. The ads, man. And we haven't been able to watch a ton of Red Zone because obviously we're doing the Cowboys games, but the number of Red Zone ads is just increasing.
We got to 16 this past weekend, right?
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
I think you called this one, Dawson. We started the season. They played us with what? They were going to do 4 30-second commercials.
4. Now we're up to 16 different instances where ads between 15 and 20 seconds appeared on the broadcast.
I mean, it's too good to be true. I think they can keep pushing it. I think they can start full commercial breaks. It's just too good compared to the opposite. It's such a great price.
Yeah, it is. And, I mean, it is one where I still didn't think it was like that terrible for the product because it's quick.
I'm fine with it.
They'll do like a side-by-side thing where you still are able to watch the game. But I do know there are people that are pretty ticked off about this, but I don't know that we go more than 16, but you're right. There probably are going to go more. And a weird turn of events here, Mike Garafolo reporting that the Ravens, their tight end Mark Andrews, have just agreed to terms on a 3-year, $39.3 million extension. That includes $26 million guaranteed. He is the franchise all-time leading receiver. He was going to be a free agent. He is staying in Baltimore. I mean, we were talking in the offseason, they were looking to possibly move him. He, of course, had the drop 2-point conversion late in that game when they lost to Buffalo in the playoffs. That was a heartbreaking moment. He's had a decent year, but he's getting up there in age. They've got Isaiah Likely, who's, I think, ready to emerge as a legit tight end in the NFL, but I guess Mark Andrews going to be sticking around.
I mean, his yards per catch at a career low by far. It's 9. Up until this year, like 3 years ago, it was 11.6, but they've all been over 12, 13, 16 his first year, and maybe that's Lamar Jackson injury. Maybe that's King Henry not being as good, not creating as much space as he has in the past. But that's a clear sign of decline when your yards per completion, starts to drop precipitously like that. I think this is a big mistake by the Ravens, and it's tough when guys are beloved by the fan base, beloved in the building, coming up for a new contract. Do you give them? Do you do it?
Yeah.
The Steelers decided to with T.J. Watt, and T.J. Watt has fallen off a massive cliff this year. He's like Pro Bowler T.J. Watt right now. Same thing with Cam Hayward. Like, move on from your legends. Have you not learned anything from the great coaches throughout sports history? It's tough to do. But if you don't do it, you're going to rue the day.
100%. And, man, I am a little bit surprised. He is getting up there in age. I don't know that I would have made that move. That's a lot of guaranteed money, but good for Mark Andrews and his familia. Brandon Ayuk, we last week we had the report of him in San Francisco. They're probably headed to a divorce. The Commanders, according to Jeremy Fowler, team to watch to possibly pursue Brandon Ayuk. Obviously, him and Jaden Daniels have that relationship going back to Arizona State. So they are good friends. And Adam Peters, the GM there, they've got that connection. Maybe Washington. I mean, they already did the Deebo Samuel thing. So maybe Brandon Ayuk ends up being in the division here next year once he parts ways. We'll shut it down with some MLB news. 682, Jameson Williams started his career at Ohio State, then transferred to Alabama, in which he was drafted, obviously, out of Bama by the Lions in the first round. But he did spend 2 years at Ohio State. Sonny Gray. Is this just endearing yourself to the fan base in Boston, or do you think he was being legit? Is this baseball or ball sack? Sonny Gray is now a Boston Red Sox. Was with the New York Yankees. That ended 7 years ago. Asked if he had any reservation about joining a big market team for the first time since his bad 2018 season in New York, Sonny Gray said, quote, New York, it just wasn't a good situation for me. Wasn't a great setup for me and my family. I never wanted to go there in the first place.
Ooh. That's how you say it. I'm going to say that's baseball, not ball sack, Wolchuk.
That's baseball, too. I think he's being honest. He did not like his time there, and he was wearing a 2007 Red Sox World Series championship hat as he was being introduced there to the media. 36 years old, but still getting it done, Sonny Gray. And we'll get to some more baseball stuff maybe a little bit later on in the week, who the Rangers could be targeting. So we got the winter meetings here going on.
Yeah, I think baseball pitchers are the only legends you don't want to move on from because they can go 36, 38, 39. I'm expecting a terrific season from DeGrom and Evaldi once again. Thank you, Wolchuk. We got football's finest coming up next year on a Massive Football Wednesday. Eric, what's in store?
Yeah, we have your award favorites, more on the Lions, and this team might really be in some playoff trouble. That's next year in the nation. But Tolls, I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for...
Uber Eats has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, it's Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 5:30. LA Live at 5:40. Chad Brown, the former Ohio State Steelers Seahawks linebacker.
Actually, Chad Brown was Ohio State?
Colorado?
That's
Colorado.
it. Yes.
I'm sorry.
He's calling the Ohio State Indiana
Yeah, there you
game
go.
on
I'm
Saturday.
sorry. Yeah, I was kind of thinking I scouted the wrong guy.
Yeah, no, thanks for cleaning that up for me, Brian.
No problem.
Appreciate you. But Chad Brown's going to join us coming up at 6 o'clock to talk about the Big Ten championship game, all things college and pro football. Chad Brown's going to join us coming up here at 6 o'clock. Here's the chiefest and finest.
Yes, sir. We got plenty of NFL discussion to be had right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Okay, so we saw him firsthand with the Chiefs on Thursday, and their playoff chances are beginning to dwindle. And this is going to be a big-time game of playoff implications for the Chiefs versus the Texans, who have a ridiculous pass rush. And now you have Andy Reid saying that their left tackle, Josh Simmons, is going to IR.
Yeah.
And Jawan Taylor, Trey Smith, not expected to be practicing today. And there's a good chance you could be without 3 of your starting offensive linemen.
I wouldn't play Mahomes. I would.
It's like a must-win.
I don't care, man.
You're gonna get him killed. Of course they're gonna play him, but just to tease out your thought process, you're gonna go knock. You know Andy Reid better than anyone. You're gonna go knock on his door, and you're gonna say, Andy, should we play Mahomes? Let's play Gardner Minshew.
We've had a hell of a run. We've been in Super Bowls. We've won them. We've been deep into some playoff runs. This is not our year. I am not subjecting my franchise quarterback to a potential beating by this Houston Texan team. You saw the pressure that Dallas was able to get on that guy.
Yeah, and now it's the Texans.
And now it's the Texans. I listen. If I was Brett Veach, I'd say, Andy, I know it's our playoffs are on the line and stuff, but honestly, it might be good for us to kind of regroup. It might be good for us not to subject our quarterback to something where we might lose him at the end of the year.
Let's just go get a top 15 draft pick and recalibrate a little bit. Maybe get Kafka back in here.
I just feel like that Kansas City has had so many years of great runs. This might be one just to sit out, and just I don't know. I just can't. I would not want to subject my franchise quarterback. If I'm playing with the guys they were playing with the other day, no. Absolutely not. Not against that pass rush.
Well, Chuck, felt like you had something to
You're going to be 6. You're going to be 6-7 after this one, and maybe you've lost your quarterback. For what? For what? For what?
For the competitive
Texans,
for the competitive spirit.
Yeah.
Texans are what, 7-5?
They're 7-5. They're one game ahead of you.
Yeah,
I think it's for the chance to make a run because they feel like they've just
Sunday
got
night
bad luck.
football.
Come on, Dawson. No, but come on now.
I mean,
you
the Cowboys won a game, 3 offensive linemen down a couple of times this year, right?
Playing the Jets.
Played the Packers.
But inside a building, they're going to lean confident and optimistic. I mean, they're going to probably go delusional and max out on that. I mean, the fans might feel that way.
I love
but
Andy. I do. Andy's like a brother to me. But I just don't, man. That team, let's be honest, that team is not going anywhere.
I don't believe they are either.
They finally, things finally caught up with them. Winning one-score games finally caught up with them.
Yeah.
They're not the same team.
Yeah.
The quarterback played his ass off, and they still lost that game.
They probably look at it, though, like we just need to get some breaks and have a better red zone conversion.
They hadn't had breaks in 14 weeks.
No, and I.
Yeah, but if you get in,
I felt
that's
that
still
way.
a team they get in, and
I am not scared of Kansas City if they get in. I'm sorry.
No,
but you're scared of playing Mahomes.
Oh, those are going to be some famous last words.
I mean, there's a lot of teams that felt that way before. Like, they went into the playoffs, they don't have any good receivers, they're stinking, they're limping in, yet here they are, they end up in the Super Bowl. I mean, I don't think they're the same anyway, but I think not playing your starting quarterback because of, oh my gosh, I'm hurt on the offensive line, I get who you're playing against.
That offensive line.
Season game,
Dallas's backup offensive linemen, Hoffman and those guys are decent NFL players. They don't have decent backup offensive linemen. They don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be...
You guys saw it with your own eyes.
Yeah, no, listen, he is going to be under pressure all freaking game long. What do you guys? Okay, what do you think the spread is for the game? Chiefs are at home, Sunday Night Football.
I bet the Chiefs are still favored.
Broadus has
Minus
them
3.5.
Freaking nailed it.
Cha-ching.
They're still favored by 3.5 in this game, which does feel...
They were favored against the Cowboys, too. They've been favored every week.
I know. It feels
Mahomes.
weird.
Yeah,
exactly.
And all of a sudden, they're favored, and they're going to run that off. I'm just saying. Just to me, this is a year, if I'm Kansas City, I'm kind of dropping back 10 yards. I'm digging a ditch and trying to save the equipment. That's what I'm doing, because I don't have a team that can – I don't have a team. I do not have a team that can compete in the playoffs right now. I just don't.
All right, so looking at this Lions team, we know they play a lot of man coverage. Who leads the league in receiving yards versus man coverage?
GP. Pickens.
Be George Pickens for sure. By a wide margin, too. Yeah. He's got over 500 yards versus man coverage. The next best is Jackson Smith and Jigba with 321. You also have CeeDee Lamb in that top 5 to 6 mix there with 294 yards versus man coverage, and that would probably be a heck of a lot more had he actually played all the games this season, but you have two guys that can really dominate man coverage, and we'll see. Maybe the Lions try and throw a curveball at them and switch things up a little bit. I don't know how much that'll actually benefit them. I really just think they're in a no-win situation versus this Cowboys passing attack. Like, play whatever you want, dude.
They might actually play nickel. They might actually, instead of playing...
Just take a backer off the field and get a little bit faster?
Yeah, well, their way of doing things is to put a defensive lineman on the field, tackle on the field. And then take a defensive back off the field. They might be forced now with the way that their corners are compromised a little bit. They might need all the corners they got.
You know, it's still crazy looking at just how inconsistent the Lions have been when it comes to their rushing attack, which at this point, if St. Brown and those guys aren't going to be playing, and the pass rush issues that they have with their offensive line right now, if they're going to commit to the run like they did versus the Packers, then they're going to have to get a much better performance than what, I mean, Gibbs, 23 touches, 86 yards versus the Packers, and he's just had kind of a roller coaster season. The past 6 games, 8 yards a carry for him, then 2.8 yards per carry, 9.5 yards per carry, 3.2 yards per carry, 14.6 yards per carry, then 3.4 yards per carry.
Give me the teams that have been stuffing him. Do you have those teams?
Well, it's the Packers for sure. I don't have them right here in front of me. Okay. I can get their schedule pulled up and see.
Okay.
Obviously, it was the Packers. I know they ran all over the Giants the week before there.
Yeah, everybody's been running all over the Giants.
But... yeah, I don't know exactly. I don't know the exact teams, but it's just interesting to see these huge swings.
Minnesota.
Okay.
These are the
Kansas
teams
City.
stuffing them?
Yeah, these are the teams that, like, he had 39 yards against Philly, 25 yards against Minnesota, 65 against Kansas City, 54 at Cincinnati. They probably didn't need him much. I think David Montgomery actually had an awesome game that day as well. But, yeah, those are the teams that he has not had a good game against. I mean, Philly, their offense was terrible. They scored 9 points.
Well, we know that Javonte Williams is going to be getting the bulk of the load here. He was actually on with Jordan Schultz in his podcast, and he was asked about when Javonte did you know that you were back off of that injury from a couple of years ago?
Yeah, I think it happened in training camp. I had like a inside zone play, and I kind of bounced it, and I did like a little dead leg move. I was like, oh, I can still do it. Like, I'm good now. I feel good. And then just seeing CD and GP every day at practice making plays, I'm like, I still got it too. I can do the same thing they doing.
The running back position is incredibly physically demanding. I wonder for you, like, how gratifying it is feeling that and knowing, like, I'm back and I'm okay, I'm good.
Yeah, like, you can't really explain the feeling. It's just, like, no matter what you do, you feel like everything just going right. So, I mean, I really can't even put it into words. I'm just blessed.
Yeah, couldn't be happier for Javonte Williams, and he's inspired by the greatness of Lamb and Pickens at practice. He's like, I still got a little something going here. And, man, probably one of the single biggest surprises of the Cowboys season this year is just how awesome he's been. Now, when it comes to the NFL awards, are you guys familiar with who is now the leader for MVP?
Is it Drake May?
Drake May.
I think Vrabel's the number one favorite for Coach of the Year right now, too.
Vrabel, he is. Yeah, him and Ben Johnson will probably be fighting for that one right there, who finishes the season a little bit better. But, yeah, Drake May. And Drake May's numbers are pretty insane, like right up there with some of the best, some of the top Brady years. You're seeing the comparisons here with Drake May. He's actually on pace to be the fourth quarterback to lead the NFL in win percentage, completion percentage, passing yards, and passer rating in a season. He would be the first to do that before turning 30 years old. The other ones who have done that, Otto Graham.
Yeah, number 60 for the Cleveland Browns.
Is that really his number?
Yep.
That's crazy. Kurt Warner did it.
He was number 13 for the St. Louis Cardinals. St. Louis Rams, I'm sorry.
There you go.
Yeah, I was thinking old school.
And then, of course, Tom Brady did it, but they were all either 30 or I guess Otto Graham was 32 when he did it. Drake May, of course, sitting at 23 years old, just playing lights-out football right now. So he is your favorite to be the MVP. Then it's Stafford, and then there's Dak sitting right there at third, starting to get a little bit more love there.
If they win the division, Dak will get some love from where they came from.
Yeah, you could draw it up. Like if he goes off these final games and they win the division and maybe the Rams stumble a little bit more and Stafford throws some picks, I could see Dak pulling this thing off still.
I think Schotty for Coach of the Year.
I would agree to that, too.
I mean, you think of where they've had to, plus what happened, the tragedy with Marshawn Nealand. I mean, that is a hell of a coaching job.
Yeah, he's fourth right now. It's Vrabel, Ben Johnson, Mike McDonald, and then Schotty.
Yeah,
is sitting there in terms of the odds.
If they find a way to win this division, he will be in the top two, I believe.
How about Offensive Rookie of the Year? Offensive Rookie
Emeka Egbuka
of the Year.
Yeah.
First half of the season, it would have been a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Now he's second in the odds.
Second.
He's been taken over.
Is it another Patriot?
By a man that should have been a Dallas Cowboy.
The runner from Ohio State?
Teteroa McMillan.
Oh, McMillan.
Well, yeah, Ted's been on a tear here the last month.
Yeah, he's now the favorite. It's McMillan, then Egbuka, then Jackson Dart. Now, Defensive Rookie of the Year? Defensive Rookie of the Year? This is a guy that I know Broadus was a big fan of. Not a household name by any stretch. Your Defensive Rookie of the Year favorite right now is Carson Schlesinger.
Oh, yeah, he was the best linebacker in the draft.
Best linebacker. And what round did he go in?
Second.
Second round? Okay. Yeah, he's the favorite right now. Then it's Jalen Walker and Abdul Carter. Those are your top three. Then Donovan Ezraku sitting there fourth.
Donovan Ezraku should be getting more love.
I know,
Especially
I agree.
Abdul Carter's at 3. It really hasn't been a great defensive year for these rookies.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't. You have Offensive Player of the Year?
Wow. I mean, has Jackson Smith and Jigba?
He's sitting
probably up there.
favorite.
Jonathan Taylor, I think, is going to fade now. And George Pickens has got to be in that conversation, I'm sure. He's probably in the top 5.
Yeah, he's number 4. It's JSN, then Jonathan Taylor, Christian McCaffrey, and then George Pickens.
Oh, McCaffrey is on it. I mean, his usage is insane.
It's nuts. The fact that he's been able to stay healthy this year and be that effective, you
can almost guarantee, I feel like next year, there's no way he can stay healthy.
I know.
Yeah,
it's like
go ask Barkley
the Barkley
and
effect.
Henry how that goes.
You get all those miles on you. And then comeback player of the year.
Dak.
Or Christian McCaffrey.
McCaffrey, sure. Is there another guy that just like showed up on a bad team, from a bad team on a good team now? Like they're going to give it to Darnold again? Or
Dak is actually, he is a heavy favorite here. Dak is. Then it's McCaffrey, and then it's old Aiden Hutchinson, who we'll see
Has
firsthand
Dak won
tomorrow.
this thing before?
I don't think he did.
Did he not win it after he broke his leg or whatever?
Did they give it to like Flacco or something? Wasn't it like one of those? I think they were ticked off.
Yeah, I think that might have been. I think you're right about that.
He has not won it. Runner-up in 2021 to Joe Burrow.
Oh, Burrow.
Oh, yeah, Burrow.
That was their Super Bowl year.
Burrow's going to have a chance at like 5 of those throughout his career.
Yeah.
I got a feeling. There it is.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Football's finest most every afternoon at 5 o'clock here in the nation. We'll hit the expressway. Get G-Bag of the Day in L.A. Live. Go commercial-free to the top coming up next year on The Fan.
But Toles, if you're ready to transform your bathroom into a dream space, Zentex Remodeling Group has you covered. Since 2001, their family
forward to seeing you out there. Apparently there's some Tolo flags. KNC is going to be out there as well. So we're going to have ourselves a time tomorrow night. Come win a bunch of money with us up there at Choctaw Casino. Okay, let's take a look at a snapshot at the biggest sports stories that have been breaking throughout the day. Giannis and his agent are having conversations with the Bucks about the two-time MVP's future and discussing whether his best fit is staying or moving elsewhere. One report says he has already requested a trade. The Bucks are 9-13. There was a lot of discussion in the offseason about a possible trade, and there were almost exclusive discussions over the summer with the New York Knicks. But at this point, Milwaukee is moving towards having it open to everybody. So according to ESPN, multiple other teams expected to emerge as suitors for the 9-time All-Star, who's going to turn 31 coming up here in just a couple of days. December 6th is Giannis's birthday. So, and he is going to be looking at a 4-year, $275 million max extension coming up in the fall of 2026. So the way this works is if you are traded, you can still get that super max, but it will require 6 months of time. So he will need to be traded before this NBA trade deadline for him to be eligible. Now, the very interesting thing here is we're expected to have a resolution in the next couple of weeks. As they're going to want clarity on what their battle plan is before they hit January. The trade deadline is coming up on February 5th. I would love to imagine a way that the Mavs could get this done, but I just can't. Unless there's a 3-team trade, maybe you put Anthony Davis in play, you put this year's draft pick in play. Would that be exciting for you guys instead of Anthony Davis?
Yes.
You got Giannis and Kyrie and these young centers and PJ Washington and Cooper Flagg.
Well, this sort of adds to the frustration of when you traded Luka, like just getting so impatient with it. Like you just wait less than a calendar year, and now you could have done the Luka trade, got Giannis, and probably still would have pissed off a lot of people, but it'd be a heck of a lot better than what you traded him for.
Yes. I still don't think Mavs fans would have been happy about Luka for Giannis, but at least Luka for Giannis, you would have, balanced your roster and, added maybe one of the very few players who you can make an argument is better than Luka. Although I don't think anybody would be doing that at this point in his career. A couple, 2-3 years ago, maybe it made more sense when Giannis was in his mid to late 20s. At this point, though, if you could make that happen, I would be willing to punt on the idea of let's tank and go young. And I think Giannis and maybe Luka himself and Jokic are a very small list of players. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I don't know if I'd do it for Anthony Edwards. But that would hurt. There's definitely a sacrifice to be made not having your draft pick this year. But I mean, there's really only 2 transcendent players that, from what we can tell right now, looking at this college basketball season, the odds, even if you're in the top 4, it's not great that you're going to end up with one of those couple of picks. CBS Sports did list the Mavs as one of 6 potential landing spots for Chris Paul. I guess he's being waived by the Clippers. They're trying to figure out if they could make some sort of a trade, and they say Dante Exum for Chris Paul would work. Apparently wasn't even on speaking terms with Coach Tyronn Lue. He's been playing horribly. There's very little shot creation. The article actually suggests this could be a stealthy tank move.
Stealthy.
Yeah.
But they don't even have their picks.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in right now.
I think
might be all-time low for the
Oklahoma City.
Thunder.
Yeah,
the Thunder
Paul
own their
George.
picks, bro.
Yeah, it's Paul George.
Like the rich keep getting richer when it comes to the Thunder, and the Clippers are down bad. Like real big time disasters. Kind of like with the Falcons, the Rams own the Falcons pick.
Yeah,
the Rams are going to be picking in the top 10.
FM picks just getting richer here.
As bad as they were in the 80s and 90s, this might be the actual worst time to be a Clippers fan. Looking at everything that's transpired really since the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for playoff Paul George trade. I guess I would trust Jason Kidd, if he wants to bring in Chris Paul, but I really like what Nembhard and Brandon Williams are doing, and it's a great time to be developing and not trying to do any win now type of moves just for another 6 months. Okay, it has been confirmed Tyler Seguin has a ACL injury and he is going to be out 4 months. Do we have clarification if this is season ending? Are they going to get access to his entire salary?
I believe it's season ending, but it's got to be out for the postseason to get access to the full salary there. So you're looking at, I believe, with the new NHL rules, they're going to be able to have $3.8 million to use. That's
for
the
now.
allotted amount for now, yeah.
And then if he's ruled out for the season, it would go to his full deal. I mean, $10 million is the full deal, or 9.8 or something like that. That is a rather large amount of money in hockey as compared to other sports. And I think it puts almost every player within striking distance if you can come up with the package of prospects or draft capital to entice somebody. But that's, you hate to say it because it's horrible for Sagan. He's been around here for a long time, a lot of fans, and man, he could still produce. I think he's got 17 points on the year through 25 games or whatever it is, so still a pretty good player. I have a couple of minutes here before we get to the G-Bag of the day. What are Lions coaches saying about your Cowboys? It really paints the picture of a Lions team that maybe has lost focus in some ways. What we are seeing here, I believe, is that maybe Dan Campbell was held up by his coordinators. Aaron Glenn, one of the top DCs in the game, high degree of discipline and organization. Ben Johnson, kind of a weirdo, but he's got this thing figured out in Chicago pretty good. This is OC John Morton and DC Kelvin Shepard. Morton talking this week about how much pressure the Cowboys' defensive line generates as the thing that sticks out to him as what's massively important, first top of the mind for this matchup. It's the main reason I'm very confident in the Cowboys. I think they're going to go up there and maybe hold the Lions to under 20 points. They already know if they can't run the ball, the Cowboys line is going to absolutely wreck their game plan. It's just incredible at the beginning of the season. The Cowboys had nothing, and now it's the first thing that comes to mind for an opposing OC. Watching the tape of Detroit's slow starts offensively the last couple of weeks and their inability to convert on fourth down, Morton said most of their issues are errors in execution, bad technique, bad fundamentals off throws or drops. And he said those are the things that he believes they can and will correct. With their defense, Shepard particularly discouraged by the too many and too few men on the field incidents against the Packers on Thanksgiving. That's just a horrifying. It draws up the image of a chaotic sideline. We got too many guys. We don't have enough guys. He says it's been addressed and won't happen again. He also talked about having to be better on fourth down with an opportunity to get off the field and give the ball back to the offense. Green Bay was 3 for 3 on fourth down last week, and all 3 of those were critical plays. So that's a little snapshot of what the coordinators are saying in Detroit. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius Alexander, G-Bag of the day.
Wobble, 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 wobble. Hey, G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 530. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. If there's anything you think I should be playing, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. There is a backlog, so be patient. Sit tight, I'm coming. I got a lot of things in the folder here. In fact, there's some few things I wanted today to play, and I couldn't get my hands on them just because we had little difficulties here in the studio. So sit tight. I'm coming. All right, our winner and champ right here comes from the University at Buffalo men's basketball. Player of the week, Mr. Daniel Freitag, hits a game winner right here, and the broadcasters love Sorry. I try to stay focused. Broadcasters loving it here.
And they inbound this ball. Here comes Daniel. He's trying to find his way down the middle for the floater. Off the glass, and he makes it! Oh, my gosh! He is that guy. He is him.
Oh, my gosh!
Oh, my gosh. He is that guy. He is him.
She was shaking right there. Hold on.
Floater off the glass, and he makes it! Oh, my gosh! He is that guy. He is him.
That's right.
He's him. I think she'd be pretty good. Got a good voice, got good energy.
I love
some experience.
Yeah. I guess you could say good energy.
Good energy.
It's kind of confusing energy, but I got it.
Maybe a little too much energy.
I don't know what it is. I don't know. How about this? Here's another one. Let's go to the big pod with Shaquille O'Neal. Yeah, it's Kenan Thompson from SNL fame on there.
Yep. Longest tenured SNL character. Cast member, right?
Yeah.
Kenan and Kel.
Shaq's going to be one of the guys at the World Cup draw coming up on Friday as well.
Yeah.
Pretty cool deal.
The what?
Shaq out there. The World Cup draw.
Oh.
Where they put all the balls in the beakers or whatever, and they draw who's going to play who.
Does he get the draw one?
I don't know. Probably.
Reach in there, get that for you.
The finger got stuck.
Yeah, he does a Kendrick Perkins impersonation.
Oh, okay.
He does it sometimes on SNL, but I like this.
My favorite was the Kendrick Perkins. My favorite was the Kendrick Perkins.
Oh, Master, my dog.
I love Big Dog Kendrick. Big Dog running out of breath every time he talk and get to the end of a sentence.
What made you do it? What made you say, I'm going to do Perk, man?
People that have sound, you know what I mean? Like, they're just, like, Shy, you down in here when you know what I mean? So, like, just tones, basically.
Okay, Kendrick Perkins, how does it feel to work on ESPN?
Tell you the truth, Shaq. I don't know. I've been on ESPN since I sat down with the Celtics. It was a couple feet. It's been a while. So all I want to know is what's the Houston Rockets go through tonight?
Perfect. That is pretty good.
Keenan.
All I want to know what the Houston Rockets gonna do tonight. From one big guy to another, M. Spears, Swagoo, Monday Night Football on ESPN. Pat's QB, Marcus Jones, walking into the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Swagoo did a little Charles Barkley.
Countdown continues now with an eye on New England cornerback Marcus Jones. Where is he from? I thought he's from Baton Rouge.
Nah, he went to Houston. Is he from Baton Rouge and where he lived?
Don't ask me. I don't know. Who he play for?
He played for the Patriots.
Shout out to Charles Barkley.
I respect the honesty there from Spears.
Don't ask me. I don't know who he play for.
Yeah.
Who he play for?
He's got a 50% chance to nail it with two teams play.
All right, let's go right here. High school basketball. There's a clip right here of this guy's pops. Dad can't come back to the game anymore.
Uh-oh.
He got a mouth like a sailor, and he's too loud with it.
And one! Bust ass! None of your motherfucking mouth. You ain't ready for that young man?
That young man?
Shut your weak ass up.
Weak ass up.
And one! Shut up and get on D.
Pause.
Yeah.
Weak ass this boy!
Yeah, talking to the other team's
wild.
players, that might be the number one
That's
thing
crazy,
that gets
bro.
it going in the gym or on the sideline.
You can't do that.
Those are teenagers. You're
talking to my kid. Yeah, hey,
It's just trash talking.
This is the 9th grade B team, fam. What are you doing?
I mean, Abby must have been 11 or 12, and those girls can get pretty big. One of the girls came over to the sideline trying to fight one of the parents.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was wild.
Crash dummy.
Yeah.
You got a real life crash dummy.
Emotions are high.
She's the Draymond Green of that squad.
Yeah, I think that was the game where the ref told the parent they could go out to the parking lot.
Wow, that's nice.
Go cool off. Take a walk.
Yeah. It was good
showers, buddy.
Yeah.
I was like, holy crap, I got to come to more of these games.
Hey, this isn't one
Winner.
but I want to get it out of my folder. It's been sitting there for way too long. Former NFL QB Andrew Luck.
Oh.
Sounds like Troy Hughes from the morning show.
Oh.
Okay. Or some type of puppet. Andrew Luck was being interviewed on the sidelines when that scoop and score happened. You guys seen that?
Oh, at Stanford, yeah. Notre Dame, yeah.
Stanford's general manager and Andrew Luck, we were talking a little bit about how important this rivalry is. For you, being able to be a part of it, how meaningful is it?
It's huge. It was great to be as a player and now be as a GM and watch these guys. I'm going to watch here for a second. Oh, Paul! Go, Jay, go! Go, Jay! Go!
We just talked about this rivalry. To see that play just now, I mean, describe the emotion.
Hard to say. It's a hell of a job by Omar and Jay Green. It's good. Let's get it going now, all right? Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
That's what that is all about right there.
Yeah. No ball. It's pretty awesome to catch that live, bro.
Right by him, dude.
That
Like
is
they're standing
crazy.
right by the sideline. Here he comes running.
Perfect. Incredible moment. Is anybody like Doesn't it seem weird that Andrew Luck left football? He retired way early.
Yeah.
And now he's back in it.
Back in GM of Stanford. Yeah.
I can't quit you, baby.
He loves that school.
He loves that school.
He loves the school. Yeah, he really does.
Probably a good job.
He was sick of getting his spleen lacerated.
Yeah, I mean, he was getting beat up pretty good.
Yeah, he does love Stanford.
Somebody say Andrew Luck talks like a giant. Hysterical.
Yeah, he does. Absolutely does.
I love books.
Oh, I love that.
I like to we're doing a good job.
It's hilarious. All right, that's it, bro.
Okay, we got the champ there at Buffalo University.
Yep.
Yeah.
Buffalo University at Buffalo.
University at Buffalo. That's what it is. We got Shaquille O'Neal with the Kendrick Perkins impression from the SNL gentleman. You got Swagoo on Marcus Jones. You got the high school basketball dad heckling the other team, maybe telling his team to get back on defense, or not one Andrew Luck on the Stanford scoop and score. I'm going to go with the champ there, the University at Buffalo. Chief, how about you?
I'm going to go with the dad.
Lucius?
You would.
Yeah, University at Buffalo.
Wolchuk?
I'm also going to go with the dad.
We're tied at 2, Brian.
I'm going to vote for Andrew Luck.
Okay, by a score of 2-1 to 1. We have another tie here, and in the event of a tie, you jump onto @GBagNation on Twitter. You can follow us all when you get there. All of our handles are in the bio, but when we have a tie, you will decide the final and decisive vote, and an Insta poll will create, announce the winner towards the end of LA Live, maybe. And speaking of that, into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
It's a Butt Naked Wednesday. Let's get into it right into the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
Fire up this funk and let's have a talk. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Everybody get high.
Well, here at DC Stadium, the Redskinettes have new uniforms. I like it. Thought you might. As we start the fourth quarter, it is 28-16 Redskins.
Nothing wrong with sexing football together, is there?
Yeah.
It's what's inside the uniform that makes
it. What it is.
Wow. Boy, what the move the Dallas Cowgirls has done to professional football. Everybody's following.
It's Butt Naked Wednesday.
Yes, it is. This is LA Live for Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to Miss Erica Badu for naming today Butt Naked Wednesday, and peace to the gods and earths out there, all 5% of y'all. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. All right, so I had a little conundrum this morning when I was trying to prepare for this segment today. Because on a Butt Naked Wednesday, I usually ask the Tolos a question on Facebook or whatever. But I just wasn't feeling it today. Just didn't have the confidence. I didn't want to force it. I didn't have, any inspiration for a question.
Yeah.
I had one sitting on my mind. What's the hardest part of your job? Because people are coming home, they're driving home from work right now. Maybe you can hear somebody else vent about how bad their job is. We make fun of it or whatever. But I just wasn't feeling it. Just wasn't feeling it. What's the hardest part of your job? You can still send that to the fan text if you want to. I'll read it throughout or these guys can read it throughout the segment too, if you guys wouldn't mind helping me with that. And I was watching the Puffy doc too. So
okay, so how is it?
Yeah, it's fantastic, bro. I've seen all the Puffy docs, and this right here is the best one. 50 Cent is diabolical. Wow, this is crazy, man. Yeah, we figured out a whole lot. There's a guy named Zip. Well, there was a guy named Zip out there. He's in the bosom of Abraham at this point, but he ran off allegedly with $500K of Puff Daddy's money.
Oh,
how did he get $500K of Puff Daddy's money? It's gonna hurt your heart. It's gonna hurt you. It's gonna hurt you, bro.
Safe?
You gotta watch the doc to figure that out. I don't want to ruin it for everybody else listening.
How did he die?
But he died of cancer.
Okay,
but he got to live a while with that money.
Yeah. It's not what I would have guessed if he stole $500,000.
That's as you would think, right? You would find him with holes in him or something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe tongue cut out, whatever. Yeah, what's the hardest part of your job? I guess I'll just throw it on out there. Send it to the fan text. And I guess we'll get that going. But I decided just to empty out the folder. on a Bucket Naked Wednesday because I've been collecting news bloopers.
Ooh, I love news bloopers.
This is
for the past 3.5 weeks.
a classic.
I gotta get them out of here, bro. I gotta get them out.
I would say, first of all, I love my job. The hardest thing is saying no to my kids. You know, they're like, "Why do you got to work again?" Sure. And I have this patented line. I say, "I have a very demanding job." Okay. I'm sorry.
And they respect it?
Yes. Of course. Most of the time. I mean, the little one is confused, but older one gets it.
Oh, they already sent it to the fan text too. Shout out to y'all, man.
There's a lot that are coming. Hardest part of the job is hearing Tolo 200 times a day from the 817.
That's hysterical.
Having to fire someone around the holidays. Yeah, I think anytime you got to fire somebody, that's got to be rough.
Oh man, I remember being fired from my first radio job. Yeah, I rocked it was a story. It was a remote at a Wendy's. I rocked that thing, bro. We was having a great time. I even seen the GM drive by. He rolled his hand out the window. I didn't know that was a peace sign.
It's goodbye forever.
Sorry, man. Yeah, but that 2008 thing, bro, a whole lot of people lost their job. I came back from that remote. I'm getting ready to do a show, and I see my PD outside. Oof. You know, when I'm pulling up in the station vehicle, I'm like,
with the HR lady.
Like maybe he's going to smoke a little bit or something like that. Maybe you just want to get your boy prepped for the show or something.
Sure.
No, man. He's like, let me see that badge of yours.
No way.
Yeah. I'm sorry, man.
Now, what happened at the event? Sounds like you had a great time.
We had a great time, but they had to shut down the whole air staff except for him.
Oh.
And he's like, you're the young guy around. You'll be able to get another job. Us old folks, we won't. I'm like, all right, man, whatever. And he's like, that's radio. Yeah. Did you see that fall?
Yeah, I saw it. I thought you were having a little bit too much fun at the event. The promotions manager got the best out of you.
No.
You know how much of a buzzkill those guys use.
A couple one too many Frosties.
Yeah, no. I was having a great time, man. Thought he was going to meet me out there for a smoke session, and I got smoked. That was the session.
See you later.
He's still cool, though. Love you, CC. All right, let's go to this news blooper right here. CBS 58 Milwaukee. Fat Bear Week was back in September.
Yeah.
Fat Bear Week.
Great week.
Okay. Sound like a. I'm not going to do that. Here we go.
Fetish.
No.
Oh, I know where you were going.
No. The neighborhood. Sounds like something that you would hear in the neighborhood. It's like Fat Bear Week. Yeah. You get a discount 25% on burgers.
Get over here. Give me a hug.
Yeah.
I have a problem just with that word in general. So
fat.
If we can just like rebrand a little bit.
Big Bone Bear Week.
Husky, chunky,
chubby.
Well, there is the chubby cubby.
The chubby cubby, that was earlier.
That's the tiny bears.
That's that little cubby.
Chubby cubby.
Do you have any comments, Frankie? Any comments about big bone bears?
Yeah. Big booty bears.
Yeah. BBB. You know?
They're trying.
What?
All I know is I have a truck payment. And y'all not gonna mess that up, you understand? All right? Rent is due. Okay, rent is due. Let me tell you.
October,
Listen, you have me out here on the streets.
The bigger the bear, the bigger the rent. You know?
Yeah.
Please, what's on the prompter?
Let's start you out with a view.
My man wasn't going for it, was he?
Big booty bears.
Big booty bears.
That guy was going in on it.
He said the bigger the bear, the bigger something, he said. All of them. On all four sides.
Yeah.
Let's go to King 5 Seattle. King 5 Seattle. There's a live hit from an airport. A lot of traveling during the holidays. A traveler jumped in the live shot to speak her mind about her experience.
King 5's Madeline Carter is live at baggage claim at SeaTac, which is piling up with bags from those canceled flights.
Did you hear that in the very end? Alaska Airlines sucks. Listen.
At baggage claim at SeaTac, which is piling up with bags from those canceled flights.
I like Alaska personally. Enjoy flying it.
Oh my gosh, really?
That's funny, yeah.
Alaska Airlines sucks.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good airline. Slightly bigger area around you than Southwest, some of the budget airlines.
What's the hardest part of your job? This dude said, pretending like I care.
Damn! Got a lot of dealing with people. Texted
Dealing
in.
with people, yeah. The other employed people is what this guy said on my Twitter. The other employed folks, bro. That's the hardest part of my gig. Let's go to KTLA. Fab from Milli Vanilli.
Oh.
Remember, they got in trouble for lip singing.
Yeah, 1989, won a Grammy.
Somebody else was singing those songs, and they were the
German
front
band.
people. Yeah, German.
A German band.
Yeah. Well, he sang live on TV in KTLA. And listen to it.
Let's hear your singing voice. We're going to Weather Subdue.
Okay, let's go. Blame it on the rain that was falling. Woo! Blame it on the stars that didn't shine that night.
Woo!
Whatever you do, don't put the blame on you. Blame it on the rain.
Hey, huh?
Pretty good.
Why didn't you do that before, fam?
That would have worked.
Like the
They
confidence.
tried to. They
The other guy?
They tried. When it all went down, they tried.
Oh, they did try to come back.
They tried it, and
they did that weird press conference.
And nobody bought it. Nobody bought it.
Great.
I had their original tape, and one of the songs sounded so much different. It must have been their regular singing voices.
Well, I tell you what, if you ever seen that video clip of them, they're performing, and then the thing skips.
Yeah,
The music skips, and then they kind of like
kinda lose it.
what's happening?
Is
Panic.
that where all that blew up?
Yeah,
Kind of overdoing that little dance.
Yeah. Those guys won. They won a Grammy for that.
They had a huge 6 months or so.
Yeah.
They were back in 7th or 8th grade, I remember.
Now, sticking with KTLA, we've got a reporter right here that had a hot mic situation.
Imagine that. Paul Dawson.
Went to the bathroom.
Oh, gosh.
Went to the bathroom.
Oh, with the mic on?
It could go bad in so many ways.
Yeah, this should really be really
Gosh.
All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to turn on the maps here.
We're about to do what we call traffic.
Traffic. Have you ever heard of the traffic?
Where's my spot? This not even my spot.
Crash here right at Charleston Boulevard and Sloan with written on it, Brenda. Well, goodbye, Brenda.
I'm so intrigued by this Brenda thing, because I wonder if Brenda...
Dude, I got to come back to that clip.
Brenda.
I didn't edit that properly. Oh, my gosh. Anyway, let's go to NBC4.
What I hate about my job.
No, exactly.
When I don't edit the damn thing.
That's a save! Yeah, NBC4 New York. You know, they were running for mayor up there. They had a mayoral race.
Mayor, yeah.
Yeah, we got an election update.
We did catch up to voters on this Halloween about what's giving them frights and chills ahead of this election.
Oh, whoopsies.
You get the chills.
Election. I'm sorry.
Thing will give you goosebumps.
Oh, nervous here.
Oh.
Tuck that in.
Oh, yeah, I just tucked that in. All right, what else we got right here? Oh, Porky the Pig reporter. WPSD Local News 6. I call it Porky the Pig because, he tries to say a word, and then he finds the word that he should have said first.
Yeah.
It's like, Porky, why didn't you say that one, bro?
Didn't have to be that hard.
Because the display changes, the themes change each year.
Spit
it out.
Because the display changes, the themes change.
Oh,
he spat, bro. He spat.
Had to get it out one way or another.
Yeah, had to get out there. Had to force
Might
it,
be
bro.
Tourette's. Might be a minor Tourette's.
Minor Tourette's.
Yeah.
Something he learned in college.
Oh, no.
KWTV, Channel 9, Oklahoma City. Got a government shutdown update.
As the government shutdown continues, President Trump is fingering Democrats for government employee layoffs.
Oh, man. Excuse me? What'd you say?
Freaky boy.
Goodness.
As the government shutdown continues, President Trump is fingering Democrats for government employee layoffs.
Full Urban Meyer.
Urban Meyer's politician.
I want to rethink your party affiliation there. Not visit the White House for a couple more years.
Got a goofy weatherman right here that falls during his report.
Oh, yes.
Goofy. He was kind of like, you can't backstep at a certain age.
No.
Or you got to have some type of agility to yourself if you're going to be doing some backstep, especially if you're on live television.
Exactly, yeah.
With them hard bottom shoes on, bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
But luckily, conditions do stay dry. Let's go ahead and get into that.
Oh, gosh.
You don't say forecast still.
Did he just faint?
He fell trying to backstep.
Going backwards.
Bucket steps.
But luckily, conditions do stay dry. Let's go ahead and get into that.
My man still said forecast. And he got up and get 2 guns toward the camera, by the way.
Heck yeah.
I wish I could
Shooter
say
Gavin.
2 guns. I'm good, baby. I'm good. I know you're concerned about me.
Everything's fine here. Just embarrassed myself. There was ice on the floor, I promise.
Wasn't me.
What's the hardest part of your job? Somebody said, watching someone who makes twice my salary struggle to save a PDF.
Oh, yeah, you're working with some boomers. How do I sync this up?
Yeah.
What was Brian's today? How do I get the OneDrive on my computer? You log